Chapter 223, 5-Year Plan, Part 1. Across the Wenlin River in the industrial district, chimneys belched thick smoke. As industry developed, the chimneys had multiplied, spewing black plumes into the blue sky, heralds of the transmigrator's industrial progress. But this industrialization remained very rudimentary, Ma Qianju thought. After D-Day, they had fought battles, constructed, and conducted diplomacy simultaneously, finally gaining a foothold. The executive committee's insistence from the start on providing transmigrators with a good living environment had been mocked as tourism before the crossing. But over these months, their ability to persevere in this unfamiliar environment without any major emotional upheavals was entirely thanks to their high standard of living. Never mind anything else. Ma Qianju himself felt that if he had had to live in a tent after a day's work at the executive committee, drink foul-smelling water, relieve himself in the bushes, bathe in the river, while outside a pack of vicious natives waved swords and spears ready to lop off their heads, he would most likely have suffered a mental breakdown too. The so-called back-to-nature wilderness survival merely catered to petty bourgeois cultural needs, showing off their full sets of professional gear after dinner, expressing appropriate indignation at industrial civilization to demonstrate their love of pristine nature. But if you made them live 3 days in a place without flush toilets or hot showers, they would soil themselves while wailing. But the Transmigrator Collective's industrial civilization was too fragile. All the modern goods they enjoyed, all the machines and weapons that terrified local natives and were revered as supernatural, all were built on the foundation of items brought from another timeline. As time passed, they were gradually losing these reserves. When Daisy had made it clear at one executive committee meeting, the transmigrator regime's thriving situation was an illusion, because the reality was, we are slowly bleeding. What was being lost was precisely the lifeblood of modern industrial civilization. Those scrapped parts, burned gasoline, diminishing vehicle and motorcycle hours, mechanical lifespans, aging rubber and plastic components. Every time Ma Qianju saw the planning committee's reports, he felt a sense of urgency. If they could not build at least a self-sufficient system before this equipment's lifespan ran out, the Transmigrator's goal of controlling East Asia within 1 generation and colonizing Australia would completely collapse. The key issue was that even those among them with the deepest understanding of industrial systems could not know exactly which material, once depleted, would bottleneck the Transmigrator Collective's industrial upgrade. Therefore, the industrialization process had to be launched while various materials and equipment were still plentiful. Modern industrial systems, the Transmigrator's greatest killer app, how should they be planned? He pondered for a while, then took out a leather-bound notebook from his Holy Ship brand whitewood desk drawer. This was a collection of his thoughts and plans on how to build an industrial system. What the Transmigrators had to do was rebuild a complete industrial system. In his view, this system must occupy as little space as possible, be as concentrated as possible. The fewer main industrial zones, the better, but pure mining and ore processing sites need not be so limited. Provide everything a 19th-century industrial society could manufacture, from machine guns to condoms to automobiles. Not necessarily identical, of course, just similar in performance and operating principles. Be self-sufficient, able to sustain itself, update equipment and maintain operations without importing any parts or knowledge from outside. Able to develop, continuously increase in scale and precision, even change direction. For example, several generations later, transitioning from fossil fuels to nuclear fusion. There should be a large seaport or major inland river port for logistics, connected to mining sites worldwide, a 3-gorges-level water conservancy hub balancing irrigation, flood control, and clean energy, a processing and R&D center, an agricultural zone with sufficient surplus and high development, Next to the logistics center would be a petrochemical industrial zone. Considering the water power hub and main iron ore locations, the gravity irrigation zone and processing center would be determined, especially for the metal smelting industry. Moreover, since they could arrange the whole world, pipeline transport should be maximized. Coal railway transport should be minimized, solved through coal slurry pipelines or pithead power stations. If terrain were not a constraint, ideally you would place multiple ring zones in a cross pattern on a plane. Research, residential, production, entertainment, and raw materials would be separated into several small cross-ring zones connected by industrial categories, raw material and product needs, environmental protection considered as well. Residential, entertainment, and research education zones would stand in a tripod at the center of the large ring. Raw materials would connect via underground pipelines and heavy freight railways, like the Dadongqing-Huangdao line. Personnel transport would use elevated light rail. Industrial and production zones should ideally be adjacent to a 10,000-ton class deepwater ice-free port connected to the open sea and railway hub. At sufficient distance from the city, several Xia Langdi-level hydropower stations would be distributed pointwise, also handling flood control, agricultural irrigation, and urban water supply. Backup desalination plants must also be considered. The research zone could have several small experimental reactors installed as appropriate. When he saw the word reactor, Ma Qianju realized how distant and idealized his thinking had become. Though there was a senior technician from CNNC 405 company among the transmigrators, this was something not to be hoped for within 2 or 3 generations, assuming they could pass their knowledge, experience, and ideas to the next generation. In the Executive Committee Building's conference room, a meeting on the next development plan was underway. This was an expanded Executive Committee meeting. Attendees included not only the executives, but also the main leaders of subordinate departments. The meeting's theme was future development planning. These department heads, mostly promoted in the recent organizational restructuring, were all confident and eager to fully deploy their considerable expertise. Every department had submitted its own construction proposal. Our top priority is completing the Barren Rapids Hydroelectric Station Phase 2, said Chang Kaishan, General Manager and Chief Engineer of Lingao Electric Power Company. The reason this project has been delayed for so long is largely our labor shortage. Now that we have so much labor, and cement, brick, stone, and bamboo-reinforced concrete supplies are ample, we should complete it as soon as possible. Can safety be guaranteed using bamboo-reinforced concrete for a dam? The Japanese used bamboo-reinforced concrete for water conservancy facilities during World War II. According to their experience, bamboo concrete is actually more reliable for this than for building prefabs, said Mei Wan. If we are going to question reliability, our current small vertical kiln cement itself is not up to standard. It is just somewhat less structurally strong with a shorter lifespan. Besides, the 20th century Barren Rapids Hydroelectric Station's overflow dam was mainly dressed stone. We can follow that model. If push comes to shove, a turf and earth dam would work too. Zhan Wuya nodded repeatedly. I agree with rapidly expanding power facilities. At current power supply levels, the machinery department's operating rate is too low. Many machine tools in the machinery plant still had not been unpacked. Hainan's humidity was high, and once opened, maintenance was burdensome. The transmigrators also lacked sufficient grease. The chemical department shares this view, said Jai Situi. If not for the power shortage, our crude electrolytic cells could have started operating long ago. Caustic soda, bleaching powder, we could mass-produce them right away. These things are tremendously useful. Can transmission and distribution problems be solved? Ma Qianju asked. They can, Chang Kaishan said confidently. We have a complete set of equipment. We can build a Baron Bopu 110 kilovolt line. That will reduce transmission losses. Since the Executive Committee has designated both banks of the Wenlin River as the main base, let us concentrate the equipment from the original timeline here. I believe we will be able to mass-produce simple transmission and distribution equipment in the future. If we decide to build Barren Hydroelectric Phase 2, it is not merely a power station issue. It should be undertaken as part of a comprehensive Wenlin River Basin Management project, Ma Qianju said. He then spread out his concept diagram. This was a fairly complex project. Besides expanding Barren Hydroelectric Station, it also involved building a water gate downstream at Bopu, reinforcing embankments, and dredging the river channel, all to regulate the Wenlin River's water level and ensure sufficient volume even during dry seasons. Ensuring the Wenlin River's water level has two main benefits, Ma Qianju said. First, it would benefit inland navigation. Though the Wenlin River was Lingao's largest river, the huge variation in water levels between rainy and dry seasons meant inland shipping was limited to small rowboats. During the driest periods, some stretches exposed large riverbed stones. Though the river did not dry up, boat transport was impossible. With a water gate at Bopu, the river's water level could be maintained at a basic depth. Ma Qianju was deeply interested in canals. In his spare time, he had made extensive canal plans, the most ambitious being his cherished Songlio Canal Luanhai Canal Grand Canal inland shipping line. Of course, until the transmigrators conquered all of China, this plan could only remain in his notebook. But canalizing the Wenlin River was feasible. Second, it would benefit water storage regulation, aiding industrial and agricultural production. Currently, the Wenlin River's irrigation benefits were far from fully realized. The large fields along the river basically had no channels. Irrigation relied on human power and water wheels, with extremely low efficiency. The modern agriculture and industry the transmigrators were about to promote would consume large quantities of water. With a water gate, dry season industrial and agricultural water needs would be guaranteed. Everyone at the meeting was moved by the beautiful vision Ma Qianju painted. Wu Nanhai saw a network of irrigation channels. When Daisy saw barge fleets on the canal, Zhan Wuya saw countless water wheels and power stations. Zia Zishan saw transmigrator families boating on the river during weekends. End of chapter. Chapter 224, 5-Year Plan, Part 2, Ma Qianju struck while the iron was hot. Since everyone agrees with this plan, I propose we begin our overall construction plan with the Barren Rapids Hydroelectric Station Phase 2 project. This overall plan will be named the First 5-Year Plan. In Ma Qianju's envisioned First 5-Year Plan system, the Wenlin River project would serve three major functions: shipping, irrigation, and power generation. Laying out the industrial and agricultural system centered on the river matched their original concept perfectly. This plan simply proposed more specific ways to utilize the Wenlin River. The future industrial base would be located entirely in the river's downstream eastern region. Future expansion would extend toward the Manao Peninsula to utilize the series of ports around Manao, Manao Port, Huamei Port, and others. In the 20th century, several major industrial investment projects and development zones in Lingao County had also been located in this area. The Transmigrator Collective planned two major industrial zones: a steel chemical industrial zone centered on Bopu Port, fully leveraging seaborne transport's advantages of volume and low cost. Fleets would bring in anthracite from Vietnam, pig iron, wrought iron and bituminous coal from Guangdong, iron ore from Tiandu, timber from Fujian, and salt for chemicals from the Manao Peninsula. A machinery-light industry zone centered on Barren City would also be located on the eastern bank. This way, the transmigrators would initially have only two industrial zones. Fewer and more concentrated industrial zones meant a smaller area requiring armed protection, shorter lines for transmitting power, coal, equipment, and finished goods, and minimized transport and energy costs. Steel and chemical products manufactured at Bopu, along with various raw materials shipped by sea, could be transported directly to the barren industrial zone for processing via the Wenlin River water route. Finished products could then be shipped back to Bopu for export by water. Current power supply came mainly from Barren Hydroelectric Station. The plan was that after they could self-produce boilers and generating equipment, the Transmigrator Collective would establish a thermal power plant at Bopu, using seaborne Hongji anthracite for generation, directly supplying the high-energy consumption chemical industry. The Industry and Energy Committee's plan was to complete the following goals within the first 5-year plan. Build a complete steel enterprise including ore processing plant, ore sintering furnace, coking furnace, blast furnace, hot blast stove, and iron smelter. Besides the existing small converter, install one more converter. The ore processing plant would have 2 ore beneficiation machines, 5 crushers, and 2 breakers brought from the other timeline. A small specialty steel plant, using the crucible method to manufacture various specialty steels. A rolling mill with 2 initial forging machines, 2 hot rolling machines, 2 hot piercing machines, 2 cold rolling machines, 2 cold-drawn steel tube machines, 2 cold-drawn bar machines, 2 cold-rolled steel tube machines. This would allow convenient hot and cold rolling of various standard steel plates, strip steel, wire rod, and various section steels. By the end of 1634, this steel complex would reach daily production of 80 tons of pig iron, 50 tons of crude steel, and annual production of 100 tons of specialty steel. For non-ferrous metal smelting, 160 tons of crude copper, producing 120 tons of electrolytic copper, 3 tons of nickel ingots, 10 tons of cobalt, 140 tons of lead, 80 tons of zinc, 12 tons of tin, 20 tons of antimony. These non-ferrous metals would be mainly imported as ore or crude products, then further refined by the metallurgy department. Though demand for non-ferrous metals other than copper and lead was not huge, they were essential in many key areas. Fortunately, these products were already produced at considerable scale during the Ming Dynasty, so importing certain quantities of crude products from the mainland posed no problem. The metallurgical industry system looked massive, but its 5-year plan was actually the least difficult. The Transmigrator's existing industrial system could already provide cement, bricks, refractory materials, and other essential materials without difficulty. The most technically demanding rolling mill would entirely use equipment brought from the other timeline. Once installed, it could go into operation. As for blast furnaces, these presented no major technical challenges for the Transmigrators. Besides refractory materials, ore processing and blast furnace feeding require some special equipment. We hope the machinery department can provide them. We will need your strong support then, Jai Wusheng said. No problem, Zhan Wuya readily agreed. As long as steel supply is guaranteed, I've looked at this equipment. It's not difficult. Some can even be made of wood. The machinery industry department's goal within the first 5-year plan was to complete a self-upgrading system for the machinery industry, not only meeting production and manufacturing needs for various specialized equipment within the Transmigrator industrial system, but also achieving self-renewal and upgrading. But the machinery industry department's construction faced far more complex problems. Due to ship tonnage limitations, the Transmigrator Collective had brought quite limited mechanical equipment. Many specialized machines could not be brought due to tonnage and space constraints. The equipment in the hands of Zhan Wuya and other machinery people consisted only of the most basic general-purpose machine tools, with lathes being the largest category. In theory, these most basic lathes, presses, vices, planers, and other so-called mother machines, or general-purpose machine tools could manufacture any product. But reality was far from that simple. Since humanity entered the industrial age, machine tools had followed a clear development path: higher efficiency, lower production costs. General-purpose machine tools represented by lathes had very low growth in processing efficiency. Unless you infinitely increased workers and equipment, output could not rise. Take the simplest example, screws commonly used in industrial equipment. These small things are technically called standard parts. Standard parts are commonly used components whose structure, dimensions, drawings, markings, and so forth have been completely standardized and are manufactured by specialized factories, threaded parts, pins, gaskets, and so on. These parts are used for connecting and fastening various industrial equipment. Such standard parts were indeed originally made using ordinary lathes, but processing efficiency was very low. Workers had to make multiple cuts during processing, carefully aligning the tool each time. Manufacturing costs were also uneconomical. Clamping a round bar and eventually cutting out a small bolt wasted enormous material, and processing required highly skilled workers. So in actual production operations, standard parts were made using specialized machines. Even manufacturing something as simple and common as iron nails was done with specialized machines in modern times. The machinery industry department's first task was not manufacturing equipment for other industrial departments, but first completing equipment matching within its own system, manufacturing a batch of specialized machine tool equipment. New construction would include a die factory, a foundry, a standard parts factory, a bearing and chain factory, and a tool factory. You do not know how much this system will promote industry once established. The machinery industry can manufacture different specialized machine tools according to different product needs. Combined automatic machine tools, Wang Liuobin said excitedly. Know what large-scale industry means. With this system, we will have true large-scale industry. Let me give an example, explained Li Yiwo, who had made black market guns. Everyone is very worried about ammunition supply now. Actually, manufacturing bullets is not that difficult. I could make them at the machinery plant with existing equipment, but making them that way, I could not produce more than a few dozen rounds per day. You'd use them up with one trigger pull. If we manufacture a bullet production line, though it requires building over 30 pieces of equipment, it can produce several thousand rounds per hour. That productivity is terrifyingly high. Can you make the K-98? Wei Awen asked. K-98 is nothing, Zhao Beiling said dismissively. A K-47 is no problem either. I just want K-98 or MP-44 would be fine too. Wei Awen was truly a loyal wearaboo. After completing the machinery industry department's self-matching, we will experimentally reproduce general-purpose machine tools, or call it self-replication, Zhan Wuya said. After all, there will not be just one machinery plant in the future. Demand for general equipment will be huge, Zhang Yi said. Right now we have fewer machine tools than one workshop at the factory where I used to work. Ma Qianju agreed. Right now we are operating on Hainan Island. In the future, when we occupy Taiwan or land on the mainland, we will need to replenish weapons and ammunition and develop local industry. We cannot manufacture everything in Lingao and ship it over, right? We will still need to establish several machinery processing centers. I see it differently, Wen Daisy said. To ensure our transmigrator regime's stability for generations, the core system of machinery industry cannot be dispersed. It must be firmly controlled by the transmigrator collective. He elaborated further. Hypothetically, if some local rich man wanted to open a textile factory, we could provide this timeline's most advanced textile machinery and power equipment at preferential rates, along with maintenance services. But beyond using this equipment, he could neither repair nor replicate it. Everything would depend on us. In his vision, only the Transmigrator Collective would possess the capability to manufacture mechanical equipment in this future world. The wealthy or nations of this timeline could purchase weapons, equipment, ships, and vehicles manufactured by the Transmigrator Collective. But once these things lost maintenance support from the Transmigrator Collective, they would become complete scrap iron. This way, the entire world's industrial lifeline would be fully in the Transmigrator Collective's hands. Is that not just the Adeptus Mechanicus from Warhammer 40k? Zayazhu's imagination was rich. Can science not be a religion? When Daisy countered. We have mastered science and industry beyond this timeline's level. Demanding to rule Earth is not excessive, is it? But we would need Grey Knights of Science. You idiot, better to establish an order of scientific sisters. Sister girls are great. Who will be the emperor? We will discuss that later. Ma Kainju quickly brought the topic back. Machinery Industry Department, tell us how much specialized equipment you can provide for each department. End of chapter. Chapter 225. 5-Year Plan, Part 3. As long as the system is established, theoretically any equipment is possible, Wang Liubin said. Too idealistic, Wen Daisy said. First tell us what enterprises we currently need, then let us see what the machinery plant can support. Light industry has not really developed yet, but I believe light industry will be the main component of future foreign trade, and it is essential for improving living conditions for ourselves and our subjects, said Mo Zion, the new Minister of Light Industry. Mo Zion's appointment as Minister of Light Industry had been somewhat unexpected. This person had been an anonymous basic laborer after D-Day. Because of his good stamina and long-term military enthusiast experience, he had always been part of the Transmigrators' core militia. After his appointment was announced, the general speculation was that his undergraduate degree in administrative management and law master's degree had dazzled the executive committee. Regardless, like many cadres promoted in the organizational restructuring, he was very enthusiastic about his new position. In preparation for this meeting, he had produced a massive light industry 5-year plan. First was sewing needles. This product existed in ancient times, of course. The Transmigrators' advantage lay in their ability to use machines for batch manufacturing, with superiority in raw materials and processing precision that local craftsmen could not match. Though sewing needles had extremely low unit prices, they had low costs and high margins, were widely used and shipped in large quantities. Dumping them on the mainland, Japan, Korea, and Southeast Asia could create considerable scale effect profits. Eventually, they could even be exported back to Europe. Is manufacturing sewing needles difficult? Sewing needles are simple enough to make by hand, Wang Liubin said. But I know factories use automatic machine tools. Modern sewing needles use wire rod from rolling mills as raw material. First it is drawn to the required diameter, then cut to the length of 2 needles, then both ends are sharpened. The next eye-making process turns 1 wire into 2 needles. This involves straightening the wire, stamping, flattening the eye area into approximately form diameter disc shapes, then punching out the eye holes, then stamping letters and thread grooves, punching off excess material, sharpening in stages, deburring, grinding, polishing, final polishing, and packaging for shipment. That is right. It is an electromechanical controlled automatic machine tool production line. This equipment is even patented. Can it be copied? I imagine the design drawings exist. Patent law does not apply here. Zhan Wuya shook his head. Complete replication of automatic machine tools definitely will not work, but manufacturing specialized equipment is possible. That will do, just lower production efficiency. Even lowered, it will not be worse than craftsmen hand hammering and grinding. Next is the textile industry. Replicating 19th century level textile machinery like the spinning jenny should not be difficult, right? Purchase local raw cotton for processing. With high-quality cotton yarn output besides producing regular cotton cloth, let us see if we can make breakthroughs in patterns and texture. So we need to establish both a cloth mill and a dyeing factory. Let me interrupt, when Daisy cut in. I would like to offer a differing opinion. In my view, the textile industry should not be built too large. But cloth is a basic livelihood material, someone immediately objected. It is also very popular for export. Hear me out. When Daisy first drew their attention to the fact that since they had landed, at least looking at Lingao alone, they had not found any large-scale cotton cultivation. Local cotton cloth was mostly processed from cotton collected from woody, perennial wild cotton plants. Though the quality was decent, this raw material supply method could only support small-scale household handicraft production. Hainan Island itself was not suitable for large-scale herbaceous cotton cultivation. This was the birthplace of China's cotton textile industry, but long-term, cotton textiles had basically remained just a small-scale Li minority sideline, never forming a large-scale cotton textile industry. The production techniques for Ming Dynasty Songjiang cloth had originally come from Hainan Island, but the cotton textile industry formed an industry in Songjiang, clothing the world, while Hainan's Qiang cloth had long remained merely a local specialty. Once the transmigrators established large-scale textile industry, they would have to grow cotton in this not very suitable for large-scale cotton cultivation area to ensure raw material supply. And the textile industry itself faces very fierce competition, Wen Daisy added. Within the Great Ming, there was the behemoth of Songjiang cloth. How strong was Songjiang cloth's penetration? The transmigrators had seen it more than once in gifts they had received locally. High-grade cloth was almost all from Songjiang. Looking at all of East and Southeast Asia, there was the strong competitor of Indian cotton cloth marketed by the East India Company. Indian cotton cloth was not only high quality, but also possessed distinctive dyeing and printing techniques. It was popular worldwide at the time and was one of the East India Company's main trade goods. Finally, there were various local homespun cloths, coarse cloth handmade by farming families. This had always been the strongest fortress against foreign goods. Even the good value-for-money Indian cotton cloth had never opened the Chinese market. From the 17th century onward, various textiles marketed by the East India Company in China had never found buyers. Some goods even took 2 or 3 years of consignment sales to sell out. If we build a massive cotton textile industry, who are we planning to sell the cloth to? Wen Daisy asked pointedly. Local people will also have great demand in the future, Xiao Zishan said. That will only come much later. Expanding domestic demand is not a 1 or 2 day affair. Right now, light industry production can only focus on 2 points, self-use and export. Exactly, so our cotton textile industry can only be scaled to meet self-use requirements. Supplying transmigrators, the army, laborers, these people. Why not outsource processing? Wang Liubin said. We can sell some new-style manual cotton textile machines on credit to farming households, help them improve product quality and increase variety, then purchase homespun cloth from them for our use. This way we can also distribute circulation vouchers. Yan Ming, newly promoted to president of DeLong Grain Bank, was supportive. This person supported anything that expanded the circulation vouchers usage range. We can also import Indian cotton cloth and Songjiang cotton cloth. That way we can achieve trade balance. Otherwise, what's the point of just converting all exports into gold and silver? Agreed. But Li Haiping objected. That will not work. He reminded everyone, the Navy's canvas issue is not resolved yet. Can your industry department solve shipboard prime movers within a year? If you can solve that, fine, but otherwise, what will we use for sales on the Western-style sailing ships Director Wen wants to build? We can import. But canvas is a strategic material. The Great Ming does not produce this stuff. What if we go to war with Europeans and they embargo canvas? Li Haiping continued. When Daisy nodded, true, I overlooked that. It seems a textile factory is still needed. Indeed, canvas had too many uses, not just for sales. Its qualities were sturdy, wear-resistant, dense, thick, and somewhat waterproof. Ancient Romans used it extensively for marching tents. The first modern parachute was also made of canvas. Because of canvas's sturdy and wear-resistant properties, it was also widely used for labor protective clothing, as a substitute for leather in making military equipment, comfortable and durable canvas shoes. Mo Zion organized his thoughts. Here is the plan. For spinning, we will use the putting out system, sell machines on credit to processors, and we will purchase the cotton yarn back. Then establish a small specialty textiles factory to manufacture canvas, towels, and knitted goods. The latter two were urgently needed by the transmigrators. Towels would also greatly help improve hygiene conditions for the transmigrator collective subjects. We also need a dyeing factory, Wang Liuobin added. Not just a dyeing factory, Wen Daisy said. Actually, we would best control raw cotton processing ourselves, not for monopoly purposes. If we let common people process raw cotton themselves, yarn quality will be hard to guarantee. We need to establish a carding mill to clean and grade raw cotton, then distribute to processors. Towel weaving machines and knitted goods machines are very simple. I've helped people with those, Zhan Wuya said. But I do not understand carding machines. And I certainly do not know what machinery is used to weave canvas. Carding machines are easy. The structure is very simple. I'll draw it up later, Wang Liuobin said confidently. Making canvas should theoretically be the same as other cotton textiles, just using multi-strand thread for both warp and weft. Let us recruit some craftsmen from Europe. Besides canvas makers, we also need specialized workers who can sew canvas. Those cannot be found in China, Wen Daisy said. I just do not know if local raw cotton production is sufficient. For small-scale use, it should be enough. Worst case, we can import cotton yarn from Songjiang, Wen Daisy said, or have the English provide it. Dyeing industry technology was relatively simple and did not require overly complex machinery. The transmigrators had not planned to make cotton cloth a commodity, so they did not need to invest too much in this area. With the cotton textile industry in place, establishing a unified clothing factory was also put on the agenda. The clothing factory's main purpose was self-use. Local common people would not buy ready-made clothing and shoes unless prices were extremely low, or for silk garments they could not make themselves. The fact that the county seat had only one tailor illustrated this point. Currently, the Baron commune already had a garment factory. Wuda had recruited commune women, with several female transmigrators who could use sewing machines providing technical guidance. They could manufacture cloth shoes, straw sandals, uniforms, hats, work clothes, underwear, quilts, and cotton socks, but the scale was very small. There was also a leather worker who specialized in making various leather equipment for the military. In Mo Zion's plan, the clothing factory's scale needed to expand. In the future, with the continuous expansion of the military and labor force, and the influx of large numbers of migrants from other places, all these people's clothing would need updating. The transmigrator collective's demand for clothing would grow geometrically. End of chapter. Chapter 226, Light Industry Prospects Beyond the Clothing Factory. A series of light industry enterprises were to go into production during the first 5-year plan. First was the Daily Chemicals Factory, manufacturing soap, one of the great transmigrator artifacts. Soap's process and technology are relatively simple, a product that can ship quickly. What about the oil and fat problem? Jai Sidui thought, easy for you to say. He was still finding it difficult to produce glycerin. Wu Nanhai refused to give him any oil until it reached guttural quality. To date, all industrial oil and fat consisted of the pig fat used when the shipyard was refitting the Fubo. Wu Nanhai helplessly raised his hand. Do not look at me. The Agriculture Committee cannot solve this problem that fast. Vegetable oil will not work. Hainan has coconuts everywhere. Is coconut oil not easy to obtain? Coconuts. Unfortunately, Lingao does not have coconuts, Wu Nanhai said matter-of-factly. The only coconuts are a few seedlings at my farm. True, I have not actually seen any coconuts since we came ashore. Hainan Island's native coconut distribution is not in this region, Luo Duo said. They are concentrated in the central and southern parts of the island. We can dispatch a fleet to harvest or purchase them. Can we not just purchase dried coconut at the Eastgate Market? Not easily. Hainan's dried coconut trade does have a long history, but the supply all flows to Qiangshan County, same as the betel nut trade. Considering oil and fat's importance to the Transmigrator Collective, the executive committee decided on a two-pronged approach to obtain coconuts. On one hand, they would dispatch the long-range reconnaissance team by ship to explore southward along the coastline, seeing where they could obtain large-scale coconut supplies. Coconuts were an extremely useful cash crop. On the other hand, they would send the procurement agent Lin Quanan deep into the island's various prefectures and counties to purchase dried coconuts. The only oil crop the transmigrators could immediately utilize in Lingao was peanuts, especially in coastal areas and the Guoshis region, where peanut cultivation was widespread, with some small oil-pressing workshops operating. The Agriculture Committee decided to promote quality peanut cultivation in the mountains around Huamei village in the Guoshis region. They would also add a water-powered oil press to the water-powered grain processing plant at Barren City. Soap is an excellent trade good. For ladies and young misses, it is simply divine. Using coconut oil, we can make transparent soap. Add fragrance and it becomes perfumed soap. Make some pretty molds, add various colors, and those fine ladies will go crazy, seeing everyone's intoxicated expressions as they offered suggestions, when Daisy could not help but smile wryly. This was a classic case of treating Ming people as rich simpletons. Ming people were not stupid. They might lack the transmigrators' several centuries of accumulated experience, true, but they did not have much money either. How much market demand actually existed for soap in China at that time was really hard to say. As a luxury item, there might be some sales. As a mass-market product, basically no one would buy it. Ancient people had saponin and pig pancreas they could use. Fortunately, soap was also useful for the Transmigrator Collective itself, for ensuring cleanliness and for industrial applications. The byproducts of soap production, glycerin and other substances, were valuable chemical raw materials. Matches, another transmigrator artifact. Match technology was very simple. You just needed to find phosphorus. Having rosin and antimony was even better. None of these things were hard to find. By comparison, when Daisy was more confident about matches' marketability, compared to flint and steel, matches' convenience advantage was simply too great. Phosphorus processing is manageable, but there is no phosphite ore locally, Jai Sidui said. We are not far from the Dongsha Islands. Send ships to dig guano rock. Guano rock can not only refine phosphorus but also be used as fertilizer. Wu Nanhai immediately agreed. Our Agriculture Committee also needs phosphate fertilizer. This is a good proposal. More ships needed. Ma Qianju muttered as he added another entry to the ship allocation schedule. Ships were still tight. They had enough vessels but lacked reliable, qualified sailors. Wu Nanhai said, I propose establishing an agricultural implements factory, jointly operated by the Agriculture Committee and Light Industry Ministry. Not only does our own farm need large quantities of implements, but local farmers also have enormous demand for quality iron tools. According to my surveys of the farm's hired hands, local iron implements are not only inferior but also scarce and expensive, seriously affecting agricultural production. He unrolled a scroll of drawings showing many different styles of farm tools and some large agricultural machinery. These are all implements I have selected and improved from farm tool patterns from the original timeline, adapted to local planting habits and soil conditions. They are targeted, lightweight, and material-saving. Once on the market, they will definitely be warmly welcomed by farmers. He continued, the Agriculture Committee's next plan is to launch agricultural mutual aid groups, providing farmers and landlords who join this system with quality implements. This will greatly increase our appeal and help liberate local labor. That is fine. Processing farm tools is not difficult for our machinery department. What are those big things? Zhan Wuya asked. Agricultural machinery, harvesters, wheeled plows, seed drills. What pulls them? Steam engines. Steam engines work, or horses, Wu Nanhai said. These implements were all patterns from his agricultural history textbooks, basically animal-drawn, though low-horsepower steam engines would also work. Next, the Agriculture Committee also requested that the food factory, brewery, and other food-related enterprises in the Light Industry Ministry's plans be changed to joint operations with the Agriculture Committee. Wu Nanhai said, "The raw materials for these enterprises all come from the Agriculture Department. Joint operation by both parties is better." So the food factory, meat processing plant, and brewery in Mo Zion's 5-year plan all became joint projects with the Agriculture Committee. At the Agriculture Committee's suggestion, these planned factories were merged into the Grain, Oil, and Food General Company, under dual leadership of the Agriculture Committee and Light Industry Ministry. The company included the seafood processing plant at Bopu, responsible for processing the 1/5 fishing tax, yield submitted daily by fishermen catching fish in waters near Bopu. It could process salted fish, roasted dried fish, fish cakes, fish sauce, fish oil, dried seaweed, and fish meal. The Barron City Farm slaughterhouse would be upgraded to a meat processing plant. Besides slaughtering to provide fresh meat, it would also produce salted meat, jerky, sausages, ham, and similar products. The grain processing plant would add oil pressing equipment besides processing rice and flour, increasing deep grain processing capability. Using simple manual and water-powered machinery, it would produce noodles, bread, and biscuits. It would use processing residue to make feed, fertilizer, and rice bran oil. A new brewing workshop would be established to manufacture soy sauce, vinegar, fermented pastes, and alcohol. It would also make various pickles, salted eggs, century eggs, and similar products. The area was not suitable for growing soybeans, but they could import from the mainland. As for vinegar and Shaoxing wine, both were cooking essentials. Self-producing baijiu, beer, and fruit wines was even more straightforward for the transmigrators. Zhu Ziliang had proposed DIY beer and fruit wine several times. They had not succeeded due to lack of barley and grapes. Hops had already been planted in a small experimental plot at the farm, though the area was not particularly suitable for this crop. A beverage workshop would also be added. During the first 5-year plan, fruit tree yields would not be sufficient to support a juice industry, but large-scale mass production of glass bottles would support batch production of carbonated drinks. In fact, Ma Qianju had already designed a simple soda-making machine based on documentation. These products were all primarily for self-use, with small-scale local sales. If baijiu production reached significant volumes, it could be exported. Li Haiping said, "Let us make fruit preserves. Under current conditions, fruit can neither be kept fresh nor transported easily. If we make syrup-preserved canned goods for sale, wealthy people should like them. The Jiangnan region is still relatively stable now. Being able to eat relatively fresh fruit in winter to supplement vitamins while being portable, Manchu nobles should be interested. Same with canned meat. If the price is right, Manchus will like it," Mo Zion said. "As long as the metallurgy department can produce galvanized sheet iron, making canned goods is not difficult. Why not use glass jars? For fruit preserves, the key is the syrup," Ma Qianju said. "It is not that simple. Canning seals and sterilization are still somewhat difficult for us. Before the machinery department provides suitable equipment, it is better not to start a canning industry." Though canned goods appeared quite early, they already existed in Napoleon's era. For a long time, sealing and sterilization problems constantly plagued manufacturers. Even into the mid-19th century, cases of canned goods spoiling due to incomplete sealing and sterilization were still common. Instant noodles should not be hard, right? I remember instant noodles were based on Yifu noodles. If we do some appropriate processing, this portable food should have great potential. Hainan is not really suitable for growing wheat, is it? What do you make noodles from? Sweet potato starch. Noodles made from sweet potato starch do not taste great, but ancient people's standards probably were not that high. Mix in some rice flour. I am afraid sweet potato starch cannot even form noodles. The protein content is too low. Growing wheat in Lingao is fine, Wu Nanhai said. There is scattered cultivation, but most farmers lack the experience. We need to promote it. Cigarettes. Manchu nobles all love smoking. They are accustomed to dry pipe tobacco and water pipes. We will sell them cigarettes. These things are trendy. Haping, why are you always wanting to sell things to the Jurchens? They robbed so much silver from Changzhen. Not helping them spend it would be a crime, Li Haping said carelessly. Right, during the Changzhen reign, the Jurchens invaded through the passes several times, each time carrying off immense wealth and people. We will use luxury goods in large quantities to drain their finances, strengthening ourselves while weakening the enemy. Put opium in the cigarettes. Kill those bastards. All right, do not wander off topic. Ma Qianju was actually somewhat moved by this notion, but it too severely violated universal principles. The rightist faction would definitely refuse to agree. The cigarette factory that everyone was watching had already begun production a few days ago. It belonged neither to the Agriculture Ministry nor the Light Industry Ministry, but was directly under the Planning Committee. The tobacco monopoly system, it seemed, was to be continued. The Executive Committee had also originally hoped that this cigarette factory could not only meet the transmigrators' own needs, but become a growth point in their export goods. This was not too far-fetched. Tobacco demand in the late Ming was already very large, and Guangdong's tobacco output was already quite considerable. Cigarettes, as a novel product with distinctive appearance and taste, convenient to smoke, could satisfy the needs of both the upper classes seeking novelty and the lower classes seeking simplicity and utility. End of chapter. Chapter 227, Trade Discussions, Part 1. Selling to later Jin probably won't work. Hong Taiji started as an anti-smoking activist, then became a tobacco trade protectionist. Selling this stuff to him really isn't easy. Tobacco was introduced to Liaodong starting in the Tianqi reign. Supposedly, it was a habit brought by soldiers transferred from Guangdong to Liaodong. Later, whether through trade, captured loot, or Korean plots, by the time Hong Taiji proclaimed himself emperor, people in later Jin were also smoking tobacco. Not only were people smoking, but it was apparently quite widespread, to the point that Hong Taiji enjoyed the title of the world's first ruler to officially order a tobacco ban. According to Yu Eshui's historical sources, later Jin should have already issued its first tobacco prohibition decree, because in a few years, he'd issue an edict rescinding the ban, though requiring subjects to grow and smoke their own rather than buying from Korea. Classic trade protectionism. A few years later, the militarily weak Yi dynasty apparently planned to wage unrestricted warfare against later Jin using tobacco, gifting large quantities to Manchukuo nobles and officials. According to the Yi dynasty veritable records, at the time Korea's crown Prince Soyeon was being held hostage in Shenyang. Korean envoys had secretly brought 300 jin of tobacco as gifts. Hong Taiji considered this item not a local product wasteful of wealth and ordered a major ban. Upon discovery, he again ordered strict prohibition. So selling tobacco to later Jin is still difficult for us. It's only 1629 now. Let's take this opportunity to make a killing first. With Holy Ship brand cigarettes quality luxury goods indeed. You really think the wild boar skins are rich simpletons? Yan Kuezhai, who had tried the local tobacco, smirked. The tobacco shreds keep falling out. A few puffs and your fingers get burned. The transmigrators weren't impressed with the scarce, special allocation transmigrator brand cigarettes. Though the tobacco imported from Macau was top quality, it wasn't processed as the flue-cured tobacco modern people were used to. Combined with inferior cigarette paper and crude rolling techniques, smokers had to be very careful, otherwise, the loosely packed tobacco shreds would suddenly fall out and burn holes in their clothes. This made cigarettes merely better than nothing. Cigarette paper in the 20th century was a special type of paper, thin leaf paper, specified at no more than 25 G per square meter. The paper whiteness reached 82% or higher with a dense, soft, fine texture. Opaque. It had high longitudinal tensile strength, certain breathability, and an appropriate burning rate. The main raw material was bleached hemp pulp, sometimes mixed with some bleached wood or grass pulp. To match tobacco's burning rate, small amounts of combustion aids were added. The paper surface was also roller-pressed with ribbed marks to increase breathability and improve appearance. If making do, student exercise book paper was a fairly suitable substitute. Unfortunately, the transmigrators couldn't even produce paper at this level. Though the paper-making workshop had been running for some time, product quality had never exceeded the era. The workshop was still making paper according to 17th century paper-making techniques. This greatly affected paper quality and output. But the papermakers were helpless. They lacked two key paper-making materials, caustic soda and sulfuric acid. Without caustic soda, the workshop could only use a very limited set of raw materials, various rags and tattered clothing recovered from immigrants' purification process, fishermen's discarded hemp nets and rope, waste cotton, and a few types of tree bark. This severely limited raw material sources. Without sulfuric acid, they couldn't bleach the pulp. So the paper produced was neither white nor smooth. Besides solving the Transmigrator Collective's toilet paper and packaging paper needs, it served no purpose. The education department could only issue slate boards to students for writing and calculating with chalk. Not a major problem. Aim to start production within a month. Jai Sidui patted his chest. With over 1,000 laborers on the worksite, they could manually erect those large structural frames and various towers using primitive methods. Once we can produce the 3 acids and 2 alkalis, I'll be relieved, Ma Kaianju said. So many urgent matters are stuck on this right now. When Daisy said, these things don't matter much. As our industrialization progresses, overcoming technical difficulties is just a matter of time. Lingao, even all of Hainan Island, is too small to provide all the manpower and materials we need for industrialization. For construction and immigration, the Transmigrator nation is destined to be a trading nation. Light industry planning should also be based on this. Foreign Trade Company General Manager Lu Rong stood up. I'd like to report on a comprehensive plan for future trade. This plan will need strong support from our industrial colleagues. We can reference the current state of international trade. We mainly import low-tech raw materials, semi-processed products, and light industrial goods. For example, raw cotton, ore, pig iron, non-ferrous metals, timber, livestock, and people. In the first 5-year plan, the Transmigrator nation should have light industrial product exports at the highest level, about 60%. High-tech industrial products should be 20 to 30%. Ocean trade services and financial services about 10%. Transmigrator agricultural and light industrial products might include various alcohols, white sugar, sewing needles, silk, glass, ceramics, canned goods, paper, fertilizer, pepper, tea. Among these, spices, tea, silk, ceramics will use entrepot trade. We don't directly produce these products but enter the trade as middlemen. Other products will be provided by the industrial sector. These are all products where we have unique technology or production capacity advantages. Higher-tech industrial products would be pharmaceuticals, soap, MSG, optical instruments, precision instruments, and tools. The last few items just need to be made somewhat better than European products of the time. Not only can we profit from back exporting to Europe, but we can also use this opportunity to create European scientific systems dependence on our products, eliminate their creative inventions, attract their excellent scientific talent, and ultimately achieve complete dissolution and elimination of the European scientific system. Dr. Zhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. This way I can really screw over Hygens. Actually, I'll just recruit him as my assistant. His brow suddenly furrowed. Damn, he was only born this year. It'll be at least another 20 years before he can be my assistant. Who's Hygens? The inventor of the modern clock, Zhang Lishi said. Strictly speaking, the inventor of the pendulum principle. though I've decided to claim credit for these inventions myself. Ma Qianju said, clocks are useful to us, but as trade goods they're only luxury items. I don't see ordinary Ming people having a need for precise timekeeping. Europeans should have significant demand. Their maritime trade is developed, and precise timekeeping is very important for navigators positioning at sea. This way, we'll completely destroy the future European clock industry. Lu Rong was immersed in his trade warfare theory. Ma Qianju nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Then there's shipbuilding and various printed materials, all very competitive. Li Haiping said, actually I think at a certain point, say when the first 5-year plan is half done, things like instant noodle factories, canning factories, and rice noodle factories should encourage local gentry and merchants to invest. We provide cheap technology and machinery. They invest in setting up, operating, and selling. What do we need to own these things for? Civilian industry, as long as it's not core stuff, let private parties handle it. They understand better how to operate and make money. We just need to teach them modern industrial production organization and business management. Wang Liubin said, that's too far off. Right now, planned economy is more suitable. Planned economy is advantageous for unified allocation of manpower and materials. Besides, we're cultivating a new generation of industrial workers. This won't show results in 1 or 2 years. If you privatize enterprises, capitalists' nature is profit-seeking. They have no interest in cultivating industrial workers, and Lingao may not have gentry merchants with such capabilities anyway. But Yu Shui kept shaking his head. Everyone, though our Trade Nation Foundation isn't problematic, have you considered one issue? Everyone's gaze swept toward him. The imperial capital history, Otaku said unhurriedly. Everyone, before you continue discussing, let me first read you a few passages. I've recently read several books about foreigners' experiences in late Qing China. I feel feudal small peasant economy consumption habits are completely from a different dimension than modern commodity economics. Let me excerpt a few passages to throw some cold water. All Chinese housewives know how to maximize their fabric use. What can't be used in one place will certainly be used elsewhere. Even scraps must be fully utilized, used for sole stitching. These items are always used to the fullest. Even final scraps are matched with other fabrics until completely exhausted. 3 sedan bearers carried him for 5 hours, traveling 23 miles, then walked back to Guangzhou to eat the breakfast provided for them. They walked 46 miles before breakfast, half of it carrying a load, all to save 5 cents. Most Chinese wheelbarrows creak when pushed due to lack of lubricating oil. Yet those with deadened nerves consider noise cheaper than oil, preferring to creak rather than apply a few drops. A Chinese mother saw her child covered in dust and used an old broom to sweep him off. A curious foreign woman said, "Does your child bathe daily?" "Daily," the Chinese mother answered angrily. "He hasn't bathed since he was born." For ordinary Chinese, even if soap retailers put up signs saying cheaper than dirt, it won't have any effect. It's generally impossible to buy any ready-made tools, but you can buy some semi-finished products, then process and finish them yourself. Because doing it yourself is always cheaper than buying ready-made. Everyone wants cheap, so there's nothing ready-made. These descriptions may be biased or exaggerated, but at least they prove that small peasant economy societies' consumption views differ vastly from modern people's. From this, we can summarize the general consumption view of ancient, at least Ming-Qing era, lower-class working people. Time, effort, comfort, convenience are all free. As long as you can save even 1 copper coin, you can freely squander these free elements. In some elderly people today, remnants of this consumption habit can still be seen. Strictly speaking, we haven't truly entered mass consumer goods production yet. From this, we can derive a research topic. In pursuing an economic path and trade nation building in this timeline, how do we transform ancient people's consumption habits? End of chapter. Chapter 228, Trade Discussions, Part 2, Jai Sidui said dismissively. This is the great achievement of my Qing, not the prosperous age of the Ming. Though I don't want to wade into certain pointless disputes, I must say this is fact. A society that could produce capitalist sprouts necessarily had more vigorous commercial activity, which reflects higher per capita purchasing power and living standards. A Ming fanboy immediately supported the chemical department minister's viewpoint. Another factor is that late Qing transit taxes were extremely heavy, while the Ming had almost no customs barriers. So late Qing commodity circulation was actually quite poor. Everyone tended toward localized natural economy production. Jai Sidui continued. Du Wen spoke eloquently. The result of increased commercialization in the late Ming was intensified exploitation and social unrest. Old China's 100 years were the same. Also, the Qing's low commercialization rate was related to the suppression of landlord gentry power, population increase, and insufficient urban population capacity under old transportation conditions. Let's not digress too far. Ma Qianju stopped Du Wen's continued theorizing. Du Wen obediently stopped. I think the so-called capitalist sprouts of the Ming Dynasty are exaggerated. How much consumption level do ordinary people have? Everyone's seen it firsthand since D-Day. How much purchasing power do you think such a society has? That's not a great analogy. Even 21st century Lingao's consumption level wasn't high. Even 21st century Lingao was a commercial society, not a natural economy society. The difference is huge. Using Lingao from any timeline as an example is meaningless, Wen Daisy said. Just like those foreign capitalists at the start of reform and opening who expected that, if every Chinese person buys one of my products, they get rich. 90% of Chinese people still won't buy their stuff. Consumption capacity has always been concentrated in major cities since ancient times. Our position is actually the same as these capitalists. The market seems vast, but we can only select regions with capacity for sales. Guangdong, Jiangnan, the capital, those are our product sales markets. Other places can be automatically ignored. The common people of the Central Plains and Northwest don't even have the chance to be peaceful dogs. They won't consume our products. Luo Duo said. Let's filter out those places and only discuss Director Wen's possible targets. Without transit taxes, does commodity circulation improve? The fundamental problem is that common people have no money. What would they consume with? This has nothing to do with consumption habits. Without money, you naturally economize. The reason they don't consume comes down to one word, poor. I'm not so sure. Look at local landlords. No matter how much of a rural rich man they are, eating fine grain and meat every meal is actually no problem for them. But what's their consumption level? Most landlords still often eat sweet potato porridge. Meat is only for New Year and festivals. Du Wen said, under clan small peasant economic conditions, in many situations labor value plus frugality is the only path to accumulating primitive capital. Agricultural labor habits make people avoid speculative and risk-taking values. Yu Shui nodded. So to go the domestic sales commercial route, we must start by transforming consumption habits. But how specifically do we achieve that? Cultivate the middle class. The purchasing power of lower-class people is very limited. Too simplistic, typical middle-class panacea theory. Du Wen sneered at such shallow remarks. In my view, to change this habit we need to achieve at least 3 points. First, change ancient China's natural economy plus change agricultural free market capitalism values. Second, create a middle stratum. Third, raise overall per capita economic levels. The third point is too slow a process in ancient times or before the Second Industrial Revolution. Transmigrators shouldn't expect several-fold increases in national per capita economic levels in their lifetimes. For the second point, note, not the capitalist or landlord class, but overcoming social Darwinist natural laws to create a juju pit-shaped society remains quite difficult. And under ancient conditions where per capita economic levels are limited and improvement can't be fast, a juju pit-shaped society still destabilizes society. In short, natural economy society is a fairly stable system. Changing it without great social upheaval and cost is impossible. Whenever the Queen starts reciting doctrine, headaches are guaranteed. But stripping away those fancy words, I still think you're right, He Ying said. Ma Qianju said, no personal attacks, discuss the arguments, everyone stay on topic. I also agree with Luo Duo's view, we still need to approach consumption habits from an economic angle, Wu Nanhai spoke up. With money, people will naturally consume. Why fuss about consumption habits? Parents who willingly wait an extra half hour every day just to save 1 yuan on bus fare often happily spend thousands on some so-called arts training class for their children. Not so fast. Economic conditions are just one factor. For example, everyone thinks selling soap is a direction. Actually, whether for one's own home or as hired help, those who actually touch soap are basically lower-class laborers. And such frugal habits often aren't from some sense of responsibility, but purely habit. Even those working in foreigners' houses habitually make unnecessary savings for their employers. Our soap counts as luxury grade, specifically for ladies and young misses. Oh, famous courtesans work too. The 8 beauties of Qinhuai should already be famous by now. Give them trial samples and they become living advertisements. How many bars can you sell that way? Actually, demand for soap should be very large. Any major service industry has considerable need. Whether brothels, food inns, pharmacies, bathhouses, theaters, art houses, or mines, weaving workshops, these already constitute a huge market. Even without soap, soap powder is the same concept. Besides, soap's cost isn't high. Middle-class resources are sufficient. Must only ladies and misses have demand. Practical users are many. He Ying said, that's true, but having demand doesn't mean your product can satisfy that demand. Without soap, there are alternatives. Also, soap's functional use doesn't disappear without it, just gets replaced by other methods, like pig pancreas, saponin pods, especially saponin pods which are almost free. No matter how cheap soap is, can it compete with free pods picked from trees? In the end, it still comes down to the word poor. This consumption habit didn't form without reason, Wang Liubin said. Those materials you Shui described, time, effort, comfort, convenience are all free. As long as you can save even 1 copper coin, you can freely squander these free elements. And even now, some elderly people's consumption concept is to only look at price, not quality. Therefore, I believe, rather than considering how to use advanced future products to open markets, the commercial route should use technological advantages to lower costs in producing products that are already popular in this era, earning profits through price advantages. For example, if transmigrators can make better paper at lower cost, that's a huge opportunity. Or if there's a way to make better, more oil-efficient lamps, also a huge opportunity. Even a good creative idea, making ceramic items more functional and artistic, is equally a huge opportunity. New iron smelting techniques, improved ironware, better quality at better prices. Isn't that opportunity? Even at luxury goods level, as long as you grasp creativity, high-end market profits can similarly create good opportunities. No matter how self-sufficient a natural economy society is, it still needs to import goods. Common people don't not consume, they just don't have better products to consume. The steadily rising import figures after the late Qing's 5 treaty ports prove this point. Why could kerosene and matches capture the Chinese market? Chinese people didn't suddenly become wealthy in those several decades of late Qing. It's just that kerosene and matches were much more convenient than previous products, yet usage costs hadn't increased much. This is how the small peasant economy and natural economy in the real world's China was broken. Not many new concepts, just cheaper, slightly better foreign goods flooding in and breaking the original small-scale economic system. So it seems we don't actually need too many fancy export goods. In my view, once the 3 acids and 2 alkalis go into production, our most advantageous mass product is paper. Paper consumption was enormous, with many consumption levels, from writing imperial edicts to wiping bottoms, all requiring various kinds of paper. With the transmigrator's chemical pulping technology, they could put every paper workshop in this timeline out of business, assuming the transmigrator's commercial network could reach the whole country. Sewing needles and matches work too. Let's focus on sales of these three products, Ma Kaianju said. The current trade mainstay, glassware, can still only serve as luxury goods. Luxury goods should also be viewed dialectically, Wen Daisy said. Glass mirrors are currently luxury goods. At Guangzhou prices, even egg-sized mirrors sell for over 100 liang. At such prices, only wealthy people can afford them. Don't be dazzled by sales volume. Guangzhou is simply the most prosperous city in southern China with more wealthy people. We need to look at the market more broadly. Let those of middling means also be able to afford it. Lower prices. Not simply lowering prices. Rather, differentiate product tiers. When Daisy had considered this question for a long time, small quantities of high-margin luxury goods couldn't compare in total profit to massive quantities of mass consumer goods. Just look at the 20th century's Fortune 500 companies, those occupying the top positions in enterprise scale, profits, and sales figures were basically all those providing ordinary mass consumer goods. Mirrors present no technical difficulty. Once we've mastered glass manufacturing technology, batch-producing glass mirrors is just a matter of time and raw material supply, Wen Daisy said. Let's take this opportunity to develop a complete mirror product series. From full-length large glass mirrors for the wealthy to small rough-edged mirrors that ordinary commoners can afford, we must produce them all. End of chapter. Chapter 229, Trade Discussions, Part 3, From Everyone's Reactions, when Daisy knew this proposal wasn't generating much enthusiasm. Then Mo Xian spoke. Director Wen, your reasoning is sound, but mirrors are currently our flagship product. They've already established a luxury image among common people. If we rashly produce cheap products, I'm worried it'll hurt the high-end product line. When Daisy answered, Look, how many mirrors do you think Ming people can buy? Mo Xian said. A few days ago, the Guangzhou liaison station sent word that after the new year, a batch of mirrors was sent to the capital for sale. Supposedly the shop was so mobbed that several people were injured. The Gao family is pressing for shipments, saying they want as many as we can send. How much does a mirror sell for now? Guangzhou prices. Jet black mirrors retail between 80 to 120 liang, other colors between 100 to 200 liang. Crocodile, in a place like Guangzhou, how much income does the middle class have? Yu Eshui said. That's quite a range. Ordinary shop assistants make about 1 to 2 liang per month. The chief manager our Guangzhou station hired previously earned 240 liang per year, considered a high salary stratum in the Ming. Petty urbanites earning 1 or 2 liang a month definitely can't afford it. Even Ming senior white-collars would probably have to grit their teeth to buy our mirrors. How many wealthy households who can casually spend several hundred liang are left? I'd guess a few thousand at most. Well, from last month's shipment volume, mirrors alone numbered over 1,200. The market will saturate sooner or later. Some wealthy households want more than 1 or 2 mirrors, you know. Rich men have 10 or 8 concubines, doesn't each need one. Otherwise women get jealous and that's trouble. More wives means more children. Daughters-in-law, don't they all need some? Everyone laughed at Mo Xian's words. Also, wealthy households from around Guangzhou all come to buy, Mo Xian said, including from Fujian. I hear merchants from Jiangnan are also approaching the Gao family about procurement. Once they start ordering, they'll want 1,000 at a time, right? They won't just buy a few mirrors. The overall situation does look quite good, but product lines need long-term consideration. When Daisy thought Mo Xian's commercial sense was rather mediocre, he'd have to replace him next time. Unfortunately, both professional salespeople were in Guangzhou. Mirrors cost us next to nothing. Producing more and expanding our user base only has benefits, no drawbacks. As for high-end products, let the Guangzhou station handle that. They're supporting so many jewelry craftsmen. making mirror blanks more luxurious is easy. My idea is to let as many people as possible use mirrors. Can't we consider selling mirrors to other places, like Southeast Asia? Sure, which is why we're working on Macau, Liuxiang, and Zhukelao. When Daisy explained, Macau goes without saying, it's a window in itself. The latter two both control fairly extensive overseas trade networks. Through them, we can dump these products in Southeast Asia. Why not just operate directly ourselves? Why let them profit? Li Haiping was puzzled. In his view, the executive committee was overestimating these pirate chiefs' power. Let me say it again, at this stage we shouldn't make more enemies. This era isn't one of free trade. Being a sea merchant still requires some capability. When Daisy said, one could say that in 1629, Chinese sea merchants were in a high-risk, high-reward industry. They faced a crisis-ridden but profit-rich space. Zheng Zhilong, the official merchant-pirate hybrid, basically controlled the Fujian to Japan shipping lane. Trade ships passing through this region all had to pay tolls, otherwise they'd definitely be plundered. Moreover, the Japanese shogunate only opened a few cities for foreign trade, with very few trading partners. Some regional domain lords' ports also allowed trade, but each ship was still charged 1,000 liang in trade fees. Portuguese, English, Dutch merchant fleets were all traders and pirates. When facing the strong like the Zhengs, they paid taxes. When facing the weak, they robbed. Spain was absorbed in Southeast Asian colonization and the slave trade, basically controlling the Philippines and Malay archipelago regions. Though they heavily depended on Chinese merchants to supply colonial materials and labor, they lacked the strength to join trade with China proper, so they could only use Manila galleons to constantly ship silver from American colonies to entice Chinese merchants to come trade. Due to excessive dependence on Hua merchants and Chinese people, the Spanish developed a pathological fear of Chinese people and spared no effort in suppressing and controlling them. Hua merchants and Chinese faced many restrictions. The Dutch possessed the most formidable maritime fleet in Chinese waters, but as latecomers, they had no good foothold. Seeking new colonies, they tried to control Taiwan and Penghu, waging decades of war against the Zheng family. Only in 1661 did Zheng Chenggong recover Taiwan, while the Netherlands also declined after losing the Anglo-Dutch Wars. Vietnam's southern and northern dynasties. The northern dynasty also charged 1,000 liang annually for port trade. The southern dynasty opened one city specifically for Hua trade. Both Vietnamese dynasties called themselves Little China, yet each found foreigners to back them. The northern dynasty had Dutch support, the southern dynasty had Portuguese. The English as rising stars, though arriving late without finding a foothold in this region, constantly sought to break into this market. Economic, political, religious, ethnic, these chaotic factors intertwined, making the entire East Asian Southeast Asian waters a Darwinian jungle. The transmigrators certainly had strong ships and powerful cannons, but with scarce population, especially lacking ships and sailors, and unfavorable geography, they temporarily weren't qualified to join this maritime free-for-all. Using powerful sea merchant groups' existing networks for sales became the only choice. Chinese goods are very popular in Southeast Asia, originally an excellent money-making route, and many Southeast Asian specialties are things we need, Zhang Lixi said regretfully. Currently we can't get silk, tea, or porcelain export rights. Selling mirrors isn't bad. I remember Chinese bronze mirrors were traditionally export goods. Trades being discussed so enthusiastically, imports, exports, but where are the ships? Li Haiping continued questioning. Shipping capacity is insufficient. When Daisy sighed. The transmigrators' current situation was somewhat like Japan's. Lingao itself produced very few industrial raw materials. The transmigrators' goods for sale and important industrial materials all depended on ships for import and export. Not only that, even salt transport from Salt Farm Village to Barren City. Though the transmigrators had built a simple road between the two locations, Due to lack of draft animals and vehicles, bulk sea salt products were still shipped to Bopu for transshipment. This made the transmigrators highly dependent on ships. Since the Beidu village campaign, the transmigrator collective's fleet holdings had suddenly surged. They now owned 3 70-ton two-masted sailing ships, Dengying Isle, Fubo, and Tongji, 2 40-ton single-masted ships, and over a dozen small vessels. Of these ships, except for the Fubo, which was equipped as a warship, all were used as transport ships. Of the 5 large and medium ships, except for the Fubo, which had armament and couldn't easily enter Guangzhou port, all exclusively ran the Guangzhou route, bringing in large quantities of materials urgently needed by industrial departments. The problem was that shipping speed still couldn't keep up with industrial department demands. Sailing ships were slow with limited cargo capacity. The Naval Forces Department wanted to expand fleet size, but the sailor problem constantly plagued them. The prospect of several major maritime groups fighting to the death had made sailors extremely scarce. Whether Liu Xiang, Zheng Zhilong, Zhu Keilao, or even Ming local officials, everyone was recruiting coastal fishermen and people with seafaring experience. The Transmigrator Collective clearly wasn't viewed favorably by common people. "We still hope to build larger ships, preferably powered vessels," Li Haiping said. "Not talking about huge ships, but at least 200–300 deadweight tons. With power, speed would be much faster and sailor requirements would be much lower. The Dengying Isle is faster than the other ships, if only it weren't always out of diesel. Director Wen, didn't the planning committee already approve building 1 two-masted schooner? This type should be 200 tons, right? Only needs 10 sailors. Shipbuilding isn't that simple. Many equipment pieces don't exist yet. To build ships, we first need to complete the shipyard's equipment matching." When Daisy was also troubled by this. Shipbuilding wasn't model-making after all. When the Swedes replicated the Göteborg, it took nearly 10 years total, more than half the time spent researching period shipbuilding techniques. And that was with complete Swedish documentation. "Let's push this. First, complete shipyard equipment matching. Whatever you need, make a list. We'll have a separate meeting with the machinery department to resolve it." As for the engine problem, Wang Liubin said, "I think whether steam engines or self-made single-cylinder diesel engines, neither is a problem for our industrial capability. Especially single-cylinder diesel engines, not only for marine engines but for many applications, such as agricultural traction of small implements, water pumping, even as prime movers for short-distance transport. Fuel is easy to solve too. Even without diesel, we can make do with vegetable oil or coal gas." Single-cylinder diesel engine manufacturing technology was the simplest among internal combustion engines. The earliest internal combustion engines were diesel engines, and early diesel engines burned vegetable oil, not diesel. Wu Nanhai immediately supported. "This is great. I have many small agricultural machines here that can't be used due to lack of power." Wang Liubin continued, "Though our self-made single-cylinder diesel engines can't yet match Changchai products in power, they're sufficient for general use. If electricity is insufficient, industrial equipment can be driven by these too. Early factory equipment was all driven by steam engines or other power machines. Considering that self-producing electric motors has some difficulty, future factories may need steam or diesel engine drives for quite some time." End of chapter. Chapter 230. Flat Glass Factory. The 5-year plan meeting, lasting a full day and night, finally concluded amid Ma Qianju's constant reminders of "stay on topic, don't wander off." Various departments began implementation according to the general principles established at the meeting. These principles were quite general. Each department still had considerable discretion in specifics. The planning committee only issued near-term targets to be achieved. How to achieve them depended on coordination between departments. Documents between departments flew around on the OA system. Though there were quite a few capable people, and also slackers among the transmigrators across various industries, no one had experience coordinating the operation of a massive industrial system. Naturally, there were many blunders and some waste existed. Frequently, a project would reach the halfway point only to discover that supporting projects hadn't even started, forcing them to stop and wait. As Ma Qianju said, "We're learning how to run a planned economy. Paying some tuition is normal." What Ma Qianju was looking at now was the glass factory expansion report. The Light Industry Ministry's current stage goals were mirrors and window glass. To manufacture these two products required flat glass production capability. Most transmigrators had read Verne's The Mysterious Island and knew that flat glass was first made by blowing an oblong glass bubble, then slowly rolling and shaping it, finally producing a cylindrical glass tube. The two ends would be removed with a diamond cutter, then cut lengthwise, reheated to soften, and spread open into a glass sheet that was rolled flat. This process was quite aptly called the manual blown tube spreading method. From the description alone, this method seemed easy to implement. However, when everyone tried to practice this process, they discovered that Verne had greatly understated the professional skill requirements. He'd probably copied it from a book too. Starting in the early 19th century, this technique replaced the older, more laborious crown flat glass manufacturing method, but it still required glass craftsmen to have highly refined technical skills and strong judgment. The gathering worker had to properly estimate the amount of glass liquid needed to make the cylinder. After cutting and spreading, it had to produce a glass sheet of given size and thickness. If this wasn't a problem for transmigrators who just wanted to make products, then the blowing craftsman's technique was much harder. He had to constantly swing and rotate the molten glass to ensure the entire cylinder achieved uniform thickness and correct overall dimensions. Flat glass manufactured this way required 5 types of skilled workers: the gatherer, blower, positioner, cutter, and flattener. Finally, the glass sheet still needed grinding and polishing before becoming flat glass suitable for windows or mirrors. The skills, techniques, and experience involved were simply beyond what amateur transmigrator glassmakers could master. Especially the blowing technique. In glass workshops of that era, these were the most experienced senior workers. Even the 5 people on Lincoln Island might not be able to do it. The first 4 or 5 experiments failed without surprise. Either they couldn't make a cylinder at all, or the glass was uneven in thickness, or it shattered from stress before even being spread. After repeated experiments, the mechanical people moonlighting as glassmakers finally produced one oddly shaped, uneven glass sheet. Naturally, no one thought this thing could be sold, much less made into a mirror. "Let's use the flat casting method," Wang Liubin said helplessly, looking at the many baskets of broken glass. "You sure about this?" Jai Sidui had some understanding of glass manufacturing. "This counts as industrial scale." Wang Liubin sighed. "Industrial scale it is. We don't lack technology, but we lack skilled workers. We'll have to make up for technique with scale." Cast flat glass, also called the French flat glass casting system, began batch production in France in 1688. By 1760, French flat glass annual output had reached over 1,000 tons, the vast majority used for window glass and coach windows. It was quite different from flat glass made by the manual blown tube method. The advantage was the ability to produce much larger glass sizes, nearly 3 times larger than the blowing method. Worker skill requirements were also much lower. The disadvantage was very large fixed asset investment. If the previous spreading method was still cottage-style manufacturing, then the casting method was completely like a modern factory. If not for the fact that the 17th century Chinese market was completely blank for flat glass, investing in flat glass would have been hard to profit from. The English introduced it for the first time in 1691 and completely failed. The second introduction nearly went bankrupt due to cost and breakage rate problems. All right. Ma Qianju knew approving this request meant increasing fixed asset expenditures. To pilot flat glass production, Bing Feng's glass factory expansion plan gave Ma Qianju quite a shock. Was this still that shed-style glass workshop? A large-span workshop with steel frame structure, containing one melting furnace and one sintering kiln inside the workshop, plus 10 annealing kilns. Throughout the workshop, hundreds of meters of ceramic piping would collect waste heat from the kilns for comprehensive utilization. Isn't the scale too large? It's not large. This factory's annual output is only about 200–300 tons, Wang Liubin said from the side. This is an integrated enterprise, much more economical than the previous simple small glass factory. Especially in waste heat utilization and material flow, front-end processes like material sintering can also be completed in one step. 10 annealing kilns. That's too many. There's only one melting furnace and one sintering kiln. Flat glass annealing takes 10 days. 10 annealing kilns is the absolute minimum. Otherwise, continuous production can't be guaranteed. All right. Ma Qianju knew it was better not to argue on professional matters. The glass factory expansion project began in earnest. The casting method required at least one set of pulley hoists in the workshop to lift and move crucibles of glass liquid, plus the large number of glass kilns inside meant the workshop needed excellent ventilation. So this workshop's clearance height exceeded 6 meters. To accommodate 12 kilns, the workshop's span was also quite large. Bing Feng completely abandoned the original simple brick column wood beam structure in favor of portal steel frame construction. This was his specialty after all. Using portal steel frame construction not only shortened construction time, but also provided fire protection, much safer than wooden trusses in a glass factory full of fire kilns everywhere. You want such long steel trusses, but our rolling mill isn't in place yet. Jai Wusheng was a bit worried. We haven't done any trial rolling either. First time probably won't work. No problem, these can be made from wrought iron or cast iron. Wrought iron, you mean malleable iron. Right. To simplify completely, use cast iron. Not just the trusses, many load-bearing parts and columns I'm also planning to cast from pig iron. Steel structures have many advantages, especially for people like us who are doing great leap-forward style industrialization. Though the columns still used brick as usual, to strengthen structural integrity, cast iron columns were built into the interior. The entire workshop had an A-frame roof, with rows of large windows on the exterior walls near the roof for ventilation and heat dissipation. Combined with the large amount of pipe racks to be laid inside the workshop, the rendering already looked quite similar to old-style workshops commonly seen in another timeline. Jai Wusheng considered, I really haven't done anything this large, but we can try. This isn't even that large. Wang Liubin brought over a roll of drawings. You also need to cast this thing. The drawing showed something like a large ping-pong table with a heavy frame underneath. Jai Wusheng looked at the marked dimensions and was shocked. The dimensions were staggering. 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, 150 thick. All cast iron. At least the tabletop needs to be cast iron. Can you use other materials for the frame? A cast iron plate this size definitely can't be supported without steel. At minimum, reinforced concrete or even stone would work. This iron plate can't be fixed, it needs to roll, so it must have a frame. Damn, this is really exciting. Jai Wusheng cursed but felt quite satisfied inside. Without coming to this other timeline, he wouldn't have this kind of experience even working his whole life in a steel mill. He quickly calculated. The entire table plus frame would weigh 8 tons. What's this big iron table for? Xiao Beileng was sketching out the structure of the future massive casting on paper. He was responsible for designing and making the sand mold. Wang Liubin explained, molten glass liquid is poured on top of this, then spread flat on it. Can't other materials work? 8 tons of pig iron. Xiao Beileng was then shocked by the sand mold volume he'd calculated. And this much molding sand and charcoal powder. Iron's not a problem. Pig iron inventory is already over 200 tons. Another shipload is coming soon. Jai Wusheng studied the drawings from every angle. Barring surprises, This was the largest casting they'd ever made, and probably the largest for years to come. Though the Industry and Energy Committee had plenty of experts, most were from mechanical backgrounds with only superficial knowledge of casting, he felt somewhat hesitant. Let's try. Everything has a first time, Wang Liuban encouraged. Fine, we'll try. But boss, you need to approve us building 2 or 3 more large cupola furnaces. Jai Wusheng's reasoning was solid. Currently they had only 1 cupola, producing at most 1.5 tons of molten iron per heat. Though the 8-ton iron table could be cast in sections, no single section could be completed with just 1 heat of iron. This really is labor-intensive and expensive. Ma Kainju felt more heartache the more he looked. Though with his knowledge he understood this was a necessary technical upgrade. To build industry, you had to be willing to invest in basic industries. Expanding the steel mill's scale a bit wasn't bad, and making this big table now would give the transmigrators experience casting large components in the future. All right, I approve. Ma Kainju signed the project sheet. End of chapter. Chapter 231. Flat glass production line. To make cast flat glass, the transmigrator glassmakers first needed to find a suitable formula. The common ingredient list was silica sand washed and sieved, alkali salt substituted with seaweed ash, quicklime hydrated and sieved, saltpeter. Finally, crushed glass. Jai Sidui directed people to first put all raw materials into the sintering furnace for calcination to remove moisture. After extraction, the sintered blocks were cut into small pieces and individually fed into crucibles for melting. Sintered material volume was much larger than glass liquid, so new material could only be added after the previous batch melted. All this work was done by apprentices. Among the children brought in from Guangzhou, older ones unsuitable for educational training were enrolled in the Apprentice General Corps, using apprenticeship education. Apprenticeship was a skills transmission method centered on hands-on demonstration during actual production. It could train large numbers of technically skilled workers with basic abilities in relatively short time. This was important for the Transmigrator Collective's industrial development. According to estimates by Zhan Wuya and others, after 3-6 months, most simple industrial positions could be filled by local apprentices, freeing transmigrators with advanced skills to focus on more complex, precision work. The Apprentice General Corps used centralized dormitory housing with military-style management. Every morning at 6 a.m. they rose for morning exercise, running and calisthenics, then breakfast. In clothing and meals they were even treated better than school children. After all, factory labor consumed far more than studying. The meal standard was 2,570 calories per day guaranteed. Food variety was similar to transmigrators: brown rice, sweet potatoes, vegetables, and fish products. No fats or meat. At 7 a.m. they lined up and started work, continuing until 6 p.m. with lunch provided. After dinner, they had 1 hour of collective cultural study. Lights out at 9 p.m. Apprentices had no holidays and no wages, but the children mostly adapted. After all, the food was good, housing was good, clothing was neat. The masters were also friendly, without the casual beatings of outside apprenticeships. And they quickly learned they were learning amazing new skills unavailable anywhere outside. For the minority of children with ingrained vagrant habits who wouldn't work, the transmigrators naturally had no interest or time to reform their worldview. Their final destination was the labor reform camp. After a few months there, they'd all come crying and begging to return. Not that everyone could come back. Watching the teenagers walk docilely into the workshop like lambs, led by their squad leader, wearing oversized indigo homespun work clothes and rattan safety helmets, Bai sighed. Now I understand why Marx said capitalists are evil. You democracy trash spouting garbage, get back to work. Zio Bailing was climbing on the truss frame, installing a huge pulley block. This hoist's chains were ones he'd personally made yesterday in the chain and bearing workshop. This is child abuse. Bai Yu may have been a computer networking person in another timeline, and had even been an engineer of human souls, but he'd come to the workshop to draft industrial school regulations for the education department. He hadn't expected to be drafted as a helper the moment he arrived. If we don't abuse children, you get abused instead. Though Zio Bailing had a delicate pseudo-maiden face, he looked quite queenly when serious. Bai Yu had to shut up, muttering, "Socialist democracy and rule of law are also what the party has always advocated." "There's no socialism here," Zio Bailing hammered fiercely at an uncooperative pulley. "What do we call ourselves?" "Right, Du Wen said last time we have oligarchical tendencies." Before Bai Yu could respond, the squad leader over there snapped to attention with a serious face, clicking his heels German-style toward Jai Sidhui, hand raised to report. "Report. Apprentice General Corps 1st Industrial Battalion 3rd Company 1st Glass Platoon reporting. Expected 11, present 11. Report complete. Awaiting your instructions." Glass Platoon nearly made Zio Bailing on the truss and Bai Yu handing up tools below double over laughing. Jai Sidhui waved seriously. At ease. He looked at these half-grown children the army had drilled for months, each straining to puff out their chests, displaying their military bearing. He suddenly noticed the squad leader had an extra armband on his left sleeve. Looking closely, it even had some patterns, probably rank insignia. The army types really knew how to do this stuff. Today's work is continued practical training on glass material melting. You'll divide into 3 groups for shadowing training. Does everyone have their dark glasses? Yes. All the children pulled dark glasses from their pockets. Good. Begin training. Crucibles filled with glass material were heated in the roaring glass kiln. At intervals, Jai Sidhui would extract a crucible to check conditions inside and add more glass material. Everyone note, a layer of opaque white scum has now appeared in the crucible. Jai Sidhui, wearing an asbestos cloth hood and dark glasses, lectured to several apprentices. "We call this glass saltpeter water, the product of using saltpeter to clarify glass liquid. It contains many impurities and must be completely skimmed to produce clear, transparent glass." Several 10-year-old apprentices stared seriously at the red-hot glass liquid in the crucible, constantly pushing back the dark glasses sliding down their noses. During the entire melting process, although the crucible is closed and you can't see inside, as a glass worker you must frequently check the crucible's condition. At this point, an apprentice raised his hand. "Go ahead. What's your question?" "Master Jai said we should frequently observe the glass liquid in the crucible, but this crucible has a lid. Each time we have to take the crucible out to look. Last time Master Wang specifically emphasized maintaining proper temperature during melting, so why not remove the lid? That way we could see inside the crucible directly from the furnace opening. Because glass cannot be contaminated, otherwise it won't turn out clear and flawless. Coal smoke spreads easily and would fall into an open crucible. Understand?" All apprentices nodded together. Then another apprentice raised his hand. "Why not use wood for fuel? Wood burns cleaner than this black coal." Good question." He then spent several minutes explaining fuel heat values, costs, and ease of acquisition. The apprentices listened with half-understanding. Cultivating these Ming Dynasty street children, who just months ago were wandering in cities and countryside, completely illiterate, into new industrial workers required extreme effort from the industrial people. Skills training was actually easier. Chinese people had always been known for being hardworking, diligent, and intelligent, but cultivating new thinking patterns wasn't something that could happen overnight. Anyway, they explained what they could, not expecting understanding, just getting the concepts instilled first. Jai Sidhui asked, "What are your names?" "I'm Sun Xing." "I'm Huang Zhongshan." "It's very good that you can ask such questions." Jai Sidhui praised unstintingly. Such children were rare and needed strong encouragement. After a full night of melting, pairs of workers carefully used carrying frames to extract crucibles from the fire kiln, carefully placing them in an iron frame under the hoist. This iron frame had long handles installed on both sides for pouring. By now the glass liquid in the crucibles was in a red-hot state, with just the right viscosity. The crucible was hoisted up and transported by overhead crane to the cast-iron pouring table. The pouring table was originally constructed by laying copper plates on a solid stone surface. People at the time believed copper contaminated molten glass less than iron, but later in actual production, they found copper plates cracked easily when glass liquid was poured on them. Once cracked, the copper plate was completely ruined. The English improved this in the mid-19th century, using cast iron as the platform. The transmigrators completely copied the English design. Though not as massive as that table, the structure was identical, also installed with casters. This way the pouring table could be pushed directly to each annealing kiln's entrance without needing special tools and vehicles for transport. The machinery department also made some small improvements. Simple iron rails were laid between the pouring table and annealing kilns. These were simple small rails directly embedded in the hard floor, without using sleepers, but greatly saving manpower. After all, pushing an 8-ton-plus table was no light work. After glass liquid was poured from the crucible onto the table's surface, workers used an iron roller to flatten the gel-like molten glass. The platform's perimeter had iron strips to ensure glass liquid wouldn't be pushed off onto the ground. The entire pouring operation was completed smoothly. The glass liquid poured onto the pouring table was easily rolled flat into sheets of flat glass. Depending on how much glass liquid was poured each time, glass sheet thickness could be controlled. Then came 10 days of annealing. This is definitely easier than any blown tube method, Jai Sidui excitedly told Wang Liuobin as he watched the first batch of flat glass enter the annealing kiln. We're not done yet. After annealing, grinding is still needed before it can be used, Wang Liuobin said. He remembered reading in books that this was an extremely slow and laborious task. During pouring, the glass sheet's top surface contacted the roller while the bottom contacted the iron plate, leaving surfaces rather rough. Grinding and polishing were required. Grinding work was done on a stone platform. At Wang Liuobin's request, the quarry specially obtained a large piece of blue-gray stone. This was a fine-textured, soft stone, most suitable as a grinding platform. The grinding process worked like this. Lime was applied under the glass sheet to be ground to prevent movement during grinding. Then on top of the flat glass to be ground, another glass sheet half the size was placed. The upper glass sheet had a wooden board glued to it, and on the board was fixed a horizontal wheel made of lightweight hardwood. This wheel could move the upper glass sheet back and forth, creating stable friction between the two glass sheets. To increase friction effect, water and fine sand were poured between the two glass sheets. Raised edge strips were installed around the grinding table to ensure water and sand wouldn't drain away. End of chapter. Chapter 232. Steam engines and boilers. Several people were checking the glass factory's production progress. Not just flat glass, but also the glassware production line. The orders from the Guangzhou station were mostly 3 different sizes of glass wine bottles. In modern glassware manufacturing, glass bottles were made by automated blow molding on assembly lines, easily producing hundreds of identically sized standard bottles per minute. The barren glass factory was still hand casting. Actually, the apprentices performed much better in this regard than some clumsy otaku transmigrators, but the best daily record was only about 200. We should really design an automated bottle-making production line, Zhan Wuya said. With manual production, how many workers would we need to meet demand? Wait until the flat glass finishes annealing, then talk about manpower. Wang Liuobin's face glowed in the firelight. The grinding requires far more manpower than making glass bottles. While they were talking, Li Dai brought Marine Squad soldiers from Bopu, using rowboats to tow floating rafts carrying over a dozen barrels of materials. Grinding materials have arrived. Sign for them. Li Dai exhaled. He was soaking wet. When crossing shallows, he'd had to lead by example, jumping down to push the raft to avoid smashing it on rocks. These are all collected by the Navy. Digging sand was quite a chore. You'd better give us discounts on anything we order in the future. Li Dai didn't forget to tout his contributions. Sure, the sand is all graded, already done, coarse to fine, sieved with the screens you provided. 3 grades total, 3 barrels each. Should be enough for you, plus 3 barrels of diatomaceous earth. When grinding glass, you first used coarse sand, then fine sand, then specialized ultrafine blue glass abrasive, which the transmigrators couldn't process themselves, so they substituted with the finest sand. After this series of grinding was complete, a roller with handles on both ends would be wrapped in wool felt, then dusted with diatomaceous earth or corundum powder for final polishing. There were local reserves of diatomaceous earth. The entire polishing process was not only laborious but time-consuming, which is why the glass factory was also among the earliest customers of Watt and Bolton's steam engines. To save manpower, the transmigrators naturally had to turn to this industrial miracle device. How's your steam engine coming along? Our mechanical group is planning to copy one. Zhan Wuya finally openly made designs on Li Dai's secret. Li Dai's steam engine was a small kit obtained from America. In the U.S., it was a toy for steam engine hobbyists, similar to ultralight aircraft kits that many people assembled. It works now, but the horsepower is very low, only 12 horsepower, Li Dai said. It had taken him nearly 3 months to assemble. The structure was compact and lightweight, installable on the Navy's large rowboats. The mechanical group decided to examine this machine, so the entire team went to Bopu and saw the machine installed in the Navy's boat shed. We can't handle this. Let's start with the simplest Watt engine. Zhan Wuya said this after examining Li Dai's machine. The steam engine's principles didn't exceed their knowledge, but many of the processing methods and materials used couldn't be supported by transmigrator industry. This machine is quite portable. Pity we can't make it, Joe Billy said after looking. Its boiler is very sophisticated, the piping is all steel, many parts are welded. Without welding, how do we make boilers? And high-pressure fire tubes, rubber seals. We didn't bring much rubber anyway, and there aren't ready-made specifications we can use. Li Dai grew troubled. What the hell weird ideas are you getting? Steam engines have never needed rubber seals. Zio Bailing spat. Not just in Newcomen and Watt's time, even in the compound expansion era, nobody used rubber seals. Indeed not needed, Zhan Wuya said. As for materials, we don't need steel either. Early steam engines had no steel at all, just cast iron or wrought iron hammered by hand. Our materials and processing capabilities would make Watt's eyes pop. He sighed. But we don't know riveting. Without riveting, we'd need welding, which we can't afford. Zhan Wuya wasn't skilled in this either. He had complete welding equipment and had stocked some consumables, but welding rods, acetylene, and such couldn't be replenished. Use a bit, lose a bit. Heh, speaking of riveting, not to brag, but I'm probably the only one here who knows how, Joe Billy said proudly. You do. Zhan Wuya recalled this Joe Billy was just a mechanical repairman, a sheet metal specialist. Though he worked on aircraft maintenance, which sounded impressive, it wasn't much use to transmigrators. Aircraft still have quite a bit of riveting, so I took an interest and often tried it myself, Joe Billy said. Riveting was the most widely used metal joining method in the industrial age. It was more convenient and reliable than traditional forge welding and strong enough. Especially in shipbuilding, riveting remained the main shipbuilding technique through World War II. Even the super battleship Yamato was connected rivet by rivet, with welding only used in very few non-critical areas. Since the 1950s, welding technology had advanced rapidly, eventually replacing riveting in many fields, to the point that few people mastered this skill in modern times. Zhan Wuya clearly remembered that when Shanghai's Garden Bridge was dismantled for renovation, finding workers who could install rivets took considerable effort. It's all up to you, Zio Bailing clapped his shoulder. Wait, I can't do riveting work alone. A team of 2 to 3 is needed, plus specialized equipment. Joe Billy gestured. Fine, I'll assign some mechanical workers to learn from you." Joe Billy immediately started a training class in the machinery plant's workshop. Zhan Wuya had some iron plates and beams brought over for demonstrations. Based on his list, the machinery plant first fabricated a complete set of equipment: hammers, a portable furnace with bellows and rivets. Generally, material was first mechanically drilled. Then the plates to be joined were overlapped. Riveters usually worked in teams of 3. One rivet heater who first heated rivets in the furnace until red-hot, then passed them to the riveter with tongs, who hammered the rivet into the rivet hole. Since furnaces weren't very portable, when building large riveted components, the heater passed rivets by throwing them. This required juggler-like skills for both throwing and catching. No matter how large the object being riveted, even a super battleship like Yamato, its hull was built this way by riveters, one hammer blow at a time. "At this rate, how many riveters do we need to train?" Zhan Wuya exclaimed when he saw them take several minutes to finish the first rivet hole. "Take it slow. This is skilled work too." Li Dai witnessed this scene and seriously doubted whether he'd live to board a 10,000-ton battleship. Joe Billy apparently sensed everyone's disappointment. "Don't we have an air compressor?" "Yes. With an air compressor, riveting work becomes much easier. The hammering process can be done with a pneumatic hammer driven by the compressor. Then you only need one riveter. Once our industrial level improves, we can use hydraulic riveting machines too," Joe Billy said. "But that's difficult. Let's make do with manual work for now." The first riveting worker training class began. At Joe Billy's request, some children were selected from the apprentices to serve as rivet heaters. In the past, heaters were the rivet apprentices' positions. Mastering riveting technology meant being able to manufacture the steam engine's key component, the boiler. Regardless of which type or principle of steam engine was used, an efficient boiler was obviously one of its core components. The boiler's role extended beyond powering steam engines. Industrial hot water, steam, and heating all required boilers. The transmigrators' relatively high living standards were largely thanks to boilers. Without boilers, transmigrators would have to wash with cold water and eat rice with burnt bottoms cooked over open flames. The boiler itself was simple in principle. The wagon-type boiler used by Watt's steam engine served for nearly 150 years, still functioning until 1850. Of course, its thermal efficiency was poor. The machinery department planned to replicate a fairly successful design of that era, the Lancashire double-flue boiler invented in 1844, which was subsequently widely adopted. After continuous small improvements in design and materials, it served modern industry well into the 20th century. The Lancashire boiler had large capacity and could provide stable steam flow. It was an atmospheric pressure boiler that couldn't provide high-pressure steam, so its evaporative power was relatively weak with limited applications. However, its technology was simple and mature, with no manufacturing difficulties. It was riveted from low-carbon steel plate, but could also be made from rolled wrought iron, which was significant for transmigrators with limited steel production. Why not try fire tube or water tube boilers? The difficulty shouldn't be greater than the Lancashire boiler. We can also reference the Locomobile's boiler. The fire tube boiler was invented in 1829 by the Frenchmen Seguin and Briton Stephenson Company, originally for steam locomotives. Fire tube boilers and the subsequent water tube boilers could generate very high steam pressure, important for powering large ships, locomotives, and even power generation. All the locomobiles are running 24 hours. They won't let you disassemble them for reference. No need to disassemble the locomobiles. We're clear on fire tube and water tube boiler structures, Wang Liuobin said. The key is whether the materials can pass muster. These are high-pressure boilers. Without high-pressure boiler tube reserves and with our self-produced steel tubes performance. End of chapter. Chapter 233. Simple rail transport. The old high-pressure boilers used wrought iron pipes. A fat man squeezed his way over. I've dismantled those antique boilers in our factory. There wasn't any steel, it was all soft iron. The fire tubes inside were made of wrought iron. "Who are you?" Wang Liuobin paused for a moment. "I'm Xiao Gui from the mechanical plant." The fat man looked helpless. Being unrecognized by leadership was never a good thing. "Do you think there's a problem with copying a high-pressure boiler?" "Not big problems. It's just that we have many green hands here and few skilled ones. The work quality isn't great. In my opinion, we should start with a simple Lancashire boiler to let everyone practice. After all, Master Joe is also new to riveting. Let's build something with lower requirements first so we don't have accidents." Xiao Gui spoke conservatively, though he didn't look worried at all. "All right, let's copy 2 Lancashire boilers first. Once we're skilled, we'll work on high-pressure ones," Wang Liuobin said. Solving the boiler problem meant solving half the steam engine problem. The critical component of a steam engine is the cylinder, a product that significantly tests the transmigrator's industrial processing level. Cylinders are actually machined using boring mills. The quality of the cylinder directly affects the steam engine's actual output power and safety. The mechanical plant had already accumulated considerable experience with large boring mills through machining cannon barrels. Manufacturing cylinders this time posed no technical difficulties. The first steam engine designed and manufactured by the transmigrators, the Mosei, was a horizontal steam engine driven by a Lancashire boiler. Its steam-jacketed cylinder sat on a cast-iron base, with the slideways cast integrally with the base and bored out. The crankpin was connected to a hanging crank plate, and the outer end of the crankshaft was supported by an independent bearing. A governor automatically adjusted the degree of expansion based on the machine's load. The crankshaft had 2 eccentrics driving the main slide valve and the expansion valve. With a cylinder diameter of 311 and a stroke of 560, it could generate 50 horsepower at a steam pressure of 4 kg/cm2 and a speed of 95 rpm. This level was already on par with the small power locomobiles brought by the transmigrators, though of course, the locomobiles achieved this with smaller boiler volumes. If they wanted to increase horsepower, they simply needed to enlarge the cylinder diameter and increase the stroke. Expanding the cylinder diameter to 560 and the stroke to 1,000, a steam engine of the same structure could output 185 horsepower, sufficient for most industrial applications. As for the materials used for the boilers and steam engines, apart from a few parts using low-carbon steel, everything else was either cast iron or wrought iron, very suitable for the transmigrator's metallurgical level. "Actually, there's still a lot of room for improvement," Xiao Gui commented on the design drawings drawn by Xiao Beiling. "For example, replacing slide valves with drop valves, or simply using cylindrical oscillating valves, but that will have to wait until our material and processing standards improve." Processing standards represent no issue. We have so many modern machine tools and professional personnel. Xiao Gui smiled. "None of us have done this specific work before. It's better to be careful. Proceed step by step. If accidents happen with boilers or steam engines, people will die. Everyone has worked in factories. Don't forget safe production." "That's right. If one isn't careful in a factory, casualties can happen at any time. The current apprentices are okay since kids accept things quickly, but the adult workers don't pay much attention and think we're making a fuss over nothing. Sooner or later there will be an industrial accident." Jiang Yi agreed deeply. "There's no helping it. People won't remember without learning lessons in blood." Zhan Wuya sighed and said, "Let's not talk more about this. Our policy for equipment production is, proceed step by step, make small, quick runs, and continuously improve. In terms of production technology, we are repeating the old path others have walked anyway. Technological improvements have precedence to follow, so we won't go astray. Starting with simple technical equipment and gradually increasing technical content and processing difficulty allowed them to quickly climb the tech tree while avoiding the risks brought by distinct, great leap forward style development. Even very simple, primitive equipment could play an important, even indispensable role at this stage. Things like steam engines were far more useful than diesel engines right now. Producing boilers and steam engines was like using a cheat code for the transmigration enterprise. It was the key of keys. No one dared to slack off. Ma Qianju ordered the projected planning committee to unconditionally approve all material and energy applications from the Industrial and Energy Committee. Wu De also beat his chest, promising to give as much manpower as requested. The Lingao General Construction Company organized shockwork construction to build factory buildings. Although the 5-year plan included many different types of factories, most were actually just various workshops within the Bopu industrial zone. The layout of the industrial zone had undergone overall planning to fully utilize space and centralize the arrangement of various distinct pipelines. Between workshops and warehouses, concrete pedestrian paths were paved, along with simple tracks for transporting goods. Of course, these tracks couldn't run trains. They were just 2 rolled wrought iron strips embedded directly into the concrete floor, with limited load-bearing capacity. Originally, the machinery group planned to use hardwood rails, but considering Lingao's climate, wood products easily rotted in the rainy season. They used wrought iron. It was cheaper than steel and tougher than cast iron rails, making it a primary material for early railway tracks. Originally, Zhan Wuya designed this kind of track simply to imitate the simple interworkshop transport methods from his previous life. He had worked in a spray painting workshop for a while, where large workpieces were loaded onto flatbed cars and pushed along tracks from the previous workshop. It saved manpower and time, with high efficiency. However, when the train enthusiasts among the transmigrators saw the tracks, they couldn't help but feel their hearts flutter. Under the joint petition of a group of people, the executive committee was finally moved. Thus, what was originally just simple tracks between workshops turned into a complex track system. In the new plan, the length of the tracks was greatly increased, and the connection range was more extensive. From Baron City, the farm, Eastgate Market, to the hydroelectric station by the Wenlin River, the inland river wharves, Baron Commune, extending all the way to the various workshops, warehouses, and office buildings within the factory zone. It could not only transport various equipment, raw materials, and goods, but also transport personnel. A switch and an auxiliary track were set up every certain distance to allow vehicles to pass each other. To master the vehicle running status and facilitate scheduling, a high platform was specially built as a general control console, installed with wired telephones and a light control system. In emergency states, a set of colored flag visual systems could be used, or they could connect directly to the broadcast system and control via loudspeakers. President Wen, these are several types of vehicles we designed for rail transport. In the vehicle workshop, Workshop Director Li Chiqis introduced several flatbed cars parked under the work shed to the main committee members. As a young man with a major in mechanics and automation, being able to hold such a critical post was primarily because his major was basically useless here, so he could fully devote his time to the tedious administrative work of a leadership position. Unlike people like Jiang Yi, Zhou Billy, and Zhao Gui, who had skills in their hands and were too busy with technical breakthroughs, design, and product processing every day. Of course, another reason he served as director of the vehicle workshop was that he was a senior model enthusiast, particularly deep into full-structure vehicle models. He could be considered the person closest to vehicle manufacturing. Since the birth of the vehicle workshop, he hadn't let everyone down. He modified over a dozen wheelbarrows, manufactured and modified the first batch of 2-wheeled freight carts, and recently produced the Transmigrator's first 4-wheeled carriage, the Red Flag model. When Daisy and the others looked at the flatbed rail cars under the shed, they all looked unremarkable, no different from the small flatbed rail cars used in factories in their memories. It was just that the vehicles before them used more wood materials. This is the basic flatbed freight model. Li Chiqi was wearing pitch-black mechanics overalls. He was a fat man with short curly hair and small eyes. After being in Lingao for so long, he hadn't gotten any thinner, just exceptionally solid. This flatbed model has a maximum load of 5 tons, unpowered, pushed by manpower, pulled by horses or by a traction unit. If improved further, reaching a 15-ton load wouldn't be difficult. Traction unit, what kind of power? Ma Qianju became interested. He remembered that rail flat cars used inside factories were generally electric. That was naturally impossible here. Well, we developed several models of traction units. As for which ones to select, we need the Industrial and Energy Committee to evaluate. Li Chiqi said, on this basic model, we designed multiple detachable modification kits, including tank car transport types, bulk cargo transport types, extra-long item transport types, etc. By installing different kits, different functions can be realized. This design concept is good, Wen Daisy approved. Ma Qianju wasn't quite assured. Are there problems with the vehicle bogies? No problems. We overcame that difficulty when we developed the red flag carriage. Li Chiqi was confident. The main problem limiting vehicle load now is that we aren't sure about the actual situation of the track load. When Daisy waved his hand, no problem. Back then, the British used wooden rails and horse traction to haul several tons of coal per car. Our rail transport is built with concrete and steel materials after all. This is the second vehicle type, the self-propelled flatbed car. The second model Li Chiqi introduced was exactly the same as the basic freight model, except that there were 4 seats at the 4 corners of the flatbed. Below the seats were some chains, wheels, and the like, and below each seat were pedals. Obviously, it moved by human pedaling. This is actually quite nice, but is the driving force of 4 people cycling enough? It's enough. When empty, it's very fast. We even installed a braking device. It's just very hard to start when fully loaded. Li Chiqi had already done tests. Once loaded with too much cargo, if there was no external force to help start it, the 4 people on the car couldn't pedal the pedals no matter what. It takes about 10 people pushing together to start it. Once started, it can move by pedaling. Did they have to specially prepare 10 people as starters? Obviously, this type of vehicle could only serve as a transport car or for transporting light items. End of chapter. Chapter 234. Supporting facilities. It's not very useful, is it? Just for transporting people. Efficiency isn't that high. This car holds, 10 people at most? When Daisy wasn't very satisfied. It can serve as an armed patrol car, Wei Awen said. Install armor on all 4 sides, mount a machine gun on top or something. Wait until we lay the tracks to Bopu first. Here we have hardened roads as a foundation, but to extend to Bopu, we'll need sleepers and lay tracks properly. Just lay them then. It's all standard 1435 gauge anyway, so there's no waste from redundant construction. Let's hold off on that for now. Even if we wanted to, we don't have that much steel. There's still 1 or 2 kilometers of track to be laid inside the Bopu factory area. Metallurgy and heavy chemicals can't do without heavy lifting. Ma Qianju shook his head. He knew very well that the inventory of pig iron, wrought iron, and steel was less than 20 tons as of yesterday, barely enough to cope with general industrial production. The pig iron shipped from Guangdong wouldn't arrive for another week. With no iron ore in hand, he felt panic in his heart. Always relying on maritime imports, now he understood better than anyone why the Japanese were so hell-bent on occupying northeast China back then, trying to hold onto Manchukuo, even when they were being beaten to a pulp. Iron ore and blast furnaces, these two were the foundation of industry. Next, the long-range reconnaissance team needs to conduct specific prospecting, Ma Qianju thought. We also have modification kits for self-propulsion for this type. Seeing the leaders weren't very interested in the manpower car, Li Chiqi hurriedly directed people to assemble the equipment. 2 foldable iron masts were installed on the flatbed. After entering the track, the masts were erected, and sails were hoisted simultaneously. The sails were hard, facilitating extension and retraction. Using wind propulsion assisted by cycling after raising the sails, the efficiency was naturally much higher than pure pedaling. The advantage of using hard sails was high wind efficiency and very easy hoisting, requiring no rigging or manipulation, making them very practical for flat cars. This is still a preliminary design. We've invited professionals studying fluid dynamics to conduct tests to obtain the optimal sail shape. We also want to try if soft sails might be more efficient. You don't need to try soft sails to know they won't work. When Daisy knew the pros and cons of hard versus soft sails by heart. You can't even handle the rigging issues. Do you expect these 4 people to operate rigging too? I hadn't thought of that. Lingao's wind resources are quite rich, but using it to drive flat cars is still not very reliable. Do you have a more reliable power system? Yes, this is diesel-powered. The experimental model uses a Changhua single-cylinder engine. It works quite well for towing flat cars. Chiqis pointed to one at the far end. A Changhua single-cylinder engine was mounted transversely at the rear of the flatbed, with a simple gearbox, control lever, and brake, as well as a hanger, according to Chiqis. It was for hanging a lantern. Light bulbs were currently Class I industrial materials and products that couldn't be manufactured in the short term. If steam engines could be miniaturized, we could also install steam engines. We just need to increase the frame strength a bit. Current materials are still a bit lacking. Then you'd have to hitch a coal water tender. Might as well just build a small train, when Daisy said with a smile deep down. He was also a railway enthusiast. What do the leaders think of these vehicles? Should we add more models? The models are enough for now, just grasp the details better. When Daisy pointed out, for example, this pedal-powered one doesn't even have handrails around the 4 seats. Also, the diesel engine and gearbox are exposed without any protection. These are detail issues. You need to consider more from an ergonomics perspective. Forget it, better find a professional to help take a look. That would be great, Chiqis said. President, when I heard the executive committee plans to hire craftsmen from Europe. There is such a plan. When Daisy paused. What kind of workers do you need? Yes, preferably find me a wheelwright, or getting one from Guangdong would work too. Chiqis had been troubled by this for a long time. Wood wheel making was a profound craft, and obviously no one in Lingao was good at it. The wheels of the captured wheelbarrows were very roughly made, not even perfectly round. Chiqis and the others were making wheels themselves now. Although the quality was decent, probably due to incorrect techniques, it took several days to make one wheel, and the yield was quite poor. Many of the vehicles they produced now used rubber wheelbarrow wheels brought from the other timeline. All right, I'll remember this, when Daisy said. That's best. With enough wheels, I can spam a sea of horse-drawn carriages. Chiqis said excitedly, showing them the 1-2 models of several new carriages he had recently built. The models Chiqis made were all very mature freight wagons from the 18th and 19th centuries in history. There was the famous Scots cart, which had a long and large box but was itself very light, pullable by a single horse. This 2-wheeled cart could carry up to 1 ton in short-distance transport. There was also a 4-wheeled freight wagon, drawn by 2 horses, capable of carrying 3-4 tons of cargo. The model Chiqis built was a Lincoln-style box wagon. It had a deep rectangular body with sideboards sloping outward. This wagon's structure was very simple, suitable for imitation. Now that several main roads are undergoing surface hardening, once completed, transporting supplies with large 4-wheeled wagons will be so convenient. A qualitative leap in transportation history. 4-wheeled carriages were one of the transmigrator's super artifacts. But neither Wen Daisy nor Ma Qianju had much interest in 4-wheeled carriages. To spam a sea of carriages on Hainan Island, they first had to spam a sea of horses. Without horses, nothing could be discussed. In their view, rather than messing with carriages, it was more practical to make more lightweight and easy-to-use wheelbarrows. People were much easier to find than horses on Hainan Island, and they ate simpler food than horses. You'd better develop more wheelbarrows. It was Meiwan who spoke the truth as soon as he opened his mouth. Where are the horses for you to pull carts now? The workers on construction sites are all carrying loads with shoulder poles. Efficiency is too low. Yes, I didn't think of that. All right, it's getting late. Let's go look at the water supply project. Ma Qianju unceremoniously interrupted Li Chiqis' subsequent presentation of the Takanka machine gun cart design model, though Du Wen really wanted to keep listening. The next key supporting project was the large-scale water supply system. The underground collection pipe system, originally adopted, could only satisfy the daily living water needs, mainly drinking water, of Bern city residents. It appeared inadequate for future large-scale industrial water use. The scale of water supply for large-scale industry was far greater than domestic use. Wenlin River water was fine for watering vegetable gardens or flushing toilets directly, but it was unqualified for industrial use. Therefore, a large water plant had to be established. The transmigrators already had simple large-scale water treatment facilities at Bopu, using sedimentation tanks and sand filter pools to purify water quality for factory and general living use. This method was very simple. Build one or several waterproof brick and stone pools, place a 60-90 cm layer of sand inside, with gravel at the very bottom. The bottom of the pool was a drainage system built with gaps between bricks and stones to collect filtered clear water. After filling the pool with preliminarily settled river water, it flowed through the sand layer at a very slow speed, with solid matter in the water mainly retained on the sand surface. This pool was simple and easy to execute, but the downside was that the filtration speed was pitifully slow. To supply enough water, the pool area had to be increased. Every so often, the contaminated surface sand had to be cleaned, which was very labor-intensive. In the past, Bopu's water demand was small, so this problem wasn't prominent. But large-scale application was unacceptable for the transmigrators, who were not rich in land or labor. The difference in this new system from traditional filter pools was that water was delivered from the bottom of the sand layer. Simultaneously, a stirrer was installed at the top of the sand layer, constantly stirring the sand to assist the upward-flowing water in washing. The filtration speed was greatly accelerated, of course. The filtration effect couldn't compare with slow sand filter pools. Fortunately, the purpose of the mechanical filtration system was purity, not drinkability. It was very applicable for the transmigrators. Is this water only for industrial use? Wuda asked. Except for not being drinkable, it can handle general domestic use, Tian Jiujiu introduced. As a water supply and drainage major, he was finally working in his field. Then doesn't that mean we still have to build a new tap water plant later? No need, Tian Jiujiu said. Actually, just adding some basic chemical treatment measures is enough, like adding alum. Right, I remember now. In the past, when there was no tap water, we'd put alum in the water vat after carrying water back. Stirring it made it very clean. Once the chemical industry is up, we can also add bleaching powder or disinfect with chlorine gas. Damn it, Wuda scratched his scalp. In the past, I dreamed of drinking pure natural water and got annoyed smelling chlorine. Now not smelling chlorine actually makes me uneasy. Where do we find chlorine gas? Once the chemical plant's electrolytic salt tank starts, I'm afraid there will be nowhere to use the chlorine. Just pipe it directly into the water. You want everyone to drink dilute hydrochloric acid. You have to use hypochlorite. Everyone laughed. There was one set of this system in both the Bopu Industrial Zone and the Bern Industrial Zone to meet their respective industrial water needs. Tian Jiujiu set up a steam pumping station at both the Bern Power Station and Bopu. To improve efficiency and reduce the frequency of sand changing in the filter pools, the river water, once pumped up, would first settle in a sedimentation tank for 1 or 2 days to let various larger solid matters precipitate, while identifiable floating debris was scooped out by manpower. The water processed by the rapid sand filter pool was stored in a water storage tank. The transmigrators used a simple pressure device. A steam pump continuously pumped water into a high-level water tower, utilizing the tower's gravity to supply water to the factories. The construction and use of the new water supply system were credited to the better material foundation provided by the transmigrators' mechanical and metallurgical industries. It was precisely the ability to mass-produce boilers, steam engines, and cast various small and medium-caliber cast-iron water pipes and valves that made these basic industrial supporting facilities possible. End of chapter. Chapter 235. Long-range exploration team. Seeing the flourishing scene of grand industrial construction everywhere, the members of the executive committee felt quite gratified. Things were finally on the right track. A few days ago, the first Lancashire boiler was also fired up experimentally, running in good condition, except for slightly leaking some air. Joe Billy's craftsmanship was evidently not as good as he had bragged. They were just waiting for it to run in coordination with the Mosey Type I steam engine. Regrettably, coal stocks were also running low. Getting coal from Vietnam was like getting iron from Guangdong. The cycle was too long. It seemed they needed to open up the Vietnam coal channel as soon as possible. Lingao itself produced no coal. In the other timeline, the nearest place producing coal was Haikou. That is, the local Qiangshan County, the seat of the prefecture. The long-range exploration team's several surveys had not penetrated deep into Qiangshan County, so the specific situation was unknown. From the merchants who came to trade, they hadn't heard any news of coal in Qiangshan County either, probably because the scale was too small and there was no local demand, so it hadn't been developed. Walking into the next workshop, they saw indigenous workers carefully installing sections of ceramic pipes under the direction of transmigrators from the machinery plant. The pipes were fixed to the roof and walls by hangers rolled from wrought iron. Ma Qianju asked and learned that these were pipes for collecting and transporting waste heat. The waste heat generated in the glass workshop and other places, besides being recycled for use in its own workshop, could also supply the needs of other workshops, adopting a unified piping system to achieve centralized collection and practical use of waste heat. As for the wastewater produced by industry, the transmigrators currently had no good way to treat it. They simply adopted the method of direct discharge. Because the Wenlin River was the main water source for the transmigration group, and there was also the Bopu base at the river mouth, they naturally couldn't pollute themselves. In the end, they decided to spend great effort to dig a hidden drainage canal along the road to discharge industrial sewage into the outer sea of Lingao Cape. As for what ecological problems might arise, the transmigrators couldn't worry about that for now. It's not that there's no way to treat sewage, but equipment conditions are limited right now, Tian Jiuju introduced. After we have the equipment, we'll build a simple sewage treatment plant in Bopu to conduct centralized treatment of industrial sewage. We don't have chemical agents, ion membranes, or the like. Can we treat industrial sewage? Ma Qianju asked. Tian Jiuju said, we can. It's just a matter of how good the treatment effect is. Anyway, we are the only family in the world with large-scale industrial pollution in this timeline. It doesn't matter if we pollute a little. Ma Qianju said, it seems we are still continuing down the old road of polluting first and treating later. The industrial crowd laughed off Ma Dugong's lament. To these madmen, the more chimneys in this timeline, the more beautiful it was, who cared about pollution. After a round of inspection, they returned to the office and held a small meeting. The bureaucratic machine of the executive committee began to turn again. Before the sky was bright, a strange-looking small detachment emerged silently from the morning mist. All of them wore camouflage, mosquito net hats, and carried field backpacks, advancing cautiously at specific intervals. From time to time, someone would pick up or chip off a piece of rock from the ground to collect, or take out some odd-shaped instruments from their backpacks to measure something. They were the long-range exploration squad under the Resource Department. Back in the preparatory meetings before the crossing, some individuals with strategic vision had already proposed. A small county seat would be difficult to satisfy the needs of future development, so detailed resource reconnaissance must be conducted on other areas of Hainan, especially the core areas, to lay a good intelligence foundation for construction after unifying Hainan in the future. Thus, a secret long-range exploration squad was established not long after the landing. In terms of personnel composition, it was established based on the following principles: composed of young people with field work experience. Therefore, transmigrators specializing in forestry, geology, and surveying naturally became the main force, along with several individuals proficient in wilderness survival. Since veterans were the main force of the military department, this exploration team was not equipped with them. Security during operations would be assisted by special reconnaissance personnel drawn from the military department. In actual operation, many long-range reconnaissance actions were conducted jointly by both sides. The squad was organized with 6-7 people. In terms of equipment, they mainly had 3 shotguns, 5-round hunting rifles. These things were much easier to use than precision rifles in the deep grass and dense forest environment of Hainan. Each person had a pistol, a Glock 17 or S&W revolver, 3 walkie-talkies, 150-000 contour maps, compasses, portable summer tents, mosquito hats, insect repellent, compressed biscuits, water purification tablets, and other wilderness survival items. Someone had even dizzyingly brought a GPS unit. Naturally, it was useless. The exploration reconnaissance team utilized the characteristic that Hainan was sparsely populated in the Ming Dynasty to travel through jungles and wilderness as much as possible, avoiding contact with natives. They executed the collection of various natural resource information and also incidentally collected various military and civil administration intelligence. Thus, they were also under the dual leadership of the Intelligence Committee. Except for a few core personnel, no one knew of their departure and return each time. The transmigration group did not wish for the locals outside Lingao to know that a group of Kun was quietly active among them. The resource department to which they belonged was the most mysterious place in Barren City, just as most transmigrators didn't know where the great library under the resource department was located. The exploration team headquarters was a small courtyard without signs, possessing an independent equipment depot and radio station, with a wired telephone line direct to the executive committee. Besides this office, the exploration team headquarters also possessed independent forward bases several kilometers outside Barren City and at Bopu Bay. To avoid attracting attention, the exploration squad set out from these bases every time they mobilized. Ordinary transmigrators had almost no chance to see their appearance upon departure and return. The members of the long-range exploration squad also had one point of greatest pride. They enjoyed the same unlimited right of self-defense as the intelligence department and special reconnaissance squad, tantamount to a license to kill. Not only did they have the right to self-defense when under attack, but in any situation they felt necessary. They had the right to kill local natives without needing to offer any explanation. Liu Zheng walked in the middle of the formation. After walking for about half an hour, he looked back. The forest was no longer visible, and he felt slightly more at ease. There hadn't been any particularly dangerous sections on this trip. Although they suffered the harassment of various insects along the way, the journey was considered smooth. Feeling he should do something, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said softly, "Point man, maintain speed, don't be too fast, pay attention to searching, over." "Roger," the walkie-talkie responded. Liu Zheng holstered the walkie-talkie and stretched his body under the large backpack. Half of this exploration route was already completed. The investigation results of the Danju oil shale mine were not very satisfactory. The oil shale was covered by about 7-8 meters of soil and rock. Without machinery, it would probably be very difficult to mine. However, he had no interest in this. After being out for a week, he could finally go home. Thinking of his wife, Liu Shuixin, his lower body couldn't help but stir. Leaving his wife alone in the residential area really made him uneasy. Thinking of those lecherous otaku men in the neighboring residential groups who wandered outside Group 6 every day, and some even sang with broken gong voices. It made sense. They ate a healthy diet high in protein and low in fat all day long, and performed high-intensity labor for over 10 hours a day. It would be strange if their libido wasn't vigorous. Thinking about it, his own life could be considered too happy. Not to mention anything else, someone washed his clothes when he went home, unlike the bachelors whose dirty clothes piled up until they stank before being washed together. No wonder this group of bachelors clamored every day for the distribution of life secretaries. Both physiological and life needs were very demanding. It seemed he wouldn't have this fortune. Having a wife by one's side had its gains and losses. The few with wives and girlfriends collectively went silent whenever everyone talked nonsense and boasted about life secretaries. The destination of this long-range detachment was Danju, and the focus of exploration was Danju's oil shale mines. Zhang Lishi provided a full set of data accumulated from designing oil shale projects in the other timeline. Their mission was to find and verify these mineral deposits. After the new year, the entire squad hadn't participated in physical labor, just resting quietly in the camp to build up strength. As a senior explorer with relatively rich field experience plus a useless degree, Liu Zheng was selected as the captain. "Captain, hold on a moment, I want to collect a specimen." The voice of Bai Guoshi, a master's student from the Forestry University, came through the walkie-talkie. Liu Zheng hurriedly called, "All units attention, stop advancing." "What's the fuss? Stop all day long, do you guys have any planning?" Yimenjian's complaint came from the walkie-talkie. He was sent from the Special Reconnaissance Team to support this operation. "What do you know? We aren't doing military reconnaissance, we're doing biological and mineral surveys. Of course we look as we go." Bai Guoshi had collected quite a few plant specimens along the way. His biology had now reached the level of practical biology that university professors once severely criticized. Seeing a plant or an animal, the first thought is what use it has. Can it be eaten? Does it have economic value? "Don't quarrel, keep quiet," Liu Zheng hurriedly called out. Bai Guoshi put down his backpack and walked carefully into a patch of woods. Huang Zhuazi, who was with him, followed behind. "Found something. Hee, good stuff." "What good stuff?" Huang Zhuazi only saw him carefully digging up a small shrub. He was also considered someone with rich outdoor experience, but he couldn't tell what it was. "This is called yizhai," Bai Guoshi explained. "It's an important traditional Chinese medicine." "An herb." Huang Zhuazi was somewhat disappointed. This thing looked like it was everywhere in the forest, not rare at all. "Don't look down on it. If we want to live comfortably here, it will be very useful," Bai Guoshi said. Yizhai, sharpleaf galangal fruit, was a necessary drug for formulating summer patent medicines, such as Rendon, Kaianjin Ding, Kinksin Dan, and the like. Historically, it was one of the main tributes from Hainan Island. End of chapter. Chapter 236. Ni Effusion and Kaolin. Since it's so useful, we should gather more to take back. Huang Zhuazi was a veteran outdoorsman and had a deep understanding of the utility of these herbal remedies, so he immediately became interested. Lingao had distinct dry and rainy seasons. Summer was humid and hot, creating a large demand for such medicinal herbs. The Ministry of Health had long ago issued a notice requiring the long-range exploration team to pay attention to collecting specimens of various herbs during their expeditions. "No need, it won't mature until April." Bai Guoshi examined the specimen in his hand, carefully wrapped it up, took out his map, compass, and ruler, and marked the location. "First, we collect samples. When they mature, we'll come back to harvest seeds and start a plantation. Yizhai fruit is very valuable. It was the earliest commercial cash crop planted in Hainan." "You really know a lot." Huang Zhuazi admired him. These are all things from the history of Chinese tropical crops course. When I took that class back then, I thought it was completely useless knowledge. I didn't expect it to come in handy now, Bai Guoshi lamented. People from professional backgrounds are different from generalists like us. Professional enough. Not at all, not at all, I only know a smattering. Bai Guoshi was, after all, a fresh university graduate and had very thin skin. The team delayed for a moment before continuing to advance. After moving for less than 10 minutes, the team stopped again. Halt! This time it was Qi Yunhang in the middle of the formation. Did you find something too? Yi Menjian was impatient. At this pace, when would they ever get back to base? Zhao Zhu is lame. Qi Yunhang's report lacked the anxious tone a man usually has when a woman, especially a young woman, is in trouble. No wonder, he had no interest in women. Hearing this, Bai Guoshi ignored his specimens, tossed them into Huang Juazi's hands, and ran toward the center guard position with all his gear. Their marching formation used a 2-3-2 pattern, 2-point men, 3 center guards, and 2 rear guards. They were separated by 200 to 300 meters and communicated via walkie-talkies. Safety first. Seeing the young man dive into the thin mist, Huang Juazi hurriedly shouted. The center guard position was over 200 meters away. Besides these professionals, this team also included an IT expert, Zhao Zhu. She was brought along purely because she claimed to be a veteran outdoor enthusiast, and her computer expertise would be somewhat helpful to Qi Yunhang's exploration work. But the real key was that Liu Zheng couldn't withstand a pretty girl's pestering, and Bai Guoshi had also uncharacteristically and resolutely supported bringing Zhao Zhu along. Because they lacked local guides, and the 400 years of changes had greatly altered the terrain and landforms, their maps required a large number of corrections in detail. Although the long-range exploration team had been out for reconnaissance more than once in the past, they never went far. To the west, they had only passed the Guoshis Ridge area to reach the border of Danzhou. To the south, they reached the periphery of the Li settlements, and to the east, they entered Chengmai County. Entering Danzhou this time was the first time the long-range exploration team had penetrated deep into territory outside Lingao County. Unfamiliarity with the roads coupled with high mental tension caused extreme physical exertion throughout the exploration. 4 days after setting out, the IT expert, everyone had been worried about, finally revealed her true colors. Zhao Zhu had been quite vigorous in the first 2 days, often ignoring distance as point man and pulling nearly a kilometer ahead of the center guard. During breaks, she would run around everywhere, climbing up and down to ask people to take photos of her when she saw good scenery. But after 4 days, she had to switch to the center guard, and her pace slowed down dramatically. There was a big difference between long-term field work and short-term amateur play. Let alone an amateur, even a veteran with 7 years of outdoor experience like Huang Juazi felt this mission wasn't easy. Qi Yunhang was from a geological survey background, so this intensity was a piece of cake for him. Due to his major, Bai Guoshi had a lot of experience in outdoor activities and had specifically trained for several years, so he could barely hold on. Seeing Zhao Zhu starting to stagger, Bai Guoshi naturally inquired after her well-being, but she just insisted she was fine. Running up close, he saw Zhao Zhu's gear unloaded on the ground, her pant legs rolled up high, revealing a pair of snow-white calves. The only buzzkill was that Liu Zheng, this bearded man, was using his rough big paws to fiddle with that petite white knee. Actually, Zhao Zhu was 170 cm tall, so her knees definitely couldn't be called petite. Knee effusion on both sides, Liu Zheng concluded after pressing for a while. Effusion. Bai Guoshi wanted to pretend and touch Zhao Zhu's knee too, but didn't have the guts. Should be. Liu Zheng glanced at him and smiled slyly while turning his back to the others. You touch it too, I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Bai Guoshi's face actually turned red. Nothing was more awkward than having one's petty thoughts seen through. He pretended to rub it with his fingers. Because of nervousness, he only felt it was soft, smooth, and somewhat elastic. He hurriedly said, "It should be knee effusion." This is a typical sports injury caused by physical exhaustion. Liu Zhang gave the conclusion he should have stated earlier. "It doesn't matter, I can still walk," Zhao Zhu said anxiously. She had a look of refusal to admit defeat, not thinking at all of Bai Guoshi's dirty thoughts. "It's not a major injury, but it's not suitable for excessive exertion." Liu Zhang thought for a moment. "Let's rest first." "I'm fine, I can continue walking." "Don't show off," Huang Juazi persuaded patiently. "It's better to rest before walking. Pity we don't have ice packs. A cold compress might be effective." Yimenjian returned panting from the point position and immediately exploded upon seeing this scene. "You guys are just looking for trouble. On a mission, you insisted on finding a woman to make up the numbers. Are we filming a military TV drama? Little Yi, it's not good to say that. Women hold up half the sky, you know." Liu Zhang tried to smooth things over. "Pay attention to unity, unity." Huang Juazi hurriedly came to persuade. "Men and women are physiologically different, you can't generalize. It's not easy for a girl to walk this far, she's also contributing to the collective. Look, she's crying." Everyone looked back. Sure enough, Zhao Zu's face was buried in her knees, her shoulders twitching. HMPH, when she was lively, she was clawing and dancing. When she can't make it, she pulls this stunt. Yimenjian didn't let up. "Complaining doesn't solve the problem." Seeing Bai Guoshi's face turn dark and worrying about unnecessary trouble, Liu Zhang hurriedly put on his captain's face. "Complaining won't change anything. Rest first, treat the injury, then we'll plan." "HMPH, I don't need you to care, you bunch of chauvinist pigs." Zhao Zhu suddenly stood up, grabbed her gear on the ground, swung it onto her back and walked forward in large strides. Just as everyone was about to go stop her, she stumbled less than 10 meters out and half-knelt on the road again. Bai Guoshi hurriedly rushed forward to support her. Liu Zhang and the others chuckled inwardly. They rested by the roadside and discussed. Given that there were no major discoveries on the road, they decided not to delay further and returned directly to camp. Zhao Zhu switched from center guard to rear guard, where there were 2 laborers, Huang Juazi and Bai Guoshi, enough to help her back. She wouldn't be assigned night duty either. After Liu Zhang announced this decision, he quietly nudged Bai Guoshi. "Seize the opportunity." Just as Bai Guoshi wanted to profess that his relationship with Zhao Zhu was pure, Liu Zhang had already walked away. Along the way, Liu Zhang asked the point man to slow down to accommodate the wounded. In fact, non-professionals like Huang Juazi and Bai Guoshi were also struggling a bit. The walkie-talkie rang again, this time from point man Yimenjian. "Stop advancing, situation ahead." When Liu Zhang carefully approached Yimenjian in a low posture, a city actually appeared in the thin mist dissipating under the sun below a small hill not far away. Was it really a city? Liu Zhang wiped his binocular lens in surprise. Intelligence indicated that the only city within 100 miles was Lingao County City. Where did this walled city pop out from? Did they get lost and arrive at the Danju City walls? Several people hurriedly opened the map and compared it for a long time. This was definitely not Danju City, but it certainly wasn't Lingao County City either. After determining their bearing and checking the map, they were currently in the area of modern Nanbao Town. "Let's get closer to take a look," Huang Juazi suggested. "Okay, Bai Guoshi, Q Yunheng stay behind to look after Zhao Zhu. The others come with me," Liu Zhang said, tossing the Remington shotgun in his hand to Bai Guoshi. "Stay sharp. If you see something wrong, run, we can extricate ourselves." "Understood." Bai Guoshi was a bit nervous. He watched the others slowly grope their way forward. The best observation point was at the top of the hill, which commanded a panoramic view. However, it was quite bright now, and farmers should be out working. They might encounter commoners chopping wood or cutting grass on the slopes. All 3 drew their daggers. The group climbed the small hill without incident. Lurking here, the city was about 1,000 meters down the hill. This was the closest position they could get. Further ahead was open ground, all transformed into paddy fields, with some dwellings scattered in between. Someone was driving cattle to plow in the fields. The city appeared very small in the binoculars, smaller than Lingao County. If not for the gate tower on the city gate, transmigrators would likely mistake it for an earthen fortress. Damn, there are cannons on the gate tower. Huang Zhuazi held his binoculars, muttering to himself. Liu Zheng didn't make a sound, continuing to search the city scene with his binoculars. This was definitely not a local fortress. Under the binoculars, he could see government offices, rows of brick and tile houses, and very large open ground inside the city. No rural fortress would have these. There's a flagpole in front of the government office, flying the great Ming banner, Huang Zhuazi reminded Liu Zheng. Looks like the seat of some local administrative agency. Liu Zheng was a bit puzzled. What exactly is it? The city was very quiet. Not many people entered or exited the city gate. They were all figures looking like farmers in tattered clothes. A soldier in rags stood slouching at the gate, holding a wooden spear. Yimenjian had received comprehensive reconnaissance training. While Liu Zheng and the others were gawking at the rare sight, he had already roughly estimated the number of residents in the city based on its scale, less than 1,000 people. Inferring from the number, form, and size of houses in the city, this was very likely a military camp. There were barracks, stables, granaries, and especially a drill ground. Although there were only 2 city gates, both had gate towers and cannons were deployed on the walls. I know, Liu Zheng thought of some things discussed during the Intelligence Committee's joint meeting a few days ago. This should be a Weisuo garrison city. Ming Dynasty cities, besides being seats of local government, included Weisuo cities of a military garrison and reclamation nature. In Qiangshan County, besides the county city, there was the Haikou Rear Defense 1,000-household fort. In the core area of the Li settlements, below the Limu Mountains by the Nandu River, there was also the Shuihui 1,000-household fort. This very small city should be a similar garrison fort. They just didn't know which one it was. This would have to be left to the Historical Intelligence Group to research. Take photos, measure and record bearings, Liu Zheng instructed. Mark geological changes on the map to facilitate troop attacks later. Take more photos. Further away, Bai Guoshi and the others were waiting in boredom when Kui Yunhang suddenly dragged his big bag towards the slope on one side as if he had discovered a new continent. Bai Guoshi was startled. What are you doing? Kui Yunhang waved his hand, signaling not to speak. Bai Guoshi lowered his voice, found something. Kaolin. What is Kaolin? Zhao Zhu asked. Kui Yunhang pinched a piece of white stone-like substance and tapped it a few times with his geological hammer. Stuff used to make porcelain, Bai Guoshi explained. Oh, Zhao Zhu was puzzled. But we don't need to make porcelain, do we? I think lunch boxes and enamel bowls are enough. We need it, Bai Guoshi said. Sanitary ware tiles and such can all be solved now. Kui Yunhang shook his head, wondering how to explain the important role of kaolin in industry. While making porcelain was important, kaolin was an indispensable whitener and filler for the modern paper industry. The value of this discovery was immense. The sample he collected was tubular coal measure kaolin. Kui Yunhang judged there should be coal mines nearby. He remembered seeing data that small coal kilns existed near Nanbao town in Lingao, producing low-quality lignite. Kaolin was likely an associated mineral. At a rough glance, although he couldn't drill or dig exploration trenches to evaluate, judging from the kaolin outcrops, the distribution was quite extensive, indicating the reserves here had development value. If he looked carefully, he might even find the coal mine. Lignite was the mineral coal with the lowest degree of coalification. It was a low-grade coal between peat and bituminous coal. Its calorific value was relatively low, so it couldn't be used as coke for steelmaking, but it was fine as fuel or fertilizer. If it could be developed, it would also be a very valuable resource. This field exploration had truly yielded a significant harvest. Kui Yunhang was somewhat excited and simply took out his instruments and notebook from his backpack to conduct geophysical prospecting on the spot. Bai Guoshi was nervous to death. Holding the Remington, he looked around. deeply afraid a native would suddenly pop out from somewhere. He hadn't killed anyone yet and didn't want to get blood on his hands here. End of chapter. Chapter 237, Tropical Crop Plantation. Just as tension crested, the three scouts crept back through the undergrowth. What did you find? Looks like a Weishuo garrison, Liu Zhang reported. We move out immediately. This area is too heavily populated for comfort. Yimenjian was clearly reluctant to withdraw empty-handed. By special reconnaissance team custom, no operation was complete without seizing something of value. Why not grab a prisoner for interrogation? Save it. Our mission is exploration, not combat. How do you propose we travel with a prisoner in tow? Besides, this expedition is primarily about resource survey and team training. Or did you miss that someone already collapsed? He shot a meaningful glance at Zhao Zhu. She rolled her eyes at him with practiced disdain. How many days back to base? Guoshi was more concerned with Zhao Zhu's injury. He had just managed to give her preliminary field treatment. 3 or 4 at our current pace. We can only move slowly today. The priority is to put as much distance as possible between us and the city before nightfall. I'd like to sleep without one eye open. Rest well, push hard tomorrow, and we should make it home soon. Wait, everyone help out first. Collect more mineral samples here. I've found something valuable. The squad had no choice but to assist in gathering various stones. By the time they set off, each person had acquired an inexplicable extra 7 or 8 jin of ore to carry. The return journey proved uneventful. On the 11th day after departure, the squad was approaching Barren City. Password. A loud challenge from the roadside bushes made Liu Zhang, walking point, start with surprise. Lowly, MILF, came the countersign. A sentry draped in fishing nets and branches emerged from the undergrowth to verify the otaku code phrase. As a lurking sentry, he carried a steel crossbow rather than a firearm. A pistol holster was strapped to his thigh. Don't recognize you lot. Which department? The sentry's eyes kept drifting toward the limping Zhao Zhu. Modern women were a rare sight in the camp. Unit 7911, Liu Zhang responded. Departments with code designations were all classified. They were referred to only by number in external communications. The sentry's posture immediately stiffened with new respect. A classified unit, is it? Looks like you went far. Mission go well. He was clearly fishing for intelligence, attempting to ingratiate himself. Well enough. What's been happening here recently? Word is a beautiful female pirate arrived at Bopu a few days back, the sentry said with undisguised longing. Supposedly staying at the commercial station, getting the full hospitality treatment. A female pirate? The group's interest was immediately piqued. Seeing the men practically drooling, Zhao Zhu curled her lip. Perverts. They say she has an unusual name too, Li Huamei. The sentry was beaming now, his duties entirely forgotten. The team changed at the perimeter base, exchanging their full field kit for the training uniforms they had worn before departure, less conspicuous attire. Liu Zhang dismissed the squad and headed straight to headquarters. A mountain of administrative work awaited him. Exploration reports to write, reimbursement forms to file for consumed supplies. The others dispersed to their own tasks as well, composing reports, cataloging specimens. Naturally, a bath, a hot meal, and a solid night's sleep came first. Guoshi delivered the plant specimens one by one to the Ministry of Agriculture. Strictly speaking, agriculture and biology were distinct disciplines, but in the executive committee's eyes, the two were close enough. Consequently, the farm had become an important base for 17th-century biological research. The only university student with a degree in molecular biology in this entire era was here, following Wu Nanhai in farming and cooking. The others were equally formidable in unexpected ways. Take Huang Dashan. His full-time work at the farm was growing mushrooms and cultivating edible fungi, but his true expertise lay in culturing live animal bacteria and viruses. In other words, if the executive committee ever required it, he could perform Unit 731 style work. Gazing at his thick spectacles, lenses that resembled beer bottle bottoms. Everyone felt a chill. Nobody knew precisely what filled the test tubes and cultured dishes he tinkered with alone in his small hut, muttering to himself. And nobody wanted to know. Ever since learning of his unique specialty, everyone gave that hut a wide berth. "This is Yi Zhai," Shilu said, examining the specimens in his laboratory with evident satisfaction. "An extremely useful medicinal plant. The Ministry of Health specifically requested it." Guoshi dropped heavily into a chair and surveyed the room. The biological laboratory's conditions had improved considerably. The commissioning of the glass factory had greatly expanded their equipment, though the newly manufactured glass instruments inevitably felt somewhat clumsy and rough. At least there was no longer any fear of shortage. "The recent collection of seedlings and seeds has gone well, and the breeding work in the tropical crop garden is proceeding quite smoothly," Shilu continued. "Hainan's conditions for tropical crops are excellent. Lingao is slightly less ideal, but the difficulties can be overcome. What does Minister Wu think about tropical crops? He's a layman in this area." A smile spread across Shilu's dark, rounded face. In terms of professional credentials, Shilu was a trained agronomist. When he enlisted for the expedition, he had brought an entire truckload of seeds and a miniature germplasm resource bank, the latter a scientific research asset that was extraordinarily difficult to obtain. His current title was Chief Agronomist of the demonstration farm. "I don't know much about tropical crops myself," he continued, "but I have some grounding. More importantly, with the data from the other timeline, I have a rough idea of what can thrive in Lingao and what cannot. That saves considerable effort. Can we grow pepper?" Guoshi had absorbed many half-baked history books and retained vivid memories of the enormous profits from the spice trade. "We can. Pepper adapts well in Lingao. But the primary spice production centers are in Southeast Asia and India. We hold no competitive advantage there." "Ah," Guoshi deflated slightly. "Come, let me show you the tropical crop garden." The farm's area had expanded dramatically. All the newly cleared land had been developed into paddy fields, carefully leveled and equipped with permanent hydraulic infrastructure meeting experimental field standards. Bamboo fences lined every plot, and wind-driven bird-scaring devices dotted the fields at intervals. Signs bearing numbers, variety names, and responsible personnel stood in each plot. Guoshi understood that these fields contained improved seeds brought from the other timeline. Small wonder they were guarded so meticulously. The tropical crop garden itself was tightly protected by deep trenches and barbed wire, augmented with watchtowers. Only agricultural committee personnel and a select few indigenous farm employees with proper passes could enter. All others were strictly prohibited. The crops here were unique in East Asia. If they were lost, obtaining replacements would require circumnavigating half the globe. The seedlings of coconut, rubber, coffee, cocoa, coca, quinine, poppy, and various fruits, planted in the garden months ago, were thriving. Several of the hardier varieties had already sprouted dense branches that swayed pleasantly in the breeze. "No wonder people call the farm a paradise," Guoshi remarked. This was his first visit here, though many of the specimens in the plantation were samples and seeds he had personally collected. "The jackfruit you brought back is growing well too. A pity they're still saplings. It will be another 4 or 5 years before they bear fruit. If we simply wanted jackfruit to eat, Zhuan across the strait is one of the largest production areas in China. They're hardly rare." Shilu had larger ambitions. "Since we command advanced agricultural technology, we should focus on breeding improved varieties." The 50 coconut saplings were developing excellently. Guoshi knew coconuts had myriad uses, and the executive committee valued them highly. The coconut was a treasure from crown to root, and in this initial phase, it represented a relatively stable source of cooking oil. The executive committee has declared that all future landscaping will employ coconut palms. They're both beautiful and useful. The only difficulty is that we must wait several years for these coconuts to bear fruit. Guoshi's thoughts strayed to the jackfruits again. These resources weren't merely scattered here and there. Hainan Island had them in abundance. While pursuing self-sufficiency, they could absolutely dispatch teams to collect them on a large scale. During his explorations, he had observed entire groves of wild economic crops more than once, completely unattended and left to nature. With sufficient manpower and equipment, they could organize a dedicated resource collection team. Setting aside strategic considerations, merely enriching the daily lives of the transmigrators would be enormously beneficial. But this would require executive committee coordination. He would raise it during tonight's report. Shilu had recently taken charge of tropical crop development. Beyond the seedlings planted shortly after landing, the Agricultural Committee still held considerable reserves of other tropical seeds. Lingao's water and heat conditions were not optimal, and they were currently experiencing the Little Ice Age, so he dared not rashly sow the entire seed bank. He had consulted extensive historical data. In the other timeline, the tropical crops successfully cultivated at scale in Lingao included rubber, pepper, citronella, sisal, coffee, clove basil, and vetiver. Although some varieties hadn't persisted in later years, the failures were mainly due to market forces rather than horticultural obstacles. What truly failed in cultivation were oil palm and cashew. Shilu felt particular regret about the oil palm. After all, its yield per hectare was the highest in the world. Grown at scale, it could satisfy most of the transmigrators' industrial oil requirements. There's quite a lot we can plant successfully. The seed bank has nearly everything. My only fear is planting them incorrectly, he sighed. The losses would be devastating. We should cultivate more sisal and jute, Guoshis suggested. I suspect the industrial departments will have tremendous demand for hemp fibers. Shilu nodded. That makes sense, but the industrial department hasn't formally requested it. That's because they can still import yellow jute, so there's no urgency. If you ask me, sisal is superior. The utilization rate is exceptional, and even the waste residue and juice have commercial value. The long fibers in sisal served as raw materials for cables in mining and shipping. The processed dregs could be used in papermaking, alcohol production, and vinegar manufacturing. The short fibers generated during production could be fashioned into everyday goods, ropes, insoles, reins, or employed as furniture filling. The leaf juice could produce biogas through fermentation or yield extracted sugar and feed dry yeast. The substantial leaf residue remaining after processing made excellent fodder, and hemp dregs constituted high-quality organic fertilizer. End of chapter. Chapter 238. Treating guests to dinner as they talked. Wu Nanhai appeared wearing a straw hat and a towel draped around his neck, trailed by Wang Tian, one of the farm's work team leaders. Wang Tian had formerly been a foreman for long-term laborers, which made him something of an expert farmer. Wu Nanhai was issuing instructions as he walked, and Wang Tian maintained a deferential posture throughout. Wu Nanhai was now tanned and portly. He had been pale and pudgy before landing, so the pair looked rather like a landlord and his hired hand. Upon reaching them, Wu Nanhai concluded his directions, and Wang Tian hurried off. "Little Bai, what treasures have you brought us this time?" Wu Nanhai greeted Bai Guoshi with a grin. The long-range exploration team played Santa Claus for both the Agricultural Committee and the Industrial and Energy Committee. Every time they appeared, the department heads anticipated some pleasant surprise. "I've told you before, don't call me Little Bai," Guoshi said with pained resignation. "Please call me Guoshi." "No problem, Little Bai." "Thanks," Guoshi sighed. "I obtained some medicinal seeds on this expedition." Medicinal seeds? The Ministry of Health people come nagging me every day about establishing a Chinese medicinal herb planting base, but no one here knows the first thing about cultivating herbs. "There must be herb farmers in Guangdong or Fujian," Guoshi suggested. "If not, check the agricultural library for instructional films or something." Shilu ignored this tangent. Regarding the self-purchased seeds everyone handed over after landing, Apart from the portion already used, most remain in the warehouse. I inventoried these unplanned seeds recently and found numerous problems. First, preservation conditions are poor. Some packaging is broken, and some seeds have become damp and sprouted. Second, there's the issue of seed origin. Most people bought their seeds from agricultural supply stores near their homes. The problem is that seeds aren't universally suited to every climate. After preliminary examination, approximately a quarter of them are varieties adapted only to Northeast or North China. Their yields here would be questionable. Can we store them? Perhaps in a seed bank for use after we conquer the North? Wu Nanhai asked. Probably not. These seeds are in simple packaging and we lack the specialized equipment for long-term seed preservation. Then we just plant them. It seems the only option. Modern seeds carry high-yield traits after all. We can plant them for reproduction, not for harvest, but to maintain their superior characteristics. Let's do that then. Wu Nanhai agreed readily. Fa Shilu was the professional here. Then he invited Bai Guoshi to lunch. The transmigrators knew the demonstration farm was the most corrupt location in all of Baron City. Indeed, in all of Lingao, one of two designated spots where executive committee leaders could abuse their privileges. While the farm couldn't match the Navy Club for modern indulgences, it offered a rich variety of fresh vegetables and fruits, and the environment was beautiful. If the Fengcheng Inn was a five-star hotel, the demonstration farm was an upscale farmhouse resort. Bai Guoshi accepted the invitation gladly. Liu Zheng and several other exploration team colleagues joined them at the table. Zhao Zhu couldn't attend due to her leg injury, and Yi Menjian wasn't part of the exploration team's formal establishment. The Special Reconnaissance Unit maintained constant standby, so naturally he couldn't join the leisure. Lunch was served in a riverside grove that the farm had carefully preserved. A large pavilion of bamboo and straw had been erected here, with flowers, ornamental trees, and fruit trees planted around it for landscaping. A natural river bend beside the pavilion had been expanded by Wu Nanhai into an artificial pond, planted with lotus roots and water chestnuts, and stocked with ducks and geese. Sitting in the pavilion, one genuinely felt the spirit lift. You people really know how to live. Liu Zheng surveyed the dishes, actually quite modest, mostly vegetables. Tomato scrambled eggs counted as half a meat dish. The genuine meat offerings were cold cuttlefish roe and razor clams stir-fried with scallion oil. Because everything was pure, natural, and organic, the flavors were naturally delicious. Wine graced the table as well, a fruit wine brewed by the farm from local fruits. It tasted sweet and sour with minimal alcohol content, barely adequate for those who love to drink. The executive committee absolutely prohibited brewing liquor from grain. Since D-Day, none of them had enjoyed such leisurely, comfortable time gathered together. Though the wine was wanting, atmosphere compensated. Toasts were exchanged, and the dinner table quickly grew lively. At that moment, a young woman with twin buns came over carrying a large soup bowl. Snow-white dumplings floated in the milky broth, garnished with chopped coriander. A mingled fragrance of pepper, coriander, and fresh river fare drifted through the air. "Masters, please enjoy," the girl said softly, retreating with hands folded. "Fish ball soup?" Qi Yunhong asked. "Sister Li prepared it," Wu Nanhai said, unbuttoning his coat. "Except for her habit of adding Sichuan pepper to everything, her cooking is quite good. Fortunately, we have very little Sichuan pepper here." "Loves Sichuan pepper, a northerner." "No, sounds like a southern accent. She won't specify exactly where she's from, seems to have quite a story." Wu Nanhai shrugged. Liu Zheng asked, "Is that the mother-daughter pair Zhang Xingjiao rescued from Gu village? They were skeletal then, the girl actually grew up to be so pretty." "This is Chuking. She was originally a maid in Gu Er's household. Sister Li's daughter is only 8, a lowly, just a lowly." Chuking had been inadvertently kidnapped when Zhu Ziliang and the others went to scout Gu village. Yi Menjian had insisted on taking her at the time, then completely forgot about her after returning. After spending more than a month in the quarantine camp, she was taken in by Wu Nanhai, who was gathering manpower wherever he could find it. Wu Nanhai smiled. She's an orphan, so I brought her in to help with daily matters. I also teach both girls to read, incidentally. Nanhai, this honest and dutiful mask of yours is quite deceptive. Look how many women you've collected on this farm. Indeed, first a mother-daughter 2-for-1, then Chuking. Our transmigration group's #1 beast is clearly you. Damn it, raising a lowly was my dream. Someone stamped his foot and beat his chest. The bitter taste of someone else seizing the initiative was always unpleasant. Playing a real-life princess maker, training MILFs and lowlies in this setting, it's practically a fantasy life. The Beast Farm, mother and daughter in distress, an otaku with extensive AV experience immediately invented a new title. Stop talking nonsense. Wu Nanhai waved his hands frantically. Sister Li is now a full-time nurse working at the Ministry of Health. I simply let her help with cooking here. A nurse. Didn't realize you had a uniform fetish too. So, when shall we exchange hard drives? After Wu Nanhai endured public mockery for some time, he was finally released, and the dinner conversation turned to substantive matters. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Treating guests to dinner usually implies ulterior motives. Wu Nanhai was no exception. Fortunately, everyone at the table was Chinese and understood this fundamental principle. His proposal: he hoped the exploration team could organize resource collection expeditions. You bring me a few fruits one day, catch some fish and shrimp the next, and bring kapok or something the day after. Everything looks useful, but for me, beyond enriching the biological specimen room, it's practically worthless. Forget minerals. Those require massive infrastructure to extract. But surely agricultural and forestry resources could be collected in greater quantities. Isn't there a liaison officer system? If you want something, issue a notice through Wuda, and nearby villages will naturally send tribute. The problem is that this county lacks certain things. Coconuts, for example. We wait eagerly for our coconut seedlings to mature, but actually, coconuts grow everywhere on Hainan Island. They simply haven't reached us. Liu Zheng said, "That's true, but our resource exploration team only has." He suddenly caught himself. The specific personnel count of the resource department was classified. Not many people. How much can we bring back for you? Exactly. Take that patch of yizhai we encountered yesterday. At maturity, we could harvest several hundred jin, Bai Guoshi added. That's precisely why I'm proposing resource expeditions. Wu Nanhai had been contemplating this issue for some time. I intend to raise this suggestion at the executive committee meeting. For agricultural and forestry resources that you've already surveyed but that lie outside our sphere of influence, we organize several hundred laborers with vehicles and boats, provide armed escorts, and collect as many resources as possible. It's not impossible, Liu Zheng acknowledged. He understood Wu Nanhai was hoping the resource exploration team would support this proposal at the meeting. From the department's perspective, the approach held appeal. Moving with a large force was always safer and more comfortable than operating as a small team. However, he raised his own request. It would be excellent if our exploration team had a dedicated boat. Indeed, indeed. Wu Nanhai nodded vigorously. With a boat, you could conduct round-the-island exploration, vastly expanding your operational range. The group continued joking, eating, and drinking for a while longer. After the banquet dispersed, Bai Guoshi walked alone toward the residential area. His dormitory was in Group 5, known as the prime location because it faced Group 6, the single women's quarters. From his dormitory window, one could observe Group 6's main gate. In hot weather, female transmigrators in revealing clothes could often be seen wandering the square before the gate. Sometimes foreign women in equally revealing attire appeared as well. Once, when Selena showed up in low-rise hot pants and a tight vest, it nearly triggered a riot among the otaku. When luck ran especially high, some claimed to have glimpsed MMs changing in their dormitories. Rumor even held that some had peeked at them showering. Such windfalls rarely occurred, however. For security, wooden fences separated each group, and each had its own gate that closed at night. The main residential area gate closed at 10 every evening. Individual group gates closed at 11. Entry or exit after curfew required registration. These strict security measures existed primarily for internal order. The executive committee couldn't guarantee everyone was a gentleman. In fact, both the former public security team and the current police headquarters had received reports indicating petty theft existed among transmigrators. The stolen items were mainly modern luxuries brought from the other timeline, cola, cigarettes, and the like. Beyond theft, several hundred single men resided here. In such a harsh and monotonous environment, imagining what they might do upon seeing women required little effort. Through women's director Du Wen, Xiao Zishan had distributed several notices advising young women not to dress revealingly outdoors and to draw curtains when changing. End of chapter. Chapter 239, by Guoshis Romance Multipass. He swiped his card at the residential area checkpoint. Seeing people playing PSP in the square, he felt a surge of having returned to civilization. Others were playing badminton or table tennis. He wasn't in the mood to watch and headed straight for his dormitory. He shared quarters with Kui Yunhong and Dong Shi. The latter occasionally participated in exploration team operations. Kui Yunhong had vanished somewhere after eating, and Dong Shi was still at work, so the dormitory stood empty. As material conditions improved, the living space had been properly furnished. In the early days, everyone had slept on floor mats. Now freshly decorated, Bai Guoshi could almost believe he had returned to his university dormitory. Loft beds with sleeping quarters above and desks below, individual storage lockers and wardrobes, racks for cups and wash basins. The most conspicuous item was the gun rack behind the door. Chained to it was an SKSD rifle with a loaded magazine. The sole deficiency was the continued absence of internet, and electricity remained rationed, supplied only from 6 to 9 in the evening. Bai Guoshi headed to the bathroom for a shower. The water ran cold. Hot water was only available at night, but he was accustomed to it by now. Splashing sounds emanated from the women's bathroom next door. Someone else was showering as well. Unfortunately, the bathroom had been designed with peculiar artistry. The male and female entrances were separated, with the women's entrance leading directly into Group 6's interior. After showering, he washed his clothes. Several dormmates habitually hoarded dirty laundry until they had nothing clean left, leaving the room perpetually reeking of stale fish. Every time Fang Yijing conducted her hygiene inspection, they received a poor rating. Dragging a pair of slippers, Bai Guoshi shuffled back from the bathhouse. The room remained empty. He couldn't even find someone to play peas with. He dug a Ziploc bag from his cupboard. Inside was a carton of cigarettes. In the other timeline, he had never touched tobacco, but now he desperately craved a drag. He went outside and sat beneath a tree in the square. At the first inhalation, smoke seared his throat and tears flooded his eyes. He hurriedly stubbed out the cigarette, but the tears refused to stop, pouring forth under the pretense of smoke irritation. Months of nearly uninterrupted exploration missions had numbed him, but a single cigarette released everything. Parents, friends, classmates, all vivid before his eyes. I'm such a fucking idiot running here. I don't even have a girlfriend, haven't even held a woman's hand. A tissue appeared beside him. Looking up, he saw Zhao Zhu. Didn't expect you to cry too, HMPH. A mischievous smile played on her lips. Choked by the smoke, he said, accepting the tissue. Zhao Zhu's hair was still damp and his heart stirred involuntarily. Who believes that? There's nothing wrong with crying. Is your knee better? Bai Guoshi refused to show weakness before a woman. Just came from the hospital. Applied medicine. Doesn't hurt much anymore. Zhao Zhu unself-consciously pulled up her pant leg and flexed her knee. The young woman's snow-white calf, firm and smooth, and the pale skin faintly visible around her knee were exposed mere inches from the innocent university graduate. The scent of camphor tincture mingled with something delicate, orchid perhaps, or jasmine drifted over. Little Bai felt his ears begin to burn. Good that it's healing, that's good. Come on, wash your face. We need to organize the report you're presenting tonight. Right, right. Bai Guoshi hadn't expected this woman to openly invite him to work on the data together. Elation swept through him, banishing his melancholy to the winds. I'll clean up right now. Meet in the office shortly. No need for that. I'll just wait for you here in the square. It's quite a walk, we can talk on the way. Bai Guoshi was dizzy from the impact of happiness. When he stood, he actually swayed several times before walking off in a state of joy. The report meeting for the 45th Long-Range Exploration Operation convened punctually at 19:00 in the Executive Committee compound. Several senior figures of the Executive Committee sat solemnly behind a horseshoe-shaped table, facing a row of seats reserved for the presenters. The arrangement had reportedly been modeled after U.S. congressional hearings. Those participating in the presentation were Liu Zheng, Qi Yunhang, Huang Zhuazi, and Bai Guoshi. Zhao Zhu and Yi Minjian lacked the relevant professional expertise and were not required to attend. Gentlemen, please be seated. Captain Liu, the written report you submitted tonight is excellent and holds great reference value. Now we'd like to hear an oral presentation, Wen Daisy said. Thank you. Which aspects should we address first? Let's begin with the biological field guide. I suggest Guoshi present on that, he's more qualified. Bai Guoshi commenced his report. Creating a biological field guide is primarily motivated by repeated Ministry of Health notifications regarding accidental ingestion of poisonous mushrooms. The cafeteria has also refused to use any wild fungi for fear of toxic species. Additionally, harmful creatures in this region attack both transmigrators and our laborers. Our concept is therefore to compile a comprehensive biological field guide, initially releasing 2 volumes. One will cover local edible or usable animals, plants, and wild fungi for reference by various departments. The second will be a harmful organism atlas, encompassing venomous snakes, poisonous insects, parasites, toxic plants, and similar threats, this for safety awareness purposes. Work on the first volume has already begun. Excellent idea. Zhao Zishan, director of the General Office, nodded. Later we can print it in color and publish a copy for everyone. The other committee members nodded in succession. The future plan is to extend this identification atlas to other domains, including minerals. As to matters concerning our department, regarding the long-range exploration team itself, we believe the current personnel level is grossly insufficient and requires urgent reinforcement. If only one team exists, an ambush during a field operation could cost the transmigration regime its entire long-range exploration capability. I personally recommend establishing at least 3 6-man reconnaissance squads, training them via veteran-novice pairing. We must avoid scenarios where the death of a single specialist leaves no successor. Our profession carries high risks. Such possibilities exist at any moment. Furthermore, 3 teams permit simultaneous investigation in 2 directions while maintaining one on standby. Regarding personnel, we need at least 12 additional individuals, ideally with outdoor activity experience. We must ensure each squad includes 1 person with military service background. On equipment, shotguns are scarce, so we won't request additional units, but we require at least 6 more steel crossbows and 3 walkie-talkies, ensuring each squad possesses 1 firearm, 2 crossbows, and 2 radios. Additionally, we wish to apply for priority power access for 2 laptops to support intelligence organization and guide compilation. Bai Guoshi spoke with increasing fluency and enthusiasm, until he suddenly noticed all the committee members staring at him with astonished eyes. Cold sweat broke out across his back. He had gotten carried away. These were Liu Zheng's talking points. How had he usurped the team leader's role and hijacked the report? I've finished. The presentation was quite incomplete. Bai Guoshi began to stammer. Thank you for your report, Wen Daisy said gently. Following Bai Guoshi, Qi Yunhang presented on the mineral discoveries from the expedition, focusing on the Kaolin deposit and the speculated presence of nearby lignite. Neither resource was urgently needed, and a garrison town stood in proximity, according to Yu Eshui's research, likely the station of the rear chiliarchy of Lingao. Perhaps we should simply eliminate this chiliarchy, Ma Qianju suggested. Chiliarch Liu has already accumulated considerable public grievances. Removing him could win over a significant number of military households willing to defect. The battle itself would be trivial. The chiliarchy's defensive capability is negligible, Liu Zheng said. I observed no meaningful self-defense capacity whatsoever. The specifics are detailed in the report. In my assessment, it's weaker than Lingao County. At least Lingao has higher walls. We'll table this discussion for now. The conservatives still harbored reservations about directly attacking Ming government installations. We could organize resource expeditions instead, Wu Nanhai interjected, seizing the opportunity to advance his proposal. Use armed escorts to protect laborers collecting resources. We stay in our lane, they stay in theirs. He elaborated on the benefits of this approach. A single trip to Wenchang would secure all the coconuts we could want without spending a single coin. Wu Nanhai continued his advocacy. Currently, even when we offer payment, they won't ship them here. Why is that? Our price too low? We're offering double Qiangshan's rate. Mo Zion sounded indignant. Lin Quanan, sent to purchase coconuts in the Wenchang area, had returned empty-handed, and several of his staff had been beaten and injured. The local tyrants that characterized the original timeline existed in this one as well. The copper trade was monopolized by several Qiangshan County merchants, and outsiders were forbidden from participating. Even at premium prices, farmers harvesting coconuts dared not sell to him. What does the exploration team think? We have no objection. If the executive committee organizes this initiative, we'll serve as pathfinders and guides. Very well, we'll work out the details after the meeting. Ma Qianju agreed. Additionally, the exploration team requires a survey vessel. This would enable round-the-island surveys and allow us to bring the survey team along. Ships are considerably safer than overland expeditions. If something goes wrong, we simply retreat to the vessel. The reasoning was compelling and difficult to refuse, but ships remained scarce resources. We could only allocate small coastal boats of 10 or 20 tons, which probably aren't suitable. When Daisy hesitated, it will be some time before the larger ship is completed. President Wen, that two-masted schooner was agreed to belong to our Maritime Power Department. Li Haiping, the Maritime Power Department representative, hastily interjected, when Daisy found himself in a dilemma. The Resource Department's demand was reasonable, yet the Maritime Power Department's urgent need for new ships to expand armed capacity and transport capability was equally real. How about this? The ship and sailor establishment remain under the Maritime Power Department, but the exploration team may call upon it when needed, with priority use guaranteed. Ma Qianju proposed a compromise that offended neither side. Sailors are also in short supply. Centralized management under the Maritime Power Department makes sense. That works. Liu Zheng had known the probability of actually obtaining the new ship was low, but I hope the Navy can help train us in boat handling so we won't be helpless when equipped with vessels in the future. Leave that to me, brother, Li Haiping agreed readily. End of chapter. Chapter 240. Proposal for a trade expedition. Liu Zheng remained to discuss operational matters, while Bai Guoshi, seeing the hour grow late, pushed off with the others. Liu Zheng made to leave as well but was asked to stay. There was a new mission to assign. Your next mission happens to involve going to sea. The exploration team should organize its personnel and use this as an opportunity to gain maritime experience, Ma Qianju said. The Planning Commission had assigned the exploration team the task of surveying Hainan's iron ore deposits, specifically, investigating the mines at Shilu and Tiandu. Both were exceptionally rare high-grade open-pit deposits in China. The exploration team's mission was to pinpoint their locations, collaborate with the survey team to map the terrain, and evaluate the difficulty and value of extraction. The difficulty of mining Shilu is likely considerable, Wen Daisy said, but we still need to determine how considerable so we can estimate at what stage of industrial development we should begin extraction. At this point, Mo Zion proposed, why not organize a joint expedition involving multiple ministries? A joint expedition? Navy Representative Li Haiping immediately perked up. Yes, Commissioner Wu just proposed resource expeditions. Since the iron ore investigation requires ships, and the scale can't be too small for safety reasons, why not simply organize a large-scale combined operation? I agree. Trade Minister Lu Rong was animated. Recent intra-island trade had been disappointing. The current system of transmigrators purchasing industrial raw materials at East Gate Market fell far short of expectations. They had forgotten how abysmal transportation was in this era. What had originally been a modest plan involving only the exploration team for personnel and the Navy for ships and sailors transformed into a multi-ministry joint operation. Besides the established partners, the exploration team and the Special Reconnaissance Battalion, it now included the Maritime Department, Survey Team, Foreign Affairs Ministry, and Foreign Trade Company. The Industrial and Energy Committee and Agricultural Committee dispatched professional technical personnel for support. Several students were also brought aboard as interns. To address Li and Miao affairs, Mu Min was temporarily seconded from police headquarters to join the expedition. Beyond resource exploration, this expedition bore responsibilities for surveying terrain and landforms, mapping, and investigating public sentiment. The team was also tasked with acquiring resources useful to the transmigrators through trade, hunting, gathering, or other means. We're acting just like those European adventurers understand, exploring new routes as we go, trading as we go, and burning, killing, and looting as we go, Li Haiping added. Absolutely not. Remember the 3 main rules of discipline and 8 points for attention, Ma Qianju said firmly. Of course, natives who dare challenge the authority of the transmigration state are enemies. Treat enemies as ruthlessly as winter. Everyone understood this. The primary objective is acquiring coconuts and coconut products. Whether our oil supply can keep pace with industrial development hinges critically on this. Zhan Wuya hastened to state his requirement. I'd also appreciate a bit more cooking oil, Wu Nanhai added. Timber, Wu Quanming said. I've nearly exhausted half the mangrove resources at Bopu. The banks of the Wenlin River offer only miscellaneous woods of limited utility, and we can't overharvest there without damaging soil and water conservation. Can't we purchase it? Purchase is impractical. Timber trade in Lingao is extremely difficult. The Li people are willing to sell to us, but transportation is the obstacle. There's no river system here to float timber out of the mountains. Timber occupies considerable space and is heavy. No need to take up space on the ship. Bind logs into rafts and tow them behind the vessel. Would that work? This isn't an ordinary river, it's the open sea. We won't be venturing into deep ocean. Coastal winds and waves are manageable. It should be feasible. Historical records indicate that North African countries in the medieval era transported timber across the Mediterranean precisely this way. I have one more request, Zhan Wuya interjected. It may be more difficult to obtain, but it's extremely useful. What? Deerskins, Zhan Wuya said, to substitute for rubber in manufacturing transmission belts. This was indeed a pressing need. With the production of prime movers and various self-made agricultural machinery, the demand for belts in mechanical transmission had surged dramatically. The mechanical department was currently relying on stockpiled reserves, but the limited inventory obviously couldn't last until the rubber trees matured. By Wu Nanhai's calculations, at least 15 years would pass before the transmigrators' raw rubber could achieve industrial scale. Various raw ores were also desirable. If deposits could be located at the seaside, some should be mined and transported back. Jai Wusheng specifically mentioned quartz sand. At Heiwei Town in Changjiang, abundant high-quality reserves lay right by the sea, ideal for extraction and transport. We could also purchase cotton cloth, Mo Zion added. To accommodate the anticipated immigration wave after the new year, demand at the Light Industry Ministry's garment factory had surged, and inventory was nearly exhausted. What do we exchange for these goods? Purchase with currency. Ores and such require no exchange, but coconuts, timber, and cotton cloth surely demand commodity barter, don't they? We have plenty to offer, Lu Rong said confidently. Salt. Please, salt is hardly rare on Hainan. Salt fields are everywhere and smuggled salt is rampant. The smuggled salt we sell is cheaper and we deliver it effectively to their doorstep. They'll be willing to accept it. What if they refuse? We have sewing needles, liquor, rough paper, crude porcelain, silk. We've prepared quite an assortment of small items plus some mirrors. Who do you intend to sell mirrors to? They're expensive. To bribe local officials and gentry. We aren't Spaniards when we say trade. We actually mean fair exchange, not plunder. Zhan Wuya expressed concern. But for such a large-scale mobilization, how many men and ships must we deploy? I worry this will disrupt cargo transportation with Guangdong and Macau. The Industrial and Energy Committee depended on maritime transport more heavily than any other department, so hearing these plans raised alarms. Wouldn't this require deploying at least 2 70-ton class vessels? Wen Dacey said thoughtfully, if we concentrate resources, the shipyard schooner should be completed within 10 days. Using a newly built ship immediately for such an extended voyage isn't that dangerous. Not significantly. Wen Dacey explained, since this is a circumnavigation of the island, even if problems arise, we can land in time. Consider it an excellent sea trial opportunity. Around the island voyage involves tides, shoals, and reefs. What's the safety factor? Our investment in building this ship is substantial. It won't be a problem. We possess a complete set of charts and nautical data. The safety factor should be the highest achievable. Honestly, if we had sufficient fuel, we could simply take the landing craft. That's wishful thinking, Ma Qianju said. The reserves aboard the Fengcheng are actually considerable, but diesel consumption has grown across many sectors, fishing boats, construction machinery, vehicles, and there's nowhere to replenish. Actually, he had another reason known only to the executive committee's inner circle. The Fengcheng must maintain enough fuel for a one-way voyage to Taiwan. In case the revolution suffered catastrophic setbacks, they would need an escape route. I think the North American sailboat would make an excellent exploration vessel, Liu Zheng said. He had been eyeing that sailing yacht for some time. It's fast, well-equipped, and perfectly suited for maritime exploration. Dream on. The executive committee explicitly stated from the beginning that the ship belongs to them. Could we replicate a few? That ship is small but remarkably durable. Without the engine and modern navigation equipment, the structure isn't complex, and living facilities could be simplified. Very difficult, Wen Dacey said. That type of modern sailing yacht represents the crystallization of contemporary industrial technology. At our current industrial level, we couldn't replicate it in 10 years. Right, Li Haiping suddenly recalled. Isn't Li Huamei's Hangzhou at Bopu? That ship displaces 100 tons, Wen Dacey said. The Hangzhou is a single-masted schooner. As a vessel, it's excellent, but I remain uneasy about this woman's background. Overthinking it. Li Haiping said, when Xiao Meng invited her to work for us, she refused, preferring to run her own trade to make money. If she were actually a spy, she'd have agreed immediately. Don't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients, Wu De cautioned. It does seem somewhat suspicious, as if someone deliberately arranged for such a person to appear. If this were a television drama, I'd understand the plotting. Then what do you suggest? Kill her and seize the ship. Li Haiping was indeed a man of direct, realistic objectives. The speed of his attitude shifts was enough to leave anyone stunned. She is, after all, the first maritime merchant to arrive at Bopu. Such an action would cost us goodwill. Ma Jia from the Foreign Affairs Ministry said, for safety, we should simply conduct some business with her, let her taste a bit of profit. Don't allow her to penetrate too deeply into our internal affairs. A pity about her ship, such excellent transport capacity. The executive committee members were genuinely hesitant. They couldn't bring themselves to trust her, Yet for this joint exploration operation, a single two-masted vessel was clearly insufficient. Not to mention the ship hadn't been tested in practice. Wen Dacey had expressed confidence, but inwardly he harbored doubts. "We'll discuss it further," Wen Dacey said, rubbing his temples. The meeting stretched until 7 or 8 in the evening. Liu Zheng's stomach rumbled with hunger. Finally, the request by Guoshi had made on his behalf received executive committee approval, though with the anticipated discount. The personnel establishment was cut, granting only 6 transmigrators, essentially all deadwood rejected by other departments. The committee's reasoning was high-minded. There is no deadwood, only undiscovered talent. As for how to discover that talent, well, that was Liu Zheng's responsibility. "Why must I train deadwood?" Liu Zheng muttered. "If they were female rejects, I'd welcome them, but then it wouldn't be my turn to develop them." However, he had expended considerable breath, finally securing 1 additional slot. Multiple arguments were required, primarily because the few forestry majors on the team also worked part-time in the Agricultural Committee's biological lab. Thus, Zhao Zhu from the IT group was retained for intelligence collection and organization. The IT group had already complained of overstaffing. He was quite satisfied with Zhao Zhu's transfer. Though this woman wasn't much of a combat asset, having a decent-looking young woman in the department would have a healing effect on morale, and it gave Bai Guoshi a useful buff. Equipment wasn't cut significantly. 6 crossbows were added, all experimental prototypes manufactured by the machinery department, varying in size and style. Along with the steel crossbows, 2 domestic scopes and 1 Russian-made infrared night vision scope were issued. 2 walkie-talkies were added. Additionally, the power access for the exploration team's computers was upgraded from priority to absolute, uninterrupted 24-hour supply. End of chapter. Chapter 241. The shipyard. The next morning, Bai Guoshi slept far too late. He learned from the guard on duty at the residential group gate that a young woman had come looking for him, but since he hadn't risen yet, she was turned away. Bai Guoshi was certain it must have been Zhao Zhu. Visiting so early suggested she likely wanted to go to the canteen for breakfast together. This was a golden opportunity to strengthen their relationship, and he had utterly squandered it. He knocked his own head in frustration. Another depressing matter. After leaving the committee meeting the previous night, his head had been spinning from the prolonged debate. As a result, when Wei Awen asked him for a cigarette, he muddily handed over the entire pack, the very pack from which he'd smoked only 1 cigarette the day before. Painful. That was a pack of hard Changhua. The market price for hard Changhua had become absurd. Fortunately, he had brought an entire carton. Truly unlucky. The more Bai Guoshi dwelt on it, the more dispirited he felt. He couldn't even muster the motivation to visit the canteen for breakfast. Instead, he fished out a piece of the incredibly unpalatable Grassland No. 5 rice cake from his pocket. This was the standard field ration, but because everyone detested eating it, substantial quantities accumulated. Chewing the rice cake that seemed impossible to swallow, Bai Guoshi arrived at the exploration team office. He had just sat down and poured a cup of water, preparing to wash down the rice cake, when Liu Zheng walked in. Seeing him, Liu Zheng chuckled several times, leaving Bai Guoshi thoroughly baffled. "Little Bai, Zhao Zhu has been officially transferred to our department starting today." "Really?" Bai Guoshi leaped up in excitement, nearly choking on the rice cake. "Don't get so excited, of course it's true." Liu Zheng smiled reassuringly. "Men and women working together makes the work less tiring." "Little Bai, you must seize this opportunity." Just as Bai Guoshi was about to respond, Zhao Zhu burst in and said bluntly, "I heard I'm being assigned to base duty and not allowed on field missions." "Well, yes," Liu Zheng nodded. "Your leg isn't fully healed, it's not suitable for extended field activities. As our exploration team scales up, we need someone manning the office. We can't leave headquarters empty." This also leverages your IT expertise for intelligence analysis and organization. Your work is critically important. mission briefings before departures, intelligence reports after returns. There's also administrative work. The burden is heavy, but we'll all help however we can. Zhao Zu said thoughtfully. That important. Seeing she was convinced, Liu Zheng said, I have other matters leaving first. Thus creating an opportunity for Bai Guoshi. Bai Guoshi suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. Could this be karmic reward for giving away cigarettes? Just as he pondered how to initiate conversation, Zhao Zu spoke. I came to find you this morning. Why were you still asleep? I was exhausted yesterday. You have no idea how late that executive committee meeting ran. Bai Guoshi couldn't resist boasting about his distinguished bearing during the report, embellishing how the committee had praised the exploration team's talent. By the end, even the large-scale expedition had become his proposal. While spinning this yarn, he felt guilty, but seeing her radiant smile and admiring eyes, he continued embellishing. What did you need me for this morning? I received my transfer order and wanted help moving my equipment from it. Of course, I'll go right now. Bai Guoshi eagerly volunteered. The following day, everyone was reorganized into balanced groups. Training proceeded using a veteran-leading novice model. Liu Zheng's curriculum included field survival training, individual tactical fundamentals, squad coordination, professional knowledge of flora, fauna, minerals and meteorology, and nautical adaptation training at Bopu. After several days, everyone's abilities improved markedly. Liu Zheng also led field exercises at Guoshis Ridge and Lingao Cape, even organizing confrontation battles between teams. When Daisy visited the shipyard daily to supervise construction of their first two-masted schooner, the vessel's blueprint was based on the famous America, 170-ton displacement, 30 meters length, 7 meters beam, 3 meters draft, requiring only 9 crew including captain. Since this was the Transmigration Group's first large self-built vessel, it was designated Ship Zero, signifying emergence from nothing. The Beidu Botrytes formed the construction backbone. Building a large Western-style vessel was unprecedented for them, and for Wen Daisy as well, also testing the Transmigrator's industrial capacity. The shipbuilders adopted dry dock construction. The dock was semi-open, half excavated on beach, the remainder enclosed in the sea using wooden pilings and masonry, reinforced with bamboo-reinforced concrete. The lock gate consumed substantial timber. To power the winch and pump, the machinery department manufactured a 50-horsepower horizontal steam engine that could also drive a sawmill during the day. Ship Zero required large-scale resource gathering. The Wenlin River shouldered immense transportation burdens. Bulk materials floated downstream on rafts, lighter goods transported by carts, manpower, or horses. Shipbuilding timber had been seized from Beidu village, dried for years, mostly from Fujian. Since Ship Zero was a prototype, cheap Chinese fir was used extensively, with key components like masts from ironwood. Beidu also provided tung oil, hemp fibers, oyster shell ash, ropes, and iron fittings including grapnel anchors. The labor force was abundant, drawn from forcibly relocated Beidu villagers. Wen Daisy focused on cultivating artisans led by shipwright Zhang Jiki, who now held the title of Master Shipwright. In contrast, the Lin and Lu clan scions were apprehensive. These powerful clans had controlled Beidu's administration for generations. The executive committee was wary of clan influence and had Wu to begin dismantling the families. Lin Gonglao stood at the quarantine camp office entrance, his young face twisted with indignation. Surrounding clan youths wore equally sullen expressions. They had just received assessment results. All male Beidu immigrants aged 16 and above had undergone skills assessments covering shipbuilding craftsmanship. Zhang Jiki had determined scoring, and he harbored considerable resentment toward the Lin family's historical appropriation of shipbuilding profits. End of chapter. Chapter 242. The Hybrid Schooner, Part 1. The assessment results were in. 15 or 16 men with shipbuilding skills, including the clan head, were retained at Bopu as shipyard staff, to live with their families in the newly constructed Beidu village. However, Wu De rejected their request to live together as a clan. Instead, he enforced strict regulations. All adult married men must establish separate households and register their residency individually. Wu De refined the regulations further. Within each household, a maximum of 3 generations were permitted. The first 2 generations were restricted to 1 couple each. When the 3rd generation married, they must establish a separate household. Married brothers were strictly prohibited from remaining in the same household. The separated households were then distributed into standard residential buildings, with a maximum of 2 families from the same clan permitted per building. Remaining Lin clan members were relocated to the Bern commune residential area, scattered similarly, and assigned as general laborers. Thus the Lin family, once one of Beidu village's 2 ruling clans, was effectively dismantled. Clan head Lin Xianming lost his former prestige and could only work as a regular shipyard employee. Every household now owed the transmigration group 60 taels for housing, a sum many Lin members could actually afford, though none dared reveal their wealth for fear the short-haired thieves would confiscate it. While older Lin clan members, having witnessed official brutality, were submissive to Lingao's power, the younger generation harbored considerable resentment, particularly those from core branches who had enjoyed high status since childhood. They held deep grudges over their lost prestige. Most galling was that side branch members who had held low status previously became salaried shipyard staff simply because they worked harder and possessed better skills. Lin Gonglao naturally missed the staff ranks. Since unmarried, he remained under his father's household, but his status was reduced to commune member, forcing him to do odd jobs for work points. Staff members received monthly salaries and high income. Commune members worked as coolies doing hard labor. He couldn't bear the disparity. A cousin spoke up. "Big brother, say something. What is uncle thinking? Is our Lin family just going to scatter like this? What else can we do?" a young man squatting with drooping head muttered. "They're capable," Lin Gonglao's brother Lin Gongsun kicked him fiercely. "You scum, coward. How can you say such things?" But the beaten man seemed accustomed to being a punching bag. "Isn't it true we can't beat them? Bullshit. They just have better weapons, some bird guns. In hand-to-hand combat I can beat 7 or 8 of these softies alone," Lin Gongsun said aggressively, stealing glances at a nearby sentry. The crowd seemed unsatisfied, seeing surrounding sentries and cadres not interfering. They cursed more vigorously. "Exactly, big brother and second brother's kung fu isn't for show. Winning with firearms doesn't count as heroism. One-on-one, we'd beat them until they look for their teeth on the ground." The defeatist scrambled away under punches and kicks. Lin Guanding squeezed over and whispered, "Uncle Gonglao, tell everyone to stop cursing. Walls have ears." But Lin Gonglao scolded him too. "You're also a wretch, a gutless coward. The Aussies are overseas barbarians. I'll curse them to their faces. They don't understand." He shouted obscenities in Minnan dialect at a true Kun in the distance. Sure enough, the other party showed no reaction and the surrounding Lins cheered. "Brother Gonglao is formidable. The Aussies are wretches, dare not even fart. The Aussies dare not offend our Lin family. Shipbuilding depends on great uncle." Lin Guangding tried again. "Among the long-term workers are people from our place. What's there to fear from traitors?" Lin Gonglao suddenly felt powerful. "I can crush them with one finger." While he was bragging, Lin Xianming rushed over and hissed, "Are you seeking death? What nonsense are you spouting?" He looked around carefully. "Think our Lin family hasn't suffered enough?" Lin Gonglao wanted to argue, but his father dragged him to a desolate spot. "Speak less of such boundless talk in the future," Lin Xianming instructed quietly. "This group of short-haired thieves is formidable. Dad, sooner or later they'll be wiped out by the Sea Lords. Even if not, if we report to officials, the Imperial Court will suppress them." A heavy knuckle rap on his head. "Imperial Court? What does the court have to do with us? Without it, we were living fine guarding our ancestral graves in Fujian." Lin Xianming softened. "The short hairs are passable too. They provide houses, pay wages, don't make us work for free. We common folks, whoever becomes emperor, we pay grain and taxes. Having food, clothes, and shelter is enough. Don't cause trouble." Seeing his son fall silent, Lin Xianming added, "When the time comes, I'll get you into the shipyard as staff. The short hairs still value your father," Lin Gonglao muttered. His thoughts differed from his father's. Lin Xianming sought to lead the clan through troubled times peacefully. Lin Gonglao still possessed a young man's desire for power, constantly missing the days when the Lin family ruled Beidu and he could order people around. The Lu family's backlash was much smaller. Their population was smaller, and Lu Yushin was a pragmatist with no doubts about transmigrator policies. He immediately had clansmen register separately. Even his unmarried son registered a separate household. His only request was keeping his apprentice son by his side to continue training. He saw the Lin family's fate. Unskilled descendants became basic laborers. Since all Lu family males were blacksmiths, they were divided by skill level after assessment. Most were assigned to Bairn City's machinery factory. A few remained at Bopu as shipyard ironworkers. Those with insufficient skills entered apprentice teams at the shipyard and machinery factory. Lu Yushin became master craftsman of the shipyard's ironwork workshop. Shipbuilding required numerous iron parts. Since Wen Dacey couldn't master all European shipbuilding crafts, many Chinese techniques were continued. Before the new year, Wen Dacey led mechanical specialists to draw complete lines plans and structural drawings. Though rough, they provided construction basis. Shortly after New Year's Day, the keel was laid under Wen Dacey's guidance. The keel was placed on blocks in the dry dock. Stem and stern posts were inlaid at both ends. This arduous task required the construction company's truck crane. When Dacey then realized he hadn't installed hoisting equipment and rushed to build indigenous derricks. Floor timbers were placed transversely on the keel, with the kelson atop them running longitudinally. All three were bolted together. The futtocks, curved ribs forming the ship's sides, were closely connected to floor timbers. Bending timber to design angles without structural damage cost Wu Quanming considerable effort. Fortunately, the steam boiler made the process fast and effective. All ribs were installed compactly, double-layered in the middle and near masts where stress was highest. Heavy planks, clamps, were arranged horizontally inside the ribs to support deck beam ends. Mast partners had reinforcement plates of sturdy ironwood inserted vertically between deck beams, while mast heels stood on the kelson. During construction, scaffolding surrounded the hull. Outer planks were fixed to ribs with bolts. To prevent leakage, kapok served as caulking. This fiber was nearly water-impermeable with excellent buoyancy. All seams were sealed with traditional Chinese mixture of tung oil, hemp fibers, and oyster shell ash. Wood tar was applied to both hulls. The internal structure followed Chinese principles with watertight bulkheads. Since this wasn't a dedicated warship requiring heavy broadside batteries, a full lower gun deck was unnecessary. End of chapter. Chapter 243. The Hybrid Schooner Part 2, regarding armaments. A barbette was installed at both bow and stern, each mounting a 70mm rifled gun. Above each barbette stood a retractable canvas frame for protecting the cannon when not in use, the same structure installed on fishing boats by Lin Shen's artillery trial group. The sole improvement was that the naval gun carriage's recoil system had been changed from the original block and tackled to a rail-mounted recoil-absorbing carriage. The gun carriage was installed on rails where wheels could slide. When firing, recoil was counteracted by sliding backwards along the rails. At the rail's end, hardwood buffer blocks utilized rebound force from the wheel collision to return the cannon to position. Steel wasn't used to prevent sparks. With more advanced mechanical capabilities, Lin Shen could have introduced more complex gear, roller, and hydraulic systems for better buffering. On warships, weight and volume restrictions for solving gun recoil were much looser than in the field. This system had undergone preliminary testing at Lingao Cape Fort and was deemed adequate. Installation on Ship Zero also served as a sea trial. The gun emplacement was rotatable, manually pushed from below deck. A speaking tube facilitated directing rotation angles. The 90-degree angle toward the deck was mechanically limited, preventing enemy use if the cannon were captured, and preventing accidental friendly fire. Though barbette protection wasn't perfect, no contemporary cannon could exceed the 70 rifled gun's range. The gun shield was made of riveted rolled iron plates, impressively protective by the era's standards. When Dacey and the Navy group had initially wanted to lay rolled wrought iron armor plates on Ship Zero's deck, creating the first protected cruiser with a turtleback deck. After calculating required quantities, when Dacey abandoned the idea. Only an armor belt around the ammunition room was installed as a safety measure. For auxiliary weapons, Li Yunxing had proposed multi-barrel volley guns, but these were cumbersome and slow to load. Following Lin Shen's suggestion, mature technology was used instead. 6 2-pounder light mortars, one on each side, one at bow and stern with 2 on masttop platforms. These compact cannons mounted on freely rotating gimbals could rotate 360 degrees, elevate to 80 degrees and depress to 40 degrees. They fired iron sand, scrap iron and canister shot totaling under 1 kilogram. With short range, similar to a modern 12.7 heavy machine gun, they were designed to kill at close range, shredding enemy rigging and deck sailors and, when necessary, sweeping away boarding parties. Of course, the Transmigration Navy's guiding philosophy was engaging from maximum distance rather than exhausting close-range broadside slugfests. Since Ship Zero wasn't prepared for full broadside batteries, its below-deck space was considerably larger, greatly improving endurance and cargo capacity. Crew living conditions far exceeded ordinary sailing warships: more cabins, sanitary facilities, better lighting and ventilation. When Dacey even prepared retractable hammocks for ordinary sailors. To transmigrators, these were merely bare minimums. When Dacey understood his group's weaknesses, plenty of courage and ambition, but limited tolerance for hardship. Without proper food, drink, and sleep, expecting them to undertake long-distance adventures was fantasy. Regarding rigging, the shipbuilding team decided to temporarily use Chinese-style hard sails, junk rig. Hard sails suited the transmigrators' current capabilities, as they hadn't mastered soft sail technology. Sewing complex sails was a specialized technique requiring specific tools and huge space. Not only was this technique unknown in China, even Macau might lack sailmakers. The planning committee warehouse had no sail canvas and would require imports, with Macau's availability uncertain. Chinese-style hard sail manufacturing requirements were much lower. Hard sails were flat panels. Soft sails and jibs were complex curved surfaces requiring professional sewing. Soft sails required specially made canvas. Hard sails with supporting battens had no stringent material requirements. Ordinary cloth, grass mats, or reed screens could substitute. Even if slightly damaged, they could continue operating, and temporary repairs were conveniently easy. Hard sails had high wind efficiency. Acting like airplane wings, they utilized wind from 8 directions. When struck by crosswinds, the lift vector roughly aligned with sailing direction, providing high efficiency. Even oblique headwinds allowed zigzag progress. Sheets tied to one side allowed angle adjustment. The ability to quickly raise and lower sails and tackle crosswinds made hard sails convenient, though raw speed was slower than soft sails. Operation was convenient too. Without complex running rigging, ordinary people needed almost no training to set and furl sails. Furling was extremely fast. Cutting the main halyard brought sails crashing down in seconds. Raising was slower and more laborious due to batten weight, but required no special skills. Hard sails needed minimal adjustment during navigation, saving manpower. Though soft sails were the trend for large oceanic vessels, Ship Zero's missions would merely circle coastal areas, going south to the Philippines or north to Japan. Chinese hard sails suited the complex sea conditions and changeable winds of the continental littoral. We'll use hard sails as a substitute for now, switching when we have manufacturing capabilities, Wen Dacey said. Reality dictated the choice. Soft sail rigging also required much higher sailor skills. Ship Zero needed immediate deployment. We'll use steam engines in the future. Why need sailing ships? Li Dai asked. Wen Dacey shook his head. For at least 20 years, large sailing ships will remain our ocean transport backbone. They don't need fuel. Steamships lack advantages for bulk cargo. They're inefficient and coal-hungry. Long-range voyages require overseas coaling stations. As for producing steam turbines, that depends on how fast we climb the tech tree. Sailing ships actually remained in use until the 1950s before being eliminated by world shipping markets. Before that, they remained the best vehicles for long-distance bulk cargo transport. I really want to pilot our ironclad soon, Yulin said. The naval enthusiast spent all free time at the shipyard despite not understanding shipbuilding technology. Actually, it's not that difficult. Iron-hulled ships are easier to build than wooden ones, Wen Dacey said. With sufficient materials and trained workers, building 1,000-ton iron-hulled ships is straightforward. CEO Wen, should we build another 70-ton class soft-sail rigged ship as a training ship? The speaker was Ming Qiu of the Maritime Department, serving as naval advisor. Honestly, after modern warships, seeing the Navy's vessel turning out as a sailing ship felt strange, especially those odd gun emplacements Ming Qiu vaguely recalled from late Qing Dynasty forts. Though reality was disjointed from experience, the basic idea of building a navy remained consistent. People were always the most critical component. Training sufficient sailors was pressing. Ming Qiu had seen a visiting South Sea Fleet training ship and felt the method excellent. That makes sense. I'll discuss with the Executive Committee for Materials Allocation to start a training ship, but this requires foreign trade company support. Actually, Ma Qianju had already sent people to Macau to see if relevant materials and artisans could be collected. Just then, a European sloop with a long bowsprit like a swordfish, hanging a long row of sails, was sailing crookedly in the waters outside the shipyard. The sails hung disorderly with people crawling on them. Faint shouts drifted over on the sea breeze. "Whose boat is that?" Wen Dacey was startled. Li Huamei's Hangzhou, Chen Heiyang reported. "We reported to the executive committee last time. She's teaching sail and rigging handling techniques. She seems very active," Wen Dacey said thoughtfully. "Didn't Meng De report she wasn't willing to instruct? She refused formal instruction. This isn't strictly teaching, seems to be recreation. Using this for recreation is quite unique." Wen Dacey was filled with distrust. After Li Huamei arrived in Lingao, the executive committee had doubts about her intentions, so they hadn't decided how to treat her, only sending Foreign Affairs Ministry personnel to provide hospitality. Board in port, Li Huamei naturally established relations with Bopu's naval personnel. Relying on her reputation, beauty, straightforward temperament, and fast ship, she quickly won over most of the Navy crowd, except for a few former PLA officers who maintained revolutionary vigilance. They often took her boat for spins, calling it learning ship handling. Li Huamei was generous, teaching experience and occasionally performing ship handling techniques. Her prestige soared. She won numerous fans. Every expanded executive committee meeting, someone would put in good words for her. This made the committee keenly feel the powerful charm of a woman. End of chapter. Chapter 244. Li Huamei and the Navy crowd. Meanwhile, aboard the Hangzhou, Li Huamei was ruthlessly mocking Yulin at the helm, telling him his steering would only drive the ship onto reefs. Yulin's immaculate U.S. Navy uniform was drenched by spray, and he had to endure the beauty's merciless teasing. He looked miserable. Then she shouted at the Navy men who had clung to the masts and yards for over an hour without unfurling any sails, just hugging the timber and shivering. "How long are you country bumpkins going to hug them? Planning to take the masts as wives?" Leizhou was trembling up there. Climbing yards on a mast swaying left and right more than 10 meters above deck was no job for ordinary people. Though he had climbed up, once at the top, he didn't dare traverse the yards, let alone furl canvas. He clutched the rope net with a death grip, feeling his body constantly rising and falling, complaining incessantly. He hadn't expected sailing ships to be so unfun. It seemed he would have to become a die-hard proponent of steam ironclads in the future. Lao Dai next to him was even more miserable. Lao Dai had originally worked in the army but somehow wanted to join the Marines. Relying on 2 years of coastal defense service, he had become a Marine Corps company commander upon defecting to the Navy. This man liked to talk hardware. K-98s, Tiger tanks, and 88 cannons never left his mouth, belonging to the rare Germanophile faction among naval enthusiasts. He had always claimed climbing masts was easy, but lost his nerve the first time he got on a ship for sea training. Now he hadn't even climbed onto the yard, hugging the mast halfway up with eyes closed tight. Damn, Leizhou thought, modern people shouldn't be afraid of heights. We all have to climb a few floors wherever we are. All right, come down. Watching you is truly distressing. Huamei had apparently lost hope. My leg cramp today gave out. Lao Dai emphasized objective factors upon hitting the deck. Really, look, it's still numb now. It's truly a miracle you guys can live till now in Lingao. Huamei laughed. And like this, you still want to sail ships yourselves. You can't even climb masts. Depressing yet irrefutable. Leizhou was speechless. However, he noticed she greatly appreciated the detailed division of sailor duties and the continuously conducted drills. She was also extremely interested in the Derringer pistols equipped by the Navy men. Watching this, he was secretly delighted. As long as she had a weakness or desire, she would be easy to handle. Mund, panting and clothes rubbed black by the mast, protested. Who said a captain must climb masts? Does a captain shovel coal into boilers himself? Suddenly realizing Huamei didn't know what boilers were, he corrected himself. We are high-quality talents who have mastered technologies more advanced than climbing masts. Huamei smiled without speaking, but she knew in her heart this wasn't false. She already knew from her mistress that the Australians possessed many fresh gadgets, but experiencing them personally was completely different. The shock of that huge iron ship in the bay was unparalleled. The largest ships she had seen previously were the great galleons of the Spanish and Portuguese. Compared with the iron ship before her, those 1,000-ton sea monsters were merely the difference between whales and sharks. Just the hull sides, taller than city walls, amazed her. As for their pistols and rifles, she didn't know who else in this world could possess firearms that fired without matchcords, wheelix, or flints. What secret was hidden in those small copper pieces? This interested her more than the iron ship. Not to mention the binoculars worn by every officer. They could see farther and clearer than all European telescopes from the entire East Indies to Macau. There were also things not so scientific. Strangest was a small box that could talk to people far away at any time. At first she thought it a trick, but truly hearing the voice and watching them converse endlessly with it, a great sense of fear welled up in Huamei's heart. Such a thing. What was it if not witchcraft? But these people showed no signs of practicing witchcraft. Macau was a bizarre colonial city with all cultures and beliefs, including various practitioners, so Huamei knew about witchcraft. This group had not a shred of religious belief. Their speech and behavior were that of atheists. During her days at Bopu, almost every day brought surprises. She discovered new things from the iron ship down to their paper and strange habits. For example, they always carried tissue paper, using it as handkerchiefs to wipe mouths besides the toilet. Overall, she felt the Australians were more like Europeans in their understanding of technology, the items they used, and clothing habits. Even their speech and manners were similar, but they were indeed of Chinese descent. Later, hearing the Navy men say they were descendants of Song Dynasty immigrants confirmed her judgment. If Li Huamei grew up in a family mixing Chinese and Western cultures and thus could take distinct cultures calmly, what the Australians possessed was a brand new culture she had never felt before. This turned her originally passive mindset into strong curiosity. "That iron-fast ship of yours is indeed excellent," Li Huamei agreed, "but it seems you can't build another one. That's now. In a few years our cruisers will cover the entire China seas." Li Haiping was full of pride, completely forgetting his ugly state on the mast. "Really? Then will you sell me one?" "This," Li Haiping hesitated, "needs our leader's agreement. However," he said solemnly, "if you're willing to be our chief naval instructor, giving you one in the future won't be a problem." Li Huamei giggled. "I'm kidding. Those iron ships are treasures, don't think I don't know. I'd better earn my money. Casually teaching you to climb masts is nothing, just sell me a few guns in the future." "Okay, okay." Li Haiping nodded repeatedly, forgetting he wasn't the Navy head. "As long as you help train us, what do a few guns count for?" Just then, rumbling cannons came from Lingao Cape, and white smoke pillars rose into the sky. This was the Ordnance Design Bureau test-firing cannons. The 150 muzzle-loading rifled gun newly cast for Lingao Cape Fort at Bopu. It was the largest caliber cannon manufactured since D-Day. When firing 48-pound Minié shells, maximum range approached 4 kilometers, a terrifying figure at the time. Everyone excitedly picked up binoculars. Sampans were anchored in a line at a certain distance from the beacon tower, with red flags planted on them. Water columns constantly rose near the sampans, rocking the small boats. "What accuracy is this? More than 10 shots, not a single hit," Li Haiping said darkly. "Looks like we need to triple training shells in the next budget, otherwise enemies will rush to our faces before we hit them." Several Navy men chimed in. "Lao Dai knew better. What are you shouting about? This is calculating artillery range tables. Those boats aren't targets, the cannons are firing from near to far." "Those are range-finding boats," Yulin said. Li Huamei snatched Li Haiping's binoculars and looked for a long time, eyes shining. "This cannon is very good, the gunners are strong too, shooting quite accurately." This was a slap in the face for the critics. However, they were used to Li Huamei's sarcasm. Anyone could see her strong interest in cannons. She had been at Bopu nearly a week without seeing the Transmigration Army's cannons fire. "If you're willing to sell me cannons, I'll help train sailors." Li Huamei put down the binoculars and said this heavily. "Deal." Li Haiping patted his chest. Several Maritime Department lecturers laughed secretly. The mermaid had finally taken the bait. A few with stronger organizational discipline, including Yulin, were somewhat worried. The executive committee hadn't approved this, and even their own Navy leaders hadn't agreed. How could they casually promise? "I'll take responsibility for reporting to leadership. They'll definitely meet you soon." "Quite the bureaucratic airs," Li Huamei curled her lip. "I don't care. What executive committee members? Worth a few dimes, just dressed-up monkeys." The Navy crowd laughed heartily. Making fun of leaders has always been favorite Chinese entertainment. "Rather than meeting some chairman, I want to go up on the big iron ship," Li Huamei sighed charmingly. "So big." The crowd of lecturers immediately had their minds in the gutter, indulging in mental fantasies. Mund immediately stated, "We'll talk to leaders again. Letting you see the ship is nothing big." Though the Navy crowd's intimacy with Li Huamei skyrocketed due to high-level caution, her movement remained limited. Except for sailboats, she couldn't board any powered vessels, from the Fengcheng to landing crafts. When appointing main naval leaders, Ma Qianju wisely chose only former PLA officers, hoping to use their party-instilled discipline and political consciousness to implement the executive committee's will. Thus 2 factions unconsciously formed within the Navy, one composed of former professional officers like Chen Haiyang, the other composed of naval enthusiasts and former naval soldiers. The 2 major groups of the future Navy began taking shape. End of chapter. Chapter 245. Bopu Fortifications. Lin Shen raised binoculars to watch the drifting small boat in the distance. When the firing angle was raised to 10 degrees, The shell's splash point was not far from the range-finding boat at maximum distance, 5 kilometers. This was still using black powder. With nitrocellulose and nitroglycerin mixed propellant, range would probably be even greater. It's a pity the fire control system is so poor. Li Yongxing sighed. Relying on visual aiming and range table calculations to hit a moving point target at sea, a 5% hit rate at this distance would be very lucky. The biggest contradiction the Ordnance Design Bureau encountered was that their cannons' range greatly exceeded their fire control capabilities. Add a scope to the cannon, Bayou joked. I'd like to, but there are no suitable lenses. It'll be good when the industrial department can produce optical glass for direct fire sights. That's probably impossible for the next few years. We'll still rely on calculation, make the firing tables well, solve the calculation equations. It will always be useful for gunners to memorize them. But this cannon is truly exhilarating. Wang Ruixiang caressed the polished, shiny cast steel cannon. Thick enough. The planning committee only allowed 2 of these 150 cannons. Lin Shen was regretful. To defend Bopu, 2 are really not enough. We'll have to cast more smoothbore cannons. I think casting fewer is good. Casting too many miscellaneous cannons is wasteful. We shouldn't be satisfied with this primary level, Bayou said. He had formerly studied weapon manufacturing and lacked enthusiasm for old-fashioned guns. True, but there are still too few cannons. Bopu needs fortification. Yingyu shook his head. As artillery commander, he belonged to a cross-service branch. Gunners from both Army and Navy trained in his artillery company. He was responsible for Bopu's firepower arrangement. Adding these 2, there are only 6 cannons available for the fortress. What use is this? Casting new cannons isn't hard, but we should standardize. Currently it's too random, some marked by caliber, others by shot weight. Stockpiling ammunition is too difficult, Li Yongxing suggested. Of course, we should equip everyone with rifled cannons. Yingyu looked down on smoothbores. The Army can use imitated Japanese Type 92 battalion guns plus mortars. The Navy can use 70 or 100 breech-loading rifled cannons. Lin Shen found a clean stone and sat down. Given our current industrial capacity, let's take it step by step. For the new Army's artillery, we'll still use smoothbores. The Army needs large numbers with high usage frequency, but our materials are poor and ammunition manufacturing capacity weak. Smoothbores don't have high requirements and are simple to manufacture. It won't hurt if they're lost. Classification will follow traditional shot weight. I think 4 types suffice. 6-pounder and 12-pounder cannons and 12-pounder mountain howitzers and 24-pounder howitzers. Are mortars not needed? The 24-pounder howitzer serves that purpose, Lin Shen said. Huge siege cannons belong to a special category and aren't listed as regular equipment. Wang Ruixiang remembered the infantry's killer. Speaking of mortars, we can use trench mortars. Lin Shen said, technically not difficult. The problem is ammunition fuses. Without reliable fuses, it's better not to play with that. He continued, as for the Navy breech-loading rifled cannons, at least rifled cannons are the trend. The industrial department can provide few warships, and qualified sailors are hard to train. Ships and people are precious, so use long-range, high-lethality rifled cannons for self-protection against strong enemies. I agree. Equipment depends on our industrial capacity and the enemy's level. Being too advanced occupies too many resources and affects industrial upgrading, Li Yongxing said. Let's return to the command post. Everyone descended from the gun emplacement and returned to the fortress command post. The newly completed post was located atop the Bopu Beacon Tower Hill, in the same place as the heavy artillery emplacement. This artificial hill, over 25 meters high with a 45-degree slope, had been transformed into the entire Bopu Fortifications' main support point. Besides original lookout posts and searchlights, structures like the command post, soldier barracks, and ammunition depots had been added. To transport building materials and heavy cannons to the beacon tower, the construction company excavated a winch slide on the hillside, using an electric winch to pull cargo buckets to the top. Finally, this winch track was expanded into a covered concealed tunnel for personnel, supplies, and infrastructure. Telephone and power lines were moved inside as well. Barbed wire was erected around the top platform, and trenches were dug. The Navy stationed a Marine platoon here, 1 artillery squad and 2 infantry squads. The Bopu camp at the beacon tower's foot was reinforced accordingly, with original crude wooden watchtowers upgraded to brick and stone blockhouses. The machinery department batch-cast 12-pounder howitzers for these blockhouses, installed on old naval gun carriages using pulley blocks to buffer recoil. The fired shells were mainly canister shot, used effectively as giant machine guns. Beside the trestle bridge leading to the Fengcheng, a 4-story brick-and-cement fort was added, mounting a 32-pounder cannon and a 12-pounder mountain howitzer. A platoon was usually stationed there. Finally, there was the Fengcheng itself. Its tall superstructure could play a role similar to the beacon tower in the port, and the ship possessed multiple searchlight sets. It was suitable as a battery. Moreover, the Fengcheng was extremely valuable, so installing cannons served dual purposes. Another 150 cannon was installed on the Fengcheng's foredeck using Lin Shen's newly developed recoil mechanism, rotatable by manpower. To strengthen Fengcheng's protection, the Executive Committee issued Fengcheng Management Regulations. All unused cabins must be locked. Portholes, except those needing periodic ventilation, must be completely closed and locked. All movable items must be registered in ledgers and couldn't be used at will. The gangway must be retracted before dark every day. Besides these support points, a fort and navigation light were built on Lingao Cape. A fort had been built there during the westernization movement. We can also manufacture naval mines to seal off all firing dead angles. Basically, the port area will be impregnable, Li Yongxing said. For safety, it's best to use controllable electric mines. Wire, oh wire, Lin Shen said. Wire is first-class material. Using it for mines will get you skinned alive by the Director General. But isn't wire already in trial production? Li Yongxing had seen this news in internal communications long ago. You trust enameled wire soaked in seawater. Enameled wire. Li Yongxing was disappointed. But on second thought, it made sense. Modern cable insulation materials were either plastic or rubber, neither of which existed here. Manufacturing fixed moored mines should be possible, Lin Shen said. Moored mines themselves didn't have much technical content. Using casting to manufacture the mine body, filled with black powder, 30 kg of black powder was enough to destroy any contemporary ship. A buoyancy reserve gap was left inside. Anchor chains for tethering could be made of iron. The slightly more difficult part was the fuse. Multiple fuses needed to be set for effective impact. They had to be cheap, easy to obtain, and reliable. The weapon team decided to tackle moored mine manufacturing after artillery work ended. Honestly, regarding moored mines, if the situation isn't critical, it's better not to lay them. Future trouble is endless. Chen Haiyang, looking at the defense map, said, "These things tend to go missing once laid. Nowhere to find them. Clearing is troublesome and strenuous with poor effect." He sighed. Naval mines are particularly durable. A ship hitting a 50-year-old mine will still explode. The Yangtze Estuary Channel is still being swept for mines. Residual mines from the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression are still there. I guarantee our mines absolutely cannot last 50 years. They'll become ineffective within a few years at most, Lin Shen said jokingly. While discussing the defense plan, the sentry reported Li Haiping had arrived. Chen Haiyang looked at Li Haiping's application, brows knitted tight. Though the executive committee meeting Li Huamei was almost certain, he couldn't reply to the promises made by junior officers. Guns absolutely cannot be given, Chen Haiyang said. I don't have this power. Even the executive committee must discuss collectively regarding giving firearms to natives. Your promise overstepped your authority. Li Haiping said anxiously. She's training sailors for us. We have to give benefits. Benefits come in many forms, why focus on guns? Chen Heiyang said. I can't decide this. I'll help report during the meeting. The executive committee will decide. That's too bureaucratic. We urgently need friends. What about just visiting the Fengcheng, not entering cabins, just walking on deck? Whether friends or not isn't our Navy's business. Your application to visit the Fengcheng also needs executive committee agreement. Damn, what kind of business is this? Just then, the telephone rang. Chen Heiyang picked up, said yes several times, then repeated Li Haiping's application. Correct, Li Huamei's attitude seems changed, so yes, okay, I understand. Hanging up, he told Li Haiping, count yourself lucky. The executive committee agrees to let you take her aboard to visit, but she cannot enter cabins. The executive committee has a task requiring her cooperation. End of chapter. Chapter 246, Launching Bopu Harbor. Colorful flags fluttering. On the temporarily erected shipyard viewing platform, the high officials of the transmigration regime were all dressed in their finest clothes. All committee members had changed into more presentable attire found in their luggage. Though they still looked bizarre to the common people, at least the colors were brighter and the fabrics finer than their usual workwear. Regarding the issue of official uniforms for transmigrators, some board individuals had already issued a proposal on the internal BBS a few days ago. Currently, preliminary discussions were underway. According to Wen Daisy's experience, such discussions would not produce results for 2 or 3 weeks. Ship Zero stood silently in the dry dock. The scaffolding on all sides had been removed, and hull construction was fully completed. Only deck facilities like masts and sails remained uninstalled. The dock's steam engine was driving the water pump to fill the dock. As chief designer, Wen Daisy harbored mixed feelings about actually guiding construction of a real seagoing vessel, both proud and uneasy. Fortunately, shipwright Zhang Jiki was there. When Daisy glanced at Zhang Jiki, who couldn't stop smiling. As the shipyard's master shipwright, he sat side by side with the Lin clan head on the viewing platform. Compared to the latter, he was simply riding the crest of success. Ship Zero's completion meant his status in the short-hair's eyes had risen greatly, and he had even received a bonus. The Transmigrator's technical personnel, led by Wen Daisy, had originally lacked confidence in shipbuilding. Though they knew much theory, many practical engineering problems encountered during construction were actually solved by the shipwrights using traditional methods. The transmigrators mainly contributed overall concepts and modern management methods, resulting in a great integration of ancient and modern technologies. Days before launch, after dismantling the scaffolding, shipbuilders conducted general cleaning of the cabins, clearing wood scraps and scattered tools to ensure no superfluous objects remained inside. Thick hawsers then connected dock walls to hull to prevent shaking after water injection. To reduce weight and facilitate floating during high tide, most facilities remained uninstalled. Masts, cannons, and all ballast would wait until after launch. As the water pump poured more water into the dock, wood scraps floated up and the ship began to sway slightly. Because it was moored by hawsers, the amplitude remained small. The ship had completely floated up. The transmigrators watching around burst into cheers. The first large ship self-built by the transmigration regime had finally launched. The native craftsmen didn't know why this group of short hairs was so happy, but laughed along too. Cast off port line number 1. Cast off starboard line number 2. Cast off stern line number 10. Following Li Dai's commands through the loudspeaker, 9 of the 10 hawsers were untied in sequence, leaving only number 0 at the bow, tied to the bollard beneath the viewing platform, waiting to be cut for launch. The dock gates slowly opened and rising seawater began pouring in. The ship floated further, reaching design draft depth. Accompanied by drums and music din, Mund, the Maritime Department representative, arrived at the ceremony platform with incomparable excitement. He was wearing a borrowed snow-white British Royal Navy summer dress uniform, complete with golden sash, and even hung a Victoria Cross, a high-quality replica borrowed from a metal enthusiast. Mun began reading the ship naming certificate with trembling voice. Warship Zhenhai. Construction started February 1, 1629. Completed today. Hereby named April 9, 1629. People's Commissar of Maritime Power Chen Heiyang. The naming of this first self-built warship had caused small-scale discussion. Many hoped to name it following the four great Yuan style, Dingyuan, Zhenyuan, etc. But the Navy internally disapproved. The four great Yuan ships themselves had no victories, only a history of humiliation involving defeat, sinking, surrender, or capture. Selecting them merely for being tragic and heroic would make the future fleet nothing but tragedy. Besides this debate, most people didn't know that Li Mei had specifically sought out the executive committee, hoping to name the ship Women's Cooperative, with the cooperative covering the ship's sailors' food expenses for 3 years. She further suggested that future ship naming could be done through bidding, allowing merchants to purchase naming rights for 1 year. This proposal made the executive committee laugh and cry. Chen Heiyang jokingly said, "Then the Navy would be in mess, changing names every year. Who could keep it clear? Doesn't matter, just keep the hull number unchanged. Number 111 will always be number 111. Government departments register by hull number. The name is just a label, change it as you please." Li Mei's train of thought was indeed not just a spur-of-the-moment idea. She had even thought out details, worthy of being a market veteran. Finally, the executive committee selected Zhenhai Sea Suppressor, a very ordinary traditional name, mainly to correspond to Fubo Wave Suppressor. Though one was Chinese style and the other Western, and their structures vastly different, their operational positioning was similar: limited armament, balancing transport. Next, a ceramic vase flew towards the bow. The person throwing was Li Mei. After her paid naming plan was rejected, she pestered until securing the bottle-smashing job. Of course, she provided partial sponsorship. Meals for all ceremony personnel were provided by the Women's Cooperative's asset, the most luxurious restaurant in Eastgate Market, Half the Sky. The Women's Cooperative and Half the Sky banners were almost pulled onto the viewing platform. Even Ms. Du Wen, who usually appreciated everything the Women's Cooperative did, couldn't stand it. How could such corrupt commercial habits be used on such a solemn occasion? As the vase smashed to pieces, when Daisy gave the order to flood, under flooding director Li Dai's whistle, workers immediately cut the last mooring rope. The Bopu coastal battery fired a salute, then a motorboat acting as tugboat carefully towed the ship slowly out of the dock. The launch ceremony was completed. The newly launched Zhenhai had no ballast yet and was carefully towed alongside a self-propelled flatbed barge. This barge would serve as a floating pier for fitting out. Its broad deck was piled with equipment and materials, derricks set up to hoist large equipment like masts and cannons. Before the salute smoke dispersed, craftsmen swarmed onto the new ship to begin fitting out work. The executive committee was pressing hard, and the ship was urgently needed for exploration. To shorten the cycle, the concept of sheathing the hull bottom with copper sheets was also cancelled. They had copper sheets, but when Daisy didn't know how to sheath them properly, so this time-consuming craft was abandoned. Fitting out can be completed within a week, then see trials. What the hell is this? When Daisy watched the bustling scene and felt a sharp porcelain shard from his hat. Too dangerous. Where is Li Huamei? In the commercial hall. People from Foreign Affairs Ministry, Trade Company, and General Security Bureau are talking to her, Ran Yao reported. How are the sailors on her ship? 10 people total. Except for taking turns watching the ship, they spend free time drinking, shopping, and whoring in Eastgate Market. No special circumstances. HMPH, doesn't she have a maid or something by her side? A lone woman at sea with this group for months. It seems this woman is very tough, fit and agile. Ordinary sailors probably wouldn't be her match, Ran Yao stated. Those Navy guys, were they drugged? I don't think this woman looks that great, yet they're all bewitched. In my opinion, this woman fits their imagination very well. a female pirate sharing a name with Li Huamei from uncharted waters, a bit of romanticism. Also, her appearance and words are very modern, fitting everyone's taste quite well. When Daisy nodded. That makes sense. How was her visit to the Fengcheng yesterday? Could tell she was shocked, but what? Ran Yao recalled yesterday's scene accompanying Li Huamei on the ship. Considering inevitable questions after boarding, they had specially hypothesized potential questions and unified answers. The Navy crowd closest to Li Huamei were called one by one for individual talks and safety awareness education. Everyone was told that even if they couldn't remember standard answers, saying, "I don't know," certainly wouldn't be wrong. Li Huamei's performance after boarding gave no cause for suspicion, running around on deck, touching the huge anchor chain, asking what the constantly rotating thing atop the mast was, and finally insisting on climbing the mast to look, though she gave up after being persuaded it was dangerous. She was very interested in the two fully enclosed lifeboats and crawled inside to look. Naturally, she wanted to know why such a huge iron ship floated instead of sinking and what propelled it forward. In general, Li Huamei fit all expected behaviors of an ordinary contemporary observer: curiosity, shock, envy, and delight. In Ran Yao's view, her performance couldn't be more normal. It was so normal that no fault could be picked. But she showed no special interest. What do you mean? What Li Huamei is interested in is the ship itself, not other things. Many questions she raised were quite professional. She knows a lot about navigation. That's right, she's a captain. If she didn't know, she wouldn't have been able to sail the ship here. Is her purpose in coming to Bopu for trade? Yes, the Navy report specifically mentioned this point. She is very interested in our products. End of chapter. Chapter 247. Li Chiqis' suggestion following the conclusion of their negotiations with Li Huamei. The Foreign Affairs Department issued her the first maritime trade license ever granted by the transmigrator regime. Valid for 3 years, it permitted her vessel, the Hangzhou, to enter Bopu port freely and exempted her from docking and pilotage fees. All goods she brought in would be free of import tariffs, and all goods she shipped out would likewise escape export duties, save for items appearing on the controlled export list. Under the terms of the agreement, Li Huamei received a 1-year monopoly on the Lingao-Goa trade route. Every import and export transaction between the Transmigrator Group and Goa would pass through her ships exclusively. The Transmigrators attached conditions to this privilege. The cargo Li Huamei delivered to Lingao had to include specific supplies designated by the regime, transported according to their specifications. These designated goods would be priced by the Transmigrator Group and capped at no more than 1/5 of the ship's cargo capacity, unless, of course, she voluntarily chose to carry more. She was permitted to repair her ships at Bopu and replenish navigational supplies. The Transmigrator Group would furnish food, gunpowder, cannons, and ship repair materials at fixed prices. She also gained the right to lease housing in Bopu on a long-term basis for her sailors and any person she approved, with occupancy limited to 12. Beyond carrying designated goods, Li Huamei agreed to train sailors for the Transmigrator Navy in Lingao each year while awaiting the monsoon season, a commitment spanning 3 years. During these training periods, rent for her and her subordinates in Bopu would be waived entirely. When necessary, Li Huamei was required to undertake tasks designated by the Transmigrators, with payment determined by the nature of each assignment. These tasks would be performed only while she waited for favorable winds and would exclude any military hostilities. If she encountered danger during an assignment, she retained the right to jettison Transmigrator cargo for safety. Should she voluntarily participate in a conflict or suffer damage during a task, the Transmigrator Group would provide compensation. These intricate clauses had all been drafted under Ma Jia's guidance, allowing him to put his legal education to practical use at last. Though he hadn't become president of the Maritime Court as he'd once hoped, he had secured the position of Customs Director. His jurisdiction, naturally, was limited to Bopu, and there wasn't much work to occupy him. Li Huamei remained the only person to have actually signed a trade agreement. Both Gao Ju in Guangzhou and Huang Shunlong in Macau were sedentary merchants. They managed sales but not shipping. Li Huamei accepted all the conditions readily. On the whole, the terms favored her considerably. The monopoly on the Lingao trade was particularly attractive. As Li Xia had predicted, the Australians were eager to achieve a breakthrough in foreign relations and had offered enticing terms to secure it. As for mirrors and glassware, Li Huamei placed little weight on them. Such things existed in Goa too, and the market there was far smaller than in the Ming Empire. One couldn't grow rich by relying on them, but something else she saw moved her deeply. Snow-white sugar. The white sugar trade, this was the most profitable business on the international shipping lanes. Li Huamei knew that as long as she could transport this white sugar to Goa, every shipment would turn a profit. A guaranteed fortune. What made it even better was that the samples they produced were far superior in whiteness to ordinary products. They would be hot commodities in Goa. Not long after signing the agreement, she received her first task. Captain the Hangzhou in accompaniment of the fleet on a circumnavigation survey of Hainan Island. The fleet would consist of the Zhenhai and the Hangzhou. The latter was brought along to compensate for insufficient transport capacity. The transmigrators calculated that they would collect various urgently needed industrial and agricultural materials along the way, so an extra ship was always welcome. To ensure the reliability of the Hangzhou, the transmigrators dispatched a marine detachment aboard under the pretext of protecting the ship's safety. Li Huamei accepted this arrangement without objection. In addition to her old acquaintance Li Haiping, the detachment was led by former Coast Guard instructor Gao Xiaosong, selected specifically because he was a married soldier, unlike the otaku who were easily deceived by women with ulterior motives. The Marine detachment was a mixed unit of 4 special reconnaissance team transmigrators and 2 squads of Marines. With a ratio of 24-11, this advantage was sufficient to guard against any eventuality. Unexpectedly, this careful deployment came to nothing. Li Huamei voluntarily requested to sail aboard the Zhenhai, citing that she could help steer and teach everyone navigation. Her Hangzhou, she said, could be captained by her first mate. The executive committee appeared somewhat petty by comparison. Li Huamei's request was undoubtedly meant to dispel whatever suspicion she sensed they harbored toward her. People began whispering in private that Wen Daisy was narrow-minded. Some even hinted that because he had been kidnapped by local women in the past, he might harbor some psychological trauma leading to a rejection of such women. The executive committee naturally ignored these rumors. However, since Li Huamei was willing to board the Zhenhai, she had to be received properly. She was given a private cabin in the aft superstructure, and Chuyu was specially transferred from Wu Da's household to serve her aboard ship, fulfilling the dual purpose of attending to her daily needs and monitoring her movements. Wang Liubin was appointed general commander of the survey expedition. The reasons were his diverse learning and broad knowledge. He came from a farming background, understood industry well, was a close comrade of President Wen, and was low-key and friendly. Consequently, the response to Engineer Wang was positive from all quarters. Wu De and Zai Yazhu would also have been suitable candidates, but the former was bound by heavy civil affairs duties, and the latter, acting as the internal BBS administrator, had reportedly deleted many posts by transmigrators recently, stoking considerable public grievance. As for the Zhenhai itself, the personnel aboard were extraordinarily varied. Lin Chuanqing was appointed captain, an appointment he accepted with great pleasure. Compared to the former Deng Yingzhu, this ship was more than twice the size. Commanding it gave him a far greater sense of accomplishment. The sailors were selected from the Navy. The Zhenhai required only 10 sailors to operate, but for safety the crew was set at 16. There were also 6 naval cadets from the military and political training class at the National School, aboard as interns, undertaking the first long-distance voyage of their naval careers. Personnel from various departments, military, foreign affairs, trade, resources, industry, and energy, were drafted onto this ship, along with some interns, mainly students specializing in biology and exploration. In the end, over 80 crew members populated the Zhenhai, a third of them transmigrators. Many were experts in various fields, bringing with them a great deal of specialized equipment and gear. To maximize protection against accidents, every transmigrator was assigned a survival kit, an inflatable life vest, a whistle, and emergency survival supplies. Each person was also issued a Glock pistol. Though they weren't going to war, they were fully equipped. The Zhenhai carried a fixed radio station to maintain contact with the base, and a radio was temporarily installed on the Hangzhou to ensure communication between the two ships. Just as everyone was bustling with intense preparations, a dark, heavy-set man with small eyes, curly hair, and muscular build arrived at the executive committee building dressed in camouflage fatigues. After signing in, he was granted an audience with Wen Daisy. "What's the matter? President Wen, I'm here to talk about the Zhenhai. Why isn't there a steam engine installed on the Zhenhai?" Li Chiqi went straight to the point. "Oh, why should we install a steam engine?" Wen Daisy found this strange. Li Chiqi was head of the vehicle workshop, which had nothing to do with navigation. "It matters a great deal." Li Chiqi was visibly agitated. "President Wen, haven't you considered what to do if the Zhenhai encounters enemies once it puts to sea? We have cannons. We fight. Are our rifled guns inferior to the enemy's smoothbores?" Wen Daisy knew that the artillery on the Zhenhai included not only solid armor-piercing shot, but also high-explosive shells. No ship in the East Asian seas of this timeline could withstand its bombardment. That's true for ship-to-ship duels. "But if we run into an enemy fleet out there, it'll be too late for regrets," Li Chiqi pressed anxiously. "The Zhenhai only has 2 guns. If we encounter 4 or 5 enemy ships, crewed by veteran sailors, we won't be able to run away. After all, our sailing skills are poor. If several ships seize the weather gauge and take turns closing in to bombard us, our guns shoot far, but they aren't accurate. Even if we hit and eliminate 1 or 2, once they swarm us, we're dead all the same. We won't even have a chance to flee. And this is our first self-built ship. If something happens, the blow to morale will be immense. And if people die, it's even worse. The lives of transmigrators are paramount." Li Chiqi continued his earnest appeal. "If we install a Mosei steam engine, whether paddle wheel or screw-driven, with a 50-horsepower engine, we can easily do over 8 knots without sails. If a fight breaks out, we fight if we have the advantage. If we can't win, we run directly into the wind and no one will catch us. It's too late now. The cargo is loaded, the personnel are assigned. Adding an engine involves modifying the ship's structure. It's a massive project. A boiler, a steam engine, building them is a minor issue. The key is that once the boiler, steam engine, and coal are on board, the ship's trim will be completely off, and the hull structure will need a major overhaul." He shook his head. "This isn't something that can be finished in a few days. The expedition team leaves the day after tomorrow. To modify it now would mean a delay of at least a month. Time waits for no one." "But this, let's discuss it further. You have a point." Although Wen Daisy didn't directly accept the proposal, he knew Li Chiqi wasn't wrong. The executive committee had indeed overlooked this. The probability of Li Chiqi's scenario occurring wasn't high, but if they did encounter an enemy fleet, the loss would be catastrophic. This wasn't like the ships traveling to Guangzhou, where sailors familiar with the sea could find bays everywhere along the coast to hide in. Even if sunk or captured, the personnel losses would be limited. The Zhenhai gathered a large number of transmigrators with specialized technical skills. If the ship were destroyed and lives lost, it would be a major blow to the transmigration enterprise. When Daisy struggled with his thoughts alone in the office for half an hour, then placed a call to the standing committee members and the Industry and Energy Committee. "Come to the office. There's something we need to discuss. End of chapter. Chapter 248. The expedition departs after Li Chiqi departed, when Daisy immediately convened a meeting of the Standing Committee. Regarding Li Chiqi's concerns, the members exchanged uneasy glances. This was truly difficult to assess. No one dared guarantee that such a scenario wouldn't unfold. "So, what do we discuss?" When Daisy asked. "Do we delay the departure by a few weeks and put the ship in dry dock for a refit, or do we leave as planned?" That would take at least another month. Wang Liubin had built ship models and understood vessel performance intimately. Adding power, whether screw propeller or paddle wheel, involved structural changes and a cascade of technical processes to work through. A month was an optimistic estimate. "I don't know much about ships." Ma Qianju deployed a deflection before offering his opinion. "To be safe, naturally, going out with an engine installed would be best. At least it ensures personal safety. After all, transmigrators are our primary wealth. Otherwise, we should increase the firepower on the ship, 1 SKS per person, and add a few more cannons." When Daisy thought Ma Qianju's idea was a simple solution. A dozen SKS rifles firing together would produce a fire density comparable to a machine gun. Semi-automatic rifles are nice, but there are at most 30-some transmigrators on the Zhenhai. Unless everyone is a sharpshooter, being mobbed by 7 or 8 ships still means death. Chen Heiyang expressed his concern. "To ensure we hit targets outside the range of enemy cannons, the SKS and Type 56 semi-automatics need to open fire at over 400 meters. Hitting targets at this distance requires considerable training. Most of the people going this time are technical staff. I'm rather worried." "Rockets," Li Yongxing proposed his solution. "Our test rockets have achieved preliminary success with an effective range of over 600 meters. Just a simple launcher, meaningless." Chen Heiyang dismissed it. "Rockets might work for bombarding area targets on shore, but hitting point targets at sea is basically just setting off fireworks." They discussed back and forth, but regarding how to foolproof the Zhenhai's firepower, no one could devise a reliable plan. "We're all idiots." Lin Chuanqing, captain of the Zhenhai, slapped his forehead and shouted. "What power does the Deng Yingzhu rely on?" "Diesel outboard motors," Wang Liubin remembered. The so-called hanging paddle machine was an outboard motor, standard equipment on motorized sailing vessels. This was a modification that didn't require major surgery. 2 diesel outboard motors could be installed directly at the stern. Providing 50 horsepower would be effortless, and it didn't require entering dry dock again. All the modification work could be done above the waterline. "It consumes diesel." Ma Qianju's heart ached for the precious blood of industry. "Maybe we could convert to a gas engine." "Forget it, don't mess with that in such a small space on the ship. The enemy won't have arrived and you'll all be poisoned by carbon monoxide. We don't have a hyperbaric oxygen chamber here," Ma Qianju grunted. Still, this counted as a choice of last resort. "Actually, it won't consume much diesel," Lin Chuanqing said. "It's a hybrid power system. Normally we use sails and only fire up the diesel engine when fighting or fleeing. With good luck, we might not need to use it at all." The next day, part of the supplies on the ship were unloaded, and transmigrators from the machinery department climbed aboard to install 2 17-kilowatt diesel outboard motors. During the installation, they discovered a new problem. The Zhenhai had a displacement of 170 tons, and its waterline sat much higher than the 70-ton Deng Yingzhu. The propellers couldn't reach the water. Fortunately, this problem couldn't stump the mechanically inclined fanatics. If the length wasn't enough, they would lengthen it. However, someone soon discovered that simply extending the drive shaft resulted in significantly increased vibration and compromised strength. "How about cutting 2 portholes in the lower stern under the deck to install the outboard motors? That way the length fits," someone suggested. "It's possible, but we'll have to touch the hull." When Daisy studied it for a long time. "We'll have to avoid the ribs and can only cut holes in the hull plating." After the portholes were cut, the 2 outboard motors were installed on specially made iron frames firmly fixed to the bottom deck. Because the portholes sat too close to the waterline, water would easily splash in at high speeds, and the machines were prone to damage from prolonged exposure to the seawater environment. Thus, the outboard motors used retractable propellers, lowered when in use and retracted when not, with the portholes sealed. Tests showed that, when using the outboard motors, the speed could easily reach 8 knots in windless conditions. However, when operating with the portholes open in moderate sea conditions, water splashing was severe and required continuous pumping. For this, the machinery factory rushed to produce a set of sealing shields for use while underway, blocking the gaps around the machines as much as possible when the portholes were open. In the second test, water ingress still occurred but remained within an acceptable range. The entire modification and testing were completed within 2 days. The unloaded cargo and supplies were reloaded onto the ship. This time, several hundred liters of diesel were added, enough for escape if necessary. The exploration team transmigrators were also issued additional modern firearms. The fleet departed from Bopu. Their route was westward, to circumnavigate the entire island of Hainan and conduct a rough survey of the coastal terrain and resources. For most transmigrators, this was their first attempt at sailing on such a small vessel. No matter how much Wen Daisy had tried to implement the principle of comfort, it couldn't compare to modern ships from their original timeline. Not long after the Zhenhai put to sea, people began to get seasick. After half a day, almost all the transmigrators were afflicted. The bulwarks were crowded with transmigrators scrambling to pay public grain to the sea. In the end, they had nothing left to vomit and were helped back to their bunks by sailors and soldiers, exhausted and groaning. Only the special reconnaissance team and Navy personnel, seasoned by long-term training, had already adapted. You there, vomiting by the rail. Yes, you. Hold onto the rope. If you fall in, there's no saving you. Lin Chuanqing scolded a man who was retching while he personally manned the helm on the quarterdeck. The Zhenhai used a Western-style steering wheel, utilizing gears and steel cables for transmission, making the rudder extremely light and responsive. For safety, the Zhenhai employed a dual backup system. In addition to the main wheel on the quarterdeck platform, there was a backup wheel inside the quarterdeck superstructure to ensure the ship could still be steered if one failed. Over by the quarterdeck railing, Mengda leaned against the rail looking pale and seemingly wishing for death. He still clutched a sextant in his hand. Damn, you call yourself a navigation student. Lin Chuanqing said dismissively. When we interned, we were on huge ships of thousands of tons, Mengda retorted. How was I supposed to know I'd end up on a small boat like this one day? Heh, you just lack sea training. Look at that girl over there, she's stronger than you. That's not a fair comparison. Mengda was about to continue but ran off to vomit again. This level of sea state was naturally nothing to Li Huamei. Upon boarding the Zhenhai, she had expected to see new gadgets that would surprise her. The same wonder she had felt when boarding the holy ship that day. But looking around, aside from some novelty in the arrangement of the fore and aft gun positions, the whole ship was no different from the European two-masted vessels she had seen, except it was more comfortable to live in. As for those 2 delicate little guns, in her opinion, they might as well not be there. The shells they fired were at most 6-pounders, and there were so few of them. Even the Hangzhou had 14 guns of various sizes. She couldn't fathom why the Australians wanted the fleet to circumnavigate Hainan. The island was quite familiar to sea merchants and pirates, especially its coastal bays. Almost any of them could serve for temporary anchorage, to shelter from wind, rest, and replenish fresh water, but the significance of the island ended there. No one was interested in its resources. It produced neither raw silk nor porcelain, nor any of the goods merchants desired. It was too poor, with too few people and nothing to sell. Yet the Australians' interest in it was so intense. What on earth for? She looked up at the man steering the ship, square face, graying hair. He wore a tight-fitting blue and white horizontally striped shirt. People here often wore this kind of shirt, tight-fitting and collarless with very short sleeves. He stood steadily on the quarterdeck with a look of utter indifference, a true sea dog. "What is that?" She noticed the fan-like instrument in Mengda's hand. "Sextant." Mengda was dizzy and seeing stars from seasickness. Sextant. Huamei intuitively knew this was some kind of astronomical measuring instrument, but she had never seen one before. Mengda was too dizzy to speak. He simply shoved the instrument into her hand and went back to his vomiting. Lin Chuanqing, steadying the helm, said, "It's an instrument for measuring latitude." "Is it?" Huamei looked at it curiously in her hand. "It looks like a quadrant." "Heh, I don't know what a quadrant is." Lin Chuanqing smiled. "Never played with one. What you're talking about is probably the ancestor of the sextant, right?" Huamei was puzzled. "Ancestor." Lin Chuanqing realized his slip of the tongue and muttered ambiguously, "This is definitely easier to use than your quadrant." It was the early 17th century. Navigators like Huamei customarily used the quadrant developed by the late 16th century English navigator John Davis, also known as the Davis quadrant or backstaff, to measure latitude while sailing. Quadrants, or staff projectors, were rarely seen now, yet they had been the greatest navigational invention of the 16th and 17th centuries. The working principle was simple. Navigators didn't need to stare directly at the sun as required when using an astrolabe or simple quadrant. Instead, they used the shadow cast by a stick onto a scale. The position of the shadow's end indicated the sun's altitude, and from this, latitude could be calculated. Navigators achieved the best results with the Davis quadrant on calm seas when the deck was stable. Because its calculation was simple and accurate, latitude measurement advanced from degrees to minutes. The Davis quadrant soon replaced earlier instruments like the astrolabe and cross staff. End of chapter. Chapter 249. Navigation. The quadrant had been in this world for less than half a century, yet now someone was telling Huamei that this instrument was better than a quadrant. Naturally, she didn't quite believe it, though it was certainly smaller. Bragging. She denied it concisely and directly. Unlike her masters who operated frequently in East Asian waters, her ships sailed mainly to Goa and sometimes Manila. Through the windows of those two colonial cities, she had seen most European novelties, but she had never heard of a navigational instrument superior to the quadrant. "Heh, there are plenty of things you haven't seen. What's a sextant?" Lin Chuanqing looked indifferent. Huamei noticed a part that seemed to be inlaid with lenses. Just as she was about to lean in and touch it, she heard someone shout, "Don't touch it. You'll scratch the glass." She turned around to see a stranger she didn't recognize. He was 37 or 38, tall and large. The Kun were generally tall, but this one was especially so, at least 6 feet 7 or 8 inches by her estimation. He stood a head taller than everyone around him, with a robust build, round face, big eyes. He wore the blue button-down shirt Australians often wore, what they called a training uniform. Someone had told her, blue was for the Navy, gray for the Army, and camouflaged ones were worn by everyone. His skin was dark and coarse, clearly weathered by sea wind and waves, and his expression was resolute and stern. Behind him stood 6 boys wearing identical black student uniforms with standing collars, appearing to be between 13 and 14 years old. All were dark-skinned, standing steadily on the swaying deck. Each carried a green canvas satchel, standing neatly in a row. Committeeman Chen, giving the kids a lesson again. Judging by Lin Chuanqing greeting him first, this person must be a relatively high-ranking Kun. Yes, these kids from the navigation class have only rowed boats in Bopu until now. This trip is a perfect opportunity for an internship. He walked over, took the sextant back from Huamei, and said in a deep voice, "The most critical part of this thing is the glass lens. If it gets scratched, it's useless. I told you I haven't seen it before. What rare treasure is it, guarding it like that?" The burly man ignored her completely. Seeing Mengda stumbling back from the gunwale, he reprimanded him expressionlessly. "A sailor's instrument is his life. You just throw it around like that and expect to be in the Navy." Yes, Mengda couldn't even stand steadily, but he was clearly in awe of this man, trying hard to stand at attention. "Go back to the cabin. Dismissed." Yes. Ming tried hard to salute, felt his stomach churning again, and headed for the gunwale once more. You know how to use a quadrant. Chen Haiyang turned back to study the woman before him. It was his first time observing her up close. By modern standards, she wasn't short, at least 165 centimeters, which was considered tall for the era. She had a slender figure, and her hair was thinned and tied in a ponytail behind her head. At first glance, she indeed had the vibe of a modern woman. No wonder the otaku in the Navy were all dizzy over her. Of course I know how to use it. It's my livelihood. Huamei could tell this man was hard to deal with and spoke with appropriate seriousness. Show me first. Chen Haiyang was currently very interested in ancient navigation techniques. Many devices used for modern ship navigation couldn't be manufactured in this timeline, so utilizing mature early modern technology had become a major subject for training the new generation of sailors. Sure, let me go get a case. She flicked the ponytail hanging by her ear. But afterward you have to teach me how to use this sextant. Done, the other replied crisply. Committeeman Chen, is the sextant okay? Lin Chuanqing asked his clansman as he watched Huamei descend below deck. It's no big deal, we were going to teach these kids anyway, Chen Haiyang said. Besides, she's teaching us something too. Yeah, to be honest, I also want to ask this woman for some steering tips. Stop joking. You old snakehead, the guy who dared to cross the Pacific in a tiny motor sailor, you need someone to teach you that. Motor sailors have engines after all. Lin Chuanqing gripped the helm hard. This kind of pure sailing ship, the feel is always a bit off. As they spoke, Huamei climbed back up to the quarterdeck, carrying a case in her hand. The box was neither small in size nor volume. This is my full set of instruments. She opened it as she spoke. Inside were several instruments, books, and rolled-up charts. There are a few more things on the Hangzhou, all fixed installations. No need to bring them. Chen Haiyang watched with interest as she took out the first item. It was quite large, made of bronze, with a radius of about 0.6 meters, cast from bronze and hollow in the middle. The curved edge of the quadrant was engraved with angles, the smallest graduation being 0.25 degrees. 2 copper rings were attached to the center for hanging, and a fine silk thread hung from the center position, weighted with a lead ball. 2 copper blocks were inlaid on one straight edge of the quadrant, each with a circular hole about 5 millimeters in diameter through which one could sight stars. This is the quadrant, Huamei explained. Some people also call it a marine astrolabe. Wait, I remember a quadrant doesn't look like this. The more Chen Haiyang looked, the more he felt the design differed from the quadrant he had seen in textbooks during his studies at the Naval Academy. This is a quadrant, Huamei said, then she understood. You must be talking about the English quadrant. As she spoke, she took out another instrument, much smaller in size, also made of bronze, somewhat similar to a sextant. This is clearly a backstaff. Chen Haiyang slapped his thigh, remembering the standard name from his textbooks. Backstaff, I don't know that name. Everyone calls it the English quadrant, but this one is indeed useful, high precision. English quadrant. Chen Haiyang thought the name was indeed intuitive. It was invented by the English navigator John Davis. We can't use the astrolabe now. I'll demonstrate it for you tonight. Let's look at the quadrant first. Chen Haiyang instructed the students. Watch instructor Li's operation carefully. So you want me to be a drill instructor? Huamei giggled. I'll do my best. As she spoke, she raised the backstaff. The reason the backstaff was called back was mainly to distinguish it from the cross staff used before it. The usage of both was similar. The difference was that one required observing the sun directly, while the other was the exact opposite. One had to turn one's back to the sun. When operating, the observer turned their back to the sun and aimed at the horizon through the slit on the sight of the large arc and the sight of the small arc. By estimation, they set the shadow vane, adjusting the sight until the shadow of the upper edge fell on the upper edge of the slit while simultaneously viewing the horizon. The sum of the readings on the 2 arcs gave the zenith distance. Through formula calculation, the specific latitude could then be determined. Because the large arc of this instrument was diagonally divided, even very small angles could be read accurately, greatly improving the precision of latitude measurement. Li Huamei demonstrated once, then had the naval cadets operate it one by one, asking them to calculate the latitude separately. Although most of these children came from maritime families, almost none had been literate, let alone learned mathematics. Relying on the cramming of the national school to make up for their gaps in knowledge, their calculations were predictably slow. Several measured and calculated, and the answers they handed in differed considerably from the numbers Li Huamei had produced. Chen Heiyang reviewed the students' calculations. Some had obviously made arithmetic errors, though their observation numbers and calculation processes were correct. It seemed the students' aptitude was passable. After all, during the previous shore-based instruction, the teachers had instilled basic geographical and astronomical concepts such as the Earth, longitude and latitude, and time difference. Otherwise, just explaining the concept of latitude would have been an exhausting ordeal. They know longitude and latitude. Li Huamei was somewhat surprised. In the Ming Empire, almost no one understood these concepts. Even those who made their living on the sea every day didn't know and had no interest in knowing. Ancient Chinese navigation had its own system. Chen Heiyang was puzzled. Weren't longitude and latitude the most basic concepts in navigation? We taught them everything. Otherwise, how would they navigate? Li Huamei sighed with emotion. In the Ming Empire, I don't think there are more than 10 people who understand what longitude and latitude are. Suspicion rose in her heart. These Australians always claimed they were descendants of the great Song dynasty, lost in overseas Australia. Since they had been isolated overseas, how could they know European science? And these instruments, it was as if they had always been in contact with Europe. But Europeans had never heard of this place, truly strange. Next, she took out a small bronze disc with scales, small holes, and a pointer. The edge was serrated. At first glance, it resembled a circular saw blade. Nocturnal, but we can't use it now. We have to wait until midnight. Do you use the punctuality of stars crossing the meridian to determine midnight time? Chen Heiyang speculated. You're really good. You knew it at a glance. Have you used one before? No, before you took it out, I truly didn't think such a thing still existed in the world. This is a booklet for navigation. She took out a book with a rough hard cover already severely worn. This is The Seaman's Secrets. Chen Heiyang had been a naval officer and his English was not bad. He naturally understood the title. You understand English? A little. Chen Heiyang was very modest. Heh, really impressive. Li Huamei complimented casually, wondering why every Australian seemed to know a few phrases of English. If Australians had founded their nation on trade, Dutch or Spanish would seem more useful. She didn't know that thanks to the universal education and college entrance exam system of another timeline, almost everyone in China under 30 recognized at least a few English words. The book contained astronomical charts essential for navigators, mainly meridian tables, scales applicable for every quarter compass point and degree of distance, sailing charts, as well as natural numbers, trigonometric logarithm tables, and tide tables. It was a very convenient seaman's tool book. This book is currently only sold in England. Hard to find. This one was taken from an English ship last time. Obviously, it was booty. Another book was printed in Portuguese, which Chen Heiyang couldn't read. He had to rely on Li Huamei to explain. This book was called Regiment of the Astrolabe and Quadrant. Its purpose was to provide a reference table for increasing longitude and latitude. Whether determining position via the sun or stars, it was necessary to link the change in latitude with sailing distance. Sailors all had a distance table, usually pasted on every bearing of the compass to facilitate adding or subtracting longitude and latitude. The book included a distance table, a latitude table from the Cape of Good Hope to the equator, and a solar declination table with a 4-year cycle. Published as a guide for pilots, it had a very long history. officially published in 1509 but with earlier versions possibly dating back further. At least Columbus used this book during his 1492 voyage. It had been subsequently revised and reprinted continuously. Chen Haiyang flipped through these manuals, looking at the numerous rules and number tables. What great effort humanity had made to break through its own geographic limitations and explore new worlds. Although these manuals looked rough and some rules and numbers were even wrong, they represented the accumulated wisdom and experience of countless navigators. Standing before them, one couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. Wasn't the Li Huamei before him also one of those pioneer navigators? Chen Haiyang, who had originally harbored suspicion and exclusion toward her, felt a subtle emotion welling up in his heart. The naval cadets were just half-grown kids. Though bound by strict military discipline, seeing so many strange gadgets emerging from the box, they took advantage of Chen Haiyang's inattention to crane their necks and look around. The last things Li Huamei took out were rolls of paper. "These are charts. Very expensive," she joked. These were mostly Mercator charts drawn according to the latest technological achievements of this era. Medieval charts had been flat. This type of projection was originally a compass bearing line mode designed for medieval Mediterranean charts. All north-south lines it gave were parallel. As the distance from the equator increased, the east-west distance became more distorted, resulting in bearings on the chart that often had large errors. Mercator invented a new projection chart. The most basic feature of this projection, and its difference from the flat chart, was that it gave the true bearing or compass bearing line between any 2 points. Accuracy was greatly improved. Most of these charts covered East Asian and Southeast Asian waters as well as the Indian Ocean. Chen Haiyang naturally knew the value of such charts. In the past, they had been worth a fortune. "Can you sail to Goa?" "I run the Goa-Macau route." "I've been to Madras too." "You really are a navigator," he said sincerely. Chen Haiyang was an explorer and outdoor enthusiast at heart. After retiring from the army, he had once trekked across the Sigunyang Mountains alone and sailed a sailboat in the Kiangsu Strait by himself. He felt a strong sense of mutual appreciation for this kindred spirit. End of chapter. Chapter 250. Arrival at Changhua. Right then, withholding nothing, he taught her the method of using the sextant. Its use was more convenient and accurate. Li Huamei, who had sailed perennially, couldn't put it down after trying it out. Such a useful thing, truly rare. When returning the sextant to Chen Haiyang, she was reluctant to part with it. "Can you sell one to me?" "Later," Chen Haiyang said. "We still have difficulties manufacturing them ourselves." "Is the lens hard to make?" "That's right," he said while guiding the students to use it in turn. "Grinding the lenses ourselves isn't easy." Li Huamei sighed. "You have so many good things and you just won't sell them." "Watch the landing point of the light spot. Hold your hand steady." "Correct." Chen Haiyang didn't answer her. Which things could be sold, that was up to the executive committee. "I have a feeling." Li Huamei leaned close to Chen Haiyang and spoke softly. "You people know everything, you just won't say." The distance between them was so close he could feel the woman's breath against his hair roots, raising goosebumps on his skin. The favorable impression he had begun to feel cooled down again. He didn't reply but instead shouted loudly at the students, "Begin measuring navigation speed." Hearing the command, the students formed groups of 3. One person threw a small wooden board out of the ship. One side of this board was wrapped in lead sheet so it would stand upright after hitting the water. Another student held a retractable reel, connecting the board with a cord. The student throwing the board watched it fall into the water. When the small board emerged from the wake at the stern, he immediately shouted, "Start!" The student holding the reel began to release the cord. The reel spun rapidly and the cord was continuously paid out. Meanwhile, the student holding the hourglass immediately flipped it and the fine sand began to flow swiftly. "Stop!" As the sand in the hourglass ran out, the timekeeper shouted the command. The line holder jammed the reel. 3 knots. The line holder reported based on the markings on the cord. Current sailing speed, 3 knots. Chen Haiyang observed whether their movements met the standards. He nodded. Good, next group. Li Huamei watched them and said, your seamanship was definitely learned from the English. Why? Only English sailors use this method. A ship speed of 3 knots was considered normal for sailboats, slightly slow but safe. The Chinese sailing guides and charts in their hands were all drawn based on 20th century data. The situation along Hainan's coast in this timeline remained a blank. The sun gradually slanted westward. The wind force began to increase, and the waves grew larger. The measured speed had already reached 5 knots. Lin Chuanqing, worried, grabbed the walkie-talkie hanging around his neck and asked, look out, how is the sea surface situation? Everything normal, Huang Zhuazi, responsible for the lookout at the masthead, replied. From the top of the mast, the field of view was unusually wide, though the swaying was particularly severe. From up there he could see quite a few ships nearby, mostly fishing boats with occasional large vessels sailing under full canvas. Overall it was peaceful. How is it? Can you handle it up there? No problem. The scenery is good up here, the air is good, haha. Huang Zhuazi had adapted particularly well. How are the cloud conditions? Altocumulus, moving from east to west. This indicated perfectly normal weather. There wouldn't be any storms. Ruan Xiao, you climb up and join instructor Huang on lookout. The child called Ruan Xiao looked a bit scared, but still stepped forward, grabbed the rope net on the mast and climbed upward. The first day passed smoothly. Under the breeze, the fleet traveled about 40 nautical miles at a speed of 3 knots per hour. Since they were navigating along the coast, sailing at night carried the danger of hitting reefs. Near 1800, Lin Chuanqing found a desolate bay by the shore to anchor for the night. He calculated the local coordinates, 19 degrees 44' N, 109 degrees 90 E. Checking against the map, this place corresponded exactly to the location of Yangpu port in Danzhou. Yangpu was one of the finest deep-water ports in western Hainan. In this timeline, it appeared empty and desolate. The bay was enormous, crisscrossed with sandbars. In the distance, one could see several sailboats docked by the shore and a small fishing village. After lowering a rowboat to sound the depth and determine the channel and anchorage, the Zhenhai lowered its outboard motors and towed the Hangzhou behind it, carefully entering the port at low speed. Li Huamei stood on the quarterdeck, watching the churning water below. So this was the reason they didn't mount many guns. It seemed that iron ships weren't the only ones that could sail without sails or oars. Wooden ships could too. This was achieved because they had installed something on the ship, and that something should be in some compartment right beneath her feet. Wang Luobin decided to stay in Yangpu for a day or two. Yangpu was the deep-water port with the most development value in western Hainan, a port the future transmigrator regime would focus on developing, so gathering more information was necessary. He immediately ordered the assault team to go ashore, control the situation, and replenish food and water while they were at it. Through the telescope, the coast of Yangpu was extremely desolate, but there was a fishing village by the shore. The special reconnaissance team took the marine detachment ashore in rowboats and immediately stormed the village. The entire settlement had no more than a dozen households, and more than half had already fled. As soon as they saw strange ships entering the port, the local fishermen ran, leaving only a few old and infirm who bowed and scraped when the strangers arrived. Fortunately, they spoke the Lingao dialect. Through locally recruited Marines, the transmigrators learned they were begging not to have their houses burned or boats seized, saying to just take the fish if they wanted. Xingbayu from the Foreign Affairs Department comforted them with kind words, explaining they were only ashore to replenish water and food and would pay for everything taken. He also gave gifts of sewing needles and white sugar, pacifying the elders. Meanwhile, rowboats continued to ferry people ashore. The transmigrators, having been tossed about all day, were now recovering slightly. The feeling of seasickness passed, and their appetites returned. They all schemed to go ashore for a walk. Some even proposed going ashore to hunt and get some meat, and they also wanted to see if there were fish, vegetables, or eggs to purchase in the village. Wang Liuban thought that since they were going to delay in Yangpu for a day or two anyway, he might as well let everyone go ashore. After the marine detachment landed, they quickly secured the whole village, ignoring those who had already fled. They swiftly set up temporary shelters next to the fishing village using tents and barbed wire, and dispatched observation posts to nearby high ground, settling in for the time being. The amateur hunters conducted a disheartening hunt on shore. The local area could be described as having three abundances: abundant wasteland, abundant stones, and abundant cacti. Under these three abundances, there wasn't even a hare to shoot, and wild vegetables were naturally non-existent. After wandering for half the day, they returned essentially empty-handed. That night, Chen Heiyang had to continue comparing astronomical measurement techniques with Li Huamei in the middle of the night. She demonstrated on-site how to use the quadrant. The students were tongue-tied at the huge difference between the data obtained from the quadrant and the sextant. Although the error rate was less than 5%, less than 0.1 degree, when converted to distance, it was 9 kilometers. In the vast ocean, this small error was enough to cause many fatal mistakes. No wonder early navigators preferred to sail along the coast. After all, landmark measurements from the coast were more accurate. The next day, the exploration team members surveyed part of the bay, and the Navy measured the water depth, selecting several berths. The survey of the surrounding natural environment concluded that the local area was extremely barren, with basically no large natural rivers, making access to water difficult. Arable land was scarce, and trees even scarcer. If the industrial water problem can be solved, this would be a good place for industrial development. It doesn't occupy farmland at all, nor does it destroy the environment. Wang Liuban sighed after the field investigation. The environment is already bad enough. Early on the third day, the fleet continued its journey. After several more days of such stop-and-go survey activities, finally, at noon on the fifth day, the ships arrived at the estuary of the Changhua River. Here, the river divided into north and south branches to enter the sea. The south estuary was named Sanjia Port, and the north river wound south of the county seat to enter the sea, named Wuni Port, which was closer to the county seat. It was the main port of Changhua County. However, through Lin Chuanking's telescope, the northern Wuni port was obviously unsuitable for anchoring. There was massive siltation, and apart from some small fishing boats, there was no sign of any ship docked there. Li Huamei was quite familiar with the hydrological conditions here. Dock at Sanjia Port. A 400 liao ship would run aground in Wuni Port. So the fleet changed course to dock at Sanjia Port on the South River. As the ships entered the harbor, they saw several villages on the shore, as well as some broken walls and ruins. It looked like it used to be an army garrison, now abandoned. It was spring, the dry season, so the flow of the Changhua River was very small. Streaks of dry riverbed lay exposed, revealing snow-white fine sand and withered water weeds. The north bank was a plain. The vegetation by the river was mostly severely destroyed, forming a withered tropical savanna environment similar to the African grasslands. There were sand dunes in many places, extending far inland. At the end of the plain was a set of rolling hills with relatively dense vegetation, estimated visually at between 200 and 400 meters high. The south bank of the Changhua River was also a plain, with faint signs of paddy fields and a walled city. That should be the county seat of Changhua County during the Ming Dynasty. Where is the Heiwei Town Quartz Sand Mine president when talked about? By Guoshis asked. The Heiwei Town Quartz Sand Mine was a key target of this exploration. The local quartz ore sand had a raw silica content of 99.8% and iron content of 0.1%, with few impurities and uniform particle size. It was rare in the whole country, and the reserves were enormous. Isn't that it? Wang Liuban pointed to the snow-white sand on the distant beach. Where's Heiwei Town? There should be a town. This is 1629. Wang Liuban ordered a small boat to be lowered. Several members of the exploration team rowed the sampan toward that beach. Before long, they brought back several rattan baskets of sand. Wang Liubin pinched some in his hand and examined it carefully. Under the sunlight, the sand in the center of his palm was white as snow, truly good stuff. He naturally knew its value. Such fine quartz sand would be a waste to use for wine bottles and mirrors. It could also serve as raw material for circuit fuses, display screens, and the like. End of chapter. Chapter 251. Changhua Fort. The fleet commanders held a meeting on the Zhenhai to hear Mu Min's introduction of the local situation. Based on the data, the population of Changhua County is very small, likely no more than 10,000, Mu Min said. The population is mainly Li people with very few Han Chinese. What about social security? This was the issue Xing Baiyu was most concerned about. Not very good. The gazetteer of Qiangzhou Prefecture records that in the 28th year of the Wanli reign, the Li people besieged Changhua County and cut off its water source for 3 days. However, the Li people in this area are generally known as civilized Li, not the raw Li in the deep mountains. They have more contact with the Han and accept government jurisdiction, so the danger isn't too great. Since the Shilu iron mine is 50 kilometers from here, going back and forth will take at least 2 or 3 days. Therefore, we must establish a forward base at Sanjia Port to serve as a transit point for personnel and supplies, Wang Liubin said. This place is desolate and uninhabited. I think we should build a strong temporary campsite to prevent accidents. Let's build it on those ruins, Bai Guoshis suggested. I want to see them. They're the ruins of a Ming Dynasty stronghold. Although the city walls have collapsed, the foundations are still there. Just stick in some wood and pile up sandbags and it'll be a fortress. Who stays behind? I will, Li Haiping volunteered. Ever since he had boarded the ship, he hadn't had a chance to perform. The sight of the sea made him dizzy, so he was eager to set foot on steady ground. Okay, I'll give you a platoon. You'll be the base commander. The ruins Bai Guoshi mentioned were located on the north bank of the Changhua River estuary, commanding the river mouth. The terrain was slightly higher than the surrounding river beach. After clearing the weeds and shrubs inside, they discovered a deep well that still had water. Everyone set to work. They drove wooden stakes along the original wall foundations to form a wooden stockade, then dug earth from outside to pile against the stockade, compacting it firmly. Finally, they placed sandbags on top of the earth wall to serve as battlements. Trenches were dug outside the wall, and barbed wire was set up. The materials for the construction were readily available. The Zhenhai carried a large amount of cement and timber. There were plenty of stones nearby. As for sand and earth, they were everywhere. The quartz sand collected by the exploration team was continuously transported onto the Zhenhai by rowboats. The 200 tons of basalt ballast originally at the bottom of the Zhenhai were unloaded and used to build the fort's foundations and road beds. The emptied cargo hold was filled with high-quality quartz sand. Soon, a temporary fortress stood at the mouth of the Changhua River. Wang Liubin named it Changhua Fort. Li Haiping was appointed as commander of Changhua Fort. He had 40 soldiers under his command to guard the stronghold. The fortress was equipped with a radio station and stored with 40 days of food and ammunition. Early the next morning, the exploration team set off for the Shilu iron mine under the protection of the Special Reconnaissance Team. To avoid startling the locals, everyone changed into the clothes of local mountain people. Short shirts with broad collars and narrow sleeves, buttons down the front, and tong skirts on the lower body. They wrapped blue or black cloth around their heads and wore straw sandals. Of course, beneath the clothes were bulletproof vests, and hidden at their waists were pistols and military knives. The rifles were wrapped in cloth bundles and carried on their backs. It was already hot in Hainan during March and April. Walking under the scorching sun across the wilderness was no easy task. The transmigrators had only walked a few kilometers before they were drenched in sweat. But no one dared remove any clothing. The ultraviolet radiation here was simply too strong. Zio Mu, aren't you hot? Xing Baiyu, sweating profusely, asked Mu Min. She was wrapped up tight, her head and face covered with a scarf, leaving only her eyes exposed. "Of course I'm hot," her voice came muffled from behind the scarf. "But I'd rather be hot than tanned. If I get tanned, I won't be able to get married." "Heh, you're quite fastidious." "Look, look, a goat!" a transmigrator with sharp eyes suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Indeed, on a rocky hill not far away, a black goat stood looking down at them. "Damn, we've eaten fish for days, my face is turning green," Xingbayu swallowed. "Let's catch it and roast it." "Catch it? How? Shoot it." "Discipline," Wang Liubin scolded. "We are here for a secret survey, not a picnic. Firing guns will expose our presence." "What presence? There isn't even a ghost around here," Xingbayu muttered, but he didn't dare disobey. He could only watch as the goat bleated at them twice, flicked its tail, and disappeared behind the rocks. "What a pity," Xingbayu sighed. "Don't worry. When we come back, if we see it again, I'll definitely let you have a taste of roast lamb," Wang Liubin comforted him. The team continued to advance. The terrain gradually rose and the vegetation became denser. They began to enter the hilly area. According to the map, the Shilu iron mine was hidden among these continuous mountains. End of chapter. Chapter 252. Heading to Shilu, Changhua is famous for raising goats, Xingbayu said. He knew Hainan's famous delicacies like the back of his hand. Just as famous as Lingao suckling pigs. He smacked his lips, looking greedily at the small goats nibbling on shrubs. The coastal dunes of Changhua were dense with shrubs and rich in natural herbs and grasses, all high in minerals and salt. The famous Changhua goats grew up eating such natural feed so one could imagine their flavor. "How about we shoot one to break our fast?" Huang Juazi was already eager to try. "They look like they're raised by farmers. Shooting them isn't good. If you want to eat, just buy one." "You talk a big game, but who knows how to slaughter a goat?" "Slaughtering a goat is a piece of cake," Huang Juazi said confidently. "I've dressed wild rabbits before." Discussing whether the slaughtering experience between wild rabbits and goats was interchangeable, the group arrived outside the gates of Changhua County. The official name of the county seat was the Changhua Battalion Fortress. From this name, everyone understood that the county government was merely borrowing space for its office, and the Ming army was the true master of this city. The city wasn't large, about the same scale as Lingao. The walls appeared to be 3 meters high and were completely brick-faced. The Ming Dynasty's urban defense construction was still quite solid in terms of hardware. In software, it was lacking. The city gates stood wide open, and apart from 2 figures sitting at the gate who might be considered bailiffs or sentries, there were no other security measures. Xingbayu looked up at the gate, which was named Zhenhai, suppressing the sea. He smiled and said to everyone, "This name is quite fitting. It's welcoming us." After giving the gatekeepers a few copper coins, the group entered the city smoothly. Inside, it was even more desolate than Lingao. The entire Changhua County had only a little over 600 households, half of which were military households. There were fewer than 200 households in the county seat itself. The so-called county seat was merely a large village of farmers holding military titles. Naturally, there was no commercial climate to speak of, only a blacksmith shop repairing farm tools and 2 general stores. Although everyone already knew roughly what Hainan's urban commerce looked like from Lingao, seeing such a desolate county seat still left them feeling bored. "It's so unfair," Yi Yuming muttered. Others were puzzled. How come other transmigrators can easily earn hundreds of thousands of silver taels from a county seat, but us? He pointed at the Changhua County street, full of dust and garbage. "This place doesn't even have 100 copper coins." The poker-faced Fang Jinghan said, "This place gives me the feeling of watching a Western." He actually had a tape recorder in his luggage, claiming he was prepared to do field research. Xingbayu tried to communicate with the locals but found his linguistic talents completely useless. They spoke neither the Cantonese family Hainanese nor the Minnan dialect spoken by the Fujian settlers, nor the Lingao dialect he was most proficient in. It was a rather strange dialect. "This is Zhenhua." Fang Jinghan listened for a while and realized. The languages in Changhua are very mixed, and one major dialect is Changhua. So the task of communication was handed to him. However, Fang Jinghen could generally understand what the other party meant but couldn't speak it, so he could only gesture for communication. Finally, with the locals pointing the way, they found a relatively large shop on the county main street. It was a trading post, and the sign indicated it was from Guangzhou. What business were Guangzhou merchants doing here? Xing Baiyu inquired at the counter. The shopkeeper was a genuine Cantonese named Kaolin. He was suffering from loneliness in this remote small town with few people to talk to. Suddenly seeing a group of strange merchants who could speak Cantonese, he instantly cheered up, dragging everyone to chat and ordering a young assistant to serve herbal tea. The group was tired from walking, so it was a good opportunity to rest and gather information. It turned out this trading post specialized in purchasing local soap beans, medicinal herbs, and goats. Many wealthy families in Guangzhou City liked the local goats, and seeing the business was good, the boss sent someone to station here specifically for purchasing. Xing Baiyu pretended to be a small merchant visiting Changhua for the first time, planning to go to the Li districts to trade goods, and asked about the situation. Shopkeeper Kayan said it was fairly peaceful here. Pirates rarely came ashore in Changhua. At most, they would get some water and rob a few goats by the shore. The paddy fields around the county seat belonged to the battalion. Although the battalion was dilapidated, it could still muster a force of 200 or 300 men, so pirates generally didn't approach the county seat. As for the Li districts, shopkeeper Kayan said the terrain was too rugged. There were many mountains and stones, and many vicious diseases. Ordinary people were reluctant to go up there. The Li came in groups to sell local products in the city every half-month or so. Overall, it was quite peaceful. He hadn't heard of any incidents of Han merchants being robbed or killed. Shopkeeper Kayan curiously asked where they were from. Hearing they were from Lingao, he showed no surprise. This gave the transmigrators a full appreciation of the slowness of information transmission in this era. They had made such a stir in Lingao, yet Changhua, less than 200 kilometers away, knew nothing about it. Later, they learned that shopkeeper Kayan's boss only sent a ship from Guangzhou to Changhua once every 6 months. Seeing the salt, white sugar, sewing needles, sweet potato spirit, and other small hardware sundries the transmigrators displayed, shopkeeper Kayan's eyes went straight. Luxury items like white sugar and strong liquor had been out of stock locally for a long time. He immediately requested to buy dozens of gin of white sugar and liquor. He exchanged them for hook knives and iron farm tools favored by the Li people. The transmigrators took the opportunity to ask him to introduce a guide, and shopkeeper Kayan readily agreed. "That's easy. I'll find someone for you." After achieving their goal, the exploration team returned to the Zhenhai to report the situation. Another batch of goods for trade was unloaded from the ship. Early the next morning, the fleet set sail to continue the journey. The exploration team, led by Kui Yunhong, ate breakfast, gathered their equipment and goods, and went to the riverside to meet the guide. The guide shopkeeper Kayan found was an assistant in his trading post. Although the Li districts posed no threat from man-eating savages, the hills were high and the forests dense, with changeable weather, wild beasts, snakes, insects, and various miasmas. Han people often regarded traveling there as a perilous journey. Those going to the Li districts typically hired cooked Li, civilized Li, as guides. This assistant, though Han, had a mother who was a local Meifu Li. His surname was Wang. Changhua had long been a county with frequent Han-Li intermarriage, so mixed-blood people like him were common. The guide spoke fluent Meifu Li, and his uncle's family lived in the middle reaches of the Changhua River. He was familiar with the roads and customs, an extremely suitable candidate. Having been an apprentice and assistant since childhood, though only 18 or 19, he was extremely worldly wise. He opened conversations with a ready smile. Seeing this group of a dozen people, though dressed in Han clothes, all the men were bald, and there was even a Hia Li woman among them. Everyone carried a large basket, and most baskets had a long stick wrapped in cloth attached. He couldn't help but wonder. The exploration team naturally couldn't say they were looking for iron ore, so they claimed they were going to the Li districts to buy medicinal herbs. Kui Yunhong wanted to pay the guide's wages first, but the guide said there was no need. Payment could wait until they returned. He only asked for a gin of white sugar to take home for his family to taste. White sugar was a rare thing here. With preparations complete, the group set off in the morning, heading upstream along the Changhua River. After setting off, everyone realized how wise the decision to hire a guide had been. On this barren land, there were almost no objects that could serve as landmarks. The Changhua River had a huge difference in water level between dry and wet seasons, making it troublesome to find its true channel in the dry season. The channels washed out during the rainy season were not only wide but scattered. Pools and runoffs dotted the landscape everywhere. Kui Yunhong constantly verified the team's direction with compass and map. Their first target was the Shilu River. This tributary of the Changhua River appeared on the map about 40 kilometers upstream from the estuary. After finding this river, they would travel upstream for another 20 kilometers or so to reach the Shilu mine. Obviously, the journey would not be easy, especially while carrying heavy equipment and a large amount of merchandise. This section of the journey was even more difficult. The only hope was that as they went further upstream, the water volume would increase, and being able to sail would make it easier. Even without a boat, building a bamboo raft was an easy matter. After walking more than 10 li, they saw the water potential in the river slightly increase and the sand dunes becoming fewer. They knew they were nearing the inland area. The terrain became increasingly rugged. Both banks were mostly hills, undulating. The forest vegetation was not dense, and large areas of rock and sandstone were exposed in many places. Kui Yunhong saw that many of the hills here consisted of limestone containing a large amount of clay. This kind of limestone could be directly burned into high-quality cement without mixing ingredients, commonly known as cement rock or marl. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice. This place could be built into the cement industrial base of the Transmigrator nation. Kui Yunhong didn't know that in another timeline, Hainan's high-grade cement was often produced using limestone from Changhua. Between the hills and riverbanks, there were scattered flat lands, many of which had been reclaimed into paddy or dry fields. Those unreclaimed places were large patches of barren grassland. Scattered among them were some villages. The guide said these were all Han or Hanli mixed villages. Seeing nothing special about these villages, Kui Yunhong just asked the survey team to mark their scale and location on the map. The survey team walked and drew the route on the map, marking settlements and places where fresh water could be obtained. In places where the terrain changed significantly, they remeasured. These data were the basis for future road development. Seeing that they weren't in a hurry, stopping to write and draw after walking for a while, with some people carrying poles and boxes running around everywhere, fiddling with something unknown, the guide felt strange. He said to Kui Yunhong, "Shopkeeper, walking like this, it will take several days to reach the Li stockade." Kui Yunhong had to fabricate that they were looking for medicinal herbs. The young man naturally didn't quite believe these words, but being able to get out and wander around instead of working in that incredibly dull trading post was a rare rest, so he didn't mind walking for a few more days. He didn't ask any more questions. End of chapter. Chapter 253. Li Village. On the third day, the exploration team arrived at a Li stockade in the middle reaches of the Changhua River. This was the village where the guide's maternal uncle lived. The exploration team decided to rest here, inquire about the road ahead, and find another guide. Assistant Wang was not very familiar with the route past this Li stockade. This Li stockade was completely different from the Li stockades Mu Min had seen in Lingao. If not for the tattooed Li women at the entrance and their distinctive ethnic clothing, it would have been hard to distinguish it from a general Han village. The village was very large, with nearly 100 households, and the houses were arranged neatly. The flat land by the river outside the village had all been reclaimed into paddy fields for planting wet rice, unlike the Li people in other places who practiced slash-and-burn agriculture. It was evident that both their living standards and agricultural production were higher than other Li groups. Looking closely, although the Meifu Li's houses were Han-style, they were built more crudely than Han houses. Here, men combed a bun behind their heads and wore earrings. Women wrapped their heads with black and white cloth towels. Regardless of gender, they all wore a kind of black jacket with buttons down the front. The origin of the Meifu Li is quite interesting, Fang Jinghan said. According to some materials I've read, it's speculated they are likely the descendants of a group of Han immigrants who came to Hainan Island earliest during the pre-Qin and Han periods. The name Meifu Li also revealed that they were latecomers to the island. Meifu was their autonym, meaning guests living on the lower road. Obviously, their arrival was later than other Li peoples. The Meifu Li occupied good fields on both banks of the Changhua River and were able to plant wet rice. Their weaving technology was also superior to other Li groups. Past ethnological surveys had even found that their looms were very similar to types from the Central Plains during the Han Dynasty. The Meifu Li had few primitive commune components, obvious social differences, ancestral halls, genealogies, arranged seniority, and conflicts between clans. Then they must speak Chinese, Yi Yuming said. Han Dynasty Chinese, probably not, Xingbayu replied. This is just speculation. They might also be descendants of other ethnic groups from the mainland who had already been Sinicized. Besides, even if they are truly descendants of Han people, they wouldn't necessarily still speak Chinese. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the Li people. Mu Min felt somewhat ashamed. She was a standard Li person, but when it came to understanding her own ethnicity, she knew far less than this university graduate. This counts as a course subject. Fang Jinghan was somewhat embarrassed. Something used in my major. I studied sociology. This major sounds very impressive. Mu Min thought for a long time before coming up with such an adjective. You can do ethnological research or something. We had 4 classes in one major, 40 people in each class. That's 160 in 1 year. There are at least 20 or 30 undergraduate colleges offering this major in the whole country. Where am I going to find research to do? Fang Jinghan smiled bitterly. So, as he spoke, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. A fresh start wasn't necessarily a good thing. After enduring months of hard labor, he discovered once again that he wasn't a protagonist. The transmigrator team was full of talent. Masters could form a company, doctors could form a platoon, returnees were countless, and there were even princelings who had flown planes and fired guns in the U.S. A guy like him was still just a basic member of the masses, finally thrown into the exploration team as waste material. How about you work with me from now on? Mu Min waved her hand carelessly. My Li and Miao Affairs office is short of people. Hey, boss, can you be a bit more subtle when poaching people? Kui Yunhang laughed. Treating me like I don't exist. I'm stating a fact. It's settled, we'll handle the paperwork when we get back. Talking and laughing, they turned a river bend. A patch of houses appeared on the hillside ahead. The guide said, That's Kayandui Stockade ahead, it's my uncle's home. His words carried affection. Running a horse to death looking at the mountain. Although the Li Stockade was right in front of them, it took another full half-hour to arrive. The river water here was abundant and shallow but clear to the bottom. The banks were full of tall arbor trees, their branches hanging heavy with large bean pods. Mu Min was very curious and hurriedly called everyone to look. Kui Yunhang laughed. Those are soap bean trees. What's so rare about them? There are plenty near the villages back home. Is that the natural soap bean shampoo thing? Mu Min's impression of soap beans was limited to this. Right, soap beans used to be natural soap, good for washing clothes and bathing. Kui Yunhang stopped to take a look. This soap bean forest extended from the riverbank to the hillside, covering at least 30 to 50 mu, truly an excellent resource. Yuming said, "This resource is useless to us. Once we get coconut oil, we can produce soap." "Soap beans have many industrial uses," Yunhong said. "I forget the specifics. The advantage is they have no corrosiveness and are milder than soap. Also, they seem to have medicinal uses." The group arrived at the stockade gate. Guarding able-bodied men came over to question them. Because Assistant Wang led the way and they brought goods, they entered the stockade easily. The mountain people, seeing foreign merchants, gathered around to see the goods. The Li district was remote. Daily necessities like salt, needles, and thread all relied on peddlers. As soon as they arrived, the women of the stockade came to watch, surrounding the group in a big circle in front of a large house. The exploration team hurriedly spread out their goods. Packets of white sugar, dazzlingly white. Many Li people didn't recognize it. Guide Wang touted it for them while sprinkling some on banana leaves for everyone to taste. Immediately, sales were excellent. As for salt, needles, thread, hook knives, and farm tools, naturally, these were daily necessities. The exploration team also brought some products specifically developed by the trading company for trade in the Li districts, mainly perforated glass beads of various colors. They were all made from waste material left over from manufacturing glass vessels, but they were dazzling and colorful, attracting many young women who gathered around Mu Min, chattering and laughing as they chose goods. Unfortunately, the Meifu Li also had the custom of face tattooing, shattering the romantic dreams of many young men who had harbored fantasies about Li maidens. The Li people had no gold, silver, or copper coins. It was all barter trade. The things they offered in exchange were varied. The exploration team's intention was to collect resource information, not to make a profit. Leather, medicinal herbs, betel nuts, soap beans, kudzu cloth, kapok cloth, all were accepted. The value calculation was generous, so both parties were happy. The group was busy trading until the crowd gradually dispersed. Guide Wang was hospitable and invited them to stay and rest at his uncle's house. The guide's uncle was surnamed Li, named Li Benking. Apart from a broken house, the family had no fields or land, making a living by gathering herbs and hunting. At 27 or 28, he still hung around the Gui Long. Originally, he had low status in the stockade. Later, because he often went to the county seat to sell hides and wild game and could speak Chinese, all dealings with government officials and merchants fell under his charge. Currently, he was considered to have some face in the stockade. Everyone followed the guide to the straw hut. The bamboo-woven door was half open, and the room was dark, with only the firelight from the fire pit glowing faintly. Faint groans came from the small room. The guide pushed open the door and went in. Yunhong asked everyone to wait outside and went in first with Xingbayu. They saw a middle-aged man half lying on a bamboo frame bed without bedding. A lot of rice straw was thrown on and under the bed. A bamboo torch burned in the room, sputtering red firelight. Under the firelight, the man had messy hair, a full beard, and a flushed face. Seeing people enter, he hurriedly called out a few times. Assistant Wang fetched half a ladle of water from the mountain spring piped in by bamboo tubes outside and fed it to him. Only then did he feel a bit better. Uncle and nephew met, naturally exchanging words. The others couldn't understand and, disliking the cramped room, all sat on the ground under the porch, fetching some mountain spring water and adding water purification tablets to drink and quench their thirst. After a while, the guide came out and apologized profusely. "I'm truly sorry, shopkeepers. I originally thought since this is my uncle's house, hosting you with good food and lodging for a few days would be no problem, and he's an expert at gathering herbs. It's just that his cold and hot disease has flared up recently, and it's severe. You've been neglected." Everyone immediately focused their eyes on He Ping, sent by the Ministry of Health. This person had been doing odd jobs in the Ministry of Health since D-Day. Shinaoran, adhering to the principle that one more person meant one more unit of strength, had taught him some basic simple medical skills. After practicing on several rabbits and frogs, and trying his hand on a few unfortunate indigenous patients who fell into his hands, He Ping had become a glorious health worker. Seeing everyone looking at him, he knew he was expected to show his skills and conquer the hearts of the ancients with modern medicine. Delivering medicine and medical treatment, though an old trick, was the most effective. The so-called cold and hot disease in Hainan's Li districts was 9 times out of 10 malaria. This was a common disease in the Li districts with a high infection rate. Since D-Day, some transmigrators had also been infected. Fortunately, the plasmodium here had not yet developed drug resistance, so medication worked very well. Therefore, He Ping was confident in playing the role of miracle doctor. Immediately, he asked assistant Wang to carry his uncle out of the house and place him under the porch. Only then did everyone discover that this uncle wasn't actually old, only in his early 30s. He Ping observed his symptoms: flushed face, shortness of breath, conjunctival congestion, skin hot and dry. These were all typical symptoms of the fever stage of Plasmodium vivax malaria. Without measuring temperature, judging by touch on the forehead, the body temperature was at least above 39 degrees C. How often does it flare up? He Ping asked. Once every 2 days, Li Benking said in great pain. Flares once, good for a day. Then flares again. Once it starts, it lasts for 10 days or so, he gasped for breath. This should be Plasmodium vivax malaria. It counts as a benign malaria. He Ping's diagnosis, however, made everyone uneasy. Qi Yunhong whispered, "How sure are you? If you treat him to death, we'll be in a difficult position." He Ping was very dissatisfied. "I didn't say I wanted to treat him, you guys brought it up. We can stop now." Anyway, Vivax malaria naturally heals after 5 to 10 attacks. Mu Min watched the patient groaning in pain and felt great pity. Treat him. He's a human life too. It's just malaria. Those who are timid can't achieve great things. Seeing that no one opposed, He Ping took out 4 chloroquine tablets from the medical kit. This was the most effective anti-malarial drug the transmigrators had, with fast action, short course, and much lower toxicity than quinine. Swallow with water, go back to sleep, and take it again tomorrow, He Ping instructed. According to the lesson Shi Nyorn had given him, this disease would be cured after 3 consecutive days of medicine. The uncle and nephew were skeptical. There were hand doctors in Changhua City, but they hadn't heard of any having the ability to cure this cold and hot disease. How could these peddlers casually produce a few white things and claim they could cure the disease? However, the attacks were truly painful, so treating a dead horse as a live one, he swallowed them. Seeing the patient fall into a drowsy sleep, everyone felt uneasy. This wasn't Lingao, where the transmigrator group was the local emperor whose word was law. In this unfamiliar Changhua Li stockade, if a life was lost, it would end badly. Assistant Wang didn't have so many thoughts and busied himself preparing to cook for everyone. Xingbiu repeatedly said it wasn't necessary, as they had brought their own dried food. He only asked for help boiling some water. Everyone ate some Grassland series rations with the boiling water. Assistant Wang felt sorry seeing them being so polite, but livelihood in the Li stockade was originally difficult, and he couldn't bring out anything to serve, so he planned to hunt some wild game tomorrow to treat them. The exploration team set up a temporary shed with bamboo poles in Li Benking's yard and asked for a lot of fresh straw to spread. He Ping gathered a lot of Artemisia annua, sweet wormwood, from the river beach outside the stockade and lit it beside the shed. Once the damp vegetation caught fire, the choking thick smoke made everyone cough incessantly. This is a malaria epidemic area. Repelling mosquitoes is an effective way to prevent infection, He Ping said. Artemisia smoke repels mosquitoes very well. Smoking it like this can guarantee a night. Although anti-malarial drugs had been distributed to all exploration team members for prevention 2 weeks before departing from the Zhenhai, mosquito protection remained the most effective prevention method in malaria areas. Yi Yumming remembered, can't Artemisia annua also treat malaria? It's everywhere. Treating the Li people would be very convenient, If promoted, Li and Miao work would be easier. This is Qinghao, not Chaohao, He Ping said. Qinghao is useless. Hainan doesn't produce Chaohao. Of course it does, but just decocting Chaohao cannot prevent or cure malaria. He Ping used to work in a pharmaceutical factory. Though his major was electromechanical, he was familiar with pharmaceutical production processes. Without extraction in a pharmaceutical factory, the effective component artemisinin cannot be extracted at all. Based on our industrial level, it's probably impossible to utilize this drug. Better to honestly plant cinchona for quinine. Mu Min, afraid of accidents, agreed that the team would take turns on duty to add fire and fuel so the artemisia would burn all night. This also guarded against anyone with ill intentions. Early the next morning, Li Benqing no longer had a fever. He Ping was greatly relieved. This showed the diagnosis and treatment were correct. Then he gave him 2 more tablets. Like this, he would recover after 3 days of treatment. The exploration team surveyed the depth of the Changhua River outside the Li stockade. The deepest part was already 1.2 to 1.3 meters, generally navigable for boats. There were carpenters in the stockade and simple dugout canoes, but the boats were small, each seating only 2 or 3 people. Kui Yunhang decided to build bamboo rafts here, preparing to go upriver. The next target was the Sancha River. End of chapter. Chapter 254. Shilu investigation record outside the Li village. There were large patches of wild bamboo forest. The exploration team asked the local Li people for help cutting down dozens of bamboo poles. They selected the thick ones and cut them into similar lengths, while the thinner ones were split into bamboo strips and twisted into ropes for binding the bamboo rafts. Assistant Wang couldn't hunt any pheasants, so he took out some of his share of white sugar and hired local carpenters to help make the rafts. From the local Li people, they learned that upstream, as the terrain gradually entered the mountainous area, the river channel was quite rugged, often necessitating passage through shallow shoals and rapids. To facilitate passage, the bamboo rafts couldn't be made too large. The width of the rafts was controlled under 1.2 meters, similar to the simple bamboo rafts used in Hunan, Jiangxi, and other places. Each bamboo raft could carry 5 people, but because they had so much equipment, they ultimately constructed 3. The carpenters in the stockade made bamboo stools and fixed them onto the rafts. As a finishing touch, they added a bamboo strip-roofed canopy to each raft. The sun here was very strong. Building the bamboo rafts took less than a day. Early on the 3rd day, Li Benqing's malaria was completely cured. Not only was his mind clear, but his appetite had also recovered. He Ping gave him the final dose to consolidate the cure. Li Benqing was grateful beyond words to this group of strange Han people who had cured his illness, wishing he could give everything he owned in reward. This cold and hot disease flared up every year. Each time, it tormented him half to death for almost a month before improving. This time, he was fine after 3 days of medicine. The Han people also said it wouldn't relapse. Though skeptical, the immediate effect after taking the medicine was absolutely true. It was just that apart from 2 machetes and a few crossbows, his family had nothing else. Li Benqing felt very embarrassed and insisted on going out to hunt some wild game to treat them, but Xingbayu stopped him. Wild game doesn't matter. We've delayed here for a few days and want to head upstream today. Can you help find a guide familiar with that area? Go upstream. Li Benqing was puzzled. Even Li people rarely went to that place. If it was for gathering herbs, there were things on the upstream ridges, but they could also be gathered on the nearby hills. Yes, to Shilu Ridge. Do you know this place? Xingbayu asked. Never heard of it. Li Benqing refused crisply. This made the exploration team suspicious. But according to Mu Min, this man wasn't lying. She had been a police officer for many years and could tell whether someone was lying. Xingbayu didn't give up and continued to gesture. There is a river at the foot of the mountain that flows into the Changhua River, called Shilu River. Li Benqing still shook his head. Kui Yunhang thought of something. Ask him if there are mountains with green stones here. The so-called green stone was copper or malachite, and the place name Shilu came from malachite. Because the local Li and Han people in Hainan were accustomed to placing modifiers after nouns when speaking, Shilu actually meant green stone. Shilu Ridge was first noticed not because of iron ore, but because of copper ore outcrops on the surface. Since the Qing dynasty, people had been mining and stealing from it. It wasn't until 1935, when the Qiangya Industry Bureau sent people to investigate copper mines, that the richest mineral reserve in Shilu was discovered to be iron ore for the first time. Yes, Li Bengking suddenly realized. You want to go to Yeu Ridge. Xingbayu didn't know what Yeu Ridge was, but Qi Yunhong did. The somewhat vague textbook content suddenly became clear. Yes, it's Yeu Ridge. Qi Yunhong nodded repeatedly, thinking he was really muddled. The place name Shilu only started being used in the Qing dynasty. This was still the Ming Dynasty's world. Assistant Wang said, "Uncle, didn't you go to Yeu Ridge before?" Li Bengking looked troubled. He pondered alone for a long time, making everyone anxious. However, Li Bengking spoke terrible Hainanese, and apart from Xingbayu, no one could really communicate with him. After a long while, Li Bengking lowered his voice. "I'm afraid you shopkeepers aren't small peddlers, are you?" Everyone was startled. Xingbayu smiled and said, "If not for business, what would we be doing coming to the Li districts?" Li Bengking said, "You shopkeepers cured my illness, so I'm speaking a few extra words." He paused. "Leading everyone to Yeu Ridge is nothing. It's not far from here, and the road isn't difficult. Although I haven't been there many times, I still recognize the way. I just advise you. The gold and silver on Yeu Ridge are the ballast of Qiangju, protected by gods. They cannot be mined." It turned out that rumors of treasures on Yeu Ridge had existed for many years. Even without rumors of gold and silver, the copper ore itself was extremely attractive. So every 10 or 20 years, as long as the Li districts were quiet and peaceful, Han people would group together to go to Yeu Ridge to open mines. But no one had ever succeeded. They either lost their capital failing to mine gold and silver or suffered casualties from mine collapses, forcing them to abandon the effort. Over time, it was rumored that this mountain ridge was the great ballast of the island, a place of vital feng shui protected by gods. After listening to Li Bengking's gossip, everyone realized that this Shilu Ridge had long been famous. It seemed remarks about Chinese people lacking pioneering spirit were pure nonsense. In an ancient society with low technological levels and blocked traffic, trekking hundreds of li into these wild mountains to open mines, how could a nation without adventurous spirit do that? "We are not going to mine gold or silver. We just want to go to Yeu Ridge to take a look," Xingbayu continued to persuade. "We'll leave in a few days," Li Bengking said. "I'll handle taking you there. Just please consider what I said, shopkeepers." Assistant Wang didn't have these taboos and laughed. "Uncle, just take them there. When you come back, the shopkeepers will reward you with a few more gin of white sugar. You can use it to get a match for me so I don't have to go to the Gui Long to sing and look for women every day." Li Bengking laughed. "You young kid, what nonsense are you talking? Not learning anything good." The Gui Long was a special building in the Li Stockade. Several unmarried women in the same stockade would build a house by themselves at the edge of the stockade and sleep there at night. Men intending to find a spouse would go to the Gui Long every night to Luya. If the woman was interested, she would let the man stay overnight. Immediately, it was agreed that Li Bengking would lead the way to Yeu Ridge. As for remuneration, Li Bengking originally refused to accept any, so Qi Yunhong gave him a new hook knife, a bottle of white liquor, and a few gin of white sugar. Li Bengking liked them very much and accepted. Considering his just recovered health, the exploration team rested in the Li Stockade for another day. They weren't idle. They roughly surveyed the resources around the Li Stockade and drew a topographical map. In terms of resources, apart from the soap bean forest, a small-scale tin mine was also found nearby, but unfortunately, transportation was inconvenient and it had no mining value. Early the next morning, the group took the bamboo rafts upstream. Assistant Wang stayed in the lee stockade to look after the goods and luggage they left behind. The group packed lightly, bringing only necessary equipment and camping tools. Li Bengking brought his own dried food and salt and carried a crossbow on his back. Mu Min curiously asked him if the arrows he carried were poisoned. No, the Upas tree is hard to find. Even if found, the local Han people aren't allowed to use it, Li Bengking gestured. The Han people he referred to were the officials in Changhua City. Hearing that the Upas tree was hard to find, several camping enthusiasts felt somewhat disappointed. However, everyone was very interested in his crossbow and took turns examining it. The structure of this crossbow was very simple, and the effective range wouldn't exceed 50 meters. No wonder Li Bengking said it was mainly used for setting ground traps in places where wild beasts appeared. However, he rarely hunted with crossbow arrows. If he wanted to sell the fur, it wouldn't be valuable with holes pierced by bolts. Li Bengking hunted mainly by digging pits and setting various snares. The several hunting enthusiasts in the exploration team took turns exchanging relevant experiences with him on the bamboo raft. After most of the day, with speaking and gestures, they roughly understood each other. The relationship warmed up considerably. Li Bengking caught quite a few animals. Jiang Muzhai, responsible for collecting biological data, soon learned from his descriptions that there were ferret badgers, otters, large and small civets, masked palm civets, and other animals with significant economic value locally. As for wild rabbits and wild boars, they were widely distributed. What surprised people most was that there were black bears locally. That thing is not to be messed with. Li Bengking shook his head. Runs fast and climbs trees. But this resource was useless to the transmigrators. They didn't need bear skin for hats, and the utilization of bear bile hadn't been put on the agenda. Comparatively, deerskin was more useful. Li Bengking said there were two kinds of deer locally, one big and one small. The exploration team quickly figured it out. The big one was the somber deer, and the small one was the muntjac. Both types had significant economic value. Because there were rarely opportunities for forestry professionals to conduct field animal surveys, an old hunter like Li Bengking was the best subject for investigation. What was valuable was that he could describe the characteristics of every animal he hunted quite accurately, which made the transmigrators' judgment much easier. Seeing them holding a notebook and constantly recording his words, Li Bengking was both surprised and proud. He couldn't figure out why these Han people valued the stuff he usually gossiped about when idle so much, even writing it down. This added mystery to their purpose. Because it was the dry season, the water volume was not large, and the current was very gentle. Poling upstream with bamboo poles wasn't strenuous. Only they often had to pass through rocky shoals where everyone had to exit the bamboo rafts to push them through. In some places where rocky shoals were exposed above the water, they even had to carry the bamboo rafts over to continue advancing. With the upstream movement of the bamboo rafts, the exploration team carefully observed the changes in the main channel and side tributaries, constantly recording the surrounding topography and vegetation types. Trees were sparse on the banks, but shrubs and grass were dense. As the bamboo rafts passed, they occasionally startled birds and some unknown small animals in the grass. There were no signs of human activity on either bank. The Han miners who came for adventure that Li Bengking mentioned didn't leave many traces here. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bamboo rafts finally arrived at the place known to later generations as Changhua Town. Of course, this place was currently still a desolate grassland. The water became very shallow, and the bamboo rafts scraped the sand and stones on the riverbed more than once. As for the Shilu River, this tributary of the Changhua River couldn't be navigated at all right now. It could barely cover a person's ankles. The exploration team decided to abandon the boats and proceed on foot. Everyone worked together to drag the bamboo rafts ashore. According to Li Bengking, walking upstream along this river for another 50 or 60 li would get them there. Since it was getting late, Everyone camped here to rest, preparing to set off early the next morning. The exploration team lit a bonfire in the camp and burned a lot of artemisia to smoke away mosquitoes. To prevent suspicion, the exploration team didn't take out overly conspicuous equipment. However, their matches, sleeping bags, and dried food still aroused Li Benking's strong interest, especially the matches. Dinner was Grassland Series rations. Eating a rice biscuit for the first time, Li Benking actually said it was very delicious. Everyone gave him a lot of their portions. Li Benking made bamboo tube rice in return. With a little salt and lemongrass added, the taste whetted everyone's appetite. At night, when they were about to sleep, they heard a suspicious roaring sound. Thinking of the black bear Li Benking mentioned, many people became nervous. To ensure safe sleep, Kui Yunhong instructed everyone to have guns ready and light another roaring fire. They would take turns on duty, constantly adding large amounts of fuel. Dry grass and small shrub branches were everywhere here. The next day they all rose at 5, hurriedly ate breakfast, and hit the road again. They continued walking upstream along the river. Twisting and turning, relying on compass, map, and Li Benking's guidance, they walked another 50 or 60 li. At sunset, they finally reached the foot of the mountain, where clear river water slowly flowed out from a valley ahead. "This is Yeyu Ridge," Li Benking pointed out. Kui Yunhong knew they had arrived. He found his compass and checked it against the setting sun. The needle pointed southwest. Looking in the direction of the needle, there was a reddish-brown peak. He nodded. This area should be the famous Hainan Shilu magnetite mine. Everyone was excited. Shilu iron mine. The largest open-pit rich iron mine in China, with reserves of nearly 300 million tons of magnetite averaging over 42% iron content. It was also associated with cobalt, copper, nickel, silver, sulfur, dolomite, and many other minerals. If not for the lack of coal here, Shilu would be a natural large-scale coal-iron complex base. Kui Yunhong was dizzy with excitement and almost fell down. He was about to charge up the mountain with his equipment in one go, but everyone hurriedly stopped him, saying it was getting dark and climbing the mountain was unsafe. It wouldn't be too late to go tomorrow. Immediately, they set up camp by the stream. The night passed without incident. The next day, Kui Yunhong led a 5-man squad up the mountain. The rest remained to guard the camp. Yeyu Ridge wasn't high and the mountain terrain wasn't steep. The overall vegetation on the hillside was still a savanna landscape, with large areas of thatch taller than a person. Although better than a tropical rainforest, climbing was still quite strenuous. Fortunately, Li Benking, the old hunter, led the way. He would choose routes with sparser vegetation to advance. End of chapter. Chapter 255. Li Village Disturbance. Everyone used hands and feet alike, spending almost 3 full hours to reach the summit. Looking out from there, endless undulating peaks stretched as far as the eye could see. Nearby was tropical savanna vegetation, while dense forests lay in the distance. Everyone carefully observed the surrounding soil and vegetation conditions. They also tried digging test pits in some places. The soil on the hillside was fairly typical southern red soil, without special mineral outcrops. Although this iron mine was claimed to be open pit, it was still covered by several meters of soil. They had to determine which points had iron ore worth mining. The transmigrators didn't have the powerful machinery of modern mining to remove the overburden on a large scale. After digging several test pits, Kui Yunhong was still unsatisfied and decided to use modern geophysical prospecting equipment. He brought out his most treasured transient electromagnetic instrument, bolt tester, and ultrasonic detector. After a good bout of maneuvering, he finally delineated several locations suitable for development. He dug test pits again, and less than 1 meter down, he struck magnetite ore. He chipped off a piece and inspected it visually. Sure enough, it was rare, rich iron ore. Li Benking watched the lead shopkeeper take out strange devices, toss them around, and start digging holes. When he dug out a stone, he pocketed it like a treasure. But this stone was neither gold nor silver, nor the green stone hand people liked most. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Kui Yunhong led the team down the mountain for another 10 li or so, successively discovering multiple mining points suitable for exploitation. He also found an associated pyrite deposit. Unfortunately, transportation was inconvenient. Otherwise, it would be good fertilizer for the agricultural department. As for the legendary malachite mine, it was never found. However, Kui Yunhong didn't take it to heart. Compared to iron, their demand for copper was very limited, and Japanese red copper imported from Guangdong was about enough for their needs. Several people trekked along the hillside ridges carrying equipment, digging pits, setting up instruments, and drawing maps from time to time. Under the scorching sun, everyone was drenched in sweat, and the fragments of silvergrass sticking to their skin were painful and itchy. Finally, it was noon, time for lunch and rest. They drank the salt water He Ping had mixed in the morning. As for the rice biscuits that everyone agreed were hard to swallow, they crunched them all down. The physical exertion was simply too great. Do we continue exploring this afternoon? Jiang Muzhai, the representative of the industrial sector, asked breathlessly. His physical fitness was relatively poor, and he really had too much fat. After tossing about all morning, he couldn't take it anymore. Originally, Kui Yunhong didn't want to bring him on the exploration team, but Bai Guoshi had left with the ship to lead another exploration team to Tiandu, so the team lacked someone knowledgeable about biology and flora-fauna. Of course, it's not easy to come here once. We must try to collect as much data as possible to take back. God, let me go back to the 21st century. When will these days end? Someone finally couldn't bear it and let out a wail. I really want to eat KFC. Someone looked at the sky with lifeless eyes. And the roast lamb skewers, roast chicken frames, roast corn at our school gate. It's too late to think about that now, just work honestly. Kui Yunhong laughed. Such a big mountain top, mining it will be difficult, right? Jiang Muzhai asked. Mining isn't hard, Yi Yumming interjected. If you completely ignore mine safety production regulations, give me 50 workers and that's enough. Purely manual operation, working only the day shift, 2 tons of ore per person per day is no problem. That's 100 tons of ore a day, which is nearly 40,000 tons of iron ore a year. He used to work in mine safety supervision and knew a lot about mine blasting and mining. Aren't you running a black coal mine? Not black, just average level. Besides, this kind of open-pit mine doesn't need tunnels at all, just remove the overburden. Yi Yumming looked around at the mountain. Actually, the earthwork volume of this mountain isn't too large. With enough explosives, we can completely blast it as a whole. Several people sucked in a breath of cold air. Whole blasting. Good heavens, blowing the lid off a mountain directly. What a grand gesture. Kui Yunhong knew this wasn't an exaggeration. In open-pit mining, blasting a mountain top as a whole was very common and technically not very difficult. As for whether the Transmigrator group had this capability, that was another matter. 40,000 tons of iron ore a year. Jai Washeng will be grinning from ear to ear. Such good rich iron ore can be directly smelted into steel. This is only based on 50 miners working 10 hours a day. Yi Yumming said, when the Japanese mined Shilu, each worker worked 14-hour shifts with a quota of 8 tons. At that time, apart from a small number of pneumatic picks, the mine couldn't talk about having much mechanized mining. With our Transmigrator group's ability, maintaining a mining team of 200 or 300 people, and mining 150,000 tons of iron ore a year is no problem. Kui Yunhong said, actually, mining an open-pit mine like this isn't much trouble, but we have to handle the supporting facilities. Just eating, drinking, and waste disposal for the workers requires building a small village specifically. If it's not arranged well, it won't work. Mining and transporting ore are both high-intensity labor. If the quality of life is too poor, the mortality rate will be very high. Unless we do death-style mining like the Japanese, filling it directly with human lives, otherwise the mine will collapse in a few months. Huang Zhuazi spoke heroically. In the future, we'll capture men from Japan to mine. No matter who comes to mind, the engineering volume won't be small. Qi Yunhang said, the difficulty of Shilu lies in transporting the ore out. He opened the map. Originally, the Changhua River provided a convenient outlet to the sea, but unfortunately, Shilu Ridge isn't on the banks of the Changhua River. The only feasible channel is still the same route the Japanese chose: build a railway from Shilu to Basuo, then export from Basuo. However, the construction of this route was extremely difficult. The terrain along the way was complex. When the Japanese army laid this 55-kilometer railway line, they mobilized tens of thousands of workers and took 5 months to complete it. On this line, the terrain between Basuo Port and Bailey was flat. Between Bailey and Baekeo was a hilly zone. East of Baekeo was mountainous. The valley and hilly zone between Bailey and Baekeo was 15 kilometers long, and the engineering was particularly arduous. A total of 17 bridges were built along the line, including 3 large bridges, 3 medium bridges, and 11 small bridges, as well as 178 culverts. All were reinforced concrete or iron frame structures. A tunnel 250 meters long was also built between Baekeo and Shilu. Basuo was originally a small fishing village. To accommodate ore ships of over 10,000 tons entering the port, it was expanded into an artificial harbor. The entire Shilu development, including the mine, railway, port, and power plant, mobilized a total of 140,000 laborers. Casualties among workers numbered in the tens of thousands. Hearing these figures, everyone felt that mining here wasn't really feasible. Jiang Muzhai whispered, "Since that's the case, didn't we come for nothing? The executive committee definitely won't develop Shilu." "I think so too, at least not in the first 5-year plan." Yi Yuming said, "If you ask me, rather than going to the trouble of building a railway to Basuo and then building an artificial port at Basuo, it's better to simply build directly to Tiandu, connect the 2 major mining areas, and ship everything out from the natural good harbor of Yulin. That line would be about 180 kilometers long. That's not easy either. The Japanese didn't finish it until 43. After this discussion about the development prospects of Shilu Iron Mine ended, the recovered exploration team continued their investigation activities on the ridge. During this period, Qi Yunhang collected other types of ores, but malachite never showed its face. Was his luck bad? Qi Yunhang was truly puzzled. Shilu had been famous for copper mines for hundreds of years, which meant malachite outcrops on the surface should be very common. Such searching continued until getting dark before they ended and went down the mountain. The second and third days, the exploration team continued to conduct investigation and exploration around Shilu Ridge. During this time, they encountered a black bear unexpectedly. After staring at each other for a few minutes, it ended with the black bear voluntarily retreating. Although Huang Juazi really wanted to satisfy his craving to shoot, handling such a huge creature after killing it would be troublesome and a pure waste. Seeing that further investigation wouldn't yield new discoveries, Qi Yunhang broke camp and returned early on the 4th day. The journey back was uneventful. Returning to Sancha, the bamboo rafts were still in place. After resting for a night, they boarded the rafts to return. Going downstream was fast, and they returned to the Li Stockade in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the Li Stockade, they were surrounded by a dozen Li men. These people held knives and guns, their faces serious. Many ordinary people of the stockade stood watching from a distance. This posture startled Qi Yunhang. He thought, "We didn't do anything wrong, did we?" "Zio Mu, what do you think your compatriots are planning?" Mu Min said helplessly, "I am Li, but I don't speak the Li language." Just as they were fearful, a prominent figure among them bowed and spoke at length to them, his expression very respectful. But they still couldn't understand a single word. Fortunately, Li Benking was there. It turned out this person was an Aoya elder in the stockade. He said the Dongzhu chief of their stockade was very ill. Hearing that these hand merchants had divine medicine and had cured Li Benking's malaria at once, he also wanted to ask them to grant a few divine pills to save the chief. Hearing this, Everyone was quite troubled. If it was just malaria, that would be easy. Just giving a few more chloroquine tablets would do. But He Ping was only a half-baked health worker. If he had to treat illness seriously, it would be fine if he guessed right, but if he treated someone to death, this was the family of the stockade's leader. In the 21st century, people would chase and beat doctors and nurses in hospitals when their relatives died, let alone in a primitive village in the 17th century. He Ping said, "Let's go take a look." "You really plan to treat this chief?" Min really wasn't at ease. "Not going would be worse. I feel these people's attitude is quite sincere." "But you don't even know what disease he has," Min said anxiously. "This is the master of a dong. If he dies, the whole stockade will vent their anger on you and we won't even have time to save you." "Don't worry, I was more or less educated by Dr. Shi for a few months. I'm still confident in basic medical skills. I can always cope. Besides, if we really want to leave, they might not be able to stop us." Huang Zhuazi nodded. "Indeed, worst case we fight our way out. If we're afraid of implicating people, we can just take Li Banking with us. You guys relax. If I find I can't treat it, I'll give some placebo. At most, we get driven away. I won't treat anyone to death." So they agreed to treat the chief. The group first returned to Li Banking's residence and inventoried the medical kit in their luggage. Because it was used by the exploration team, all kinds of bandages, dressings, common drugs, anti-inflammatory drugs, and the like were complete. There were also simple surgical instruments and disinfectants. While everyone was organizing things, Li Banking circled around outside and came back quietly, his face full of worry. He said to Xingbayu, "Shopkeepers, I'm afraid the chief's illness isn't something that can be cured with medicine." Xingbayu hurriedly asked what was going on. Li Banking quietly explained. It turned out the chief had been sick for 7 or 8 days. He had used Li herbal medicine but couldn't recover. The people in the stockade suspected he had suffered jinn, curse. The so-called jinn was similar to the concept of ghosts and spirits causing trouble in Han areas. It was generally believed that certain people with magical powers summoned ghosts to harm people. The chief invited a Dao Gong shaman to perform the ghost release ritual, but it couldn't be lifted no matter what. It was said that the ghost, summoned this time, was very powerful. Now no one dared to provoke this matter. "You are Han people, why bother provoking Li family matters?" Li Banking advised with good intentions. "In case the person casting the curse gets angry at your interference and casts a curse on you too, wouldn't that be a sudden disaster?" Naturally, everyone didn't care about these superstitions, but they couldn't fearlessly say, "We are atheistic warriors." Speaking such words probably wouldn't convince anyone. "Old man, rest assured," Xingbayu comforted. "We have science." "Is your science ghost very powerful?" Li Banking's rhetorical question made everyone laugh and cry. It turned out that in the primitive religious beliefs of the Li people, there was no concept of gods. All supernatural powers were called ghosts. As they were speaking, Min suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Since it said someone cast a curse, is it a Jin Gong curse father or Jin Mu curse mother?" "Heard it's a Jin Mu. The Aoya have already ordered people to arrest this woman." Li Banking shook his head. "A perfectly good woman, don't know what evil possessed her. This is bad." Min was somewhat anxious. "What's wrong?" Everyone was baffled. Min explained. Whenever there was a so-called suffering from jinn incident, the Dao Gong's ritual would name someone as the curse caster. A man was called Jin Gong, and a woman was called Jin Mu. People declared as Jin Gong or Jin Mu were somewhat similar to wizards and witches in medieval Europe. Everyone feared and hated them, believing they could cast curses to harm people at any time. Consequently, once someone in a Li stockade was identified as Jin Gong or Jin Mu, the masses would often kill them. In some places, it was slightly more lenient, but they couldn't avoid means of so-called exorcism, such as torture and being forced to bathe naked. This phenomenon wasn't eliminated until the people's government intervened vigorously in the 1950s. Now that someone had been identified as a Jin Mu, this woman's life was in danger. End of chapter. Chapter 256, Simple surgery. Hearing Mu Min's explanation, everyone's expression changed. They were all modern people with basic concepts of human rights. Now someone, a woman at that, was about to die wrongfully for no reason because of superstition. They couldn't stand by and watch. "We have to save her," Mu Min said. Everyone fell silent. This was the Li district and the transmigrators were outsiders. Historical experience told them, when you don't have enough power to influence others, even if your intentions are good, don't interfere in other people's affairs casually, otherwise it will only attract resentment. Xingbayu said, "How can we save her? She is innocent." Mu Min stopped midway. They knew there was no such thing as jinn in this world. The problem was that the people here didn't think so. "Let's play it by ear," Qi Yunhong said. "Didn't Engineer Wang specifically instruct us this time to respect the customs and habits of ethnic minorities and not interfere casually? We can't just leave her to die, can we?" Someone's sense of justice exploded. "What she dies of has nothing to do with us." Fang Jinghan suddenly dropped such a cold remark. Everyone couldn't help but be startled, not expecting this old nice guy to suddenly say such cold words. "What did you say?" Someone's universal values acted up. "An innocent person is about to be killed, and you actually say it has nothing to do with us." Seeing that before anything was done, a great debate on values and human rights theory was about to unfold, Qi Yunhong shouted, "Enough!" He also felt that this woman's life or death had little to do with them, but now that it had been brought up, openly saying not to save her would definitely cause internal conflict. "What's the use of saying useless things now?" He Ping said. "It's not hard to save her, but I have to ask, will the executive committee agree if we take this woman in?" "Of course we'll take her," Mu Min answered without hesitation. "Not considering her ethnic identity, we need people even as laborers. Or she can be a wife for little Wang. I think you're the one tempted, right?" People started teasing each other. Qi Yunhong thought that one of the biggest characteristics of modern people was being heartless. They could joke around at any time. "I could only be tempted if she didn't have facial tattoos." "Stop dreaming," Mu Min said. Although women of all ages and classes can be identified as Jin Mu, it's mainly middle-aged and elderly women, especially widows with no one in their natal families, because they lack the protection of family power. He Ping nodded and said, "Since we are willing to take her in, I'll try when the time comes. I can't say for sure if it will succeed." The Aoya had already come to urge them, and a large crowd of curious onlookers had gathered outside. Qi Yunhong hurriedly made assignments. "Comrades," Qi Yunhong said, "now we have to guard against contingencies. When necessary, we might have to flee quickly. Let's familiarize everyone with the plan again. In case of any accident, everyone acts according to the plan, understood?" It was decided that Xingbayu would accompany He Ping to see the patient, with Huang Zhuazi as bodyguard. Qi Yunhong gave the team's only Glock pistol to them. "If anything happens, fight your way out immediately," Qi Yunhong instructed. "Life is most important. It doesn't matter if medicines and equipment are lost." Mu Min also came to instruct. "Don't be impulsive. The Li people value keeping one's word most. Leave some leeway when speaking. No need to be so nervous." She sighed, not quite approving of Qi Yunhong's arrangement, as if facing a formidable enemy, feeling it was an overreaction. "We all understand." The others packed their luggage and readied their guns. The exploration team had brought 4 Remington shotguns, 5-round hunting rifles, and a few Derringer pistols, all loaded with ammunition, wrapped in banana leaves and placed close at hand. Arrangements made. Early the next morning, He Ping's group, carrying the travel medical kit, followed the Aoya and Li Benking to the chief's house. The chief's residence was larger than the surrounding houses, and the materials used were also more refined. Class differences among the Meifu Li were quite obvious. He Ping and the others looked solemn. The able-bodied men of the stockade held back the crowd while escorting him forward. After a while, an old man walked toward them in welcome. This was one of the chief's confidants. The light in the room was dim. He Ping blinked for a long time before he could see clearly. A young man lying on a bamboo couch at the side of the room. A group of people clustered around, mostly women, some seemingly sobbing. The outside of the bed was screened by a bamboo slat wall. Ping glanced at the scene, then walked to the front of the bamboo couch. This person was only 15 or 16 years old, in the prime of youth. In the dim light one could see his face was sallow, his head covered in sweat, gasping in pain. His body was covered with a piece of tie-dyed kapok cloth. In the air a scent of rot drifted faintly. Ping frowned. This smell didn't seem like sickness. Could it be an infected wound? What illness? Ping asked. A middle-aged woman with facial tattoos nearby hurriedly spoke to Li Benking, who translated. It was originally just some redness and swelling on the leg. A few days ago, it suddenly flared up, raising a big lump, and his whole body became very hot. Lifting the sheet, Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a huge abscess on this person's leg, and his body temperature felt very high. He opened the box, wiped his fingers with an alcohol cotton ball and pressed the abscess. It was scalding hot, with a soft spot in the middle that had a pulsating sensation. Ping already knew this was an infection caused by trauma. Surgery was unavoidable in this situation. Ping disinfected his fingers again. Although it was just a minor outpatient surgery, he had never tried it on a human being before. At this moment he couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Seeing his difficult expression, the woman beside him knew the person was hard to save and couldn't help wailing loudly. The people around also started shedding tears. The old man who had welcomed them asked, "Divine Doctor, can the chief still be saved?" "Hard to say," Ping said cautiously. "We can try, but I don't guarantee he'll live. I can't be responsible if he dies. If you agree, I'll treat him. Otherwise, I can only take my leave." The Aoya agreed profusely, saying living one more year was good enough, begging the divine doctor to perform his magic. Ping asked for the patient to be carried outside. It was pitch black in there, impossible to perform surgery. He instructed them to fence the area around the patient's bed with curtains and set up a shed above to shade the sun. Outside the shed, stones were piled up to make a fire pit for boiling water, and people were ordered to fetch brand new clay pots. He also asked for several bolts of white cloth, cut into 3 large pieces with a hole in the middle to serve as surgical gowns. The rest was made into masks and hats. After making them, they were boiled in water and dried in the sun. The Li people in the stockade watched all this with both fear and curiosity. Everything was ready. It was already noon when the 3 men came out of the shed wearing white cloth gowns, white hats, and masks. The children were scared away. The eyes of the old people also revealed great unease and fear. Ping opened his medical kit and organized the items. He said to Xingbayu and Huang Zhuazi, "His illness should be a streptococcal infection of the wound. It won't get better without surgery. If we drag on for a few more days, he'll likely either die of high fever or septicemia." Incision and drainage. Huang Zhuazi was an outdoor activity enthusiast and knew a bit about self-treatment for minor injuries. "Yes, only surgery can save his life," Ping said. "You act as my nurses and help." "Okay, tell us what to do." Huang Zhuazi agreed readily. "First, help me disinfect the instruments and prepare materials. By the way, also prepare some physiological saline. Need an IV drip for washing the wound. Pay attention to the preparation concentration of 0.9%. All right. There wasn't much alcohol in the medical kit, so the surgical instruments were disinfected using the simplest boiling method. The instruments needed were boiled in already boiling water for another 5 minutes and then disinfected with alcohol. Ping put on gloves. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the scalpel. The middle-aged woman outside, probably the chief's mother, started to get uneasy when she saw them dressed strangely boiling various shiny things in water. When she saw Ping pick up a small knife, she almost went crazy, crying and screaming outside trying to rush in, but was held back by several Aoya. Ping had instructed them beforehand. "What's the temperature?" 39.8 degrees. "Stuff some cloth in his mouth and hold him down." Ping instructed them. Ping first thoroughly disinfected the area around the abscess with alcohol, then found the soft place on the abscess with a fluctuating sensation. He remembered Dr. Shi telling him, when teaching simple surgery, that surgical treatment of abscesses meant cutting from here to drain the pus. But saying it was easy, actually cutting into a live person really made him feel a bit weak. He adjusted his breathing and cut down. Pus and blood almost sprayed out, splashing everywhere on their temporary surgical gowns. Shengbayu almost cried out. This scene was really terrifying. He clearly felt the patient under his hands twitching and struggling, and immediately used all his strength to hold him down. At this time, a burst of noise and many footsteps came from outside. Ping began to wash the wound with saline water. The young chief struggled even more violently. Huang Juazi and Shengbayu had to use all their strength to control him. While busy, they saw Li Benqing slip in from outside. Seeing this scene, his face turned white with fright. Shengbayu scolded, "What are you doing coming in?" Li Benqing said with a bitter face, "There's a racket outside saying that handing the chief over to you to treat is." As they spoke, someone seemed to be arguing outside. Unintelligible Li language rose wave after wave. The three men were all nervous, but things having come to this, they couldn't give up halfway. Ping simply ignored it and just focused on cleaning the wound. After cleaning the wound surface completely, he stuffed gauze drainage strips coated with petroleum jelly into the wound and covered it loosely with medicinal cotton from the outside. "Not using anti-inflammatory powder?" Huang Juazi asked. "Need to drain now. Give him oral penicillin." Ping looked at the dressing of the wound. Although it was a bit ugly, it was passable. "Wait, you give him oral penicillin. What if he's allergic?" "He's dead meat." "I forgot." Ping was startled. "Switch to sulfanilamide tablets." Immediately, they gave the patient oral sulfanilamide. At this time, the chaotic noise outside stopped. Ping instructed that the family members could come in. The ones who entered were exactly the chief's mother and the old Aoya who had invited them. Seeing her son's face was listless, but he seemed less in pain. The chief's mother showed a look of relief. The old Aoya spoke at length to Li Benqing, who translated. "He thanks you for saving his nephew. He asks if this counts as cured." "Not yet. Need to wait a few more days." Ping knew that before the temperature dropped, it was still a dangerous period. "You can give him water and some light food, but don't let his wound touch water or dirty things. Find someone to watch him day and night. He is having a fever now, so use cloth soaked in cold water to apply to him." Ping instructed a bunch of precautions, and finally, choose the person you think is most reliable to watch him. Apart from this, no one else is allowed to enter the shed, absolutely no one. If anything happens, come find me quickly. Hearing Ping say this, a look of worry floated onto the old Aoya's face. But he didn't say anything more, only saying everything would be done according to the divine doctor's instructions. The three-man team came out of the shed. Their blood-stained gowns caused another commotion. Everyone set to washing the instruments, then boiling them in water to disinfect again. After finishing, the pottery used for boiling was smashed and buried. The temporary gowns, masks, and hats were all thrown into the fire and burned. This practice was originally just to prevent pollution from medical waste, but unexpectedly it was understood by the locals as a kind of witchcraft ritual. So much so that many years later, when the Transmigrator regime's work team returned to this place, a young team member recorded such a paragraph in his social survey notes. "The final stage of doing ghosts to drive away illness for the patient is to throw a white cloth stained with spots of red, sometimes bloodstains, into the fire, and finally smash the pottery pot used for boiling things. All garbage will be buried. The whole ceremony officially ends." Returning to Li Benqing's house, someone sent food: roast chicken, eggs, fish, bamboo tube rice, rice wine, very sumptuous. It was just that the exploration team members had no appetite. The three who performed the surgery had been covered in pus and blood just now, and the others were worried about what would happen in the next few days. The riot outside the shed just now, the people inside didn't see it, but the others saw it clearly. A young man was constantly inciting something, and the crowd outside rioted several times. Fortunately, those few Aoya desperately suppressed it outside to maintain order. Don't worry, this chief will definitely have a fever for a few days. With antibiotics, he won't die. He Ping said, it's just a bit fishy. What? He didn't get inflamed for no reason. He Ping took a paper packet out of the enamel box in the medical kit. Inside was impressively a thin bamboo splinter. This is what I pulled out of the wound, he whispered. It's a bit strange. He didn't know he was pricked. That's quite possible. He Ping said, Doctor, she told me about many such cases. Fortunately, this thing isn't iron. Otherwise, if he got tetanus, no one could save him. Damn, we won't get involved in some palace intrigue, will we? Someone's imagination exploded. End of chapter. Chapter 257. Bida. That evening, the group invited Li Benking and his nephew to join them for dinner. Wang Aya had sent over a generous supply of food and rice wine, perfect for entertaining guests. As cups were filled and refilled, Xingbayu deftly steered the conversation toward the inner workings of the stockade. It transpired that after the previous chief of Zhendui Stockade had passed away, his son remained too young to rule. Governance had therefore fallen to the four Oyas, who collectively decided all matters great and small. Their leader was surnamed Wang, the same elder who had first come to invite them. Wang Aya was also the young chief's uncle, binding them by blood. As for the energetic young man who had been so active outside their quarters, he was the son of another Oya named Zhen Huan, a renowned hunter who commanded considerable prestige among the stockade's youth. The upland rice wine loosened Li Benking's tongue. Cheeks flushed, he revealed that the woman condemned as the curse mother was none other than Zhen Huan's lover from the Gui Long, a girl named Bida. During the ritual, Zhen Huan had turned hostile on the spot, nearly slaughtering the Daegong, but the united opposition of the other Oyas had suppressed him. Zhen Oya's days have not been easy, Li Benking said, shaking his head. Everyone whispers that his son instructed Bida to place a Jin curse on the chief. Why would he do that? The earliest chiefs of Zhendui Stockade were from the Zhen family. Li Benking drank deeply. The Zhen clan has ruled here for 10 generations. That long? Fang Jinghan sounded skeptical. Don't interrupt, Mu Min chided. Let Li Bea finish. Li Benking beamed at being addressed as Bea, the respectful term the Li people used for their elders. Perhaps 4 or 5 generations ago. He wasn't certain of the exact years. Wang chief's ancestors migrated here with their entire household. Originally Han, the genealogy claims they descended from some great general in the distant north on the mainland. At that time, our stockade was at war with the neighboring Shuishan stockade, and the Zhen family suffered terrible losses. The Wang disciples all knew martial arts. They led everyone in a decisive strike that wiped out Shuishan in a single campaign. From that day forward, the Wang family became the chiefs. So the Wang family is actually Han, Xingbayu asked. But why would a general move his entire household to live in a Li stockade? Fang Jinghan scribbled in his notebook. As for general, they were probably inflating their own status, more likely fugitive military households from the local garrisons. Li Benking continued. Ever since then, 2 major factions had formed within the stockade. One was the Wang family, the other, the Zhen. Though the Zhens no longer held the chieftaincy, their roots ran deep. At least one of the 4 Oyas was always from their lineage. Now, with the Wang chief still young and the Zhen family producing a charismatic heir like Zhen Huan, the balance of power was clearly tipping. Zhen Huan commands not only the respect of the young warriors but is wildly popular in the Gui Long. Li Benking's nose had turned crimson from the drink. At night he need only stand before any Gui Long and the door opens for him. No courtship required, no songs, no words, tusk, but Bida is his favorite. This sounds like a Mountain stronghold version of palace intrigue, Mu Min mused. Could Zhen Oya's son be seizing his chance to rise? Is that why he obstructed our treatment of the chief? Her eyes widened. Perhaps he was the one who planted that bamboo splinter. You've read too many novels, Qi Yunhong dismissed. Even if true, it's none of our concern. Mu Min sighed with theatrical regret. In those few minutes, her imagination had already sketched the outline of a palace intrigue novel worthy of publication on Jinjiang. One over the next 2 days and nights, the young chief's fever persisted. He checked his temperature every 2 hours, administered sulfonamides every 6, and changed the dressing regularly. By the morning of the 3rd day, the boy's temperature had dropped to normal. His consciousness cleared markedly, and he began asking for food. When inspected the wound, he found no fresh traces of pus or blood on the drainage strip. At last, it could be properly bandaged. Word spread quickly. The chief was cured. Just as the exploration team was congratulating itself on a job well done, illnesses erupted throughout the stockade like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Fever, toothache, stomach pain, infected wounds. The complaints were endless. Ping was, after all, only a half-trained health worker, confronted with such a rich internship opportunity. He found himself overwhelmed. His medical kit held precious few drugs. He could only treat the cases he could confidently diagnose, one by one. He performed 7 or 8 minor surgeries in succession. By now, Ping wielded the scalpel with smooth confidence, even daring to lance styes that had previously left him helpless. However, he was careful not to dispense antibiotics indiscriminately, wary of disrupting the local microbial environment. For ailments with obscure causes, stomachaches and the like, he simply mixed rice flour with honey provided by the stockade, shaped it into pills, and distributed them. Surprisingly, many patients claimed to feel better after swallowing them. The power of placebos was formidable indeed. Thus the Shilu iron mine exploration team earned the reputation of divine doctors. Each day, gifts from the stockade's households arrived without end. When the villagers noticed that these healers cared little for pork or beef, but seemed to adore chicken, not a single live bird remained in the entire settlement. Kui Yunhang surveyed the growing pile of offerings in Li Benking's courtyard with a mixture of distress and wonder. Wild game, live poultry, rice wine, leather, kapok cloth, kudzu cloth, and all manner of rattan wares, clearly the finest produce the area could offer. Then he noticed a steady stream of villagers leading cattle to the doorway and tethering them there. "What's all this for?" he asked Assistant Wang. "Payment for your medical services." The guide was in high spirits. These boat peddlers' success was lifting all boats. In recent days, he had privately accepted many dinner invitations, enjoying wine and meat at every meal. The Li people have no silver, only mountain goods and cattle. Kui Yunhang thought Wu Nanhai would certainly be pleased by the prospect of local cattle, but how were they supposed to drive them back to Changhua Fort? That was skilled work. While he stood deliberating, the Oyas sent word inviting them to a banquet. At the feast, all 4 Oyas were present, taking turns proposing toasts to the exploration team. The young chief, still weak from illness, could neither eat nor drink much. He simply sat at the head of the table accompanied by his mother, observing this group of strange merchants with undisguised curiosity. After several rounds of rice wine, Wang Aiya, leader of the 4, clapped his hands. A servant immediately brought out a tray. Kui Yunhang looked and saw it was filled with broken silver and copper coins, white and green glinting together. It appeared substantial, but in truth amounted to little more than 10 taels of silver and 1,000 copper coins. The Li people placed scant importance on currency. Trade was conducted through barter, and they did not hoard precious metals. That they could produce even this meant they had practically turned the stockade upside down. "These are but modest tokens," Wang Aiya said. "Additionally, we gift 50 head of cattle as thanks." The Li cherished their cattle. Herds were large, and livestock often served as payment. Still, 50 head was an extraordinary sum. The number startled everyone. Setting aside everything else, how could they possibly drive so many animals back to Changhua Fort? And the fort itself lacked grazing land. Every beast would have to be shipped back to Lingao for the agricultural committee. The thought of weeks spent feeding cattle and shoveling dung was enough to make the entire team glare at their leaders, silently demanding an immediate refusal. Mu Min leaned toward Kui Yunhong. We cannot accept this. 50 head is probably half the stockade's herd. If they give them all away, how will they farm? Kui Yunhong's thoughts were less noble. He simply dreaded becoming a cowboy. Though their motivations differed, their conclusion was the same, and he politely but firmly declined. They had helped treat the chief and the villagers purely out of goodwill. They could not possibly accept so heavy a gift. Seeing their sincere refusal, so unlike the usual money-grubbing demeanor of peddlers, the Oyas regarded them with heightened respect. You have shown such great kindness to our stockade, yet you refuse our gratitude. Wang Aya looked troubled. How then can we repay you? Mu Min sensed her opportunity. The young woman condemned as the curse mother remained imprisoned in the stockade. Once the chief fully recovered, she would be killed. And so Mu Min proposed, might they spare Bida? If the stockade feared she would bring harm, the team was willing to take her far away and never let her return. Li Benking translated reluctantly, his expression uneasy. The request made the seated headmen visibly uncomfortable. On one hand, removing a dangerous curse mother from their midst was clearly desirable. On the other, allowing Han outsiders to take away a woman of their tribe was difficult to justify. Yet these strangers had rendered the stockade an enormous service. Refusing seemed inhospitable. After a long pause, Wang Aya spoke. Bida is a curse mother. If you take her and she brings the curse upon you, how could we bear the responsibility? Better to end matters here. Mu Min pleaded again, but Wang Aya would not relent. Then, unexpectedly, Zhen Oya spoke. She is a scourge. Even if we kill her here, she will harm us as a ghost. The Bahas possess great powers. Perhaps they can suppress her. The chief, who had remained silent throughout, nodded. Let the Bahas take her. After all, the Daegong and the stockade cannot contain her either. Wang Aya looked displeased but deferred to the chief's will. And so the matter was settled. He insisted once more on giving them gifts. After a round of polite refusals, Kui Yunhong decided that further resistance would border on rudeness, and besides, the agricultural committee genuinely needed cattle. He agreed to accept 10 head. Wang Aya was delighted and immediately ordered 10 robust animals prepared. Kui Yunhong then remembered the soap bean forest outside the stockade and proposed taking back a few hundred caddies. Of course. Zhen Oya agreed readily, though he could not fathom why they wanted those bitter pods. He arranged for workers to harvest them at once. Both sides carved wooden tallies as a contract. The transmigrators would visit the Li stockade at least once a year to treat the sick. Whenever they passed through Li territory on business, they could rest and lodge in the stockade upon presenting the tally. Meals and firewood would be provided, and in case of need, porters and cattle could be requisitioned to transport goods. That night, guests and hosts parted in warm spirits. Early the next morning, the exploration team set off for Changhua Fort. After 10 days of close quarters with Li Benking, farewells carried genuine weight. Assistant Wang was elated. This expedition to the Li district had earned him rare white sugar as payment plus a wealth of gifts from grateful villagers. He had made a tidy profit. The 10 cattle were laden with baskets of soap beans and other local produce. With gifts overflowing, Kui Yunhong could only select 1 or 2 useful items from each household's offering, returning the rest. This gesture moved the entire stockade deeply, cementing their reputation for benevolence and righteousness. Assistant Wang drove the cattle at the head of the column. The exploration team followed out through the stockade gate. The Oyas and many villagers lined the path in a warm send-off. Xingbayu muttered, "Now I know what it felt like to be the 8th Root Army." This, Mu Min agreed, is the hearts of the people. After walking 3 or 4 li near a forest clearing, Zhen Oya and a handful of Li men stood waiting. A woman was tied to a tree, her hands bound behind her. "This is Bida." Zhen Oya ordered the rope untied and handed the lead to Mu Min. "She is yours now. Take her as far away as possible. Never bring her back. It would be best to change her name as well." "Understood. We will treat her well." Mu Min's voice was solemn. A flicker of gratitude crossed Zhen Oya's habitually impassive face. Bida is a pitiful child. You are good people, look after her." With that, he turned and departed without another word, his men following. The team was left with a strange sense of loss. Xingbayu broke the silence. "Why do I get the feeling that this Zhen Oya doesn't truly believe she's a cursed mother? There are probably hidden circumstances we'll never know." Kui Yunhang shrugged. "It doesn't matter, we've saved a life, let's go." Mu Min approached the woman. Days of captivity had left her hair tangled and wild. She wore a low-collared short blouse and a blue tube skirt embroidered with white flowers. The fabric was stained and torn in places, her appearance bedraggled. Bida shrank back, regarding them with terror. Only then did everyone notice that her face was not heavily tattooed like most Li women. Only faint, delicate patterns traced the edges of her forehead and cheeks. With curved eyebrows and what appeared to be 16 or 17 years of age, her features were fine and soft. After so many days of seeing the elaborate traditional tattoos, the sight of her relatively unmarked face felt almost startlingly bright. Mu Min was surprised. "Her face tattoos are so light. This still counts as tattooed," Assistant Wang explained. Some women were unwilling to endure full facial tattooing and only accepted symbolic marks. After all, the love of beauty was universal. The group resumed their journey with this unexpected addition. Mu Min moved to untie the rope binding her wrists, but Kui Yunhang stopped her. They had promised to take the girl away. If she slipped free and ran back to the stockade, it would endanger her life and make them look untrustworthy. Bida proved obedient, walking when instructed, resting when told. But no matter who spoke to her, she remained utterly silent. Mu Min reasoned that at such a young age, branded with a fabricated crime and forced to follow a group of strange foreigners into the unknown, the anguish in her heart must be beyond words. Better not to press her. They had traveled perhaps 10 li when a sudden swish cut through the air, followed by a sharp, keening whistle. Note: the following explanation is outside the 4,000-word count and is not charged. Bida is a type of Li musical instrument, resembling panpipes. Using it as a woman's name seems appropriate. This instrument is actually a modern product. Whether it existed during the Ming Dynasty is unknown. 1. Jinjiang Literature City, a famous Chinese web novel site known for romance and court intrigue stories. End of chapter. Chapter 258, The Unexpected Ending of a Romance Whistling Arrow. Everyone jolted to attention. They were under attack. The exploration team had long prepared for roadside ambushes. Those with guns drew them instantly, those without unsheathed machetes. Within seconds they had formed a defensive circle. Shopkeeper Wang, who had been leading the way, scrambled behind them for cover. "Hold the cows, don't let them bolt." Xingbayu shouted, pulling a derringer from his pocket and thumbing a percussion cap into place. At a bend in the river ahead, 20 young men materialized. Their dress marked them as Meifu Li. Each gripped a hook knife, some carried crossbows. They blocked the path, their posture openly hostile. "Road blocked up ahead," Huang Zhuazi bellowed. "All hands on alert." He blew his whistle in 3 sharp bursts. "They're Li people. Impossible." Mu Min pushed her way to the front. "Li people never engage in highway robbery. HMPH, I doubt they're after money or goods." Huang Zhuazi cast a pointed glance at Bida behind them. "I suspect they're here for that treasure." The woman, who had seemed listless before, now looked restless, her eyes darting toward the blockade. "Stay calm," Mu Min called out, stilling the men reaching for their weapons. "They haven't ambushed us, they've shown themselves openly. There's room to negotiate." "They're almost certainly here for Bida," Kui Yunhang whispered. "What do we do?" Mu Min's thoughts raced. Could this be Bida's lover, the Zhen Huan that Li Benking mentioned? A man who would stage an armed standoff to rescue the woman he loves. The romantic in her stirred. Thinking of her own husband, who possessed precisely zero sense of romance, she felt a pang of wistful bitterness. "If it really is Zhen Huan," she said, "we should simply return Bida to him." "How can we do that? We promised to take her away." While they debated, several figures broke from the opposing line and walked forward. One stood out. Handsome features, clothing finer than the rest, pheasant feathers adorning his headband. He carried himself with unmistakable authority. Stopping about 50 paces away, he began to shout. This time Xingbayu understood. The man was speaking Hainan dialect. The accent was off, but the meaning was clear enough. Damn, it really is Zhen Huan. Xingbayu's jaw tightened. He wants us to hand over Bida. What do we do? All eyes fixed on Kui Yunhong and Mu Min, the captain and the officer responsible for Li and Miao affairs. HMPH. Trying to block our road with a handful of rusty blades. Huang Zhuazi muttered as he cocked the hammer of his Remington shotgun. Let me show them what we're made of. No, hold your fire, Kui Yunhong ordered quickly. There are only 20 of them, one volley and it's over. We're strangers in a strange land. Yes, we'd win the fight, but if we enrage them, they could harass us all the way back, ambush after ambush. Even with guns, we might not reach Changhua Fort in one piece. Amen. Fair point. Huang Zhuazi conceded grudgingly. Xingbayu added, besides, these men are all from Zhendui Stockade. If we kill even a few, how can we ever cooperate with them again? Mu Min spoke decisively. Let her go. Bida is of no practical use to us. We only took her to save her life. Now that Zhen Huan has proven himself so devoted, why should we insist on keeping her? Seeing no objections, Xingbayu stepped forward unarmed and called out in Hainan dialect, "Clear the road and we'll release her once we've passed." Zhen Huan shook his head. "Send a hostage over first. After you pass, we release the hostage. Only then can I trust you." Xingbayu's blood ran hot. Since D-Day, the Transmigration Group had imposed unequal terms on others. When had they ever been the ones threatened? At less than 30 meters, murderous calculation flickered through his mind. One shot from the Derringer and Zhen Huan would drop where he stood. Even if the others loosed arrows at 70 or 80 meters, their aim would be uncertain. Combined with his brother's shotguns, they could cut down every last one. Sensing his intent, Mu Min shouted in Mandarin, "Don't do anything rash. If a fight starts, there's no clean ending." She turned to Kui Yunhong. "I'll go as a hostage so he clears the road." Before Kui Yunhong could respond, Bida, who had been crouching silently, rose to her feet. She called out something in the Li tongue, then spoke rapidly to Guide Wang. The guide translated. "She says she's willing to go and speak with Zhen Huan herself. She'll ask him to clear the way." Mu Min nodded slowly. "Perhaps this would make things easier. Tell her once they clear the road and we pass, we will naturally let her go." Guide Wang relayed the message. A strange expression flickered across Bida's face. She shook her head and spoke again. "She says she wishes to stay with the Bahas." Mu Min blinked. For a moment she thought the guide had mistranslated, but the determination in Bida's eyes was unmistakable. After a pause, she untied the rope and let her walk forward. Seeing the captive released, a cheer rose from the opposing ranks. Men waved their bows, crossbows, and knives in celebration. Kui Yunhong watched Bida approach Zhen Huan. The man reached for her hand. She pushed him away. Surprise crossed his face, and then the two began speaking in low, urgent tones. As the exchange lengthened, Zhen Huan grew visibly impatient, gesturing sharply, occasionally shoving her, raising his voice. Bida stood immobile, head bowed, speaking softly, shaking her head again and again. Her resolve was absolute. This silent tableau played out between the two groups for a full 10 minutes, long enough for the cattle to lower their heads and graze. At last, Zhen Huan's expression twisted with fury. He spun on his heel and strode away without a backward glance. Within minutes, every Li warrior on the riverbank had vanished, leaving only Bida standing alone in the clearing. Suddenly, she collapsed to her knees and burst into loud, wrenching sobs. The exploration team stared in stunned silence. "What in the world was that about?" Xingbayu muttered. Mu Min exhaled slowly. "Let's keep moving." Half a month after their departure, the exploration team returned to Changhua County seat. After bidding farewell to shopkeeper Wang outside the city walls, they made their way back to Changhua Fort. Li Haiping had been overseeing basic construction for more than 2 weeks. The fort had begun to take shape. Cannons were now mounted on the gun emplacements, though to avoid provoking the local authorities, they remained concealed inside buildings, ready to be rolled out only when needed. Seeing the exploration team return fully laden, Li Haiping's face showed both relief and concern. The fort could not accommodate 10 cattle, and these were no ordinary beasts. They were exceptionally large water buffalo, almost half the size of elephants, of unknown breed. He immediately ordered the Marines to erect a simple cattle pen outside the walls and assigned a few men with farming experience to oversee the herd. The trade goods and gifts held little interest for anyone. They were piled directly in the warehouse to await the next ship. The team settled into an idle routine at the fort. Beyond daily baths in a branch of the Changhua River, they passed the time drinking tea and gossiping beneath the kapok tree outside the walls. They did make some improvements, erecting a bamboo-woven partition at one end of the river branch for the private use of Mu Min and Bida. The expedition's encounter at Zhen Dui Stockade became the favorite topic of conversation. What had begun as speculation about hidden truths gradually evolved into entertainment. This rustic version of a palace revenge drama grew ever more elaborate under the relentless embroidery of daily gossip, until people began volunteering to play background characters in their collective fantasy. Bida herself, the heroine of these events, remained silent. She threw herself into chores around the fort, cooking, washing clothes, sweeping, feeding the cattle, but spoke not a word. Since no one at Changhua Fort understood the Meifuli language, Mu Min could never truly communicate with her. As for what use the Zhen Dui Stockade would prove in the coming years, no one could say with certainty. The soap beans were indeed a valuable resource, though not urgently needed by the Transmigration Group. At Changhua Fort, however, they were put to immediate use. Everyone from top to bottom bathed and laundered with them daily, finding the scent fresh and the cleansing effect excellent. The Changhua County seat became their sole place of recreation. The city was small, and after many visits nearly everyone recognized them, even if they found their hairstyles strange. The soldiers grew familiar with the bailiffs at the city gate. It emerged that the county lacked even a proper magistrate. A vice magistrate served in an acting capacity. As for the battalion commander of the local Weishuo, he simply resided on his farm outside the walls. The few government offices were deserted and dilapidated. Little wonder they had walked past those modest tile-roofed buildings several times without realizing they housed the local administration. Shopkeeper Kayan of the Guangzhou warehouse effectively became their agent in Changhua County. Through his connections, the transmigrators at the fort could purchase fresh vegetables, poultry, and grain directly from the commander's farm beyond the walls. The commander and his subordinates saw nothing improper in doing business with these foreigners of uncertain origin, especially when the goods on offer were white sugar and distilled spirits, both sorely lacking in the region. Xingbayu also bought several dozen sheep from the farm, partly for their own consumption, partly to ship back to Lingao along with the cattle. Each day, the 15W radio received telegrams from the fleet and the Lingao main station. Occasionally, messages arrived from the Guangzhou station as well, all parties reporting their safety. Through these dispatches, they learned that the exploration fleet had reached Yulin Harbor and was now inspecting another key objective of the expedition, the Tiandu iron mine. Yulin Harbor was the finest natural port on Hainan. Moreover, it lay less than 12 kilometers from the high-grade Tiandu iron ore field, far superior to Shilu in terms of mining accessibility. A direct voyage from Lingao to Yazhou along the coast took only 4 days. The exploration fleet, departing from Changhua, needed just 2. They stopped periodically to conduct shore inspections, each requiring half a day to a full day, and made a special survey of the Yingjihai salt field in Lan, Yazhou. In the future, Yingjihai would become Hainan's largest salt field and the greatest sea salt producer in southern China. The seawater concentration here reached 3.5 degrees Huamei, making it one of the world's saltiest waters after the Red Sea, aptly named the Bitter Sea. For now, it remained a desolate coastal marsh, devoid of inhabitants. Ming Qiu, who knew Hainan's developmental history intimately, told the others that preparation for the Yingjihai salt field had begun in 1955, entering a phase of rapid expansion in 1958 with the arrival of more than 5,600 professional soldiers. Ideally, this vast repository of sea salt would become the foundation of their chemical industry. From Wang Liubin onward, everyone gazed covetously at the barren tidal flats. Hainan Island was truly a treasure island. The fleet conducted on-site surveying at Yingjihai, then pressed on. On the 6th day after leaving Changhua, the lookout aboard the Zhenhai noticed they were sailing into a vast bay. White sand gleamed on the beach. Coconut palms swayed gently. The sea shimmered an impossible blue. All signs pointed to their approach to Sanya. "This is Sanya Bay," Chen Heiyang announced, checking the latitude and longitude measurements the naval cadets had recorded. "We're not far from Yulin." Sanya Bay in this era appeared even more beautiful and pristine than its future incarnation. A few scattered villages huddled at the foot of the mountains. Grid-patterned salt fields lined the coast. After several more hours of sailing, the masthead lookout sighted the distinctive 213-meter hill on the Luhuidu Peninsula. Arriving at Luhuidu meant arriving at Yulin Harbor. In the future, the Luhuidu naval port would serve as a vital base for the South Sea Fleet. Standing on deck, Ming Qiu gazed at the familiar scenery, memories flooding back, those days and nights of combat readiness in 1974. He could not help murmuring the Vietnamese phrases he had once crammed in haste. "Yadi, halt, Lao Song Kong Yi, drop your weapons and we won't kill. Zhang Dui Quan Hong Du Bayan, we treat captives leniently." Mont ambled over, curious. "Master Ming, what are you saying?" "Vietnamese." The temperature here was brutal, over 30 degrees Celsius on deck. Many had stripped to undershirts or gone bare-chested entirely. But Ming Qiu remained impeccably dressed in his Type 87 naval summer uniform. Standing ramrod straight at the railing, he put to shame every otaku who had ever fantasized about becoming an admiral of a transmigrator nation. "In the spring of 1974, Ming Qiu said, pointing toward the distant Luhuidu headland, our troops were stationed there, participating in pre-war mobilization before the assault on the Crescent Group of the Paracel Islands. The Americans couldn't hold on in Vietnam any longer and had begun withdrawing. That ungrateful North Vietnam was seizing the opportunity to push south. South Vietnam was on the verge of collapse. To avoid complications after the war, the brass ordered us to retake the Paracels. I was just a common soldier then. You participated in the recovery of the Paracels." Mont's voice was reverent. "Not exactly." Ming Qiu shook his head. "I was on standby here in Sanya the whole time. That autumn, our detachment transferred to Lingshui for anti-landing exercises. We even filmed a movie." Mont hungered to hear more about those events, but Chen Heiyang had already ordered the sails lowered in preparation for entering Yulin Harbor. The boy hurried back to his post. Yulin Harbor was far superior to the adjacent Sanya Bay, whose open waters left vessels exposed to fierce storms. For this reason, ships bound for the South Seas often anchored here temporarily for shelter. As the fleet rounded Luhuidu Cape, they spotted numerous vessels scattered across the bay, some with tall masts, clearly merchant ships engaged in Southeast Asian trade. Note: this annotation is outside the 4,000-word main text and is not charged. Baha is a respectful term for a learned person in the Li language. End of chapter. Chapter 259, arriving at Yulin. "This is Dadanghai," Captain Lin Chuenking announced, steadying the helm. "The outer harbor of Yulin. Further in lies the long, bag-shaped anchorage, the inner harbor." The entire expanse of Yulin Harbor lay cradled by encircling mountains. Emerald waters, white sand, sapphire sky, and swaying coconut groves. The scenery was breathtaking, utterly pristine. Yazhou is Hainan's main coconut-producing region. Wang Liubin gazed at the groves dancing along the bay's edge, and in his mind's eye, countless products took flight. Harmless soap at one end of the spectrum, nitroglycerin ready to tear men limb from limb at the other. "We can make a fortune here. Engineer Wang, right now you remind me of Japanese devils descending on a village." Lin Chuanking chuckled and picked up the walkie-talkie. Little Mont, check the tide table. Ebb or flood? Starting to ebb, sir. 1 hour and 17 minutes until lowest tide. Lin Chuanking turned to the others. Commander Chen, Engineer Wang, I suggest we drop anchor here for now. Better to enter port at minimum tide. There are submerged reefs and low sandbars in there. At low water they'll be visible. Agreed. We'll wait. Chen Haiyang raised the walkie-talkie and issued orders to the Zhenhai and Hangzhou to drop anchor and stand by. All naval cadets are to measure water depth, wind direction, and wind speed. They'll handle piloting us in. Lin Chuanking raised an eyebrow. You're letting the youngsters pilot the ships. Yulin Harbor has the simplest hydrological conditions and reef layout of anywhere on this voyage. Good practice for them. Chen Haiyang turned to the group. In the meantime, let's discuss our plans after landing. Same as Changhua, establish a stronghold and survey resources. Wang Liubin was confident. This will be our primary source of copra. If we want to break the Qiangshan merchants' monopoly, we need a direct trading post here. We should send people to Yazhou City to sound out the situation. Yazhou won't be as straightforward as Changhua. Wang Liubin's expression sobered. It's the government's key ruling stronghold in southern Hainan. Yazhou's registered population approached 20,000, comparable to Lingao County itself. Since the Tang Dynasty, the region had served as a place of exile for disgraced officials. A settlement called Shuanan Village just outside the city walls had long been home to banished scholars. Consequently, the local gentry were not only numerous but deeply rooted. Some lineages had propagated here for over 20 generations. Gaining a foothold would require finesse. I don't anticipate serious problems, Chen Haiyang said, spreading out the map. According to intelligence, most of Yazhou's population clusters around the city, the government's core. Yazhou City is here, he tapped the map. In the Yazhou Bay area we passed yesterday. Overland to Yulin, the straight-line distance exceeds 60 kilometers. The land between is practically uninhabited. Establishing a base here should draw little interference. What about Ming naval patrols? Wang Liubin recalled reading that the Ming military maintained garrison patrols in these waters. We're not building a castle and hoisting a banner, Chen Haiyang replied. A modest fort or stockade, structures that are everywhere in this era, will station a few indigenous people specifically to handle inquiries. The Ming Navy has no reason to trouble us. If a fight does break out, a handful of patrol boats can't crack our defenses. And if they muster a larger force, our communication advantage lets us concentrate superior firepower and annihilate them in one stroke. As they debated post-landing operations, Mont's voice rang out. 10 minutes to lowest tide. Enter the port. This time they did not lower the outboard motors. Instead, they deployed rowboats to tow the larger vessels in by oar. All piloting and observation duties fell to the naval cadets. By now the tide had reached its nadir. Submerged reefs and sandbars emerged above the waterline. From the poop deck, even without a telescope, one could discern exposed rocks near Shen Island. To the island's northwest, a line of underwater reefs nearly a full cable's length stretched into view. The fleet sailed onward to the entrance of Yulin's inner harbor. The anchorage beyond was shaped like a deep pocket, sheltered on 3 sides by mountains, with the outer harbor serving as a buffer zone and Shen Island standing guard at the mouth. The waters within were spacious and deep, capable of berthing 10,000-ton vessels. The hydrological conditions were superb. So superb that even the armchair admirals among the transmigrators, men who had barely set foot on a ship before D-Day, could recognize the site's potential. They clustered together, chattering. This would make an excellent naval base. The ironclad fleet will cruise Southeast Asia from here, patrolling our 10,000 miles of territorial sea. Why would you need ironclads for Southeast Asia? Light colonial cruisers would suffice. Exactly. The colonial cruiser in my mind must be hybrid sail and steam, unarmored, long-ranged, with at least one large-caliber gun for shore bombardment against uncooperative natives. And the cabin space must be ample, room for at least a company of Marines plus their artillery, ready to go ashore and suppress disturbances at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the rowboats measured depths as they advanced into the inner harbor. Over there is Yulin Market. Ming pointed to an open tract on the western shore. On the eastern bank stood a market town protected by a sizable wooden stockade. According to his memory, this should be Eniul Market. By the look of it, perhaps 100 households lived there. A scattering of small vessels lay at anchor near the shore. Let's dock on the east side. There are people there. We can ask around. The fleet dropped anchor below Eniul Market. At the sight of 2 large ships arriving, everyone visible around the stockade fled behind its walls. By the time the team's small boats neared the beach, the area was deserted. Looks like pirates visit often. The party disembarked and walked to the stockade gate. Wang Liubin gestured for the foreign affairs interpreter accompanying them to call out. After a protracted exchange, the residents finally unbarred the gate. Eniul Market was a large settlement where Han and Li people lived side by side. Because South Seas, bound ships often sheltered here, and because drifting cargo from shipwrecks could sometimes be salvaged, people had occupied this site since the Tang Dynasty. As the last anchorage before the open ocean, the wealth and demand generated by maritime traffic had gradually fostered a market town. The local strongman was a member of the gentry named Hu Zun. After the transmigrators presented their tried-and-true gifts, pocket mirrors, white sugar, and distilled spirits, his manner softened noticeably. He mentioned, almost in passing, that he was a descendant of the Hu family of Shuanan village in Yazhou. Could the venerable sir be a descendant of Master Danan himself? How remiss of me! How remiss! Wang Tao, who had accompanied Wang Liubin ashore, feigned astonishment and cupped his hands in salute. A hobbyist storyteller, he had a knack for picking up dialects. By now he had mastered several local tongues. Hu Zun spoke the regional Guanhua Hainan dialect, which was among the more comprehensible variants. Hu Zun was visibly pleased, declaring repeatedly that he disgraced his ancestors. His attitude toward the visitors warmed several degrees further. He then inquired as to their business. Wang Tao followed the rehearsed script. They were merchants specializing in the South Seas trade. The journey was perilous, and they wished to purchase land here, enough for a warehouse and a manor where they might store goods and rest between voyages. Hu Zun waved a hand. Easy to discuss, easy to discuss. Land was the one commodity in abundance here. If someone wanted to build, he, as local Bayagia head, would naturally benefit. These newcomers did not look like virtuous men. Those 2 big ships were obviously contraband. But so long as they refrained from robbery and murder, what illegal commerce they conducted was none of his affair. Local strongmen like himself had long practiced the art of looking the other way. After taking their leave, Mont asked Wang Tao, "Who is Master Danan?" "Master Danan is the famous Hu Quan." Seeing Mont's blank expression, Wang Tao elaborated. "He was exiled to Hainan for impeaching Qin Hui. A figure of legend." Mont's voice held reverence. Wang Liubin laughed. "You were laying it on rather thick. Hu Quan didn't die in Hainan. He eventually returned to his hometown in Jiangxi. How could he have left descendants here? Old Hu styles himself a Hu of Shuanan village, clearly implying descent from Hu Quan. I seized the opportunity to flatter him. Cost me nothing." The group strolled down the streets of Eniul Market. Despite boasting only a single lane of less than 500 meters, the place was surprisingly bustling. Shops lined both sides. As the final resting point before the South Seas, many vessels lingered here, waiting out storms or monsoons, and over time, all manner of entertainment had sprung up, including a brothel. Wang Liubin noticed an unusual number of blacksmith shops. Upon inquiry, he learned their customers were mainly the nearby Li villages and ships undergoing repairs. "It seems Tiandu iron mine has already been discovered," Wang Tao remarked. "Not Tiandu itself, but Yazhou has been famous for iron production since antiquity," Wang Liubin replied. Ming added, "Back when I visited Yazhou town, there was a blacksmith street, nothing but smithies. Supposedly the earliest ones dated to the Southern Song." There must be scattered iron deposits in the area. Wang Tao questioned the smiths about where they sourced their pig iron. The answer, everything came overland from Yazhou. Good, Wang Liubin nodded. If locals were already mining at Tiandu, we'd inevitably have to engage in some vigorous urban renewal. Even if they're not, it won't be easy, will it? The government has always opposed mining, issuing permanent bans at the drop of a hat. And yet they can never enforce them. Over the following days, the transmigrators rode out to survey the coastal terrain encircling Yulin Harbor and corrected their maps. They also conducted on-site reconnaissance for the future Yulin fort, ultimately selecting a vacant tract on the harbor's western bank. This was the location of the future Yulin base, sheltered from wind, supplied with fresh water, and blessed with level ground. End of chapter. Chapter 260. Entering the Treasure Mountain to save time, the exploration team split into two groups at Yulin. One, led personally by Wang Liubin, would push inland to inspect Tiandu Mine. The other, under Chen Heiyang, would remain behind to construct Yulin Fort. Finding Tiandu proved far simpler than finding Shilu. One need only follow the Tiandu River upstream until Huamei Ridge appeared. The famous Tiandu iron mine lay on its slopes. The exploration party transferred to a rowboat and continued up the narrow inlet. Continuous mountain ranges flanked both banks, draped in dense vegetation. Some team members had visited this place in another timeline and strained to recognize any familiar landmark. We should be roughly following what will become the G224 route. Wang Liubin consulted the map. Another 2 kilometers, perhaps. At noon on April 20th, the Tiandu exploration team located the mouth of the Tiandu River. According to map estimates, they were not far from what would become Dan. In that future, a few more kilometers would bring them to Tiandu town itself, though whether the town's location corresponded to the iron mine was another question. The ore fields lay 2 to 3 kilometers further still. The team abandoned the boat and proceeded upriver on foot. The valley was hemmed in by primordial tropical rainforest so thick that the distant terrain remained invisible. After less than 2 kilometers, a river valley opened before them, dotted with several villages. Wang Liubin halted, spent a long while cross-referencing map and compass, and then announced, "This was Tiandu town. Tiandu iron mine is still a few kilometers ahead. Keep at it, everyone." Bolstered by his encouragement, the group pressed on along the riverbank. The path was treacherous. The region teemed with snakes, insects, and leeches. Clouds of biting flies wove through the humid air. Fortunately, each member had been issued a full set of tropical gear, mosquito net hats and full-coverage fatigues. Trouser cuffs and sleeves were reinforced with anti-leech gaiters. Yet as they passed certain wetlands, the sight of land leeches lining tree branches, bodies rising in unison as they sensed approaching prey, sent shivers down every spine. "Check your cuffs and pant legs," Liu Zheng barked. Once past the worst stretch, Wang Liubin called a rest to shake leeches from clothing and inspect for bites. Thanks to rigorous protective measures, the creature's best efforts had availed them only drilling their heads into the outer layer of canvas. Still, the carpet of leech carcasses on the ground gave Wang Liubin pause. Developing Tiandu might prove more difficult than anticipated. I wonder if large-scale insecticide spraying would work. No need for insecticide. Liu Zheng studied the worms twitching in death. Change the ecological environment and they'll vanish. It's too moist here. Drain the swamps and they'll disappear on their own. Less than a kilometer farther, a broad river valley appeared, ringed by hills. This should be Tiandu village. The celebrated Tiandu iron mine was said to lie on Huamei Ridge to the southeast. The problem was density of growth. No matter how Wang Liubin squinted, he could not tell which slope concealed yellow soil. Though the mining zone spanned 5 or 6 square kilometers, the pit eventually developed there would measure only 300 meters in diameter. Pinpointing the exact spot would require some effort. Aside from proximity to the port, the development difficulty here is no less than Shilu. Wang Liubin shook his head. Massive amounts of vegetation must be cleared. The engineering scope is enormous. If only we could build a railway, machinery and labor could be transported directly. The bottleneck is manpower. Wang Liubin settled onto a large rock. When the Japanese mined Tiandu, they fueled operations with human lives, bodies in exchange for ore. What we lack most right now is precisely that raw headcount. Easy solution. Liu Zheng's nationalist sentiments surged to the surface. Any Manchurian captives we take in the future, send them all here to dig. And those Southeast Asian Malays, slave trade, use them as consumables. That's down the road. Who fills the pit now? It's a puzzle. Wang Liubin gazed across the virgin landscape. Team members had fanned out, using instruments to survey the deposit and chipping rock samples. Others sketched topographical maps. By afternoon, cross-referencing data from the future, the team had roughly triangulated the Tiandu ore body and begun digging exploratory trenches. Per Wang Liubin's instructions, they were to extract 1 metric ton of sample ore. A whole ton? Are we carrying it out on our backs? You think we can smelt steel from 1 measly ton? We need to send it back for trial smelting. The steel plant doesn't have furnaces small enough for less. Wang Liubin actually wished they could take more, or with over 60% iron content could go directly into an open hearth furnace, and that process demanded at least 2 experimental runs. Fine, but I'm saying this up front, everyone pitches in carrying. Otherwise, this handful of us will be worked to death. The entire team set to digging, sweat streaming. A ton was not so much. With more than a dozen hands, it took barely an hour. After sampling, they refilled and camouflaged the exploratory trenches. This resource must not become known to locals prematurely. Tiandu ore was extraordinarily rich. During the Guangxu reign, a local gentleman had employed only small box furnaces and a dozen workers to mass-produce pig iron bricks, turning a handsome profit. Wang Liubin had no intention of allowing such a scenario to play out ahead of schedule. Everyone rest well tonight. Tomorrow we head for Damo. Where the hell is Damo? Liu Zheng was filthy and drenched, desperate to bathe in the river yet terrified of leeches. The prospect of returning to the coast and a proper soak had sustained him. Now suddenly this Damo materialized out of nowhere. A manganese deposit with reserves of roughly 1 million tons. Wang Liubin stretched. Critical feedstock for manufacturing specialty steel. Boss, you're not going to ask for another ton of sample ore, are you? Not a ton, no. Collective sighs of relief. 500 kilograms should do, collective glares. The next day the team pushed further inland. Before departing, Wang Liubin raised the fleet by radio, instructing Chen Heiyang to dispatch men for the ore transport and warning. Ensure absolute secrecy, especially from locals. At the purported site of the Damo manganese mine, the team began laying out survey points and digging trenches across the entire zone. This deposit proved far harder to locate than the iron mine. After 5 or 6 days of fruitless excavation, the exploration party resembled nothing so much as a colony of marmots, churning the surrounding soil layer inside out. Chen Heiyang finished ferrying the iron ore yet still saw no sign of the team's return. He hurriedly dispatched reinforcements to assist. At last they discovered a small manganese outcrop, but the true vein descended 10 meters below ground. Mining difficulty was substantial. Engineer Wang, I think we should shelve this manganese project for now. Liu Zheng's appearance would not have been out of place in a coal mine. The shallowest point is 10 meters down and water seeps up from below. Without proper tunneling, there's no hope. Wang Liubin stared into the dark trench. Open-pit extraction was clearly off the table, but tunnel mining entailed a cascade of supporting infrastructure: drainage, ventilation, hoisting systems, shoring. Even using entirely indigenous methods, the project would be colossal. Extract a few dozen kilograms of sample ore and withdraw. Resignation colored his voice. Look at this, what is it? Copper ore. Someone thrust a chunk into his hands. Wang Liubin examined it closely. Gray stone, yet shot through with a pale green, glassy luster. He hefted it, testing weight, then scratched it with his Swiss Army knife to gauge hardness. His expression shifted. I didn't expect to find something worthwhile here after all. What is it? Several team members crowded around. Phosphate rock, Wang Liubin's eyes shone. One of the transmigrator's most coveted tools matches depended entirely on this mineral. In that sense, phosphate rock was worth far more than manganese. He flicked his lighter and held the flame to a corner of the ore. The fire glowed green. No question, phosphate rock. Everyone grasped its significance. Even those unfamiliar with match manufacturing knew phosphorus was a vital fertilizer. Discovering phosphate rock alongside the manganese transformed a disappointing find into something of genuine value. Where was this found? That small hill right there. The discoverer pointed. Wang Liubin, more animated than at any point during the manganese survey, rushed to the exploratory trench. The trench had been driven into the hillside at roughly 30 degrees, penetrating 4 or 5 meters. Wang Liubin was no geologist, but he could make a rough judgment. The hill's core was largely composed of phosphate rock, and like the manganese, it too lacked conditions for open-pit mining. Disappointing. At least one base can support 2 mining operations. He consoled himself thus. Yet in the near term, voyaging to Dongsha or Xisha to mine guano remained more practical. Most team members did not think so far ahead. With renewed enthusiasm, they dug out another 500 kilograms of sample ore to ship back to Lingao's chemical and metallurgical departments. By the time the exploration team returned to Yulin Harbor, the infrastructure project was roughly 1/3 complete. Yulin had mountains, water, timber, and stone. It lacked almost nothing. Truly an ideal base site. Unlike Changhua Fort, whose purpose was merely to secure a trade foothold and lay groundwork for future Shilu mining, this location would serve as a major distribution hub for resources gathered by the Transmigration Group. Its scale would far exceed Changhua. Zhang Xingpei, dispatched from the Lingao Construction Company to accompany the fleet, was an expert in timber frame buildings and one of the many returnees among the transmigrators, possessed of end-to-end experience in house construction. Serving as consultant was Yu Eshui, who had joined this circumnavigation purely for the pleasure of travel. After suffering brutal seasickness during the first few days, he had since recovered his vigor and now volunteered as architectural consultant for Yulin Fort. He was obsessed with survivalist strongholds and harbored a particular fascination with logistics and siege defense case studies. It needn't withstand a full siege, he explained, but it must allow a small garrison to defend a large stockpile of goods. This was the key requirement he distilled after listening to Wang Liubin's exhaustive list of specifications. Zhang Xingpei had once been stout. Months of physical labor had slimmed him considerably, yet he retained the unhurried manner of a heavy man. He cleared his throat before speaking. How large must the freight yard be? What goods, roughly? Is weather protection required? Or timber, coconuts primarily? Then we need a sizable storage yard. Zhang Xingpei studied the terrain a moment, then sketched a simple floor plan on his notepad. The design was a straightforward large courtyard, square in layout. A bastion occupied each corner. One corner bastion, larger in area, would serve as the living quarters, capacity for approximately 20 personnel on long-term station, plus an attached warehouse. The remaining 3 bastions also featured complete living facilities, accommodating up to a squad each. The main gate stood adjacent to the living quarter bastion for ease of defense. The courtyard wall was a palisade of timber posts set side by side, with earth banked at the base. 6 meters high, sharpened at the top, and lacking a parapet walk, scaling it without ladders would be virtually impossible. All 4 bastions, including the gate structure, were to be built of brick and stone with tiled roofs. A moat would be dug around the perimeter, fed by a nearby stream. Summer and autumn brought heavy rains. Water supply posed no concern. To facilitate loading and unloading, a pier of over 10 meters would be constructed in the bay fronting the fort. Isn't this a bit flimsy? Chen Heiyang studied the diagram, a design reminiscent of a medieval fortress, and frowned. Defensive strength is somewhat lower, true, but adequate for the threat environment. Yu Eshui shrugged. The defenses at Eniul Market amount to nothing more than a wooden palisade and a few watchtowers. That tells you the worst threat hereabouts is a few dozen pirate sailors wandering ashore to snatch a few unlucky souls who failed to flee in time. Even if an enemy did breach the courtyard, the spoils would amount to ore and timber, neither particularly enticing. Anyone determined to attack in force would find Eniul Market a far more rewarding target than Yulin Fort. While the group debated details, the expedition's team doctor, Jiang Qiuyan, suddenly asked, "Who do you intend to leave behind at this fort?" For now, 11 or 12 should suffice. 2 or 3 transmigrators plus a marine squad will expand as conditions warrant. Jiang Qiuyan shook his head. "Engineer Wang, I don't think this approach is viable. How many people does the transmigration group have in total? Scattering them like pepper grains everywhere, too few and the outpost is useless, too many and you waste talent. Never mind our own people, the Marine Corps alone would be short 3 squads this way." True enough. Chen Haiyang sighed. "Garrisoning here, garrisoning there, we never have enough troops." The chronic shortage of sailors and marines was a constant headache for the Maritime Affairs Ministry. And have you considered the psychological dimension? Jiang Qiuyan's voice rose with urgency. Strand a handful of transmigrators in this godforsaken wilderness, surrounded by nothing but themselves. Never mind locals, they'll barely see another living soul. Given our constraints, the executive committee can't possibly equip every outpost with comfortable amenities. Over time, these people are going to crack. He gesticulated with mounting fervor, as though he himself were on the verge of a breakdown. End of chapter. Chapter 261, Coconuts. We don't need to station so many transmigrators at these outposts. 1 leader is enough, perhaps even none. Jiang Qiuyan was warming to his subject now. We can adopt a settle the frontier model. Move 10 or 20 native households directly here. Distribute land and houses. Organize them into a collective farm or a military agricultural colony. Establish strict paramilitary structures. Appoint a headman and deputy, issue weapons, conduct regular training. Defense and development problems solved in 1 stroke. That sounds like the strategic Hamlet program the Americans used in Vietnam. Call it whatever you like. If it works, it's a good program. Furthermore, transplanting entire families benefits the mental health of our station personnel. The emotional state of someone guarding an empty fort alone is nothing like that of someone surrounded by dozens of dependent households working the land. Jiang Qiuyan pressed on. It also instills a sense of belonging and responsibility among the settlers. Excellent idea, Chen Haiyang slapped his thigh. Not just here, we can handle Changhua the same way. That frees us from leaving so many troops. Wang Liubin raised a practical concern. The question is, who do we relocate? Lingao is already short of people. People are right here. Jiang Qiuyan swept a hand toward the stockade of Eniul Market across the bay. 100 or 200 households live there, fishermen, boat folk. Aren't fisher families ideal candidates for developing coastal bases? Give them enough incentives, land, houses, security, and they'll come over. Yes, I think it's feasible. Wang Liubin began pacing with excitement. And this can serve as a pilot for future local administration, using immigrants to govern immigrants, Chen Haiyang nodded. Let's build the base first then. Recruit, he caught himself. Refugees. Given our material advantages, attracting a dozen or 20 households shouldn't be difficult. However, the first garrison must still be our own people. Once everything is running smoothly, we transition to the local settlement model. Construction of the stronghold was placed under Zhang Xingpei's comprehensive direction. Yu Shui, as chief supervisor, squatted on the site daily, spirits high. Wang Liubin focused on surveying nearby resources, while Chen Haiyang led a team on an important mission, harvesting coconuts. Vast coconut groves lined the shores of Yulin Harbor. Grayish-white trunks leaned at angles, huge pinnate fronds drooped and rustled in the breeze. Beneath the leaves hung heavy bunches of fruit. The sea wind blew gently, carrying the unmistakable freshness of salt air and tropical growth. Now this is a textbook tropical landscape. Chen Haiyang let out a contented sigh. and soon it will all be ours. Liu Zheng's exhaustion melted away. I'm contracting 500 mu here someday and opening a luxury resort. Keep dreaming. More likely, the executive committee assigns you to guard the coconuts. Coconuts were treasure incarnate. The copious water inside was sterile and could be drunk directly, or in emergencies, used as a glucose infusion. The meat was rich in fat and protein. Dried copra contained 60 to 65% oil, making it an exceptional oil crop. Presscake residue served as premium animal feed or fertilizer. The hard shell could be processed into activated carbon, raw material for gas masks, indispensable to both the chemical and military industries. The fibrous husk outside the shell was elastic, rot-resistant, and durable, ideal for ropes, brushes, woven goods, and padding. Every part of the coconut was useful. The executive committee had coveted this resource for months. Coconuts grew throughout Hainan, but exploitable groves of any scale were concentrated in Wencheng and Sanya. Lingao had a few, scattered and meager. Here, most palms were wild, ownerless. Whoever picked owned. Chen Heiyang ordered the sailors ashore, intent on stripping every coconut from the surrounding coastline. Harvesting, however, proved no simple matter. The trees were uniformly tall, typically exceeding 10 meters, and ramrod straight without branches. Unlike fruit trees that invited climbing, they defeated even sailors accustomed to scrambling up masts. Several men attempted the ascent. Without proper tools, they slid back down after 2 or 3 meters. One fellow finally reached the crown, only to hang there, arms wrapped around the trunk, unsure how to proceed. You needed one hand to grip the tree and the other to pick, but coconuts didn't grow singly. They clustered in bunches on thick, fibrous stems. He tugged and pulled for what seemed an eternity, unable to detach a single fruit. Exhausted, he slid back down in defeat. Use a saw. Take a saw up. Another sailor ascended with a hand saw and began sawing at the stem of a bunch. Halfway through the weight of the cluster, 20 or 30 caddies snapped the weakened stem. The entire mass plummeted toward the man below. Ouch! A sharp cry. Fortunately, reflexes saved him. The coconuts grazed his scalp and struck his shoulder, which swelled immediately. A direct hit to the head might have meant a concussion. Damn it, can't we deal with a few coconuts? Chen Heiyang's temper flared. Use guns, shoot them down. That's a waste of ammunition. I'll authorize reimbursement. Fire. Gunshots cracked. Bang, bang, Type 1644 rifles barked in rapid succession. Coconuts rained from the canopy amid shredded leaves and branches. Danger forgotten, everyone rushed forward to gather them. Not small at all. Chen Heiyang hefted one and shook it. The sloshing weight inside was palpable. Crack it open. Let's taste. After splitting 2, everyone drank coconut water until satisfied. Cool, sweet, and refreshing, it chilled them to the core. Good stuff, definitely good stuff. The unanimous verdict. But shooting with rifles is no long-term solution. Bullets cost money. Liu Zheng gnawed at the white meat. Far too uneconomical, and one at a time is painfully slow. I have an idea. A sailor wiped his mouth. Back home, we used climbing spikes to scale utility poles. Much easier than bare-handing it. Right, why didn't I think of that? The ship's carpenter set to work at once, bending steel rods into hooks and fastening them to leather boots to fashion crude climbing spikes. With this gear, plus a safety rope around the waist, ascending became quick and safe. A man climbed up with a machete, a few strokes, and an entire bunch dropped. Those below needed only to dodge. By dusk, they had harvested thousands of coconuts, heaped like a small mountain on deck. That night the Hangzhou blazed with light. The generator was running and the ship's lamps shone brilliantly. Li Huamei, clad in black night clothes, crept silently toward the stern from the darkness. She had not come to assassinate anyone, nor to sabotage the vessel. She was simply consumed by curiosity about these Australians, above all, about their ships that could sail without wind. The question had clawed at her mind for days. Since boarding the Hangzhou, she had observed covertly, searching for the propulsion mechanism. Apart from 2 propellers beneath the stern iron leaf, shaped objects she could not fathom, she found no oars, no sweeps, nothing. And those iron leaves had stopped rotating the moment the ship dropped anchor. What then made it move? Tonight, with most of the crew ashore building the fort and the shipboard watches exhausted from labor, she resolved to infiltrate the hold and test her hypothesis. She scaled the stern along the anchor chain with practiced ease. The deck was silent save for a rhythmic chug-chug-chug emanating from somewhere amidships. That she knew was the machine at work. She approached the engine room door, unlocked. A wave of heat thick with the smell of oil washed over her. She slipped inside. The compartment blazed with light. A massive iron hulk roared at its center. An enormous flywheel spun so rapidly it blurred, making her dizzy. So this is the machine. Huamei stared at the steel monster in shock. She could not comprehend how something that consumed neither grass nor meat could contain such terrifying power. She edged closer. The machine radiated ferocious heat. Beside it stood an iron drum connected to the main body by a copper pipe. She touched the pipe, vibrating faintly, liquid flowing within. Could it be drinking water? Curious, she followed the pipe to the drum, unscrewed the cap and dipped a finger in. She spat immediately. The taste was pungent and bitter, definitely not water. It resembled oil, yet the odor was utterly foreign, nothing like the vegetable oil or tongue oil she knew. So this monster drinks oil? Amazement deepened. Oil was expensive. A beast this size must consume staggering quantities. No wonder these Australians were so wealthy. Merely feeding this iron creature was beyond ordinary means. As she studied the machinery, footsteps sounded on the stairs above. Someone was coming down. Huamei's heart lurched. She scanned the compartment for a hiding place, but the engine room was starkly open. Cover was non-existent. Little Zhao checked the oil pressure. The sound seems off. Yes, squad leader. 2 men in blue work clothes descended. Huamei had no choice. She gritted her teeth, rolled swiftly across the deck plates and slid beneath the diesel engine's mounting frame. The space was cramped and slick with sludge. She pressed herself flat, scarcely daring to breathe. The thunderous roar of the engine drowned her hammering pulse. The 2 mechanics walked to the machine, checked instruments, felt various components. Everything looks normal. Maybe I misheard. This Changhua engine is getting old. Some looseness is inevitable. Squad leader, how much longer are we stuck down here? I'm suffocating in this heat. Bear with it. Once the fort ashore is finished, we can rest below. They exchanged a few more words, then climbed back up. Huamei waited until their footsteps faded before worming out from beneath the frame. Her black attire was now smeared with black oil stains, a wretched sight. Phew, that was close. She wiped cold sweat and grease from her forehead. Though she still did not fully understand the principle behind this Changhua, she had confirmed one thing: the iron beast did indeed drink oil to generate force. As for how oil became power, that remained beyond her grasp. These Australians are truly unfathomable. She sighed softly, retreated from the engine room with utmost care, and vanished into the night. Note: this explanation is free. Changhua refers to Changzhou diesel engine, a very common brand in China, widely used in agricultural machinery and small watercraft. End of chapter. Chapter 262. Yulin Fort. It wasn't vegetable oil, nor peanut oil, and certainly not the butter favored by Europeans. Huamei carefully wrapped the paper wick she had used to sample the substance and stowed it away, then screwed the lid back on the drum. Whatever this liquid was, it appeared to be the key to the machine's power. She surveyed the compartment more carefully. 2 sets of windmill-like blades were mounted on racks, their surfaces likewise coated in dark, greasy residue. Upon closer inspection, both these large components and the blades were forged from refined iron, confirming once again the Australians' remarkable skill with metalwork. The cabin also contained numerous cabinets and shelves. She opened them one by one. Strange iron implements, each nestled in its own small compartment, arranged with fastidious order. Some she recognized. European master carpenters used similar-looking tools, but most remained mysterious. She could not begin to guess their purpose. After more than 10 minutes, footsteps and watch change commands began to echo outside the door. She froze, holding her breath for several heartbeats until the sounds faded entirely. Then, hastily returning everything to its place, she slipped out through a porthole. The next day, the fleet weighed anchor and resumed its voyage. The lower decks were packed with baskets of coconuts, over 5,000 in all. Jiang Qiuyan had to ban the crew from drinking coconut water as a casual thirst quencher, lest someone develop an electrolyte imbalance. The exploration team's next objective was Wanning, specifically Shanjin Town. A small pyrite deposit lay there. In terms of scale, it was negligible, but its unique advantage was proximity to the coast. If they could pinpoint the location and confirm reserves, the transmigrators could stage an expedition-style blitz, a large-scale extraction operation, hauling away 100 tons or so in a single run. Pyrite is useful both for producing sulfuric acid and as fertilizer, Wang Liubin explained. Especially the sulfuric acid. The coal chemical complex can produce it but will be reliant on imported coal for a long time. Mining pyrite would at least ease part of the bottleneck. Do we need to build another fort, a Wanning fort? Chen Heiyang calculated grimly. His fleet's manpower had already shrunk by nearly a third. Leaving more garrison troops was an unpleasant prospect. No, Shanjin is too barren and Wanning isn't a development priority yet. Wang Liubin waved off the concern. This region remained sparsely populated well into the 20th century. In this timeline, it's likely completely uninhabited. As they spoke, Ruan Xiao came running up, snapped to attention, and saluted. Report. Commander Chen, scheduled transmission time. The radio room requests your signature on the outgoing telegrams. Bring them. Chen Heiyang accepted the telegram folder. Inside were the day's routine messages, the fleet's current position, status, next destination. Though routine, these dispatches constituted their most reliable safety net at sea. Under encryption protocols jointly established by the Executive Committee and Lingao Telecom, each major committee and department had been issued independent codebooks starting in March 1629. After encryption, messages were handed to the telecom section for transmission and reception, with decryption handled internally by each unit. This prevented telegrams from becoming public broadcasts. Once a message went out, every location with a 15W or 5W transceiver would otherwise know its contents within minutes. Each department set its own rules for which messages required encryption and which did not. Today's outgoing messages bore the Navy secret stamp, as usual. Chen Heiyang flipped through. Several incoming messages had arrived as well. One plaintext dispatch from Guangzhou Station, filled with idle chatter, probably a radio operator in Guangzhou flirting with a female operator at Lingao Telecom. Another, marked Navy Secret, came from Changhua Fort, briefly summarizing their recent expedition into the Li district. Not bad, they swindled 10 cows and a girl. Chen Heiyang chuckled as he signed the outgoing messages, then handed the folder to Wang Liubin, who also needed to countersign. It shows everyone's getting good at mass mobilization. Grassroots work is expanding nicely. Wang Liubin scrawled his signature. Building a foothold in Changhua and cultivating a long-term relationship with the Li Stockade will pay dividends for the future development of Shilu. I think we should cable the executive committee and recommend a collective first-class merit citation. Haha, Xiao Zishan won't let this slip through the cracks, Engineer Wang. He loves awarding honors. Chen Heiyang sighed. Once we're back in Lingao, they'll get at least a collective second-class merit. Probably another sleeve emblem to sew on. Honestly, a few personal secretaries would be more practical. Wang Liubin had once taken no interest in the thin, dark-skinned local girls. Lately, however, he had noticed that young women nurtured by the Lingao liberated area's water and soil were beginning to fill out, fairer skin, healthier builds. Certain thoughts unsuitable for an educator had begun to stir. Personal secretaries, Chen Heiyang snorted. The executive committee means well, but good intentions can easily go awry, could wind up hurting feelings and undermining solidarity. Pool the collective wisdom, pool the collective wisdom. As they talked, Ryu and Xiao had already sprinted off. Chen Heiyang watched the boy's retreating figure and spoke with a note of emotion. Youngsters like him. After a few months of training, they already look presentable, hardworking, disciplined. Uneducated maybe, but quick to learn. In 3 or 4 years, when they come of age, they'll be our backbone. Wouldn't it be nice then to match them with those girls? Ha, you've thought it through. Already planning matchmaking for your subordinates. If you want soldiers willing to fight and die beside you, an officer must truly be like a father and elder brother to them. At the newly completed Yulin fort, a garrison remained behind under the command of Old Dai and Bai Guoshi, 14 people in total. They would live beneath this blue sky and white clouds for roughly a month. During that time, Bai Guoshi would conduct a thorough survey of local resources and gather social intelligence. Old Dai had a simpler mandate: fell timber and, under Bai's guidance, learned to harvest coconuts using the climbing method, which, according to Bai, was essential for stable, high-yield production. Old Dai watched the sails dwindle on the horizon, emotions churning. Then he turned to Bai Guoshi and the other transmigrators. Let's discuss how we're going to spend this vacation. The itinerary is quite full. Bai Guoshi surveyed the pile of supplies and tools the fleet had left behind. Machetes, carrying poles, axes, saws, large quantities of rope and rattan baskets. Not much ironware. After all, blacksmiths were just across the bay. They had also been issued a stock of trade goods for dealings with Eniul market, mainly white sugar and distilled spirits. Food reserves would last 60 days, and for emergencies, 50 taels of silver had been left. Let's test the radio first. Old Dai directed the Marines to collect the items scattered on the beach and haul them into the fort, while Bai Guoshi and the other transmigrators set up the 5W transceiver left for their communications. After 5 minutes of calling, Lingao main station responded, signals clear. Next, they contacted the exploration fleet and received a swift reply. Finally, a new signal broke in. Changhua Fort had heard their transmissions and was responding. The exchange of radio waves lifted everyone's spirits considerably. The loneliness felt less oppressive already. Since they were here, they might as well make themselves at home. First order of business: get themselves and their subordinates properly settled. They divided responsibilities. Old Dai would serve as Yulin Fort's commanding officer, handling defense and construction. Bai Guoshi would oversee resource collection. Having received emergency medical training, he would also serve as the team's medic. Wang Tao would manage all dealings with Eniul market, external negotiations and procurement. He had brought along a boy adopted from among the orphans shipped from Guangzhou as his apprentice. At a time when most transmigrators eagerly hoped to adopt cute little girls, his adoption of a young boy had briefly made his preferences a topic of speculation. It's nothing special, Wang Tao said evenly. I want him to learn storytelling from me. Otherwise, when I'm gone, no one will carry on the craft. There has to be a legacy, doesn't there? The boy had taken Wang Tao's surname and was named Wang Digang. The name, of course, was a joke, but it carried weight and dignity when called aloud. Despite being only about 10 years old, Wang Digang had already learned quite a few traditional Pingshu storytelling and Xiangsheng crosstalk routines under his master's tutelage. He was an artistic mainstay at the citizens' school. Wang Tao also drilled him daily in public speaking and debate. That was Wang Tao's forte as a training instructor, preparing the boy to run for student government in the first citizens' school election the following year. His longer-term goal was to lobby the executive committee to establish a youth league organization, providing his apprentice with a youth league factional advancement track. Finally, there was Shen Yuefeng, a Haigui, sea turtle, overseas returnee, who had majored in history with a minor in it. Neither specialty was particularly useful to the transmigrators. Fortunately, he was a military enthusiast, and thanks to the decadent blessings of the USA, he had considerable experience with target shooting and hunting. He had been drafted into the remote exploration team during its expansion after receiving a few weeks of natural history education. His assignment here was to collect local animal specimens, source meat, and should food run short, hunt for provisions. None of these men seemed to take the health department's warnings seriously, but a steady supply of meat would keep morale high. Whether harvesting coconuts or felling timber, it was all heavy labor. Furthermore, after inspecting Yulin Fort's water supply situation, Old Dai found it unsatisfactory and wanted improvements. The current water source is an irrigation channel diverted from a nearby stream. It gives us a small moat, but it's also vulnerable. An enemy could easily cut off the supply or poison it, Old Dai said. You want to dig a well. But we don't have the equipment. A well here would probably yield salt water anyway. What I want is to construct a hidden conduit drawing from the stream by a different route. That way, the enemy won't easily discover it. End of chapter. Chapter 263, Wang Tao's Ideals. What about materials? Bricks, tiles, and cement. The fleet left us a few bags of cement plus some bricks and tiles. We'll make the timber ourselves. After all, the conduit doesn't need much. As for iron nails and lime, we'll just buy them across the bay. All right. I'll go to Eniul Market tomorrow and trade off some goods. That way we don't have to dip into those 50 taels of emergency reserves. The next day, Wang Tao set out with Wang Degang, Shijingxi, and a few others. They changed into local clothes and crossed over to Eniul Market. This time he brought modest gifts of 4 varieties, the customary token for a new neighbor paying respects after moving in. Hu Zun reciprocated in kind, sending back 2 Supreti sheep as a return gift. He also took the opportunity to lament his hardships. Maintaining order in the area was no easy task. The county coffers were empty, tax levies were heavy, the burdens on the locality great. Now that shopkeeper Wang intended to establish an estate here, he would naturally need to deal with county officials, register a land deed, and participate in the usual miscellaneous taxes and contributions. His words were exceedingly polite. Wang Tao agreed to everything. Courting the tolerance and backing of local powers aligned perfectly with the current policy of cooperating with indigenous forces. Wang Tao led his party through the market streets, trading distilled spirits and white sugar. Both were well received, and collecting bits of silver and copper in return. He bought several bolts of indigo-dyed local cloth, intending to have native-style garments sewn for the Marines. Their Year 1 uniforms were far too conspicuous. No tailors operated in the market, however, so he had to impose on Hu Zun again, requesting that maids from his household sew the clothes. He also purchased rice, pumpkins, and vegetables to supplement their meals. Spotting iron pots and clay jars for sale, he bought several of those too. Just as they were packing up to leave, he noticed live chickens going for 2 fin of silver apiece. Wang Tao bought 5 or 6, had the Marines truss them up and sling them from carrying poles. Passing through the stockade gate, they found a lime kiln on the shore, oyster shell lime burning inside, and bought several sacks. Shijingxi haggled with the fishermen on the beach and for 1 tael of silver acquired a small sampan. The boat was tiny, 7 or 8 passengers at most, but perfectly adequate for use within the bay. Upon returning to Yulin Fort, Wang Tao ordered the pots and jars placed in the kitchen. From now on, they wouldn't have to cook everything in mess tins. At least they could boil soup and steam rice properly. You bought all those chickens to fatten us for a feast, Old Dai looked bemused. For the eggs, we're raising them. Wang Tao gestured for the birds to be set down. With a courtyard this big, it'd be a waste not to keep chickens. Chicken droppings everywhere, the place will reek to high heaven. We'll fence off a pen. What will we feed them? Leftover rice. Coconut meat works too. During the day, let them forage outside the fort. At dusk, round them up and give them a bit of grain. Very economical. Wang Tao spoke with complete confidence. Free-range chickens, all natural. Fine, suit yourself. Old Dai wondered if Wang Tao had suddenly decided to take up gentleman farming. Then he remembered something and pulled a telegram transcript from his pocket. What's this? Wang Tao accepted the slip. It was an encrypted message. The originating call sign was the Hangzhou receiving call sign Lingao Telecom main station. Odd, this isn't a Navy secret message. Exactly. Shen Yuefeng received it and couldn't decode it with our codebook. Definitely not Navy secret. That is strange. Before departure, they said the entire exploration team would use Navy secret for transmissions. Even we garrison folks use Navy secret for comms. And it originated from the Hangzhou, not the flagship Zhenhai. Probably a message from the intelligence or internal affairs sections. Only they'd have that authority. Wang Tao set his people to cutting branches from the woods and hauling crushed stone from the beach. They built a chicken coop along the courtyard wall of Yulin Fort, complete with a perimeter fence. In foul weather, the birds could wander safely inside the enclosure. Some Marines came from farming families and were well acquainted with such work. Seeing an officer engage so enthusiastically in animal husbandry, they warmed to the task. One suggested they grow vegetables. Why waste all the chicken and human manure? Wait, we're using human stuff. Old Dai looked stricken. Memories surfaced of the unforgettable aroma wafting from fertilizer pits beside roads during rural training exercises. Of course. Otherwise, the latrine just fills up. I was planning to dig a drainage ditch and flush everything straight into the sea. That's a waste. Let's dig a pit outside the fort instead. Root everything there, put a lid on top. Won't smell much at all. I'll say this up front. When it's time to shovel out the fertilizer, don't expect me to lift a spade. The vegetable plot was established outside the walls in a sheltered corner. Coastal soil here was thin and sandy. Planting directly would be futile. So Wang Tao had them first construct a raised bed of about 50 square meters, framed with large stones and fitted with drainage. Then he led the Marines to dig mountain soil from the nearby slopes and cart it back with the hand carts the Zhenhai had left, load by load, filling in the bed. Everyone marveled at this former corporate trainer's inexhaustible energy. He seemed intent on making this place his permanent home. Guoshis finally asked whether he was planning to be stationed at Yulin Fort long-term. Wang Tao laughed heartily. Certainly not. My goal is that one day the executive committee will grant me a large tract of territory. Then I'll lead my extended family and a few hundred immigrant households to colonize and cultivate the land as a lord. All this, he gestured around, is practice for that day. Oh, Guoshis was intrigued. Where do you want to colonize? Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand, any of them would suit me. Wang Tao was winded from the labor. He pulled a pipe from his pocket. Wang Digang, nimble as always, packed it for his master and fetched a glowing splinter from a nearby fire. Wang Tao lit up and took a few satisfying puffs. Pipe tobacco is so much better than those damned Holy Ship brand cigarettes. He exhaled blue smoke toward the sky. As for China, let the executive committee crowd worry about governing it at their leisure. Wang Digang asked curiously, Master, where are these places you mentioned? Across the ocean. Wang Tao pointed to the horizon. Great islands that are green all year round. Maybe I'll be your neighbor someday. Guoshis found himself suddenly yearning for such a life. Blue skies, white clouds, green pastures, and snow-capped mountains in the distance. An impression probably implanted by behind-the-scenes features of The Lord of the Rings. Sure, but would your girlfriend agree to you taking a bunch of concubines? Wang Tao teased, pipe clenched between his teeth. Zhao Zhu isn't. She's not my girlfriend yet, Guoshis flushed. We'll see. No concubines, but surely I can bring servants and the like. Ah, a pure-hearted and obedient young man, Wang Tao chuckled. But I don't think you'd truly enjoy that kind of life, little Bai. As for the future, who can say? Maybe by then Lingao will have become a world metropolis greater than New York or Shanghai. Being a senior cadre in the new world's great metropolis wouldn't be half bad either. Work on the vegetable plot continued for 2 days. The team erected a fence around the precious garden to keep out wild animals. Then they threw themselves into digging the conduit. Guoshis and Shen Yuefeng went out on expeditions daily. Because Jiang Qiuyuan's immigration plan was likely to be implemented, They surveyed not only resources but also potential colonial sites and arable land. Old Dai oversaw the conduit work himself. He had never done anything of the sort before, but the Great Library had printed a small pamphlet, Simple Surveying and Construction, for the exploration team's use. Following its instructions, he fabricated survey instruments like spirit levels. The intake channel wasn't large in diameter, but because it needed to be covered and buried, it had to be dug deep. The intake point was set at a sandy section of the riverbank, where the water ran relatively clean and was less likely to be discovered. Except during the dry season, the intake would remain below the waterline for most of the year. The conduit passed beneath the fort wall and into the courtyard. A cistern already existed, but it had originally been fed by the moat, and the water quality was inferior to drawing directly from the stream. After introducing stream water, deposits could settle out before use. Overflow was channeled through a secondary conduit to the latrine to flush the pit. Wastewater then flowed into a fertilizer pit outside the fort. The sandy soil absorbed excess moisture quickly. For safety and sanitation, the pit was sealed with a wooden lid. Wang Tao also bored a hole through the cover and inserted a length of bamboo with the nodes punched out. "What's that for?" Everyone was puzzled. "To vent the methane inside. Can't we use it for fuel?" "Too little, but if someone flicks a cigarette butt in there, there'd be quite the shitty storm." Finally, they covered all the conduits with curved roofing tiles, then buried them under dirt. After a few more days of weathering, the channel would be completely invisible. While Wang Tao's team labored on infrastructure, Bai Guoshi and Shen Yuefeng bagged a muntjac during one of their expeditions. The small deer yielded tender, delicious meat. When they brought it back, almost nothing was left by evening, just a pelt and gnawed clean bones. Even the intestines had been washed, salted, and hung under the eaves to dry. Wildlife abounded here. They scarcely needed to venture into the deep forest. Hunting was primarily Shen Yuefeng's province. He had experience and far more seasoned marksmanship than Bai Guoshi. To conserve ammunition and avoid excessive noise, they used steel crossbows. Shen regularly returned with common game, pheasants, rabbits, the occasional boar. The entire garrison ate with grease running down their chins. For men engaged in heavy physical labor every day, having a skilled hunter like Shen Yuefeng was a genuine blessing. Seeing him return with game every few days, Wang Tao conceived another idea. He proposed digging a well inside Yulin Fort. "What for?" Old Dai was baffled. Bai Guoshi objected. "The groundwater here is surely salty. It wouldn't even be fit for watering the vegetable garden, let alone drinking." "Who said anything about drinking the water?" Wang Tao grinned. "This is a refrigerator. A refrigerator, understand. In ages past, only northerners with frozen rivers could store ice in winter for summer use. Elsewhere, the sole practical method for preserving perishables like pork and mutton was the well. No matter how high the temperature outside, the interior of a well generally hovered around a dozen degrees Celsius, sufficient for several days' storage. So they began digging. Well digging was skilled labor and prone to accidents. Though simple surveying and construction included instructions, Wang Tao dared not proceed recklessly. By now they were also running low on bricks and lime. Wang Tao made another trip across the bay to Eniul Market for supplies. Noticing several wells in the market, he inquired and found a local who did occasional well digging on the side. He hired the man to do the job. The water table at Yulin Fort was very high. Water appeared at only 5 or 6 meters down. Since the purpose was storage rather than drinking, the well's diameter was limited to about 1 meter, with brick-lined walls. The well digger lavished praise on their cement-on-lime mortar, whose bonding strength was superb. He offered to waive his fee if they would give him a few bags of cement. The garrison had no surplus to spare, so they politely declined, promising perhaps in the future. "This shows many of our goods have a market," Wang Tao mused. "We needn't fixate on mirrors and white sugar. Cement itself is in demand right here. Cement demand is negligible." Shen Yuefeng was skeptical. "You've seen what the locals used to build around here, Lime mortar works well enough for them. Only for jobs like lining a well does cement mortar truly shine. Wang Tao considered and agreed. There wasn't much around here that attracted particular demand. White sugar and spirits sold well, but the local consumer population was simply too small. The market would saturate quickly. Let's just focus on resource collection. Let the Foreign Affairs Ministry worry about the trading business. After several days of surveying, Guoshi identified a timber harvesting site. It lay about 3 kilometers from Yulin Fort but was close to the bay. Logs could be dragged 200 or 300 meters and floated out. Carrying each day's felled timber back to the fort on their backs would have been impossible. Most Marines spent their days at the site, felling trees. Logs were stripped and barked on the spot, then dragged to the shoreline with ropes. 5 to 10 logs were bundled together with rattan into rafts. 4 or 5 rafts made a train, which the sampan then towed to the beach in front of Yulin Fort for hauling ashore. Despite the sea transport leg, the overall labor remained grueling. Fortunately, Shen Yuefeng provided a steady supply of meat, modest in quantity but meat nonetheless. Jinxi continuously delivered seafood. The chickens contributed eggs daily. The fare was tolerable. To boost morale, Wang Tao, however exhausted, told a storytelling episode every night. To raise the soldiers' political consciousness, he had set aside segments like intrigues of the bureaucrats and switched to the complete story of Yue Fei, ideological preparation for the future war against the Manchu barbarians. He also frequently laced the narrative with venomous barbs aimed at the great Song dynasty, drawing parallels to current events and extolling the transmigration collectives, great, glorious, and correct, image as saviors of China from the great Ming's incompetent government. After the Yue Fei tale, Wang Digang would perform a solo crosstalk routine to lighten the mood before everyone turned in. Implemented thus, morale remained surprisingly high. End of chapter. Chapter 264, Naval Curry and News Censorship. After many days of labor, several hundred cubic meters of timber had accumulated at Yulin Fort. The logs were stacked neatly in the courtyard. Guoshi knew that for long-term preservation, the water immersion method was best. Timber submerged in fresh water was sealed from air and could remain sound for years. But that required a sufficient body of water, and no such conditions existed near the fort. The dry storage method was simple and easy to implement. Yulin's rainy season had not yet arrived, and the timber dried quickly. However, if the logs were later shipped out as sea-towed rafts, thoroughly dried wood would absorb water rapidly and sink, making towing a nightmare. Therefore, he settled on wet storage, the most convenient approach, though it exacted some toll on wood quality. Felled timber was stacked in piles of roughly 25 cubic meters each, covered with branches and leaves. Someone was assigned to sprinkle water on them daily, maintaining humidity. This method could last 3 months at most before the wood began to deteriorate. According to Wang Liubin, another ship would arrive within 30 days. A month's storage should be fine. Plenty of leftover branches and scraps remained from logging. Guoshi had all the smaller pieces collected and dried on the beach for use as firewood. He also selected thicker branches for charcoal making. Charcoal burned steadier and hotter than raw wood and was more convenient for cooking. Next, the entire Yulin Fort garrison threw themselves into coconut harvesting. The palms near the shore had mostly been stripped bare by the fleet. Now they ventured further inland, bringing back several hundred coconuts a day. In the evenings, everyone cracked open coconuts and drank the water. Excess was poured into clay pots and lowered into the cold storage well. The meat was spread out to dry into copra. Wang Tao observed the coconut flesh drying on the beach, spread over palm leaves. Drinking coconut water, he strolled among the rows and suddenly thought of curry. In India, coconut meat was a common ingredient. So he used coconut meat, the mutton old man who had gifted pumpkin and seasonings left behind by the fleet to concoct a mutton curry. The hot, fragrant, spicy sauce was ladled over steaming rice. Though it was the Marines' first encounter with chilly heat, they found it wonderfully novel. Everyone dug in with gusto. That day happened to fall on a Friday, and thus Wang Tao became the inventor of curry rice and unwittingly established what would become the naval tradition of eating curry rice every Friday. News of Yulin Fort's activities reached Hu Zun's ears. Using delivery of the finished clothes as a pretext, he personally crossed the bay to inspect these new settlers. Wang Tao prepared curry rice again, leaving Old Master Hu's lips and tongue burning. Combined with a cup of chilled coconut water, the elder exclaimed repeatedly how refreshing it was. He immediately asked for the recipe and inquired about the uniquely fiery flavor. Where did it come from? Wang Tao knew that chili peppers had probably been introduced to China around the Wanli era, but this region clearly remained unfamiliar with the crop. He explained that it was fanjiao, foreign pepper, imported from overseas. Hu Zun expressed keen interest in obtaining seeds to plant, but Yulin Fort possessed only ground chili powder and paste, no seeds. They could only gift him a bag of powder. Hu Zun asked whether they were felling timber and harvesting coconuts in such quantities for the overseas trade. He was well acquainted with maritime commerce and remarked that he had never seen any foreign ships carrying dried coconut. Wang Tao quickly countered. Had any merchants from Qiangshan County come to buy copra locally? I've heard that merchants from the prefectural capital occasionally travel to Yazhou to purchase dried coconut, but not often. Wencheng lies only 2 days' sail from Qiangshan and produces 100 times more coconuts. The route is far shorter. Why would anyone come all the way here for copra? Besides, Yulin is still several days' journey from Yazhou City, too far to be practical. Wang Tao reflected that the Qiangshan copra merchants were not monopolizing the market as tightly as he had imagined. That Lin Quanan fellow was either making excuses out of laziness or simply never ventured to such remote locales. Then again, he was a merchant, naturally gravitating toward cities for trade. A pioneering outfit like theirs operated on different principles. To be honest, Wang Tao said, I run an oil-pressing workshop back in Lingao. We use copra to produce oil for export to Australia, quite lucrative. Unfortunately, Lingao doesn't grow coconuts, so we've been searching far and wide. These words were intended for Hu Zun's ears to spark partnership interest. Unexpectedly, the old man displayed no such reaction. He laughed the matter off and shifted topics. In a few days, county officials would be visiting the countryside. That would be an opportune moment to help Wang Tao register his estate. Naturally, some entertaining and gift-giving would be required. Wang Tao understood the implication and presented additional white sugar plus 2 bottles of Guoshi Wushwang liquor, promising further thanks once the deed was done. After seeing Hu Zun off, Wang Tao felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped the elder would proactively request involvement in the coconut harvesting and timber-felling enterprise. Yulin Fort was short of hands. Enlisting a local power like Hu Zun would provide both protection and manpower. But there had been no response whatsoever. He hadn't realized that gentry from a backwater like this possessed extremely limited vision. They had long grown accustomed to sitting back like tollkeepers, extracting tribute from passers-by, waiting for offerings to arrive. Why would they trouble themselves with labor-intensive real industry? So long as Yulin Fort gave them some benefits, whether it was logging or coconut harvesting, was simply outside their sphere of interest, as was any notion that greater profits might be had. By Guoshi said, such a pity about the population in Eniul Market and his estate, otherwise we could strip every coconut from this area. Old Dai scowled. That fellow is just being a dog in the manger. We should wipe him out later, merge all his people into Yulin Fort. Wait a few more months. Once the main wave of our immigrants arrives, Old Master Hu will certainly grow restless. By then we'll have to show our hand. Either he submits to our leadership, or he can prepare to sever ties with his own people. Wang Tao sighed. Such a fine opportunity to join the revolution, and he's passing it up. He could at least have been a democratic personage. with his descendants guaranteed a seat in the local political consultative conference. Now he might well end up labeled a landlord, rich peasant, counter-revolutionary, rightist, or bad element. Sighing was one thing. Resource collection pressed on regardless. In their spare time, bored and isolated, Yulin Fort frequently exchanged radio messages with Lingao Main Station and Changhua Fort, sharing living conditions, personal reflections. One day, Dingding at Lingao Telecom's receiving station happened upon one of their incoming messages and was struck with inspiration. Drawing on the telegram's material, she wielded her literary pen, embellished liberally, and composed a prose essay titled Nights at Yulin Harbor, published under the pseudonym Sentinel of the Southern Sky in the Lingao Times. It proved unexpectedly popular among the transmigrators. Encouraged, she appointed Wang Tao as a special correspondent, requiring him to file a dispatch every few days for her to edit and serialize. Wang Tao did not disappoint. Upon receiving the request by telegram, he immediately cabled another piece. Dingding worked through the night polishing it. The next morning she submitted the draft to Zhou Dongshan for stenciling, ready for the press. Unexpectedly, before the paper could be printed, Dingding received a phone call from Zhou Dongshan. "The paper can't go to press." His voice was helpless. Notification from the relevant higher authorities. The Yulin Harbor Journal series contains secrecy issues and must be edited before publication. Also, the previous issue carrying the series is currently being recalled. Furthermore, from now on, all articles in the Times containing such information must be submitted for pre-publication review. Whose idiotic regulation is this? Dingding nearly jumped out of her chair. Since D-Day, she and her husband Pampan had been running a two-person, zero-budget, off-the-books operation. She had finally clawed her way to an official position at the Times, and now suddenly the familiar specter of notification from the relevant higher authorities had reappeared. What the hell? I haven't even written about executive committee corruption yet, and they're already giving me the bureaucratic runaround. She stormed off toward the executive committee compound. Entering the compound, she hesitated. Anyone who had ever dealt with government offices knew that the relevant higher authority was maddeningly elusive. When it issued notifications, it existed. When you tried to find it, no one admitted to being that authority. After a moment's thought, she decided to visit the printing room and extract inside information from Zhou Dongshan. Though his job was printing, he had always maintained a side role with internal affairs. Since the cited reason was secrecy, the relevant authority was most likely internal affairs or intelligence. Zhou Dongshan knew something. He said the matter had been communicated via a phone call from Ran Yao. Dingding, of course, knew Ran Yao, formerly with the security group, transferred to the Internal Affairs Committee after organizational restructuring. So she marched out of the compound in one breath and headed for the Internal Affairs Committee premises, a place few ever visited. But the two sentries at the gate stopped her cold. She had neither registered for a visit in advance nor obtained a pass. They flatly refused entry. She threw a fit, pulled rank as an official, stamped her feet, still no luck. No registration, no pass, no entry. Those are the orders. The sentries could barely speak Mandarin, but that sentence they had down pat. Dingding retreated from the gate like a defeated rooster. She was about to return to the newspaper office to dig Ran Yao's phone number from the directory and come back to argue when she spotted a portly fellow waddling out of the compound, belly first, looking perfectly unhurried. Seeing the commotion, he ambled over. "Comrade, is there something I can help you with?" "You're still calling me comrade." "It's only been," Dingding sputtered, her outburst missing the point entirely. "I want to see Ran Yao. Ran Yao, get out here, you're suppressing freedom of speech." In Berncheng's heart, such an outburst might have drawn a crowd. Here at the remote Internal Affairs compound, she could shout herself hoarse and no one would notice. "Don't shout. Ran Yao is in Bopu chairing a meeting." The portly fellow remained amiable. "You're Dingding, aren't you? Let's have a chat." "Who are you?" "Oh, just a clerk at the committee." "A nobody." The fatty smiled genially. This was Dingding's first time inside the Internal Affairs compound. The instant she passed through the gate, past the gray brick walls draped with thorny vines, a chill ran from her heels up her spine. She shivered involuntarily. In the center of the compound stood a two-story gray brick building with two wings. Mature trees shadowed the courtyard, casting the grounds in perpetual gloom. The fatty led her into a simple prefab room near the entrance. Furniture, stationery, clearly a reception area. Someone brought tea in a bag. Dingding sneered. "Is this inviting me for tea? Plain boiled water works too." The fatty's expression remained soft. "We don't have coffee here." Dingding launched into a rapid-fire account of the publication restrictions. She demanded to know what purpose such secrecy served. Why couldn't the broad mass of transmigrators know the current state of affairs? Did anyone respect the transmigrators' right to know? Well, that right is of course respected. The Internal Affairs Committee is just an ordinary institution after all. The fatty wore a lukewarm smile and did not directly answer her questions. "How many copies is the Lingao Times printing each day these days?" 300, Dingding replied sullenly. She had originally wanted to print over 1,000, but ink, paper, and equipment were all in short supply. According to figures the Times office reported to the Planning Committee, a little more than half of those papers go to transmigrators, copies for departments, enterprises, dormitory reading rooms. The rest go either to the county yamen or are sold retail at Dongmen Market. Correct? Correct. If I were allocated more resources, circulation could be even higher. The more copies the Times distributes, the louder our voice becomes and the greater our influence over the indigenous masses. This is the Executive Committee's established policy. The fatty spoke slowly and methodically. But consider this. Once a paper reaches indigenous hands, a great deal of information is inadvertently leaked. Just for this. So from now on, Du Wenzong's and Ma Dugong's appearances in the paper need pseudonyms and their faces pixelated. Why not just publish nothing at all, write "all is peaceful today," or fill the paper with Du Wen's interminable essays? No need to get worked up. The fatty remained gentle as a spring breeze. The Yulin Harbor series is quite well written. It's received high praise from readers. The Internal Affairs Committee's objection to publishing it, as it arises from concern for the safety of our comrades at the overseas stations. The reports include time, place, people, equipment, everything. If that paper leaks and happens to fall into the hands of Liu Xiang or another hostile party, a little fort with just a dozen people could be wiped out in an instant. Dingding was startled. Thinking about it, this was an oversight on her part, but unwilling to concede, she said stubbornly, "Yulin isn't even called Yulin right now. Do you expect Ming Dynasty people to deduce where it is? Dadanghai is still called Dadanghai, isn't it?" The fatty's voice was mild. "And Enniul Market, those are all contemporary names from this space-time. Why would Ming people not recognize them? The article even wrote that Enniul Market is right across from Yulin Fort. How much clearer could it be?" Dingding fell silent. She felt she was in the right, yet this enormous hat had been placed on her head and she had no comeback. The interests of transmigrators came first. She could hardly argue that the right to information trumped these people's personal safety. End of chapter. Chapter 265. Leizhou's white sugar. Seeing Dingding thoroughly defeated, the fatty rose and said amiably, "Comrade, good principles can only be effective in the right environment. Don't apply them rigidly." He handed her a document. "This is a guideline from Internal Affairs concerning such reports. Take it back, revise the article, and if it can't run in the morning edition, it can still go in the evening edition. If you have further concerns, we can discuss them in detail." Watching her leave with the document, the fatty stood a moment longer, that gentle smile still on his face, then returned to his office. The official nameplate read, Internal Affairs Committee Policy Research Office. The title represented nothing concrete, merely a post that satisfied his preference for political studies over operational work. In essence, an advisory position for the committee. The office itself was clean and tidy. A Holy Ship brand whitewood desk was piled with homemade filing racks and bins. A large bookshelf stood against one wall, stacked with many books. The only modern items were a laptop computer and several CD cases. Behind the desk stood an ornate, elegant screen, strikingly out of place with the surroundings. Behind it lay a simple whitewood cot with a mosquito net, a clothes rack, a small cabinet, the quintessential setup of an old-fashioned bachelor living in his office. Judging from the furnishings, this person held no particularly elevated position among the executive committee's departments. There was no hand-cranked telephone on the desk, the symbol of authority that was standard issue for department heads. He settled into his worn rattan chair and took a document from the basket labeled "In." It was folded like a letter, a red secret stamp across the seal. He opened it. Inside lay a translated telegram from Guangzhou. The telegram concerned the background investigation of Li Huamei in Macau. He read it very carefully. Background investigation report on Li Huamei classified to. Center upon receiving instructions, I immediately began investigating Li Huamei's origins and background. In Guangzhou, almost no information could be obtained about her or her vessel, the Hangzhou. Comparatively more information exists regarding Li Xia, though most of it remains hearsay. We have achieved no substantial breakthrough beyond prior knowledge. I therefore decided to dispatch Zhang Xin to Macau for direct investigation. In trade dealings between the Guangzhou station and Macau, he has played a very important role and established a relatively solid personal relationship with Huang Shunlong. Huang Shunlong has long dealt with various maritime factions in Macau and is knowledgeable about local power structures. Until we establish our own intelligence network in Macau, I believe utilizing the Huang Shunlong channel is feasible. Zhang Xin traveled to Macau under the guise of trading liquor. I authorized him to conduct the following activities. He disclosed to Huang Shunlong that he had recently encountered a female pirate at sea and described the vessel and flag. From Huang's on-the-spot reaction, Zhang Xin judged that Huang knew something. Initially, Huang was reluctant to discuss the matter, but under further probing, he revealed the following. He had seen a ship resembling the Hangzhou docked in the harbor on multiple occasions. However, he could not say who the ship belonged to. The only thing he knew with certainty was that the captain was a woman. We showed him a computer-generated portrait based on Li Huamei's photograph. He again demurred, claiming he had not looked closely enough to recognize her. However, Zhang Xin believes. The person Huang saw was Li Huamei. Zhang Xin noted. In conversation, Huang Shunlong was extremely reluctant to mention any ships or captains that docked locally, claiming ignorance on all such inquiries. We speculate. This reticence is directly connected to his business dealings with pirates. He fears inadvertently revealing their secrets. However, his unfamiliarity with Li Huamei specifically should be credible. We therefore infer. Li Huamei is probably not a pirate, or at least her piratical activities do not occur near the Chinese coast. From this perspective, Li Huamei's claim of trading with Goa has a degree of plausibility. The next day, Zhang Xin directly investigated sailors and dock personnel. From these sources, he confirmed the periodicity of the Hangzhou's appearances in Macau. Every year around June, the ship arrives and then makes irregular voyages to various regions of Southeast Asia, each lasting about a month. The Hangzhou departs for good in December. This cycle matches the Macau-Goa trade cycle. Furthermore, through photo identification, port personnel again confirmed. Li Huamei is indeed the captain of the Hangzhou. They know little else about her, not even where she stays when in port. Regarding headquarters' specific request to investigate any connection between Li Huamei and Li Xia, almost no intelligence source exists on this matter. Due to language and network limitations, Zhang Xin's investigation could only be conducted within Chinese circles. However, most local Chinese had never heard of such a person. Few even knew that a female captain visited regularly. Some confused her with Li Xia. Incidentally, local Chinese hold a kind of curiosity about Li Xia. Rumors abound, but knowledge of her actual circumstances is scarce. Rumors mainly focus on her killing and arson. Based on compiled information, we infer she has participated in multiple attacks on Moon Harbor in addition to robberies at sea. We believe it cannot be ruled out that the two Lees are acquainted, collaborating, or share some deeper relationship. After all, both have significant ties to the Portuguese. If Li Xia's connection derives from bloodline, then Li Huamei, as a pure Chinese woman, displaying so many Portuguese elements seems strange. She could not have acquired such traits from thin air. This is all we have collected so far. Per instructions, we will continue gathering intelligence on her and report any new developments immediately. Signed, Xian, Guangzhou Station. The fatty stamped the telegram, reviewed, and picked up another document. This was a telegram from the Hangzhou, encrypted with the internal secret cipher. Only a few lines, but the information was critical. Li Huamei had infiltrated the Zhenhai's engine room in the middle of the night. She was inside for at least 10 minutes. "You are truly a unique woman," the fatty murmured to himself. After pondering a moment, he took out a file folder, placed both telegrams inside, and noted the document's summary and number on the cover. Then he placed it in the out basket. Zhuan County, Leizhou. 2 sedan chairs, each borne by 2 carriers, made their way down a dusty road. About a dozen servants in blue attire followed on foot, along with 5 or 6 mounted escort guards. Each guard was armed, some with bamboo staves, others with fast blades at the waist. The security was tight. Small gangs of bandits along the road gave them a wide berth. When Tong dozed inside his sedan chair, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the swaying and jolting. His first time riding in one, he had nearly vomited. On television, the wealthy made sedan travel looked luxurious. Initially, he had found it rather interesting too. But after a while, it became unbearable. Inside the sedan was no sofa, just a hard-backed chair. After hours, one's back and waist ached terribly. Since the sugarcane harvest had begun at the end of the previous year, when Tong had been dispatched to Leizhou as the Lingao Grain and Oil Company's sugar industry special envoy. His sole mission: inspect and supervise local white sugar production, identify the manufacturing process best suited to the area, and develop Leizhou into a hub for the transmigrator's sugar exports. Mingera's Yulin County, in what would become Zhangjiang City, remained one of China's largest sugar production bases even in modern times, on par with Guangxi and Yunnan. Wen Tong, hailing from a sugar industry family, was naturally familiar with all of it. Back when the Agriculture Ministry had debated whether to grow sugarcane in Lingao, he had been vehemently opposed. Lingao could grow sugarcane, true, but it was not an ideal production zone. Sugarcane was a cash crop that devoured water and soil nutrients. Promoting it would seriously impact local grain production. Zhuan, just across the strait, was a traditional sugar-producing region. Why duplicate efforts in Lingao rather than leverage an established base? For this reason, beginning in the winter of 1628, the Guangzhou Station, while establishing overland routes and networks in Leizhou, had launched large-scale acquisitions of sugarcane fields and sugar mills. By the start of this crushing season, Lingao Grain and Oil Company had secured, in Heikang and Zhuan counties, 9 sugarcane estates totaling 2,600 mu of cane fields plus 5 sugar mills. The ambitions of Lingao Grain and Oil Company did not stop at 2,600 mu. Wen Tong's instructions were, whenever possible, acquire local sugarcane or raw sugar and employ the advanced sugar-making technology mastered by the transmigrators to mass-produce low-priced white sugar and rapidly capture the market. Advanced sugar-making technology, that's a bit of a pipe dream. Wen Tong had thought bitterly when he received these instructions. He had no specialized factory equipment. How could he claim advanced technology? The transmigrators' only advantages over ordinary cane farmers were the capacity to manufacture some specialized processing machinery, higher labor productivity, better utilization of sugar byproducts, and lower overall costs. Upon landing, Wen Tong's first step was a rapid tour of the main sugarcane production areas in both counties, observing planting, harvesting, and processing. He had a general idea of what traditional sugar-making equipment looked like, but those impressions came from Qing Dynasty relics. He had never actually seen Ming Dynasty equipment in operation. To ensure Wen Tong's safety, the executive committee had assigned Zhou Shizhai, a police station consultant, along with an apprentice to serve as personal bodyguards. Zhou and the Keeway escort agency shared similar backgrounds, making coordination easy. In addition, another transmigrator, Chang Shide, accompanied him. Chang had nothing to do with sugar or sugarcane, but he was tall and powerfully built, a military enthusiast who had trained for several months and handled weapons competently. He could even swing a demon-head sword. He had been sent not for combat prowess but companionship. With only natives around, the two transmigrators would at least have someone to talk to. Thanks to Keeway's extensive network in Leizhou, Wen Tong's sugarcane journey was both convenient and safe. After landing at Dinglong Point, the manager of Keeway's Leizhou Heikang branch awaited with sedan chairs and escort guards already arranged. End of chapter. Chapter 266. The Rustic Sugar Mill. Wen Tong established his base of operations in Zhuwen. Keeway had already received word from manager Guo to take excellent care of this shopkeeper Wen. Hearing that shopkeeper Wen disliked the bustle of the city, the Leizhou branch had built a new house on one of the sugarcane estates outside the county seat. It was tidied inside and out, the furniture freshly made. They had originally planned to hire local servants, but Guangzhou had already prepared everything and dispatched them by mule cart. The branch manager was astonished. These big shopkeepers truly lived in style. When Tong and his entourage moved into this sugarcane estate, which was really just a somewhat refined farmyard. Besides the main house, there was a very large thrashing yard for piling harvested cane. The rustic sugar mill stood just outside the estate wall, complete with several oxen kept on the premises. After resting for the night, Wen Tong inspected the property. He had assumed such an estate would have a manager, craftsmen, and similar personnel, but upon inquiry there was no one. This estate, sugar mill included, had been the private property of a single farming family. Planting, juicing, and sugar making had all been handled by that household alone. After the sale, naturally, no staff remained. When Tong felt somewhat at a loss. Without locals around, he was fumbling in the dark about the situation. Moreover, sugarcane was a quintessentially labor-intensive industry. Harvest season demanded massive manpower. In another timeline, it would have been simple. Cane farmers delivered their product directly to the factory gate, and the mill simply weighed and purchased. Now he owned land, and the sugarcane had not even been harvested yet. He needed to find day laborers, organize cutting, cleaning, bundling. That sort of thing required a professional landlord or a gang boss of long-term farm hands. He was merely a factory director. How was he supposed to manage? He glanced at the Keeway people beside him. They looked equally clueless, clearly outsiders all. Chang Shide, noticing his troubled expression, asked, "Difficult situation. Without local help, I'm completely in the dark." When Tong sighed and called over Li Bio, Zhou Shizhai's young apprentice. The boy had already learned fluent Mandarin in Lingao. "Walk around the estate and ask whether any cane farmers nearby bring their sugarcane here for processing. If there are, please invite them all over. I have some questions." "Understood. I'll go at once." Looking through the land deeds, the entire estate held no more than perhaps 100 modern mu of cane fields, a pitifully small scale. When Tong then went to inspect the sugar mill. He had visited rustic sugar mills on the Leizhou Peninsula before. He knew the local process: ox-powered stone rollers for crushing, cooking stoves for boiling, and pottery vessels for separating molasses. Primitive by modern standards, but relatively advanced for the era. The mill covered a substantial area. Storage space was needed for raw cane and bagasse alike. The main structures were a conical thatched shed and a large grass-walled hut. The whole complex was crudely built. Never mind bricks and tiles, there was scarcely any wood. Everything was thatch-roofed and grass-walled. The thatched shed measured about 50 kai at the base and rose some 30 kai tall. The interior was supported by hemp bamboo, the roof thatched with kagan grass, rice straw, or sugarcane leaves. This was where the cane was crushed. The boiling hut contained rows of Kongming tripod stoves for cooking the syrup. Inside stood an assortment of equipment: wooden rollers, large iron pots, brick stoves, earthenware vats, and sundry implements. Having lain unused for several months, everything was coated in dust. The floor was bare earth, littered with cane leaves, cane rinds, cow dung, kindling, and miscellaneous refuse. The structure was drafty. Rat droppings scattered everywhere, even in the sugar cooking pots. Wen Tong knew that even modern sugar factories could hardly be called hygienic, but the sight before him was truly pitiful. Starting a business from scratch was indeed arduous. Seeing shopkeeper Wen's deeply furrowed brow, the attendants knew he was displeased, though they could not fathom why. All the sugar mills in Leizhou Prefecture looked more or less the same. What exactly had offended him? Stepping out of the crushing shed, Wen Tong found a clean stone in the yard and was about to sit when a young man in blue clothes and a small cap materialized beside him. Moving swiftly, the youth unfolded a portable chair and slid it beneath him. "Please sit, master." The young man spoke softly, head bowed. When Tong started, locals who could speak Mandarin were rare. "Who are you?" Liao Dahua, the Kiwei branch manager, hurried over to explain. "This is someone Manager Gu in Guangzhou sent expressly to attend to you, shopkeeper. His name is Wenziu." "Wenziu, what a delicate name," Wen Tong remarked offhandedly. The young servant's face immediately flushed crimson. He stood silent, hands at his sides. "Practically an androgynous beauty," Chang Shide observed, sizing him up. The youth appeared 16 or 17, with fair skin, rosy lips, white teeth, and fine, almost feminine features. But his hat struck Chang as peculiar, resembling a melon-skin cap, yet larger. Had Manchu fashion already spread this far south? "What kind of hat is that?" "A Liu Yidong cap," Liao Dahua hastened to explain. "It was personally designed by the founding emperor of this dynasty." "What?" "The melon-skin cap was invented by Zhu Yuanzhang," Chang Shide muttered in surprise. He had always assumed this style of headwear, so perfectly matched with the queue, was a Qing dynasty innovation. Hearing him baldly speak the founding emperor's taboo name, both Liao Dahua and Wenziu, who understood Mandarin, blanched. Liao Dahua said quickly, "Master Chang, please be careful. That is the taboo name of our dynasty's founder." "You oughtn't speak it so. So I've heard. I don't know the details. You Shui mentioned it." When Tong was speaking when he suddenly noticed something. Why hasn't a chair been brought for Master Chang as well? For ease of address in public, Chang Shide's nominal title was Wen Tong's counselor, avoiding complications with the locals. "Master Chang's chair, when Qing went to fetch it. I'll go check now." Wen Ziu had originally been somewhat disinclined to bother with this dark-faced, bearded, flat-topped, burly fellow. In his view, the big dark man was probably just a gang boss of laborers Wen Tong had brought along. In this era, dark skin was often read as a mark of the lower classes. Chang Shide had encountered this prejudice many times in Lingao. After a while, Wen Ziu returned with another servant boy. Besides a stool, they carried a tray with 2 cups of tea. Chang Shide settled in comfortably and took a sip, then suddenly said to Wen Tong, "So this is the life on assignment. What decadent luxury. I wonder if there are any maidservants." He craned his neck and looked around. "To answer the master, there are no maidservants," Wen Qing replied respectfully. "Only 2 maids were hired for cooking and laundry." "Young Guo really doesn't know how to make arrangements. How can we do without maidservants?" He was still speaking when he noticed both servants covering their mouths to stifle laughter. He realized his words had been indiscreet and had damaged his image considerably. Wen Tong, however, was not thinking along those lines. He instructed Liao Dahua to send people out to locate the former workers of this sugar mill. If they were willing to return to work at good wages, they were welcome back. Liao Dahua agreed and dispatched searchers immediately. Two groups went out. In the meantime, when Tong and Chang Shide sat facing each other beneath the 17th century sky, breathing the wind-borne scent of rotting cow dung, sugar cane and sugar, drinking tea. More than a dozen attendants surrounded them, standing at attention in reverent silence. The two transmigrators felt rather awkward. Eventually, they coaxed Liao Dahua into sitting down as well. Everyone else remained standing. When they told me to go on assignment, I was actually a bit scared. Chang Shide's eyes gleamed. I thought staying in Lingao was safest. I didn't expect that once I went out, I'd be living like a big landlord. If I'd known, I would have applied to be an intelligence agent or something. That kid Guoyi has probably taken a concubine by now, or at least has 4 or 5 bed warmers. So go take one yourself, Wen Tong said, uninterested in the topic. His mind was on his responsibilities. An hour later, both groups returned. 3 sugar mill workers came. Through the translator, Wen Tong learned that none were skilled craftsmen. According to them, the entire mill used 5 people: the sugar boiling master, the cane crusher, the ox handler, the fire tender, and the general laborer. The farming family that had originally grown the cane had provided their own men for the sugar boiling and cane crushing. If the master wants to make sugar, he'll need to hire a competent sugar boiling master to supervise, the fire tender reported. Otherwise, the timing is hard to control, and the amount of lime to add won't be right. The difference in sugar yield is significant. When Tong nodded and asked them to walk him through the entire production process. Could they demonstrate on site? The fire tender said a demonstration was possible, but since none of them were sugar boiling masters, the resulting sugar might not be usable. Just have them proceed, Wen Tong told the interpreter. Don't worry about whether the sugar turns out well. The 3 huddled together for a brief discussion, then set to work. They enlisted 2 escort guards to assist. They led an ox from the barn and brought over several bundles of sugar cane. Liao Dahua, sensing that shopkeeper Wen found the rustic mill too filthy, quickly had his people sweep and scrub the entire facility and wash all the equipment. Only then did production begin. The workers first stripped the sugarcane clean and bundled it into loads beside the wooden rollers. These rollers were made of lychee wood, extremely hard. One man fed cane into the rollers while another drove the ox to turn the crushing mechanism. The first roller turned and through wooden cogs drove the second. The 2 rollers squeezed together. The cane was pressed 3 times to extract all the juice. On the third pressing, the workers tightened the rollers further inward to ring the bagasse dryer. The pressed juice ran down the base groove and through a bamboo tube into a large earthenware vat to settle. Wen Tong observed closely. The crushing force of these wooden rollers appeared substantial, but in reality they were inferior to the stone rollers of the Qing dynasty he had seen. Stone was far harder. He picked up a piece of bagasse. After 3 pressings, the residual juice content remained quite high. The crushing took about 40 minutes. By then, the water buffalo was drenched in sweat, its pace slowing, clearly exhausted. The workers began swapping in a fresh ox. Wen Tong asked. For each crushing session, 4 bundles of cane were processed. The oxen had to be changed 30 to 35 times per 24-hour cycle. No wonder this mill kept 4 or 5 animals. He had the weight of each cane bundle measured and performed mental calculations. At this level of throughput, working around the clock produced just under 2,000 kilograms. Moreover, according to the workers, the wooden rollers frequently broke down, requiring repairs and causing considerable downtime. Are there stone rollers for crushing sugar cane? Wen Tong asked. The workers all said they had never seen or heard of such a thing. Among the 30 to 50 sugar mills in the area, none used stone rollers. Wen Tong nodded. Evidently, that technological improvement had appeared in the Qing dynasty. Stone rollers could process 2,500 kilograms per day, a significant gain in efficiency. The crushed cane juice, after initial settling and a cursory skimming of debris and plant stems, was poured into large iron pots for boiling. 3 pots were arranged in a triangular formation. Wen Tong could not see what benefit this configuration offered the production process. The only explanation he could conceive was that it might concentrate heat. When the cane juice had boiled down to syrup on the verge of boiling over, the fire tender began skimming off foam and impurities with a large ladle. Then, using sugar-cane leaves, he scooped lime from a sack and sprinkled it in. Lime, Chang Shide was taken aback. It clarifies the sugar solution. Wen Tong explained. To remove suspended particles and obtain cleaner crystals, an important step was to filter out insoluble matter and then add a clarifying agent. Lime was one of the common agents used in modern sugar factories, and in ancient times as well. Lime was far easier to obtain than sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, or superphosphate. Some rustic sugar makers used wood ash, which served a similar purpose. But doesn't the lime dissolve into the sugar water, so all white sugar contains lime? No, it actually neutralizes and breaks down the impurities in the cane juice. Wen Tong explained patiently, neither white sugar nor brown sugar contains a trace of lime. Well, that's a relief. By now the juice had turned yellow. Several workers poured the liquid from the first pot into the second to continue evaporating moisture, while the first pot repeated the earlier process. When the higher sugar content syrup was transferred to the third pot, they added some oil. Wen Tong asked, "What are you adding?" "Peanut oil," the worker replied quickly. "Peanut oil," Wen Tong was puzzled. He recalled reading in sugar industry texts that the earliest decolorizing treatment used milk. The Chinese method employed egg whites from chicken or duck eggs. The principle was to use protein to bind impurities. Did oil count as protein? Though perplexed, he continued observing. After the syrup had been boiled down to a thin paste, it was removed and poured into Hua Liu molds. Wen Tong had seen Qing dynasty examples. The design looked nearly identical, conical in shape, wider at top, narrower at bottom, roughly 1 kai tall. A small hole at the pointed base was plugged with rice straw. The mold was placed over a large earthenware vat to let the sugar slowly crystallize. Syrup laden with impurities would gradually drain through the straw and out the hole. Eventually, only pure crystallized sugar remained inside. Wen Tong asked and learned that 1 Hua Liu could produce about 10 kilograms of raw brown sugar. End of chapter. Chapter 267. The Rustic Sugar Mill, Part 2. The sugar, however, was extraordinarily dark, darker even than common brown sugar, verging on black. A tarry liquid drained from the earthenware vat, and Wen Tong recognized it immediately: molasses. As granulated sugar crystallized during boiling, this dark mother liquor remained behind, still rich with sugar that no economical process could extract. Not until after the 1970s would technology make recovery viable. For now, molasses served only general purposes, the most promising being distillation. Rum, after all, was born from precisely this byproduct. The workers called what dripped down sheishui sugar. It could be reboiled into a coarse black granulate or used in food preparation, but it would never fetch a decent price at market. Wen Tong shook his head. The economics simply didn't justify the effort. Better to distill the stuff into spirits. "Does anyone here produce white sugar?" he asked. "Or rock candy?" The workers shook their heads in unison, and Liao Dahua translated their answer. Throughout Zhuwen, Heikang, and the surrounding districts, no one refined white sugar or crystallized rock candy. Every mill produced only raw brown sugar. Some also made brick sugar, boiling the cane juice to a thick paste, then stirring it in a large iron pan until crystals formed. The solidified mass was poured into square frames, sliced into blocks, and packed 50 to a bamboo basket lined with dried cane leaves. Wen Tong frowned. He knew perfectly well that the authentic method for producing white sugar had emerged in precisely this era, the late Ming Dynasty, using yellow clay water as a filter. The technique posed no great difficulty. Why had no one in Leizhou adopted it? He mentally reviewed the entire operation he had just witnessed. This mill produced roughly 100 kilograms of raw brown sugar per day, a pitiful output. Worse, though the stoker supervising the work seemed familiar with the general flow, he fumbled the actual execution. His fire control was uncertain, his timing for drawing off the sugar hesitant, his lime dosages guesswork. The result was obvious: poor quality sugar. The crude stove construction made flame regulation nearly impossible, and several batches of syrup had scorched. Sediment from the lime clarification wasn't fully filtered before the pour, wasting considerable sugar. The room for improvement was vast. While Wen Tong pondered, someone ushered in several cane farmers from the vicinity. He questioned each in turn. Their holdings were modest, the smallest just over 10 mu, the largest barely 40. According to them, each mu yielded a little more than 3 shi of sugar. After harvest, they brought their cane here for processing under a sharecropping arrangement. 4 parts to the mill, 6 to the farmer. Some mills charged a flat processing fee instead, but the final accounting came out roughly equal. As for the finished product, the farmers explained that whether the sugar belonged to the mill or to themselves, most of it traveled to Heian Street in Heikang, where the trading houses, Hongs, bought it up. These establishments were largely run by merchants from Kaiju and Guangzhou who had descended on the region specifically to corner the raw sugar export trade. Pack after pack was loaded onto ships at Heian port and carried away. "What sort of net profit does sugarcane bring you?" Wen Tong asked. "Around 6 or 7,000 wen per mu," one farmer replied. "The taxes bite deep, but the returns are fair enough. The real trouble is the interest. By the time we've repaid principal and interest, there's barely anything left." "Interest?" Wen Tong was surprised. He hadn't realized sugarcane farming required borrowing. The farmer smiled bitterly. "Your Honor wouldn't know our hardships. Sugarcane devours water and fertilizer. Fertilizer alone is a major expense. When the rains don't come, we must hire men to irrigate. When harvest arrives, we hire laborers again. Even the smallest plot costs 4 or 5,000 wen to work. Country folk don't keep that kind of cash on hand, so we borrow." The interest rates ran 15 to 20%, not outrageous on paper. But after processing, the sugar had to be split with the creditor, effectively having the farmer's profit. Both Wen Tong and Chang Shide recognized the arrangement for what it was: ruthless usury dressed in respectable clothes. "I understand," Wen Tong said. "I'm the new owner here, and I ought to offer some benefit to the people. This crushing season, anyone who brings sugarcane to me for processing will be charged only 3 parts. The farmers' gratitude was so intense they nearly prostrated themselves. Waiving 1 part meant every household would keep significantly more of what they had earned. After seeing them off, Wen Tong returned to the hall with Liao Dahua and the others trailing behind. "Manager Liao, you run the branch here, and I've been monopolizing your time for days. The Heikang office," Wen Tong began apologetically. "Think nothing of it," Liao Dahua interjected. "The Heikang branch exists to serve Manager Gu's interests. Whatever the old gentleman requires, I naturally devote my full attention." Though he held the title of branch manager, he was no martial escort, just a bankrupt petty merchant. The Kiwei presence in Leizhou wasn't about guarding caravans. It was about facilitating Manager Gu's commercial ventures. Someone like Liao Dahua was ideally suited for the role. The old gentleman. Wen Tong suppressed a smirk. Gu was certainly enjoying his status these days. Aloud, he said, "Right now we've got no one here. We need to hire staff, a foreman for the laborers and a proper sugar-boiling master. These are urgent matters and we're outsiders with no local connections. I'll have to rely on you." He had already cataloged the operation's many flaws, but technical improvements required time, equipment, and facility upgrades, none of which he could afford right now. With the crushing season imminent, the sensible approach was to follow established practices and simply get sugar into production. "Easy," Liao Dahua assured him, nodding vigorously. "Leave it to me. I'll have everything arranged within 3 days. Don't pinch pennies on wages. We need bodies immediately. And if you can recruit long-term workers, or if anyone is selling themselves into service, take in anyone honest and reliable." "Understood." Liao Dahua stepped closer and lowered his voice. If suitable young women are available, should I purchase a few to attend to shopkeeper Wen and Master Chang's daily needs? The two maids Guangzhou sent are rather rough, probably not up to proper service. Yes, yes, Chang Shide said quickly, not too young and not too thin. When Tong shot him an awkward look, the man was entirely too eager. It wasn't that Wen Tong lacked similar thoughts. The executive committee had authorized local recruitment, after all, but showing such obvious appetite for women immediately upon arrival would reflect poorly if word reached Lingao. Let's hold off on that, Wen Tong said. We've only just arrived. We still need to inspect the other properties, which may take weeks. Acquiring a maidservant for the road would be inconvenient. The two servant boys will do. The boys in question stood nearby, faces flushing crimson, saying nothing. Liao Dahua paused. His gaze swept the room and sudden comprehension dawned on his face. Yes, yes, forgive me. I spoke out of turn. Neither transmigrator understood what the man thought he had realized, but there was too much to do to pursue the matter. Evening was approaching. Liao Dahua and the others took their leave. The escort guards he had brought stationed themselves around the estate perimeter. In Zhuan, the most lawless corner of Leizhou Prefecture, where bandits of every stripe preyed on anyone with property, sugarcane estates and sugar mills made tempting targets. Zhou Shizhai and Li Biao settled into the outer chamber, ready to respond at a moment's notice. That evening, the two maids from Guangzhou came to pay their respects. Though thin and weathered rather than burly, they proved surprisingly strong. They produced 2 deep bathing tubs, newly made, then carried in bucket after bucket of steaming water along with ample soap beans. After 2 days on dusty roads, a proper bath was precisely what the two men needed. When Tong stripped and sank into the hot water, soaking until his muscles loosened, then climbed out to sit on a bamboo stool and lather himself. The soap beans didn't spread as smoothly as modern soap, but where they touched skin they felt slick and rich, carrying a subtle natural fragrance far superior to the industrial product issued by the offices in Lingao. Old Chang, when Tong called to his companion, who lay submerged with eyes closed, radiating contentment. Help me scrub my back. Have Wen Ziu and his brother do it. They're our manservants, that's exactly what they're for. Let me enjoy this a while longer. Chang Shai didn't open his eyes. Fair enough, when Tong decided he could get a proper back scrub out of it. He called out and Wen Ziu answered from the adjacent room, appearing moments later barefoot in a short shirt and trousers. Your Honor has a strong body, the boy remarked while working vigorously at Wen Tong's back. Chang Shai snorted from the tub. Him? That skinny frame. Look at these pecs, I don't swing the ghost head blade for nothing. He slapped the water for emphasis. When Ziu wisely held his tongue, when Tong, ignoring the display, asked, Who taught you Mandarin? Steward's son, sir. When Tong and Chang Shide had been briefed before departure, Steward's son was Sun Chang, one of the key indigenous staff at the Guangzhou station. Young Guo must have quite the operation over there. When Ziu hesitated, uncertain whether this casual young Guo referred to the manager Guo his peers revered almost as a deity. After a moment he answered carefully, Yes, several dozen people at least. He continued scrubbing diligently. Everyone learns Mandarin from Steward's son. Manager Guo says it's to prepare for the masters who will come in the future, Chang Shide chuckled. Young Guo really does know how to lay groundwork. We've barely arrived in Leizhou and the servants already speak our language. Otherwise, we'd have no one to give orders to. He yawned. Today was tedious. Felt like watching some village folk performance. Anyway, have you worked out any improvement plans for the sugar making? Improvements exist, Wen Tong replied, but there's no time for major changes now. We'll make do with what we have. He signaled, and Wen Ziu scooped clean water to rinse him. The warmth cascading over his body was deeply pleasant. Tomorrow I'll inspect the fields. After that, we need to visit the other estates and mills to assess their conditions. Come scrub my back. Chang Shide heaved himself from the tub. His body was considerably more robust than Wen Tong's. Somewhat heavy, yes, but regular exercise and months of physical labor since D-Day had layered muscle across his chest, abdomen, and thighs. Wen Ziyu eyed the physique with mingled awe and envy. "Your honor truly has a fine build," the boy said ingratiatingly as he began scrubbing. "Why not consolidate everything?" Chang Shide asked. "Close the scattered mills and centralize operations here. Bring all the cane in for unified processing. Easier to scale up and bagasse utilization becomes simpler." "I've considered it," Wen Tong said, "but farmers prefer processing nearby. Who wants to haul sugarcane across terrible roads just to have it crushed? We'll need to see how the estates are distributed. If they're too scattered, the sugar industry here has no future." In truth, the problems occupying his mind ran far deeper than logistics. He had gained a general picture of Leizhou's sugar industry today. Determining the path forward would require more investigation. The improvements he envisioned extended well beyond equipment and processes. At the mill, he had examined the cane being crushed, bamboo cane, a variety native to China. Though specialized for sugar production, its sucrose content remained inferior to Kunlun cane, a chewing variety. Even here in Leizhou, one of China's prime sugarcane regions, bamboo cane yielded only about 9% sugar, far below the 14% standard of modern cultivars. The potential for varietal improvement was enormous. The Agricultural Committee maintained seedlings of several superior strains, all suitable for trial here. Field management, too, offered vast room for advancement. "True. That's good. You've got real skill." Chang Shide groaned with pleasure under Wen Ziyu's ministrations. "We servants have learned the full repertoire of attending to our masters," Wen Ziyu said, working his hands across Chang Shide's back. "What about rough processing at each location, then centralizing the brown sugar here for final refining into white? That's worth considering too, but we'll need to assess each site first." When they finished bathing, the maids returned to haul away the dirty water and tidy the room, collecting the discarded clothes for washing. Before long, dinner appeared. There was even liquor, Zhu and Yi, a local brew made from jackfruit. Liao Dahua and Zhou Shizhai joined them at the table. The two escorts drank sparingly. Wen Tong had never been much of a drinker anyway. The result was that Chang Shide consumed virtually the entire supply. He wasn't drunk exactly, but he was decidedly unsteady. Wen Tong had to summon Wen Ziyu to help the man back to his room. So much for the evening's discussion, Wen Tong thought. Apparently, they would all be going to bed as soon as darkness fell. End of chapter. Chapter 268. Leizhou Sugar Company. Chang Shide lay half reclined on the bed, the hangover soup doing its slow work. His head remained fuzzy, but his body felt pleasantly loose. He was drifting toward sleep when Wen Ziyu slipped silently into the room. The boy wore only a close-fitting undershirt, his hair untied and combed back. A flush like peach blossoms colored his cheeks, and his almond eyes brimmed with unmistakable invitation. Chang Shide blinked, momentarily unable to process what he was seeing. Wen Ziyu curtsied in the manner of a woman and whispered, "Wen Ziyu is here to attend your honor to bed." He stepped forward to help with Chang's clothes, his soft hands gliding and kneading. In a coy voice he called out, "Your honor." Chang Shide remained frozen for approximately 5 seconds. Then every drop of alcohol seemed to evaporate through his pores at once. A chill rushed from his heels straight to the crown of his skull, and goosebumps erupted across every inch of his body. "No," he let out a wail, shoved Wen Ziyu away and scrambled off the bed. What in the world? What kind of era was this where a servant sexually harassed the master? A maidservant would have been one thing, but this was a man. However pretty Wen Ziyu might be, he was still unmistakably male. The commotion triggered chaos. Zhou Shizhai burst through the door instantly. Taking in the scene, the escort's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. He mumbled, "Please take your time, your honor," and backed out with his head bowed. "No, old Zhou, let me explain." Chang Shide hadn't even put on his shoes before scrambling after him. Outside, Li Bio was craning his neck to peer in, and several escort guards had materialized in the courtyard, clutching swords and staves. "What are you looking at? Disperse." Zhou Shizhai waved impatiently, then turned to survey the disheveled Chang shied. Chief Chang, your appearance is somewhat unseemly. Right, I know. He hurried back inside to find his shoes. By now, Wen Tong had emerged as well. He had been drafting a report on sugar production improvements by lamplight when the noise drew him out, only to witness Wen Ziu, clothes in disarray, exiting Chang Shide's room with an aggrieved expression. Wen Tong immediately drew the wrong conclusion. His face darkened. Old Chang, I always knew you were a bit of a flirt, but I didn't realize you played for that team. Wen Tong had nothing against gay men, but he held a certain contempt for those who swung both ways purely for physical gratification. Nothing of the sort. Chang Shide was so frantic he was practically clawing at his own face, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. It was clearly this deviant who had tried to harass him, yet the entire world seemed to think he had been plotting against the fellow's backside. Old Wen, you have to believe your revolutionary comrade. How can you not trust me? We were doormates in Lingao. You know exactly what kind of person I am. Hard to say. Once people leave the collective, many ugly aspects of human nature tend to reveal themselves. I've been wronged. Chang Shide pointed to heaven and swore oaths until at last Wen Tong began to concede that Wen Ziu might have been the aggressor. By then, Liao Dahu had arrived. Still fuming over the injustice, Chang Shide vented on him as well, and cursed Guoyi for good measure. What kind of judgment did it take to send a catamite to serve them? Liao Dahu laughed. Master Chang need not be angry. The boys simply misunderstood. These servant boys are raised specifically to attend gentlemen, serving tea and managing daily affairs by daylight, acting as bed companions by night. Quite normal. Yesterday, shopkeeper Wen said not to purchase maidservants and mentioned that traveling with servant boys was more convenient. They must have gotten the wrong idea. Since the master has no interest in such company, I'll give them a proper scolding. What? That's a thing? Chang Shide's assumptions about ancient sexuality shattered on the spot. Very common. Those scholars who wander the land with books, swords, and lutes always bring a young servant boy along. First, it's convenient to have someone to order about when far from home. Second, when loneliness becomes unbearable at night, they use them to relieve tension. High officials at court keep them as well. The particularly favored ones are doted upon even more than concubines. Damn, what kind of society is this? Chang Shide couldn't suppress the curse. Liao Dahua stood by, smiling apologetically. He understood now. The young man Wen Ziu had been too eager to curry favor and had attempted to offer himself at the pillow. Unfortunately, his flattery had backfired. Neither of these two Australians seemed to have a taste for the southern wind. He began mentally scheming to acquire some maidservants instead. The evening's disturbance passed. At first, Chang Shide remained paranoid, terrified that his heroic reputation would become a laughingstock. But he soon discovered the locals had no interest in gossiping about the matter at all. Even Wen Ziu appeared the next morning with his washing water as if nothing had happened. Apparently, as Liao Dahu had suggested, this sort of thing truly wasn't considered remarkable. The next day, the pair continued traveling by sedan chair, protected by the Kiwei escort agency personnel. Over the course of half a month, they inspected every sugarcane estate and sugar mill under their control, assembling a preliminary understanding of the situation. The hardships of the journey, the dust and toil, need not be detailed. They encountered several highway robbery attempts along the way, but the Kiwei escorts saw them through without serious danger. Conditions at the various estates and mills proved largely similar. Some retained a handful of long-term workers, others sat completely deserted. Wen Tong now understood Leizhou's sugar production landscape with clarity. It was a typical integration of estate and mill. No independent rustic mills existed purely as toll processors. Each was attached to a cane estate run by a landlord or a larger farmer, or else cooperatively operated by cane farmers pooling resources. Rustic mills primarily processed sugarcane from their own fields, with outside toll processing as secondary income. Equipment utilization rates remained low. Without exception, operations were small-scale and primitively equipped. Sugarcane cultivation didn't follow the tenant farming system common elsewhere in rural areas. Small plots were self-cultivated by cane farmers, with a few day laborers hired during the busy season. Larger holdings were managed entirely by landlords using wage laborers, already showing the embryonic form of agricultural capitalism. When the land changed hands, therefore, the labor force vanished. This was fundamentally different from tenant farming, where landlords changed but tenants remained. The implication was an urgent need to replenish the workforce. On this day, the party returned to the estate in Zhuan. Zhang Xin had also arrived as the liaison from the Guangzhou station. As the future primary distributor of Leizhou white sugar, the Guangzhou station attached great importance to this enterprise. At the Guangzhou station's proposal, and with the executive committee's approval, Wen Tong and Chang Shide formally established the Leizhou Sugar Company in Zhuan. Capital was allocated by the Guangzhou station. The sugarcane estate outside Zhuan town would serve as headquarters. Wen Tong intended to use Zhuan as a pilot site for sugar industry improvements. "Can it produce white sugar?" Zhang Xin asked. This was his overriding concern, and he returned to it repeatedly. "No problem. We can produce white sugar finer than any in Guangdong." Wen Tong radiated confidence. "But to achieve a price advantage, we'll need the machinery department's help with equipment." "Some Englishmen have recently arrived in Guangzhou," Zhang Xin noted. "They're being cautious, currently just seeking to purchase goods. Sugar is a major item of interest. If we can produce before April, selling 20 or 30 tons shouldn't be difficult." "That's achievable, but I'll need the Guangzhou station to supply enough manpower," Wen Tong said. "Recruiting locally is proving difficult." "How many people?" "At least 300. In Wen Tong's plan, this batch would become the first workers for the sugarcane farms and the sugar factory. Each estate needed at least 20 additional laborers. Those with sugar mills would require even more. All able-bodied laborers, women and children too. That way the able-bodied men are tied down. Besides, farm women from Guangdong and Fujian are extremely capable. They're strong and, as far as I can tell, no worse than men. Oh, and find about 10 people with cattle-raising experience." "Fine. I can give you 500. Zhang Xin agreed immediately. Due to ongoing migration work, Lingao's reception capacity was strained. A single purification cycle required 40 days, and Lingao's quarantine camp could accommodate only about 400 people at a time. Many recruits had to be settled in Guangzhou to await transport. The Guangzhou station had established an outskirts village resembling a quarantine zone for this purpose, conducting preliminary purification work. The camp now held over 1,000 people. To avoid arousing local government suspicion, Guoyi was already trying to ship some of them out as quickly as possible. "I'm afraid I can't absorb 500, Wen Tong said. "Let's start with 300. There's simply too much happening here." "I was also hoping to get some cadres from Lingao." "Cadres are hard to come by," Zhang Xin admitted. "But the Kiwei people are reliable. You can select backbone members from among them to serve as military cadres." Seeing Wen Tong's surprised expression, he continued, "Leizhou is chaotic. As a major sugar mill owner, you'll inevitably attract the envy of various heroes. Bandits go without saying, but if the local gentry get ideas, that's also trouble. To protect yourself and your property, you'll need armed forces. Start by setting up a militia. Weapons will be shipped from Lingao." "All right." When Tong figured he would hand this task to Chang Shide, the man knew how to swing a ghost-head blade after all. "I plan to establish a sugarcane cooperative here in Zhuan first, then expand to Heikang, Suixi, and other areas. Keep buying sugarcane land to expand the plantations." "I would like to run plantations," Wen Tong said. "Right now, the operating model here is still mainly small-scale farming. The planting and management standards are too backward." During the half-month journey, Wen Tong had developed a fairly clear picture of sugarcane cultivation in the region. Under the small-scale farming economy, Cash crop cultivation was highly arbitrary. Some grew fruit cane, some grew sugar cane. Field management varied wildly. Some farmers clearly put in great effort, while others were slapdash, entirely dependent on weather. Some people were even cultivating sugarcane in places utterly unsuitable for it. For a cash crop like sugarcane, the optimal model was naturally large-scale plantation farming, consolidating scattered patches into a single vast estate. Whether using a wage labor system or slavery, production efficiency would be far higher than the current smallholder approach, but purchasing the cane farmer's land wasn't easy. Cane farmers rarely went bankrupt. Even paying terrifyingly high interest rates, cultivating cane fields remained profitable. Without natural or man-made disasters, mass land annexation was nearly impossible, unless the transmigrators manipulated sugar prices to force all these smallholders into bankruptcy, and then bought them out one by one. Wen Tong disagreed with this approach, not because he was particularly compassionate, but because he didn't believe the transmigration enterprise yet had the capability. My idea is to establish a sugarcane cooperative. When Tong produced his proposal, organize all growers producing the same crop. Under the company's supervision, they would receive unified technical guidance and improved varieties, unified fertilizer purchasing, unified sugar processing, and unified sales. Lower costs and higher returns. When Tong estimated this proposal would attract a considerable number of small growers. This plan won't show much result in the first year, but over time, once the benefits become apparent, farmers will naturally want to join. There's no other way. We're not the government and can't mandate participation. We can only rely on word-of-mouth reputation. Then you'll need to put down roots in Leizhou. Zhang Xin examined the grand plan. This won't show results for 3 to 5 years, just persuading each household plus handling dividend distribution after harvest. You'll need a substantial team to help. Putting down roots is fine. I can enjoy the life of a grand landlord. Wen Tong was quite taken with this enterprise. As for management and technical personnel, I've applied to the Education Committee for some. I'll take whatever they allocate. If it's insufficient, I plan to conduct my own training. As for persuading small farmers to join, I'll convince as many as I can. After 3 to 5 years, if all goes well, I'll be the largest sugar supplier in Leizhou. With abundant, high-quality sugar, I can then engage in predatory pricing, driving purchase prices into the ground and bankrupting everyone who refuses to join the cooperative. Then I simply buy up both them and their land. Zhang Xin nodded repeatedly. He hadn't expected Wen Tong, a technical man, to be capable of such ruthless tactics. Whatever you need, just ask. The Guangzhou station will fully cooperate. We're just a sugar production base here. We don't have an intelligent staff allocation, but I'd very much like to know the specifics of Heian Street. The locals call it Sweet Port. Sugar is exported from there, and there are quite a few sugar hongs on that street. These Chaosin merchants, sooner or later, they'll be our competitors. That's easy. We'll arrange for someone to go undercover there. If normal methods don't work when the time comes, we'll use abnormal ones. The special reconnaissance team is itching for action. Haha, preferably not, but our time is limited. We can't afford to drag things out in some commercial war. Cutting the Gordian knot is better. The two sides agreed on a series of communication methods. Since Leizhou wasn't an official dispatch station, but merely a secondary outpost, there was currently no radio allocation. Communication with Lingao would primarily use carrier pigeons. Communication with Guangzhou could also utilize the Kiwei Escort Agency's routes for transmitting letters. Per the Executive Committee's instructions, unless absolutely necessary, they were to avoid sending people directly across the sea to Lingao. The less direct contact between the two sides, the better. The Executive Committee also had a line on the salt merchant Liu Gang in Leizhou, who resided within Heikeng County's borders. After consideration, however, the Executive Committee decided the two channels should maintain separate single-line contacts and avoid interaction. Liu Gang was an important conduit for smuggling salt to the mainland and needed careful protection. End of chapter. Chapter 269. Indentured servants. Thanks to the Kiwei Escort Agency's efforts, the sugar-boiling masters and workers for the various mills were finally recruited. The hiring season had grown late, the best masters long since snapped up, and the remaining candidates ranged from too old to too young, with skills to match. Still, every sugar mill managed to be ready for the crushing season. When Tong issued instructions to his 5 mills, any outside sugarcane brought in for toll processing would be charged only 3/10 of the output as a processing fee. This competitive rate was designed to attract small cane farmers lacking their own mills, thereby funneling more raw brown sugar into the company's hands. He also ordered each mill to purchase every sugar product available: raw brown sugar, slab sugar, even leftover molasses. "Tell them we want the bagasse too." When Tong called excitedly to Wen Ziu and Wen Qing, who now served as his messengers. The two brothers, semi-literate and fluent in Mandarin, had become his secretaries and couriers, constantly racing across Leizhou to deliver orders. Their faces had darkened considerably under the sun. Every day, Wen Tong drafted letters to the newly recruited sugar mill and estate managers, issuing detailed instructions and demanding regular reports. To facilitate message delivery, Liao Dahua purchased several sedan chairs and kept a team of bearers on standby. Finding day laborers for the cane fields proved more difficult. During the sugarcane harvest, wages for day labor skyrocketed, and because Wen Tong had started late, the rural labor surplus had already been claimed by other farmers and estates. He had no choice but to wait for workers from Guangzhou. The first batch would number 200. Originally, Wen Tong had requested more, but the dilapidated buildings across the estates simply couldn't house them. The few existing structures required repairs. Supporting facilities like kitchens and latrines had to be built from scratch. Food and water needed preparation. They even had to purchase cooking pots. Arranging food and lodging for hundreds of people in the 17th century was a logistical nightmare. Everything had to be managed personally. Fortunately, the local Kiwei branch was there to assist. Liao Dahua handled purchasing supplies, hiring craftsmen, and negotiating with the government, an indispensable aid. In Guangzhou, Zhang Xin tasked Sun Chang with organizing the first migrant column to Zhuan. Knowing from dispatches that conditions in Leizhou were crude, and that the work would involve not just harvesting sugarcane but all manner of hard labor, Sun Chang selected only able-bodied adults free of illness. Moreover, he specifically chose those with families. Single men were rejected outright. Zhang Xin didn't understand. Why? "This humble one has heard that conditions in Leizhou are quite harsh," Sun Chang explained. "If unattached men go there, they'll scatter at the first sign of trouble. All our effort and money would be wasted. Those with families are more stable. You really think of everything." Zhang Xin admired the thoroughness of this former household servant turned steward. "It is not that I am particularly clever. When I served the Gao household, though I was only a minor servant, I witnessed much of their hiring and recruiting practices. I am familiar with the pitfalls." Sun Chang also asked Gu Yi to personally visit the Governor-General's yamen to call on advisor Lu Yizhang. For 100 taels of silver, he bought one of Lu's visiting cards. Although the migrants could travel by ship to Leizhou, once they landed, they would inevitably pass through cities and villages where local authorities might interrogate them. Carrying a high official's visiting card would smooth the way. The first batch of migrants was organized into a military-style formation, squads, platoons, and companies, with appointed leaders at each level. Everyone carried their own bedding, utensils, and 5 days' worth of emergency rations. The route ran from Guangzhou by ship, disembarking at Heian in Leizhou, then proceeding on foot to Zhuan. Upon arrival, the migrants would be dispersed among the 9 sugarcane estates. The Kiwei Escort Agency had made thorough preparations at its branches along the route. They managed the journey in segments, handing off responsibility at each leg. As soon as the migrant column entered Leizhou, guides met them. Rest stations provided boiled water and steamed buns. In remote areas lacking proper facilities, the cooking team set up field kitchens. Strict hygiene rules were enforced, no drinking unboiled water, and secure accommodations were arranged every night. Sleeping in the open was forbidden. This relay system ensured the migrants ate well, rested properly, and didn't get lost. Protected by escort guards, armed with the government's visiting card, and carrying bamboo staves and short swords for self-defense, no one dared trouble them in the lawless lands of Leizhou. They reached Yulin in under 2 days, all in good physical condition. Not a single person fell sick or was injured. After a brief rest, they were ready to work. When Tong dispersed the 200 migrants by squad to the various sugarcane estates, though they lived in patched-up thatched huts, the warm Leizhou weather meant they wouldn't freeze. The migrants immediately threw themselves into the frenzy of the sugarcane harvest. Per Wen Tong's instructions, sufficient rice, vegetables, and meat were purchased from nearby villages to keep the workers well fed during the grueling season. Harvesting sugarcane was backbreaking work. Without adequate food, desertion would be inevitable. After the first batch had settled in and worked for half a month, morale proved stable enough for Guangzhou to send the second batch. This group included the wives and children of the first wave, women sent primarily to support logistics, cooking, mending clothes, keeping the camp running. In total, about 400 people, men, women, old and young, were transported from Guangzhou. When Tong, Changshide, and Liao Dahua settled them across the estates as long-term laborers. In reality, their status was that of indentured servants. Each person signed a contract acknowledging a debt of 50 taels of silver to the Zishi enterprise, a sum to be worked off over time. You believed this model would curb the tendency of vagrants to run away once their bellies were full. The refugee recruitment policy had worked well initially, especially when transport to Lingao was frequent. Starving refugees were eager to go anywhere offering food and work. But as the transfer rate slowed and the Guangzhou camp population swelled, the dynamic shifted. Once refugees had eaten a few good meals and recovered their strength, and learned they were being sent to Qiangzhou, many began pining for home. They had come to Guangzhou to escape starvation. Now that spring approached and they were fed again, they started drifting away. At first, the Guangzhou station was helpless. They lacked personnel to guard everyone. But the issue couldn't be ignored or mass desertion would follow. Guo Yi and the others concluded carrots alone were insufficient. They needed a stick. To minimize escapes, besides intensifying re-education, efforts and promoting the bright future awaiting them in Qiangzhou, Guo Yi finally obtained executive committee approval to implement an indentured servant system. All sheltered refugees were required to sign contracts, taking on debt to cover their food, clothing, lodging, and medical care. In exchange, they committed to serving the Zishi enterprise for at least 7 years. Only after the term expired could they reclaim their freedom. According to the contract, during this period meals were free and wages were paid. Upon completion of the term, no additional redemption fee was required. With these contracts, Guo Yi could leverage the government's power in Guangzhou to control the workforce. The commoners' innate fear of officialdom deterred many from running. After Guo Yi used Liang Kunhu's visiting card to report a case at the Nanhai County Yamen, resulting in the arrest and flogging of a dozen escapees, the desertion stopped. The harsh reality crushed any lingering thoughts of returning home. Others began to question the logic of fleeing. Going back meant eating chaff and wild vegetables while struggling to pay rent. Working for manager Guo meant full bellies and new clothes. Why run? After a month of frantic activity, the Transmigration Enterprise's sugar production in Leizhou finally stabilized. Despite occasional hiccups, inexperienced boilers ruining batches of sugar, operations ran steadily. Raw brown sugar flowed in. Following Wen Tong's instructions, All raw brown sugar, molasses, and bagasse were transported to the central sugarcane estate in Zhuan. Liao Dahua even managed to purchase land extending the estate to the riverbank, preparing for water-powered crushing should steam or diesel engines remain unavailable. Wen Tong planned to build a demonstration plantation here, complete with a factory using new equipment. He named it the South China Demonstration Sugar Factory, in honor of the Huanan Factory, the earliest modern sugar plant in Zhuan. The 4 other mills he named after shareholders who had contributed to China's sugar modernization: Guoxin, Qichang, Jian, and Kiwan. For now, these would operate with traditional methods. Upgrades would follow once the demonstration factory proved successful. The South China Demonstration Estate hosted the most migrants, nearly 150 people. Since Chiang Shide knew nothing about sugarcane, he took charge of civil affairs. Following Wu De's Handbook for Civil Affairs Administration and Organization, he registered households, established grassroots organizations, and appointed respected elders as village heads. Adhering to the principle of universal military service, he established a militia, locally called Township Braves, equipped with cold steel and matchlocks shipped from Lingao. Under the escort guard's tutelage, the militia drilled in their spare time. Wen Tong didn't expect a professional fighting force, only enough capability to repel bandits. Though he and Chiang Shide doubted the militia's loyalty, the security situation left them no choice. Relying solely on a few escort guards to protect 9 properties across 2 counties was impossible. "Even if not for us, hopefully they'll fight for themselves," Chiang Shide said. "At least here they have food, clothes, and their families. They ought to want to protect their new homes. That requires them to see this as their home." Wen Tong remained pessimistic. "The 2 shopkeepers worry too much," Liao Dahua soothed. "There's food and shelter, the weather is warm, and they have good-hearted Australian masters. What more could these refugees hope for? Let's hope so." Wen Tong surveyed the scattered thatched huts. "After this crushing season, we'll build proper houses for all the estates, standard Type B residences." "That's a huge investment," Chiang Shide recalled the Type B buildings in Beidu village. They were practically fortresses, far larger than the barrack-style Type A structures. "The sugar factory will be our cash cow. To establish a foothold in Leizhou, we need self-defense capabilities," Wen Tong insisted. Next, he turned his attention to process and machinery improvements. That was how he would make the South China Sugar Factory live up to its name. Wen Tong had 2 main goals. First, manufacturing white sugar. He knew several modern processes, but without proper equipment, he had to rely on the traditional method from the Tiangong Kaiwu, using yellow clay as an adsorbent. The key property of the yellow clay was its porosity. From that perspective, activated carbon or diatomaceous earth would work even better. Second, increasing raw sugar output. The simplest approach was raising the juice extraction rate. Wen Tong estimated that the traditional wooden rollers extracted no more than 40% of the juice, even after 3 pressings. The bagasse still contained enormous amounts of sugar, a massive waste. Modern factories achieved extraction rates above 70%. After deliberation, he decided to start with white sugar. The profit margins were simply higher. There was no point experimenting with exotic adsorbents. They couldn't produce activated carbon yet, and shipping diatomaceous earth from Lingao was inconvenient. Yellow clay was readily available locally. Following the Tiangong Kaiwu, Wen Tong had the raw brown sugar melted and poured into Hualiu molds plugged with rice straw. Once the sugar solidified, the straw was removed. Chiang Shide had workers prepare a slurry of pure yellow clay and water. After letting it settle briefly, he scooped up the solution and drizzled it over the sugar in the molds. "This method is bizarre." Chiang Shide was skeptical. Pouring muddy water over brown sugar to make white sugar, it seemed counterintuitive to say the least. End of chapter. Chapter 270. South China Sugar Factory, it should work. Every sugar industry book says so. Wen Tong was nervous nonetheless. Never mind himself, Even family elders who had spent their entire careers in the sugar industry had only ever worked in modern factories. None had witnessed this traditional method firsthand, yet what followed was nothing short of magical. After pouring the yellow clay water and waiting briefly, they inspected the sugar in the Hua Liu molds and found it had indeed turned snow white. Snow white, of course, was relative. Compared to refined white sugar from modern times, the color remained slightly dull, faintly yellowish. It didn't quite reach the exceptionally pure standard described in the old texts. The top layer of the Hua Liu held the whitest sugar. The bottom showed a slight yellow-brown tint. Both could be considered white sugar, though the former would command a higher price. When Tong shook his head, he knew precisely why the clay-treated sugar wasn't especially white. Without a centrifuge, considerable molasses residue remained. He wondered if the machinery department could manufacture one. The process efficiency wasn't high either. The sugar in the Hua Liu came out stratified, whitest at the top, darkening toward the bottom. The lowest layer was quite dark. When he weighed it, only about 60% of the 10 kilograms from one Hua Liu qualified as white sugar. The rest was yellow or brown. The process was cumbersome and the yield low. In ancient times, such methods could still turn a profit, but once modern sugar enterprises appeared, rustic mills went bankrupt one after another. Costs simply couldn't compete. What they had produced so far were only large, irregularly shaped chunks of sugar. To create fine powdered white sugar, true sugar frost, required an additional recrystallization step. The white sugar had to be melted and slowly boiled over low heat. Fine sugar powder would gradually crystallize on the pot's surface, requiring constant scraping with a bamboo scraper to prevent scorching. The process resembled salt boiling. In proper factories, specialized evaporation crystallization tanks handled this work. Here, when Tong had to experiment himself, Chang Shide helped tend the fire, assisted by Wen Ziu and Wen Qing. To avoid disrupting normal production, Wen Tong had a small sugar shed constructed on the estate to serve as a laboratory. The four of them crowded into this makeshift structure, surrounded by smoke and flames. Wen Tong checked the heat one moment, watched the pot the next, growing so dizzy he nearly tumbled into the boiling sugar. Reality proved that theoretical expertise didn't guarantee practical success, especially under such primitive conditions. With a furnace burning sugarcane leaves and bagasse, the heat defied control by someone accustomed to adjusting a gas stove with a knob. After one fuel addition, the flames surged, and the sugar on the pot's surface immediately scorched. "This won't do," Wen Tong spoke dejectedly. "There's no way to regulate the temperature in this furnace. The heat is simply uncontrollable." In rustic sugar mills, the stoker's wages ranked second only to the sugar boiling masters. The man earned his pay. To achieve uniform heat, they couldn't use such a firewood stove. They needed fuel that burned steadily and released heat evenly. Gas fuels, charcoal, or coal briquettes could all accomplish this. Alternatively, they could use steam heating as factories did. But none of these were available in Zhuwen. When Tong racked his brain until he finally thought of the water bath method. By heating the vessel containing the white sugar liquid indirectly through a water bath, the temperature would stay even, eliminating the scorching problem. After several days of experimentation, he harvested his first batch, 5 kilograms of fine white sugar. With white sugar, making rock candy was straightforward. The traditional rock candy process required melting white sugar and adding chicken or duck egg whites as a clarifying agent. When Tong considered this too costly, egg whites were just protein after all. He decided to substitute soy milk. He simply had a mill built on the estate and instructed a migrant who had previously made tofu to produce it daily, thereby meeting the workers' dietary needs while keeping soy milk readily available. After clarifying with soy milk, freshly cut bamboo was split into strips of various sizes and placed in the sugar liquid. The liquid crystallized around the bamboo, slowly forming large pieces of rock candy. When harvesting, they only had to break the candy and pull out the bamboo. This method dated back to the Song dynasty. The look is quite nice, the rock candy, though not as pure as the single crystal variety of later generations, was decent enough. It should sell well. The next step was to scale up white sugar production. When Tong ordered water bath vessels while hiring craftsmen to build a new workshop by the river specifically for refining white sugar, high construction standards were implemented to ensure cleanliness and quality. The white sugar workshop followed modern factory specifications. Though built with wooden beams and columns, the entire structure was brick and tile, with no thatch or sugarcane leaves on the roof. Large windows provided good lighting. To avoid attracting undue attention, they were covered with paper rather than the planned glass. The workshop floor was paved with square bricks and featured covered drainage ditches with grates for easy cleaning. 15 sugar boiling stations were arranged in a row, saving space and ensuring convenient operation. The fire stoking and ventilation openings were all set outside under a covered veranda, allowing operation during rain, while preventing indoor air and floors from being polluted by ash. All equipment was newly made. When Tong also had several wells dug by the river to avoid using polluted river water directly. He spent lavishly to construct a warehouse entirely of brick and tile for storing sugar products. In addition to white and brown sugar, vast quantities of molasses accumulated. Liao Dahua had large vats custom-made at a local pottery workshop, specifically to store this material, though he had no idea what shopkeeper Wen intended to do with such sludge. The workers in the new sugar factory were all selected from among the migrants. When Tong personally trained them in every operational procedure and established a complete set of production rules and regulations. When Tong announced, "From now on, all management of the South China sugar factory is entirely your responsibility." In truth, both Wen Tong and Chang Shide were uneasy about entrusting such work to a servant, but they had no choice. Apart from these two servant boys, very few migrants were literate. "Yes, master, thank you for your trust." Wen Qing gave a deep bow. "This humble one will do his utmost. I have a complete set of production rules here. You must ensure everything is carried out exactly according to system. No private modifications. If the workers have ideas, relay them to me and I'll consider them." "Yes, master. If I walk into the workshop and see a single grain of sugar on the floor, I'll hold you accountable." When Tong assumed the posture of a stern master, when Qing regarded him uneasily, how had this usually affable master suddenly become so severe? "Yes, this humble one understands. I won't break a single rule." "Go on then. Take your workers and learn the regulations. Everyone must have them memorized within 3 days. Anyone who can't recite them won't get meat on the weekend. Then they'll memorize them even if it kills them." Wen Qing laughed. HMPH. When Tong finally cracked a smile. Of the two servant boys, he preferred Wen Qing. Though the boy was slower in anticipating his master's needs, he seemed more reliable. "You need to study hard yourself. Have you been reading the book I gave you?" The book was a training manual for indigenous industrial and commercial management cadres, jointly compiled by Wu's Civil Affairs Committee and the Intelligence and Archives Committee. Based on months of accumulated experience combined with ancient and modern management systems, it covered basic management models, workload calculations, wage and benefit formulas, accident protocols, and more. Like the Handbook for Civil Affairs Administration and Organization, it was part of the Indigenous Work Series, still in the draft for comment stage. This humble one studies hard every night. "There are some parts I don't understand. I'll need to ask the master for instruction." "Whatever you don't understand, come ask in the evening," Wen Tong said earnestly. "You're a servant by birth. Though you know a few characters, the workers won't readily obey you. Only real skills will command authority. You can't rely solely on your master's power to suppress them." "Yes, this humble one thanks the master for his teaching." After Wen Qing departed, Wen Ziu approached with a tea tray. "Master has worked hard. Please have some tea." Having learned that neither shopkeeper was interested in the southern wind, and observing that the honest Wen Qing had recently been favored, Wen Ziu knew he had to change his approach. He set aside the coquettish manner that used to slip out constantly, presenting himself with considerably more dignity. "Where is Master Chang?" He went to Heian Street. Heian Street was Leizhou's sugar export port. Though not a county seat, it was more prosperous than the county capital, Heikang. Over 30 sugar trading houses lined the street alone. The first time when Tong visited, he was genuinely impressed. After witnessing so much poverty and desolation in Lingao, arriving at such a flourishing Ming commercial center delivered a shock no less intense than a Lingao villager visiting Eastgate Market. When Tong was surprised. Though Heian Street was only about 10 kilometers away, they usually informed each other before venturing far. Had Chang shied snuck off to find women? The realization struck him. Heian Street, with its gathering of merchants and thriving markets, was always prime territory for brothels. So he did go hunting for wild game. When Tong gnashed his teeth. "Old Chang, you're holding out on me. You could at least have invited me along." But Chang had gone off with Liao Dahua, and when Tong didn't dare wander alone, he could only fume silently and then go teach the worker training class. 300 basic simplified characters, simple math, and statistics. Once the sugar factory's scale expanded, these workers could be promoted to management. While when Tong was grinding his teeth in frustration, Chang Shide was strolling through Heian Street with Liao Dahua at his side. Their destination, the human market. Chang Shide had originally planned to go straight to a brothel. As for sexually transmitted diseases, he was prepared. He'd packed several boxes of condoms in his luggage. But after Liao Dahua introduced him to several so-called high-end establishments, he lost interest. These places had decent facilities, and the women were passable even by modern standards. But the pretentious rituals were unbearable, first hosting tea, then listening to music and drinking wine. Even after all that, they couldn't get down to business immediately. They had to return 2 or 3 times before getting anywhere near the bed. This was absurdly complicated. Even high-end clubs in modern times didn't have procedures this elaborate. What Chang Shai didn't realize was that high-end brothels in this era also served a social function. Dignitaries, gentlemen, and wealthy merchants came here primarily for socializing and cultural enrichment. The higher class the courtesan, the more she sat and discussed philosophy rather than performing bedroom techniques. Seeing the master's disinterest, Liao Dahua guessed his thoughts. Sea merchants, having drifted on the ocean for so long, naturally had no patience for foreplay. So he led him toward the back alleys, where more practical private establishments operated. However, after observing the makeup of the women soliciting at the doorways and catching the smell drifting from a distance, Chang Shide concluded that if he wanted women in this world, it was best to raise them himself. Though Liao Dahua specifically recommended several places where the women were supposedly particularly skilled, Chang Shide declined. Liao Dahua concluded these women simply didn't meet the master's standards. Thinking that Australians all seemed to have a hygiene obsession and probably found prostitutes unclean, he led him to the human market. The so-called human market was just an open lot. A few traders sat in nearby thatched sheds, drinking tea and chatting, the ones selling higher-end merchandise. If anyone showed interest, they would escort the customer to a nearby room to inspect the goods, mostly young women, though there were also boys. Prices were substantial. Outside, some people were selling themselves, grass tags stuck in their hair at low prices. Chang Shide walked around, examining the traders' stock and the self-sellers. None suited him. The traders' merchandise was clean and presentable, but the asking prices were exorbitant. Even 11 or 12-year-old girls cost 50 taels. Chang Shide had no interest in raising little girls, nor in little girls themselves. Besides, he didn't have that much silver on hand, though he'd accumulated tens of thousands of work points. Seeing the displeasure on Master Chang's face, Liao Dahua followed silently, unable to gauge his thoughts. After another circuit, a new stall caught their attention. Several Yamen runners stood guard over 5 or 6 women of various ages, sitting or kneeling on the ground. The oldest was over 30, the youngest only 12 or 13. Though disheveled and dirty, their nutritional condition appeared fairly good. Strangely, no one was approaching to inquire. Chang instructed Liao Dahua to investigate. End of chapter. Chapter 271. Visitors from Lingao. These past few days I've been watching carefully. Most people are fine, working diligently and conscientiously. But some— Chang Shai gestured towards 7 or 8 individuals lying face down on straw mats, covered with straw curtains. Their buttocks and thighs were visibly swollen, and weak moans escaped from beneath the coverings. After eating a few full meals, they got carried away. We originally made them village cadres as a sign of trust. Do the job well, we said, and more important work would follow. But they didn't appreciate it. They thought the stable rice bowl wasn't good enough and had to fish for illicit gains. Now the government has dealt with them. We won't pursue the matter further here, but they've lost their positions, and the money they embezzled will be added to their debt. They can work it off over the next 70 or 80 years. As for those who realized their mistake and voluntarily returned what they took, we won't punish them further. Immediate dismissal plus 1 to 5 years added to their labor term. We're lenient. No matter who it is, each person bears their own crime. Family members won't be implicated. Chang Shai had already arranged for the people who had voluntarily returned their stolen goods, along with their families, to be taken care of beforehand. As soon as he finished speaking, these people burst into tears and shouted, "The masters are benevolent." Sob, "I'm worse than a pig or dog. I'm committed to working for the masters from now on. I'd willingly jump into a pit of fire." The atmosphere infected the surrounding crowd, and the gathering grew animated. Chang Shai felt the effect was quite good. The propaganda and agitation manual was proving useful. "You sugar-boiling masters." His finger swung toward them. A few days earlier, during the killing the chicken to scare the monkey operation, when Tong had deliberately avoided arresting any sugar industry workers to protect the technical personnel. But mandatory observation was required of everyone. After returning from the Yamen, everyone had rushed to return the sugar they'd pilfered. To their surprise, Master Chang had only smiled mysteriously and refused to accept any of it, asking only that each person write a confession of admission. Those who couldn't write, no problem, there were pre-written forms, just fill in the numbers and press a thumbprint. These people had been worried for days. When summoned to today's mass meeting, each was on edge. Now that they'd been called out, how could they hold up? They fell to their knees in a rustle, their pleas for mercy an unbroken chorus. What Chang Shai revealed next was his bottom line. They were all to join the Leizhou Sugar Company collectively, no longer as day laborers. The benefits would be the same as the migrants, meals provided and wages paid. As for what they'd secretly skimmed off, that would be counted as an advance on their wages. Chang Shai spoke of how magnanimous and lenient he was being, but no one below was a fool. They knew that if they dared utter the word no, he held their confessions in hand and was on speaking terms with all the county Yamens. He could have them dragged to court and beaten half to death in no time, left wearing kangs and feeding flies at the Yamen gate like those unlucky wretches. Whether willing or not, everyone said in unison, "We are willing to join the sugar factory. Work hard, and no one will be shortchanged." Chang Shai surveyed the long-faced sugar-boiling masters below and thought this deal was actually quite good. Next, he reappointed the vacant village cadre positions. Originally, Wen Tong had wanted to retain some cadres with minor issues. After all, people suitable for leadership were simply too scarce. But Chang Shai insisted on a zero-tolerance policy to demonstrate his attitude. Even if the newly appointed people were less capable, it didn't matter. Compared to the old ones, it was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. "Everyone work hard for our Leizhou Sugar Company, and you won't lose out," Chang Shai then announced. Effective immediately, profits would be divided according to the rules used by Guoshis various enterprises in Guangzhou. The dividends would be split into 13 major shares, 10 to the shareholders, 3 for bonuses and welfare expenses for all sugar company employees. Everyone had a share, from the sugar boiling masters down to the field laborers. For income adjustments, Chiang Shide followed the wage system implemented by the Guangzhou station and established a grading system. All personnel were divided into 2 categories, agricultural workers and sugar workers, each with 3 to 4 levels based on ability. Village heads, militia captains, and similar positions were counted as agricultural workers, evaluated by ability, with additional position allowances on top. To further raise labor productivity, besides offering profit sharing, Chiang Shide also launched labor competitions at each estate, evaluated monthly. Whichever estate harvested the most cane or produced the most sugar with the least waste received extra bonuses. Wen Tong and the others keenly felt the importance of grassroots cadres, so they launched a village cadre rotation training program. All newly appointed village cadres from each estate were called to the South China Sugar Factory for training. Besides basic literacy, they were also taught sugarcane cultivation, field management, and sugar production. After this combination of pressure and praise, the sugar company entered a stable track. Morale stabilized. Sugar production rose steadily. Ships and handcarts delivering raw brown sugar, molasses, and bagasse to the South China factory flowed in an endless stream. This previously obscure enterprise began to become a topic of conversation among the sugar trading house merchants on Heian Street. Chiang Shide grew somewhat self-satisfied. Besides teaching the daily rotation trainees, he also started a teacher training class, planning to establish a sugar factory primary school after the crushing season ended. He was too lazy to teach all those children himself, so he turned his attention to the female slaves. He made Wen Ziu the teaching assistant and began the training. Besides daytime classes, he also held evening sessions. Wen Ziu and Aizhu were excluded from these. "Teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive this student." The Mandarin still sounded halting. "Let me discipline you properly, you bad student." Wen Tong, when passing Chiang Shide's room in the evening, would often hear this neither here nor there yet soul-stirring Mandarin. "You big pervert." Wen Tong always sneered at this sort of kink play. At least the guy had some sense of brotherhood and hadn't dragged Aizhu off to some evening class. He was very much in favor of her attending the teacher training class. Unfortunately, he himself was so exhausted dealing with sugar factory matters that, by the time he returned to the compound each day, all he wanted was sleep. He didn't even have the energy to make use of Aizhu. Old Chang really did have the sturdier constitution, running around all day, then running around all night. Wen Tong couldn't help but feel melancholy. How could the gap between people be so vast? Wen Tong's entire mind was focused on the technical improvements at the sugar factory. Of his 2 original directions for improvement, 1, making white sugar, he had already achieved. Though the process was primitive and output low, it was quite suitable for their current industrial level. Now it was a matter of scaling up and improving efficiency. The other direction was increasing sugarcane juice output. Modern sugar factories used at least 3-roller steel crushers, with a single-pass extraction rate above 70%. Larger factories even had 12-roller systems. The bagasse came out virtually dry. Wen Tong decided to first eliminate the wooden rollers at the South China factory. Initially, he'd considered stone rollers, but stone rollers weren't much more efficient than wood and consumed just as much ox power. Multi-stage steel rollers were really the best choice. Wen Tong recalled that the Zhangjiang area had only begun replacing primitive ox-powered stone rollers with semi-mechanized 2-roller or 3-roller small crushers in the mid-1960s. They mostly used Kaolin-made 2-roller crushers, with extraction rates above 60%. Later, they switched to Shun-manufactured 3-roller crushers, raising extraction rates to 72–73%. Compared to the 45% average rate for stone rollers, This was equivalent to a 60% increase in sugar output for the same amount of cane. These figures were extremely tempting. Moreover, the equipment was technically quite simple, well within the transmigrator's industrial capabilities to manufacture. But using triple steel rollers meant facing the power issue. Water buffalo couldn't drive them. The semi-mechanized small factories in Zhangjiang that Wen Tong knew of all used 20-horsepower diesel engines. Since diesel was scarce now, he naturally thought of water power. He'd even inspected the only sugar mill with a water-powered crusher, but the sight was rather discouraging. The water power crusher was just a simple water wheel. No canal, no dam, basically just using the natural drop of the riverbed. Very inefficient. The South China factory had a usable river, but the water flowed gently and the volume wasn't great. Though Wen Tong was an outsider to hydraulics, he knew that installing a water turbine capable of driving a triple steel roller crusher would require building a dam to store water. Once they built a dam, upstream and downstream water usage issues would inevitably arise, definitely not easy to resolve. It might even drag them into protracted litigation, so he rejected this idea. Better to use a steam engine, Wen Tong thought. A water turbine built at great expense could only crush cane. A steam engine would allow him to introduce all sorts of efficiency-improving equipment, and machine utilization would be far higher. With a steam engine came a boiler, and the steam it produced would also be useful for sugar making. At least it could heat cane juice very evenly, reducing the chance of scorching. Numerous categories of machinery could be used in sugar making. If one were serious about it, the entire process could be fully mechanized. Of course, that was for the future. Wen Tong considered the South China sugar factory's processes and selected a few simple, easy-to-operate machines. Once he'd thought it through, he immediately sent a carrier pigeon message to Zhang Xin in Guangzhou explaining his ideas, attached a list of machines he specifically requested, and also asked Lingao to provide cement, steel, bricks, and other necessary construction materials. Moving up to semi-mechanized production meant everything had to scale up accordingly. Wen Tong's report was relayed through the Guangzhou station to Lingao. After brief discussion, the executive committee approved allocating all the equipment he needed. 2 weeks later, a large ship arrived at the port of Heian Street. Its arrival caused quite a stir. The ship's design was unusual, a vessel of nearly 400 liao but with very shallow draft, almost flat-bottomed. The deck was broad, and apart from the stern castle and 2 masts, there were no other protrusions. The wide deck was piled with boxes of all sizes. There were also some very large items of cargo, packaged in wooden frames covered with straw matting, held down tightly under large nets. This kind of cargo ship with everything stacked on deck was truly an eye-opener for everyone. Quite the crowd gathered to watch. Which shipwright had come up with this idea? With cargo all piled on deck, wouldn't it get soaked when the wind and waves kicked up? Chang Shide saw this flat-deck ship and thought it was way too ahead of its time. Completely anachronistic. Just as he was thinking this, the big ship slowly approached the dock. Sailors laid out gangways and a familiar figure walked across. Looking closely, it was none other than Bai Wei, captain of the Special Reconnaissance Team, a rare figure indeed. He had still been seen frequently in the months right after D-Day, leading his team all over the place. Later, he became increasingly mysterious, simply never appearing anywhere ordinary people gathered. The last time Chang Shide had seen him was during the political consultative conference, manning a high vantage point with his team. A figure like this, unconnected to trade or industry, how had he suddenly appeared on a ship to Leizhou? Could there be a secret mission? Did the executive committee think Leizhou was a major prize and want to seize it first? But they hadn't even taken all of Qiangzhou yet. As these wild thoughts ran through his head, Bai Wei had already come close. He was dressed in Ming-era clothing, a short working outfit like a hired laborer. Behind him followed several unfamiliar, sturdy young men, probably all Special Reconnaissance Team members. Just as Chang Shide was about to speak, Bai Wei gave him a look, signaling silence. Without a word, he led his people and blended into the crew of laborers preparing to unload the machinery. The people who emerged next were the actual leaders of this cargo mission. One was Mei Lin from Lingao Construction Company, obviously here to handle the sugar factory's civil construction work. The other two Chang Shai didn't recognize, but they must be from the machinery department, here to assist with equipment installation. All three wore Zhiduo robes and wigs with head wraps, looking completely out of place, awkward from head to toe. Welcome, welcome, Chang Shai hurried forward. Now that he was stationed in the provinces, he had to be especially warm to cadres from the capital. Old Mei, so you're here on this trip. And these two gentlemen are, Mei Lin quickly made introductions, both from the machinery factory. This is Xiao Gui, here to install the steam engine, and this is Chen Tiangsheng. I'm Chen Tiangsheng. The executive committee has assigned me to Leizhou specifically to handle the operation and commissioning of the sugar factory's mechanical equipment. I'll also train some workers on the side. The speaker was nearly 40, with a steady demeanor and a still robust physique that wouldn't lose to a young man. Wonderful. I was just worrying about maintenance and upkeep after the machinery was installed. Chang Shide glanced around. This isn't the place to talk. Let's rest in that tea shed over there. Because there was considerable cargo to unload, Chang Shide had long since reserved a tea shed for supervising the unloading and resting. The Kiwei escort guard stood watch all around. I didn't expect you so soon. Chang Shide exchanged pleasantries and had Wen Ziu bring tea. Here, have some water. He sat down and once Wen Ziu had withdrawn asked, has all the equipment arrived? End of chapter. Chapter 272. Technology is productivity, everything's here. Xiao Gui pulled a piece of paper from inside his jacket and handed it over, a detailed manifest. Chang Shide flipped through it, dazzled by the contents, from boilers and steam engines to cement, bricks and tiles, to thermometers, pH test strips and laboratory vessels. Many things he hadn't even thought to request were on the list. They'd thought of everything more thoroughly than he had. This ship is newly built, isn't it? It's well suited for transporting large items. I was worried about how to get the steam engine and boiler here. Haha, this is Manager Wen's latest design, Xiao Gui laughed. A shallow draft, wide-beam, flat-deck coastal barge, he calls it. Manager Wen originally planned to make all wood cargo containers. This was supposed to be a rudimentary container ship. But then he ran the numbers and realized that making containers out of wood was impractical, both heavy and flimsy. The containers didn't work out, but the ship was already built, so they just finished it. Didn't Lingao have a bunch of shipping containers stockpiled? Director Ma treats them like treasures. He won't approve even when the metallurgy department wants to dismantle them for steel. He even gave special instructions for rust-proofing. As they spoke, Wen Ziu came to report that the labor gang was organized. Because this shipment included a steam engine and boiler, the labor requirements were enormous. The entire able-bodied male population of the South China farm had been mobilized, and over 200 more workers were hired from the surrounding area. They formed a massive labor force, carrying countless poles, ropes, rollers, and other equipment. What Wen Tong worried about most were the boiler and steam engine. The main structures of these two pieces of equipment had to be moved as single units. Start unloading. A group of workers in blue short jackets, short hair, and rattan helmets descended from the ship. Their strange attire caused a stir among the onlookers. These workers wore green canvas packs and unloaded iron pipes, heavy plates, and sacks of fittings. On the stone wharf, they quickly assembled a gantry from these materials, then rigged pulleys and chains. Under their direction, the laborers moved in. Some lined up to pull the chains. Others grabbed the guy ropes attached to the large cargo. One person climbed onto the platform, holding red and green signal flags. To the rhythmic blowing of whistles and waving of flags, over 100 laborers and workers began pulling. The massive object on deck was slowly, shakily hoisted up. Under the direction of work chants, a group of laborers rotated the crane platform. The cargo, following the boom, slowly traversed the air over the dock and descended onto prepared rollers. The watching crowd let out a gasp of wonder. Transporting the sugar factory equipment to the South China Sugar Factory was a formidable task. Haiyan Port was only about 10 kilometers from South Gate Pond outside Yulin County town, where the factory was located, but the roads were hilly and uneven, full of potholes. Under normal conditions, they could barely accommodate ox carts. Ordinary materials could be carried on shoulders or by cart. Large equipment could only be slowly pushed forward on rollers. The hardship was easy to imagine. To ease passage, one team was assigned to go ahead to clear the road, level the ground, and fill in potholes. It took 4 full days on the road to transport the heavy equipment over those 10+ kilometers. The people who had come with the ship also quietly made their way to the factory and moved into the compound prepared for them. The steam engine ship this time was the Mosey Model 2. Though it hadn't increased in horsepower, it was more efficient in steam utilization than the Model 1. The Industrial Committee was quite satisfied with the Mosey Model 2's performance and had finalized it for batch production. This unit was production number 1. Besides this equipment, the most remarkable items were numerous long rectangular crates marked fragile and handle with care. They had been carried by hand, not by cart. Opening the crates, the interior was packed tight with straw rope and dried seaweed. Layer by layer they opened them, and Wen Tong and Chang Shide couldn't help but praise Lingao's industrial departments. Inside the crates were glass and ceramic pipes of various diameters, to be used in areas with special requirements, replacing cast iron pipes prone to rusting. This is incredible. Wen Tong was nearly speechless. It's nothing, practice makes perfect. Besides, these pipes weren't made just for you. The chemical plant needs them even more. This batch is just a trial run. The future power plant for the sugar factory was situated by the river for convenient water access. In addition to major ground leveling for equipment installation, Meilin organized the construction of a reservoir specifically for treating boiler water. Bricklayers were recruited to build a towering chimney the likes of which they'd never seen before. The structure was so massive that summoning all the local masons proved insufficient. Chang Shide also bought out the entire stock of bricks and tiles from the local kilns. The county's only brick kiln was now working overtime to supply the construction site. The 3-roller juice press that Wen Tong had specifically requested arrived without a hitch. With the help of the vast reference library, designing and manufacturing this machine hadn't taken much effort. The machinery factory's only complaint was that the rollers consumed too much steel. When Tong looked it over, the machine didn't seem any worse than the old-style equipment he'd seen. However, the strength of many internal components is problematic, so service life is hard to predict, Xiao Gui said. Some key connectors, gears, and the like, though manufactured locally, had poor durability due to material constraints. No problem, we brought plenty of spare parts this time. Chen Tianxing wasn't concerned. Just swap them out when they break. First time making something, quality issues are inevitable. Besides the juice press, there were also rotary cutters and crushers specifically for shredding and tearing open sugar cane. Crushed cane had a much higher juice extraction rate than the traditional method of feeding whole cane directly into the rollers. A month later, the sugar factory's buildings and equipment installation were finally complete. The boiler fired up successfully on the first try, and the steam engine began running. For the first time, the sky above Zhuwen billowed with the rolling black smoke of modern industry. This semi-mechanized sugar factory, the only one of its kind in this era, finally began mass production. Its daily crushing capacity was 70 tons of sugar cane. It had workshops for cane cutting, crushing, and sugar boiling. Except for the sugar boiling workshop, which continued using old-fashioned manual methods, all others used machinery. The sugar boiling workshop used no fire at all. It heated directly with steam from the boiler. The towering chimney and steel cane crushers of the South China factory amazed locals. When they heard that the factory continued to offer toll processing, many cane farmers brought their sugar cane from far and wide just to see with their own eyes how this new-style factory operated. After bundles of sugar cane were delivered by ox cart to the factory at South Gate, they first underwent mechanical processing. The cane was leveled and cut by cane knives, then shredded by the crusher. The crusher was quite technical, since the sugar content was stored in the cane pith. It shredded only along the direction of the fiber to avoid breaking open the pith cells, which would cause juice loss. After crushing, the sugar cane was carried by hand in baskets to the feed port of the press. The three-roller press achieved a 70% extraction rate in one pass. In a typical modern sugar factory, multiple three-roller or multi-roller machines were used for continuous pressing. Some required 15 rollers to complete. Extraction rates reached up to 90%. The transmigrators didn't have such mechanical conditions, so they used a repeated pressing method. After the first pressing, they didn't discard the bagasse but piled it aside. After all the fresh cane was pressed, they ran the bagasse through a second time. Though this consumed considerable labor, the additional returns were significant. After pressing, the sugarcane juice was sent to an iron heater, where it was heated with high-temperature steam as it flowed. Then it passed through a cement-lined liming tank, where lime was added for clarification. Finally, through ceramic and glass pipes, it was conveyed to settling tanks where the precipitated impurities settled out. The clarified juice then entered boiling pots to continue heating with steam. The method for removing molasses still used the Hua Liu technique, but on a much larger scale. Over 30 Hua Liu molds were lined up in the sugar boiling workshop. For the boiling and liming processes, with the support of thermometers, pH test strips, and other experimental equipment from Lingao, when Tong formulated corresponding production specifications after numerous trials. The sugar boiling masters had originally been dismissive of his methods. They had all followed their masters for years, mastering this craft through long practical experience, and even then only to an average degree. They were skeptical, prepared to watch the boss make a fool of himself. But the boss, relying on glass tubes, paper strips, and various mysterious jars, not only produced sugar, but every batch came out without a single flaw, and even the yields were almost identical. For the masters, this was a devastating blow to their confidence. Not even the most skilled boiler in the county or the entire prefecture could achieve this. Seeing the mixture of fear and reverence in the sugar-boiling master's eyes, Wen Tong felt both proud and somewhat melancholy. Why had traditional craftsmanship always been so empirical? Had no one ever thought to explore the underlying principles and establish standards? Implementing this system greatly reduced waste. Wen Tong used it to establish stricter waste rate control assessment criteria. Since all production factors were controllable, the only variable producing above-standard waste was workers' lack of diligence. From that day on, those who had been called masters in the sugar boiling workshop became simply workers. This entire production process was countless times more efficient than a traditional rustic sugar mill. The spectacle of large-scale, semi-mechanized production left everyone in the area, gentry and commoners alike, utterly astonished. But amazement was secondary. When cane farmers discovered that having the factory process their sugar cane yielded a quarter more sugar than an ordinary rustic mill, and the factory continued to maintain the low processing fee of only 3/10 of the output, the farmers of Zhuwen went wild. From near and far, ox carts and boats brought sugar cane. Long queues formed at the factory gate. Some farmers even had to wait 2 or 3 days for their turn, but their enthusiasm never waned. Eventually, whole boatloads of sugar cane were shipped from Heikang, landing at Heian before being loaded onto ox carts and sent to the South China factory. Because of the overwhelming crowds, disorder threatened. Liao Dahua had no choice but to summon runners from the yamen to maintain order. The chimney billowing black smoke and the steel rollers rumbling as they devoured massive quantities of sugar cane clearly left a deep impression on the deputy magistrate as well, though his fear of the machinery far exceeded his curiosity, and he always kept his distance. When Wen Tong reviewed the numbers from the first day, he knew the profits far exceeded projections, especially in toll processing. A considerable portion of the additional cane juice extracted went straight into the South China sugar factory's pocket. That profit was essentially obtained at zero cost, not to mention that the leftover molasses and bagasse were all theirs to keep. Farmers had no use for these byproducts, but the South China sugar factory could utilize them all. If the equipment were better, upgraded to a 12-roller machine combined with the diffusion method, a 97% extraction rate wouldn't be a dream. The profit potential here was truly significant. Wen Tong even began to question whether it was still necessary to maintain the other 4 rustic sugar mills. It seemed that, driven by profit, ordinary people wouldn't be deterred by distance or difficult roads. At the very least, the rustic mill in Zhuan could be shut down, keeping only the one in Heikang. Mei Lin and the others who had come to assist were beaming with joy. Seeing the sugar factory flourishing, everyone felt genuinely happy. This was another growth point for foreign trade. When the entire equipment system was running, problems naturally arose. Once there was a pipe rupture and leak at a boiler connection. Several times, gears and connectors in the juice press were damaged, briefly affecting production. But under Chen Tianxiang and Xiao Gui's emergency repairs, things quickly returned to normal. Xiao Gui also had another task, training several qualified boiler workers for the sugar factory. Operating a boiler was serious business. The slightest carelessness could harm others and oneself, not to mention this boiler was a local copy. Chen Tianxiang was in no hurry. Though he also had the task of training maintenance technicians, his assignment was long-term. He wouldn't be leaving for a while and had plenty of time to train apprentices. Wen Tong suggested waiting until the sugar factory's primary school opened, then selecting apprentices from among the older children of 13 or 14 based on their academic performance. However, Chen Tianxiang's behavior caught Chang Shide's attention. Besides making 3 regular daily rounds to inspect the machinery, he frequently chatted with the special reconnaissance team members in the courtyard and sometimes changed into local clothing and went out with the Kiwei escorts as guides. Clearly, Chen Tianxiang was more than just a machinery maintainer. In all likelihood, he was also an intelligence operative. End of chapter. Chapter 273. The Tripitaka plan when it came to intelligence gathering. The network the Guangzhou station had laid in Leizhou could already collect most of the relevant information. Confidentiality was not a concept the locals understood. Given sufficient time, nearly anything could be unearthed. So why had the executive committee dispatched Bai Wei and the mysterious Chen Tianxiang? Were they truly planning to occupy Leizhou? Setting his doubts aside, Chang Shide was in no position to ask directly. With people from the center present, he could hardly invite the women to his room these past few nights. For someone who had grown accustomed to nightly revelry, the enforced abstinence was proving difficult to bear. That evening, Bai Wei joined Chen Tianxiang, who had been staying out of sight with his team in the compound. "We've come to Leizhou with a mission," Chen Tianxiang said, getting straight to the point. Chang Shide and Wen Tong both nodded. Wen Tong rose, stepped outside to check the courtyard and said to Zhou Shizhai, who was resting with eyes closed beneath the veranda, "Keep watch, don't let anyone approach." Zhou Shizhai gave a slight nod. Wen Tong returned to the room. "Go ahead, what's this about? The plan is still in the evaluation phase. Bai Wei and I are actually here for the same task, on-site reconnaissance to assess feasibility and gather operational intelligence. As for the content," he paused, "the plan is codenamed Project Tripitaka." Project Tripitaka. Wen Tong and Chang Shide stared. Was this some kind of joke? Seeing their expressions, Chen Tianxiang explained. "Do you remember the first tribulation in the story of Tripitaka's origins? The story of Jiang Li'er." Of course, they'd all read Journey to the West. They racked their brains to recall the plot surrounding the monk's birth. Chang Shide's face changed color. You mean we're going to become river pirates? Exactly. Chen Tianxing nodded. A member of the Intelligence and Archives Committee, while compiling historical reference materials, had stumbled upon a story in the Leizhou Gazetteer. During the Changzhen reign, an official newly appointed as prefect of Leizhou was traveling to take up his post with his family when he encountered a band of mountain bandits. The official and his household were slaughtered. What made the tale remarkable was that the bandit leader, armed with the dead man's credentials, actually journeyed to Leizhou, took over from the previous prefect, and served as a proper official. This bandit held the post for 2 full years, and with a good reputation at that. It was only when the real official's son arrived in Leizhou seeking refuge and discovered the impostor's identity that the truth came out. The boy reported the matter to the local brocade guard. The Jinyue arranged a banquet and lured the bandit into an ambush, where he was captured and confessed to the entire affair. This curious tale, unearthed from old documents, sparked limitless imagination in the intelligence departments. The Leizhou Gazetteer was a local historical record of considerable reliability. What if the person who took over the post wasn't a bandit, but a transmigrator? The idea was so audacious that it met immediate opposition from many in the General Office and Intelligence Committee. But supporters raised the most powerful argument. If an ordinary bandit could occupy the position of Leizhou prefect for so long and govern effectively, a transmigrator from the 21st century should be able to do the same, especially with the entire transmigration collective behind him. Opponents countered that a Ming Dynasty bandit could impersonate a prefect only because he exploited the era's information asymmetry. Whatever his flaws, a bandit was still a man of his time. His understanding of Ming society exceeded anything a visitor from the future could possess. Sending someone from a completely different era to impersonate an official was pure fantasy. Our people, when standing among the indigenous population, display differences that are far too obvious. Ran Yao objected strenuously. Ask me to impersonate a county-level mayor or party secretary in the 21st century, and I might have a chance. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. But now you're proposing we find a white Anglo-Saxon to serve as a Chinese city leader. Is that possible? And the gap between us and Ming Dynasty people is even greater than the difference between modern Americans and Chinese. His argument was sound. But the potential benefits were simply too attractive. The entire Leizhou prefecture would effectively fall under transmigrator control. Though various officials served beneath the Leizhou prefect, no one doubted that under combined economic and military pressure, all of them would submit. Ultimately, the result could be a red inside, white outside style local government. Minor benefits like facilitating commercial infiltration were one thing. The key was legitimate entry into the Great Ming's bureaucratic system, participation in its operations, direct access to government information. This would be far more timely and reliable than the Guangzhou station's method of bribing Yamen clerks. Control of Leizhou would add a buffer zone for Qiangzhou as well. Should the Ming ever mount a campaign against Lingao, Leizhou, directly across the strait, would inevitably serve as a major transit area for troops. Whether for intelligence or harassment, they would have a reliable forward base. If taking over one official position brings such benefits, why not assassinate the prefect of Guangzhou and replace the incoming official on the road? Someone challenged. Because the mountain bandit in Leizhou actually succeeded in history, whereas an attempt to replace the prefect of Guangzhou never happened. Right now, we only need to replace the bandit, just as we're preparing to replace the Manchus, Chen Tianxing replied. He was a warm supporter of the plan. After several internal discussions, the proposal was submitted to an enlarged meeting of the executive committee. I object. Wu Nanhai was firm. This is a critical period for our government's development. The knowledge possessed by every transmigrator is extremely precious. I oppose doing something this dangerous. So we're not going to do anything revolutionary because we're afraid of dying. Leizhou, who had been recuperating from illness for many days, reappeared at the meeting. Only his waistline had expanded. The lean, capable look he'd developed over the past year had regressed to his earlier military otaku appearance. I firmly support this proposal. It will be of great help for future development. Send a relatively loyal indigenous person instead, Zio Zishan offered cautiously. With how we speak and our poor handwriting, impersonating a Ming Dynasty prefect would be too difficult. Do you think the bandit's handwriting was any good? Perhaps he was illiterate and he still governed quite well for 2 years. Who says bandits are uneducated? Maybe he was a cultured man fallen on hard times. Or perhaps he was one of our predecessors, unfortunately cut down before achieving his ambitions. Attention, please don't go off topic. Ma Qianju, chairing the meeting, was deeply disgusted by the habit of derailing threads at every gathering. On this point, I agree with Commissioner Zio, Wuda said. It's not just speech and handwriting. In many lifestyle habits and mannerisms, we're completely out of sync with the indigenous population. We might fool ordinary people. At most, they'd think us eccentric. But what's truly dangerous is encountering colleagues, subordinates, superiors, and gentry. Those people wouldn't be so easy to hoodwink. We should select a relatively loyal indigenous person, someone suggested. Like Zhang Xingjiao, he's educated, speaks Mandarin, and should be suitable. Comrade, revolution is not a dinner party, Leizhou retorted bluntly. This task, though dangerous, is critical. If we don't send one of our own to take charge and rely only on a few recruited natives, can you guarantee reliability? Zhang Xingjiao may be reliable now, but what if he develops a taste for officialdom and decides to trade our heads for a real position? Then we don't necessarily need a transmigrator as prefect, Wu Nanhai said. We can use a puppet and control things from behind the scenes. That's even less secure, Wei Awen dismissed. Don't forget we're infiltrating the court. What matters most is the position itself. With a puppet, how would it differ from merely collecting information among the common people? He snorted. What can you expect from civil officials, so afraid of dying? How can you say that? Without administrative personnel, where would your army get weapons and food? Wu Nanhai leapt to his feet, pointing. And what about the army providing free labor every day, all unpaid? Wei Awen clearly intended to settle old accounts with the Agriculture Department. Without military protection, it's questionable whether the Transmigration Collective could even survive. Yulin, the naval representative, fired his own salvo. The naval firebrand Li Haiping and most senior officers were at sea, so the role fell to the Hong Kong military enthusiast who dressed like a movie star. Though the Navy and Army's young hotheads quarreled over resources and manpower, they were even more at odds with the administrators who controlled the collective's purse strings. All right, everyone calm down. Director Wen intervened before civil-military conflict could erupt. The Leizhou prefect position is very important to us. My view is that we should try to take it if possible. Whether the prefect should be a transmigrator or an indigenous person, we can discuss later. Let's vote on whether to execute this proposal. All in favor, raise your hands. He raised his own first. The resolution passed by an overwhelming majority. All right, there's actually one issue we've overlooked, Wen Daisy said slowly. What year does this happen? Changzhen reigned for 17 years. According to the Leizhou Gazetteer, it was 1632. So there are still 3 years. Wen Daisy nodded. 3 years is enough. The first thing we should do is send people to Leizhou for on-site reconnaissance of terrain and social environment to evaluate the plan's difficulty. Speaking of enthusiasm, let me remind everyone that execution will be extremely difficult, Ran Yao interjected. What's the incoming official's name? Where's he from? What route is he taking? What date does he enter Leizhou's territory? None of this is in the book. Need you ask? He's obviously sitting in a sedan chair with people in front holding signs like silence and make way. Stop joking. The man hasn't even taken office yet, Yu Eshui said. Ran Yao is right. Without clarifying these details, how can the special reconnaissance team intercept him? And there's another issue, we must act before the bandit does. I think finding the bandit will be harder than finding the official. Zhao Zishan nodded. True, an official taking up a post leaves a trail, but this nameless bandit, we don't know where he's holed up. Leizhou is vast. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. That's not a major problem, Ziyazhu said. The key is still the official. If we find him, we can find the bandit. Even if the bandit acts first, it doesn't matter. So long as he hasn't received his seal of office, we can take him out on the road. From that perspective, neither bandit nor official truly matters. What's important is securing the credentials. Once the plan was decided, the executive committee authorized the intelligence committee to formulate Project Tripitaka. The plan had two parts. First, recruiting future infiltrators from among the transmigrators. Prerequisites included that losing the person wouldn't impair the collective's enterprise, and participation must be voluntary. After recruitment, they would receive intelligence committee training to rapidly master Ming Dynasty customs and official Mandarin, while practicing calligraphy. Simultaneously, the Civil Affairs Committee received instructions to identify potential minor intellectuals among the population under transmigrator control, to be cultivated as backup personnel. The second part involved large-scale intelligence gathering in Leizhou to evaluate Project Tripitaka's feasibility. Considering that the South China sugar factory was primarily an industrial operation and not ideally suited for intelligence work, the executive committee designated it as a support unit. Chen Tianxiang was dispatched as a dedicated intelligence operative to fully utilize the network the Guangzhou station had established. After hearing Chen Tianxiang's briefing, when Tong and Chang Shide finally understood, Chang Shide spoke excitedly. This is thrilling. Replace everyone from top to bottom, ha ha ha. Better yet, let's replace the Zhuan County magistrate too. The idea is appealing, but the Leizhou prefect is stationed in Heikeng County. The prefectural and county governments share the same city. This fake prefect probably won't be easy to impersonate. When Tong expressed concern, that's precisely why Bai Wei is here, Chen Tianxiang said. This trip is a reconnaissance journey for Project Tripitaka, Bai Wei nodded, to thoroughly survey the terrain, landscape, and urban environment of the entire Leizhou prefecture until we know it by heart. Good. Whatever you need, just ask. We'll do everything in our power to support the intelligence work. Find me reliable guides, Bai Wei said. People who know the local situation intimately. Sure, Liao Dahua, the Kiwei branch manager, is excellent. He knows both the upper and lower social strata, though he doesn't know martial arts. That's fine. We're here to reconnoiter. We plan to disguise ourselves as small peddlers and wander about. End of chapter. Chapter 274. Sweet Port Turbulence Intervention Good. I'll have them build a dedicated compound for you inside the sugar factory. No, Bai Wei declined. Too conspicuous. We won't be staying long. Very well. Kiwei maintains inns in both Heikeng and Zhuan counties. You can rest and resupply there. Any South China sugar factory property is also at your disposal, though accommodations are basic. I can dispatch someone to inform them immediately. No need. We'll stay at ordinary inns along the way and avoid any visible connection to South China. Do we have assignments? Chang Shide asked eagerly. None, Bai Wei replied flatly. The factory has no specific assignments for you, Chen Tianxiang elaborated. Your role is to support our operations as needed. I'll handle the particulars. In my daily life, I remain the factory's technician. The absence of intelligence duties pleased Wen Tong. He had no appetite for such work. A mountain of sugar factory business still demanded his attention. Project Tripitaka is a long-term operation, Chen Tianxiang continued. We'll be in the preparatory phase for several years. What's our relationship with the local government? Cordial but not close, Wen Tong replied, describing their recent dealings with the Yamen, matters related to factory reforms and maintaining order. Overall, we haven't had much interaction. I suspect that's about to change, Chen Tianxiang smiled. Right now, even the blind can see you've struck gold. Trouble will find you soon enough. I've been worrying about that, Wen Tong admitted. Although the Kiwei Escort Agency has laid some groundwork for us, their own routes here are shallow. Certain problems are probably beyond their reach. If it comes to that, we'll pay for peace, Chang Shide suggested. Give the officials dry shares, a protective umbrella. Besides, in 2 years Leizhou will be ours anyway. Try to bring local officials into the fold, form a common interest group. This was the executive committee's standing instruction to all transmigrators operating in Ming-controlled territory. That works, Wen Tong nodded. We'll need to report the specifics to the committee. Speaking of which, it's terribly inconvenient here without even a radio. Even the Salt Field Village, a backwater if ever there was one, has a 5-watt set. The committee will probably allocate one to you soon. Mass production of radios is on the verge of a breakthrough. The glass factory has been experimenting with pulling glass tubes every day, and Dr. Zhang has already started work on it. Making radios, Wen Tong sounded skeptical. That's rather high-tech, isn't it? He's got plenty of high-tech ambitions. Clocks, batteries, hydrogen airships. The airship seems impractical, but let him dream. I've debated him about that airship before. Completely impractical, Chang Shide said dismissively. Dr. Zhang reads too many books. He's gone a bit theoretical. If he can manufacture things, tell him to give us a vacuum pan first and a centrifuge. Sugar was never far from Wen Tong's mind. That shouldn't be difficult for him either. Oh, by the way, he heard we were coming and asked me to pass along a message. Zhuan is extraordinarily rich in diatomaceous earth, even more than Lingao. It can be used for filtering to produce white sugar. Really? Wen Tong perked up. I'll have people search for it properly. The current yellow clay method is terribly inefficient. At this rate, the labor cost per ton of white sugar is simply too high. Raw brown sugar fetched a far lower price than refined white. Processing it before sale would yield considerably greater profits. Wen Tong had been racking his brains for a white sugar process that was within their capabilities yet more efficient. Meanwhile, raw brown sugar was piling up in the warehouse. Before the steel rollers, the average yield per mu of cane field had been just over 3 shi of raw brown sugar. Now, with the improved extraction rate, each mu yielded more than 5 shi. The sugarcane fields under South China Factory's name alone could produce 13,000 shi of raw brown sugar. Adding the processing fees earned from toll milling, raw brown sugar was accumulating like a small mountain, over 20,000 shi in total. Meanwhile, the white sugar workshop, running 2 shifts around the clock, managed only 5 or 6 shi a day. Just as they were discussing this, when Ziyu suddenly appeared with a report, a pigeon had arrived from Guangzhou bearing a secret letter. Chang Shide dismissed him, then retrieved a codebook from inside the room and began decoding. Everyone watched intently. After several minutes, Chang Shide announced happily, Zhang Xin's letter says to ship out the stored sugar as quickly as possible. They'll take raw brown sugar too. The market is excellent. The Guangzhou price is 3.8 taels and it looks like it will climb higher. He says if we can purchase more, buy as much as possible, ship it to Guangzhou and it turns into silver. Wonderful. Wen Tong's spirits soared. Liao Dayu told me the purchase price on Heian Street is only 2.5 taels. Then let's buy at 3. Chang Shide exclaimed. Everyone burst into laughter. The prospect of windfall profits was intoxicating. If he hadn't written, I was about to ask what to do with all this sugar, Wen Tong said, smiling. Several trading houses here have approached us wanting to buy. I hesitated and didn't agree. Good thing, otherwise we'd have taken a huge loss. In that case, we should buy from them. Forget that idea. They know the Guangzhou market at least as well as we do. HMPH. Wen Tong evidently held a low opinion of these trading houses. Who cares? This will all be our territory soon anyway, Chang Shide said. He opened the door and called for Wen Ziyu. Go invite manager Liao. Over the past month, they had been trying to find a local manager familiar with sugar trading to handle the factory's external dealings. They'd specifically asked Liao Dahua to accompany them to Heian Street and the county seat to scout for managers willing to switch employers. They'd come up empty. No one wanted to jump ship and most were puzzled. Why would a sugar mill need a trading house manager? As a result, Liao Dahu became their only local agent. For convenience, he had simply moved into the South China factory compound. Fortunately, it lay only 2 or 3 li from the county seat. If something came up at the escort branch, he could return quickly. Liao Dahu came to the study. Bai Wei, not wishing to attract attention, had withdrawn to the side room. When Tong explained their plan to engage in large-scale sugar purchasing and asked him to assemble a team, even without a proper trading house manager, they intended to handle this themselves. Liao Dahu shook his head repeatedly. "Sir, this is inadvisable." "What's inadvisable about it?" "Sir, you may not realize," Liao Dahu explained. "The sugar from Leizhou has always been purchased by the trading houses on Heian Street. They buy theirs, we buy ours, nothing to do with each other." When Tong was puzzled, but Chang Shide understood immediately. "A monopoly, right?" "Exactly," Liao Dahua confirmed. 21 sugar trading houses on Heian Street formed a trade guild called Heiyi Hall. Any sugar produced in Leizhou destined for export had to pass through their hands. Each year's purchase price was publicly discussed by the guild before trading commenced. Outsiders who hadn't joined Heiyi Hall couldn't enter the sugar purchasing business. "I see," when Tong nodded. "These monopoly organizations were everywhere. Strange, why can't we enter, says who?" Chang Shide remained unconvinced. Well, Liao Dahu hadn't really considered the question before. The Heian Street trading houses had monopolized Leizhou's sugar exports for decades. Everyone accepted it as the natural order of things. The shopkeepers may not know, but the cane farmers lack large ships, making it inconvenient to transport their own product. They've traditionally entrusted the trading houses to ship their raw sugar to other regions for sale on their behalf. After selling, the houses would settle accounts with the farmers. Originally, the houses took 2% as commission, settling at 98%. Over time, due to the risk of loss at sea from storms and pirates, and occasional instances of houses absconding with payments, it gradually evolved into the current cash purchase system. The houses make more profit, but the farmers are willing enough. After all, the houses bear the greater risk. "I see. That's not so different from what we're proposing," Wen Tong said. "We can assume those risks too. Tomorrow we start preparing. In a few days we open for purchasing." Liao Dahua's lips moved as though he wished to say more. Chang Shide laughed. "It's just a little business. What's the concern? Look, we'll give Kiwei Escort 2% of whatever we purchase." 2% was no small figure. This arrangement would significantly benefit the escort agency, and Liao Dahua could personally take a nice cut. Contemplating the vast wealth of these Australian merchants, his courage swelled. "Since the shopkeepers have decided, this humble one will make the arrangements. I know something of the sugar trading business. I'll prepare immediately." With that, he took his leave. Chen Tianxing spoke up. "Isn't this rather risky? Have you considered what happens if the other side retaliates?" "It's fine," Wen Tong assured him. "I've been to Heian Street and met several managers. They're all legitimate businessmen. In fact, the entire street is essentially managed by them. Good order, everything running smoothly." Chen Tianxing shook his head. "Old Wen, I'm not trying to meddle, this is your domain, but you should understand, interest groups will stop at nothing to protect their livelihoods. Not selling sugar to the trading houses and shipping it out ourselves already steps on their toes. Now we're also purchasing. The conflict of interest is practically existential." "Is it really that extreme?" Wen Tong sounded skeptical. "You've been around the block. Do you really believe the 17th century was populated by simple folk, with nobody picking up lost items on the road or locking their doors at night? Every ugly aspect of society, which one hasn't existed since ancient times. Merchants pursue profit. I don't need to quote Marx on capitalists, do I? Tell me what you think we should do." Wen Tong had to admit the points had merit. The notion that people of earlier eras were simpler was something his time in this world had taught him wasn't necessarily true. People then were the same as people now, some good, some bad, and mostly ordinary folk keeping their heads down, neither particularly virtuous nor particularly wicked. Bai Wei rarely interjected, but now he spoke. Chen Tianxing's concerns are worth considering. What if the other side retaliates? Before we've fully established ourselves, it's best not to touch that particular slice of cake, Chen Tianxing advised. I don't think we need to be this nervous. After long consideration, Chang Shide said, the trading houses on Heian Street are ordinary merchants. How much trouble can they really cause? At worst, they have better connections with the county and prefectural yamens. We have contacts in Guangzhou now, and we're on speaking terms with the Leizhou prefectural yamen and the Heiking and Zhuwen county yamens. What can they do to us? After further discussion, Chen Tianxing saw their minds were made up. As he wasn't part of the South China factory's decision-making circle, pressing the point further would seem like overstepping, not conducive to future cooperation. So he stopped pushing his view and merely reminded them to prepare contingencies. Beiwei had no interest in any of this and hadn't contributed. Bored, he gazed at the ever-growing mound of bagasse piling up outside the courtyard wall. Suddenly he asked, what about the byproducts from sugar making? There are many applications, but we need equipment to utilize them. I'd actually like to report this to the executive committee as well. We'll need some fermentation equipment and bacterial cultures. When Tong explained the recovery and utilization of sugarcane byproducts, strictly speaking, nothing in sugar production was waste. Even the wastewater could yield useful products. Diluting molasses and inoculating it with different bacterial cultures could produce alcohol, glycerol, acetone, butanol, citric acid, and yeast. Bagasse could be used for papermaking and producing furfural. The filter mud from sedimentation and filtration could yield sugarcane wax, with the remainder usable as fertilizer. Even the cane leaves stripped from the sugarcane could serve as animal feed. The cane tops and cane butts, low in sugar content and trimmed before pressing, could still be brewed into spirits or converted to alcohol. This is relatively elementary recovery and utilization, when Tong continued. Bagasse can also be processed to recover aconitic acid. How much we can exploit depends on what bacterial cultures and chemicals we have available, and of course the right equipment. Of the byproducts South China factory can use on-site, probably just alcohol from molasses and paper from bagasse, Chang Shide suggested. Papermaking isn't realistic. When Tong had been investigating the boiler's fuel requirements, using all the bagasse just for fuel is about right. What a waste. The alternative is buying coal to fire the boiler. Honestly, I'd prefer coal. The moisture content of bagasse is too high. If labor weren't so cheap here, the manpower spent every day turning and drying the stuff would be enough to bankrupt us. When Tong sighed, industrialization is wonderful, but the consumption is equally voracious. I'm even wondering now if we'll have enough bagasse to last through the crushing season. Buying coal was certainly feasible. The route to Hongji in Vietnam wasn't far. And Guoshis wasn't far from Leizhou either. There was a fairly large coal mining district within Guangdong province, the present-day Maoming mining area. Though this area had only scattered operations during the Ming Dynasty, it could serve as a supplementary fuel source. At least the route was much shorter than shipping coal from Guangzhou. Then let's establish a coal depot. Chang Shide's mind worked quickly. Few households here burn coal, mostly wood. Besides our own consumption, we could potentially do some business with the coal we import. Sure, it won't cost much. Leave it to Kiwei to arrange. End of chapter. Chapter 275. Sweet Port Turbulence Countermeasures. Speaking of molasses utilization, making industrial alcohol is actually rather wasteful. We could distill spirits instead. Several distilleries in Zhuwen already use molasses for that. Beiwei added, Zhu Ziliang, who's on my team, knows how to produce various Western spirits. He mentioned that sugar factory molasses can be made into rum. Excellent, Wen Tong said quickly. The economic value of rum far exceeds that of plain alcohol. Beiwei saw it differently. Isn't alcohol more useful industrially? It is, but alcohol can be derived from anything containing sugar or starch. Rum can only be made from molasses, Wen Tong explained. I've thought about distilling spirits from molasses, but I didn't know where to begin. If you have an expert, that would be wonderful. I'll send him over when I return, Beiwei promised. Chang Shide laughed. Once the rum is ready, exporting it back to Europe won't be a problem. I've heard people say Cuba and Batavia were both major rum exporting regions back in the day. After molasses is processed into rum, the residue can still be refined into other byproducts, Wen Tong added. It's definitely superior to producing plain alcohol. And so the matter of establishing a rum distillery in Zhuwen was settled. After all, shipping molasses back to Lingao for processing was simply impractical. That evening, Wen Tong drafted a report for the executive committee, requesting a distillation apparatus and temporarily borrowing Zhu Ziliang to guide operations at the South China Sugar Factory. None of those enthusiastically discussing sugarcane byproduct utilization realized just how profound the South China Sugar Factory's impact would prove to be. In a sense, it would surpass even the various construction projects the Transmigration Collective had undertaken in Lingao. Here was a factory entirely open to ordinary Ming Dynasty citizens. The convenience, efficiency, and low cost afforded by mechanized, industrialized large-scale production left an indelible impression on everyone who encountered it, and the consequences arrived faster than anyone anticipated. Heian Street, the Sugar Trade Guild Hall, the Heiyi Guild. The building rose prominently on Heian Street, its green stone gatehouse exuding the rich architectural flavor of Guangdong. Heian Street was famed as Sweet Port, and controlling this port, nearly monopolizing Leizhou's sugar exports, were precisely the merchants gathered within these walls. The vast majority hailed from Guangdong's Kaizhou and Guangfu regions. Geographic proximity combined with shared commercial interests made the sugar merchants here extraordinarily united, fiercely protective of a domain won through years of effort. Ever since the South China Sugar Factory's chimney had begun billowing black smoke, these sensitive merchants had detected something shifting in the air. They grew restless. In tea houses, in restaurants, in every trading house's back office, hushed whispers could be heard. Everyone sensed that action was necessary, yet no one knew quite what to do. Even those who had resolved to respond by doing nothing at all felt uncertain, always wishing someone would step forward to validate their strategy. Now the managers and senior staff of these trading houses had all assembled in the guild hall's reception room. This lofty, luminous hall, constructed of fine materials and exquisite craftsmanship, had no equal anywhere in Leizhou Prefecture. Ordinarily, at this time of year, the managers would gather here, sipping choice teas, sampling delicate snacks, sometimes accompanied by the soft singing of hired songstresses, to negotiate the year's sugar prices. How much reward a season of toil and sweat would yield for so many people was decided at gatherings precisely like this one. At this moment, however, a strange unease pervaded the hall. As usual, 6 square tables had been laid out, laden with cold dishes, snacks, fine teas, and quality spirits. But today, these men who were normally so particular about their refreshments had no appetite. The managers and senior staff of each trading house sat in silence. Some had eyes darting rapidly, as though calculating something. Others sat with deceptive calm, appearing unperturbed. Suddenly one man stood, paced a few steps, then dropped back into his seat and began furiously working a folding fan. "It's only spring. It can't be that hot." A fat man, unable to bear his neighbor's gale, spoke up. "It's my heart that's burning. Fanning won't cool it." The fan wielder was younger. "Hot, my foot. Nobody's stopped coming to sell sugar at your place. What were you so anxious about?" The fat man sounded annoyed. "Not now, perhaps. But later." The one with the fan was the young master of Rixai Cheng. His family's trading house ranked among the 10 largest on Heian Street. "Probably won't decline later either," the fat man said unhurriedly. "If they don't sell to your house, they'll sell to mine. Same price. What's to fuss about?" He was the manager of Ryueli. "I'm worried about the South China Sugar Factory." The young master swallowed hard. "Haven't you visited their operation? The site gives you nightmares. Those massive iron rollers, a man would be crushed to pulp if he went through, and that chimney breathing fire by night and belching smoke by day like some ghostly tree reaching for the heavens. The fat man waved dismissively. They make sugar, we sell sugar. What's it to us? Besides, the more sugar they produce, the lower prices fall. That benefits us. If only it were that simple. An elderly man heaved a long sigh. What if they decide to enter the sugar trading business themselves? Surely that's impossible. Different trades, different worlds. Hard to say. The old man sighed again. I hear South China's owners came from Guangzhou. With profits this substantial, why would they simply relinquish them? What if they plan to handle the foreign trade business right here? This observation sparked a wave of murmured whispers. At that point, someone called out to the man who had been sitting absolutely motionless in the center of the room. Third Master Zhu, you're our backbone. Give us some direction. The man addressed as Third Master Zhu was past 50, short of stature, yet free of the decadent air that came from overindulgence in wine, women, and wealth. He emanated an aura of shrewd competence. His given name was Zhu En, and he was the third born in his family. Everyone respectfully called him Third Master Zhu, so consistently that his real name was nearly forgotten. His family operated a sugar trading house called Riacheng, and owned more than a dozen large vessels of 200 liao or greater, specifically for transporting sugar to various destinations. Because sugar was highly profitable and easily converted to ready cash, pirates on these waters specialized in hijacking sugar ships. Third Master Zhu, as both a local trading house proprietor and a major ship owner, had organized the trading houses to pool funds and establish the trade guild, Heiyi Guild. Each year they publicly discussed the sugar price. Then from the profits, each house contributed according to its size, funds used for cultivating official relationships and entertaining various local strongmen. Additionally, they had recruited at handsome wages quite a few deserters from the naval forces to escort their vessels. Since then, incidents of lost sugar shipments had dropped dramatically, and nearby waters had grown considerably more peaceful. This man was wise and decisive, maintaining excellent relationships in both official and private spheres, with substantial local prestige. He was a leading figure here. The trading houses followed his guidance. Third Master Zhu hadn't uttered a word since the gathering began, not until someone addressed him directly. Only then did he speak. Direction? What direction do I have? They're operating a legitimate sugarcane estate and sugar mill enterprise. They're neither violating laws above nor disturbing the populace below. On what grounds would we interfere? He picked up his teacup and took a deliberate sip. Gentlemen, I know what concerns you. You fear they're wealthy and powerful, that someday they'll muscle in and damage our interests. But someone interjected, that's not what worries me most. I keep sensing something fundamentally wrong with South China Factory's sugar. His face was the picture of patriotic concern. Right now, probably more than half the cane farmers in the entire county are having their sugar processed there. The same goes for farmers arriving from Heikeng and Suixi. If there's trickery involved, if it ruins Leizhou Sugar's reputation, none of us will be able to make a living. Precisely, the young master of Rixaicheng perked up. Their sugar is definitely suspicious. I've visited sugar mills. There's only so much sugar an acre of cane can yield. After accounting for the master's skill level, the total can only fall short, never exceed. How does their operation produce more, and so much more? It's either adulteration or sorcery. The word sorcery gave everyone a start. When they thought about it, those enormous iron rollers spinning rapidly without a single ox in sight did seem rather uncanny. After a long pause, the fat manager from Ryueli finally said, that can't be right. What kind of sorcery would accomplish that? If not sorcery, where does this extra sugar come from? How should I know? If such sorcery existed, I'd want to learn it myself. Third Master Zhu silenced the chatter with a hand. Gentlemen, has the sugar you've been purchasing lately been properly inspected? Everyone confirmed it had, and nothing unusual was found. Because this was South China Factory's first year of production, they'd specifically instructed their workers. Any sugar purportedly from South China Factory was to be examined with extra care. The results had left them dumbfounded. The earlier batches were quite ordinary, but over the past fortnight, South China's output had proven far superior to every other small-scale mill, especially in purity, which was in a league of its own. It contained no impurities whatsoever. After hearing all the reports, Third Master Zhu sat in contemplative silence. When he noticed everyone watching him, he finally spoke. How South China Factory produces their sugar isn't our concern, and we needn't worry about it. I've made inquiries in the county. They own nearly 3,000 mu of cane fields in Zhuwen and Heikeng alone. Adding all the toll processing fees they're collecting, they must have at least 10 or 20,000 shi of stock by now. He shifted tack. So why haven't they sold any? Yes, we've been wondering that too, everyone chimed in. It was obvious even to a blind man that South China Factory was going to be a major sugar stockholder. Each trading house had dispatched their traveling managers to pay courtesy calls, hoping to probe their intentions for this substantial deal. To their surprise, the other side had declined with impeccable politeness, offering not the slightest hint they planned to sell. The sugar from their other mills is also being shipped to South China. It appears they have no intention of selling locally. More likely, they're stockpiling to export themselves. They do possess large ships, they might genuinely do it. Hard to say. Just as they were debating this, a servant suddenly rushed in and whispered something in Third Master Zhu's ear. His expression changed immediately. "Are you certain?" he asked quietly. "Absolutely. It's the talk of the county. The shop is nearly finished, only a matter of days until they open." Though the servant spoke softly, those nearby caught fragments. "What is it?" Third Master Zhu's face was dark. "Just as you feared, South China Factory opens for purchasing in a few days." The news was like cold water splashed into a pot of hot oil. The formerly listless hall instantly erupted. "What is this? This is outrageous. They want to eat from our bowl, yet they didn't even have the courtesy to pay their respects first. What lawless scoundrels run that South China Factory? Third Master Zhu, this cannot stand. For decades, all the sugar in Leizhou has been handled exclusively by the 21 houses of the Heiyi Guild. If we let them break the rules, how will any of us survive here in the future?" "That's right, Third Master, say the word. Our 21 trading houses will spare neither money nor effort. We absolutely cannot allow South China Factory to upset our arrangements." The young master of Rixaicheng fanned himself languidly, looking smug. "No need to trouble Third Master. I have a scheme that'll surely hurt them badly." "What scheme?" "HMPH. Find a few roadside corpses and dump them at their gate in the middle of the night. Arrange things with Constables Li and Chen at the Yamen, have them waiting at first light. If South China doesn't report it, arrest them on the spot for concealing a corpse. If they do report it, drag the managers in anyway. Once they're inside the Yamen, grease a few palms and make sure they have a memorable experience. Keep your half-baked schemes to yourself," Third Master Zhu snapped. "You think they arrived here empty-handed? Can you obtain a calling card from the aid of the Viceroy of Liangguang? The moment they produce that card, never mind the county magistrate, even the prefect would have to escort them out with bows and courtesies." The crowd deflated somewhat. As the saying went, a wise man doesn't fight power. Ordinary people, unless driven to rebellion, feared officials above all else, regardless of their trade. Wealthy men were no exception. Learning that their adversary had connections in the Viceroy's office, hearts sank by several degrees.